The arrow carries powerful light and destructive power, causing extreme terror. The fight hasn't stopped yet. A female gladiator uses a bow and arrow to unleash devastating moves. They are trying to defeat their opponents in the strength rankings. The girl holding the bow and arrow is Artemis, ranked 26th by the Lord, 19th by the Ragnarok Guild. An old man with a thorny back and porcupine used a sword to fight back. He is the Horde, ranked the Lord 3rd 3, ranked 2nd 2 Ragnarok Guild. Another person was covered in armor, leaving his 2 eyes open to see. He brandished a terrible sword and slashed it at his opponent. Today is your last day, Rokon. He is Helios, ranked the 19th Lord, 9th in the Ragnarok Guild. He swung his huge sword and unleashed an earth-shattering move. But that sword did not hit the enemy but was held by a hand. The sword also cracked and cracked a few times. Helios was horrified when he didn't hit the enemy. The person called Rokon had a villainous face with a smug smile. The end of the day. Mine, the 8-pack durian body gently supported the sword, feeling a bit itchy in his hands. He broke the sword like he was breaking his ex-lover's lipstick. In the end, Helios was declared dead. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't change the outcome. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "This monster bastard." The system immediately activates the character expulsion function in the game. Rokon stayed behind, lifting his axe to the level of Helios's sword, confidently and coolly swinging his sword to deal with the crowd attacking the council. Do you really think this great Rokon will die easily? This villainous young man is the king of violence. Rokon, ranked 12th Lord, not belonging to any guild, SSS level solo player. Another young man waited until his butt was itchy and then jumped up. You are just a pest of God. Log out Rokon. The one who rushed in to fight was Go, ranked the Lord 17th, ranked 11th in the Ragnarok Guild. He used the blizzard technique to disrupt Rokon's vision. Just endure this one move from me. Rokon has 60% of his life left. Looking at the blizzard trick just now is like scratching an itch. Smirk, star insects. Then you are just flies. Angry to the point of fire, Rokon used the sound of war technique to cause strong, wide area damage. The Rokon Council's health bar dropped sharply. Rokon didn't have time to play cat and mouse with these people and beat them quickly to get a kick out of it. I will wipe out all of you. Each one impersonates you, using an axe. He used an axe to blow away rocks and dirt, but unfortunately, Rokon's health bar plummeted to only 30% because of the 2 needle attacks. Zeus, ranked the 2nd Lord, Vice President of the Ragnarok Guild, and Thor ranked the Lord 4th, Vice President of the Ragnarok Guild. Rokon narrowed his eyes and smiled softly. Seeing these 2 names appear, he was not too surprised. How dare you Baikachu guys? Hey, come down here and play. Thinking that the 2 cheeks above would land, suddenly they unanimously bowed to Rokon, making him wonder what they were doing. Feeling cold behind him, he thought there was a ghost and turned around to see who it was. It turned out to be his great-grandfather, the head of the Ragnarok Guild, King of Creation, Odin, ranked the Lord 1st, Guildmaster Ragnarok. Rokon was quite surprised when the leader of the other group brought the body out here. Oh, Odin, looking at him, he was no different from the moon in the middle of the night, shining brightly. Rokon did not hesitate to fight with Odin. Fierce combat, lighting effects the size of New Year's Eve fireworks. Suddenly, Rokon was controlled by the attack. You have been overpowered by an unknown power, movement speed reduced by 30%, attack speed reduced by 30%. Looking at the other guy acting arrogant and launching a rain of arrows of light to hit him, I couldn't help but feel funny. Before the power goes down, you have to rinse a few sentences. Personality disorder bastard. The arrow pierced through, the health bar dropped sharply, vitality has dropped below 2%, body functions have decreased. Before logging out, looking at the group of people beating him up, he was no different from death. Watching him log out was painful. Before logging out, looking at the group of people beating him up, he was no different from death. Watching him log out was painful. It's disappointing that the king of violence Rokon, who once held first place in the overall rankings, has fallen like this. It's time for you to give up. How many times has it been? Come to my side, and I will restore to you what you have lost, or not, I give you more. Reached out his hand in front of Rokon's face. This is your last chance, think carefully. Rokon would rather be isolated and called eccentric than live with the idea of going to council with others. Show a friendly finger, speak with utmost sincerity, go away, you bastard, I will destroy you soon, watch out. Seeing that Rokon refused to comply, Odin did not want to waste any more words. He immediately plucked Rokon's head right away. In the end, the Rokon character froze and logged out immediately afterwards. Returning to the game compartment, real-life Rokon was furious. Damn, again, scratching his head. He couldn't stand being angry at being bullied in the game. I lost again, damn it, unable to bear it, he slammed his hands onto the floor. The brother watching TV below was so used to this sound that he was powerless to ignore it. Hey, here it is again. Rokon finished fighting and sat against the wall, breathing heavily. The thing that makes him and many people both happy and angry is a hot game, virtual world game, The Lord. A few years ago, this special game suddenly appeared and surprised the whole world, a perfect virtual world. It's worth mentioning that the graphics and emotions are hard to distinguish from reality. A world bigger than the Earth. Along with this, he talks and acts like a real person. And I was once the strongest person in that world, ranked number 1 in solo combat ability and the strongest S-level player in the beginner class, known as the King of Violence, Rokon. But after that bastard appeared, everything changed. That bastard Odin always oppresses me in every aspect. Surely he belongs to the VIP type. How does he have such intense strength? This is the 8th time I've been ganged up by those Ragnaroks. Every time I die, my level will drop, and items will also be dropped randomly. Damned, I'm a super player of the Lord, Rokon. When other assholes brag about how much they make from games, I dedicate myself to taking care of everything. This is called stupid. If you don't make a profit, why play so hard? But his thoughts are very extreme. It's better to die than to give up after being ganged up on forever. He was determined not to give up. Okay, let's see who gives up first. Those damn people, I won't spare anyone, I will kill them one by one. We will never give in to you losers. No matter how many times he is defeated, he will never give up. Lying here, he still will not give up, a satisfied smile of an iron will that will not give in to anyone. Ha ha, sorry, more desperate things lie right here. You can no longer retain the nickname Violent King due to failure to meet the minimum requirements. The repeated announcement made Rokon panic. No, that's not it. The leader of Ragnarok also completely changed his attitude when looking at Rokon. So you've lost your reputation as a dick. There's no point in killing anyone anymore. They left with eyes of pity and contempt for the man who was once the leader of the Lord, and was now extremely pathetic. Lying lost among the remains of the brutal battlefield just now, Rokon collapsed. Final, I've lost everything. Nicknamed the King of Violence, my level used to be several hundred, and all the items I had. Rokon's unwilling scream resounded as if to express his despair and pour out all the torment in his heart. The legend of Rokon, the Lord's strongest and most violent man, ended miserably, or at least I think so. The alarm bell rang loudly, waking up the person still sleeping in bed who had not yet woken up. Angry because his sleep was interrupted, the person on the bed immediately punched the clock to pieces. The one who woke up was the Lord's Rokon. He rubbed his face in boredom. In the end, there was no one shot at all. I kept getting weaker, and couldn't beat those guys who kept leveling up. Tomorrow is the day to pay rent. The reality of life makes him wake up and worry about living expenses. I have to sell the remaining things. But, what is this? The connection compartment has disappeared. I asked to take it back yesterday. No way, even if I haven't opened the door yet. Wait, where the hell am I? The house was empty, messy and didn't look like the place he rented. What surprised him even more was what just appeared on his phone, a notification that he didn't think could appear. Virtual reality game The Lord will be released soon, and predictably, the God of War Rokon returned to the beginning and cleaned up the dirty players in the Lord to write his legend of non-violence from now on and forever. Rokon was bewildered and shocked at what he had just seen. He really wanted to ask where this was and who was me. Oh my god, it's 2021, really? The cashier at the convenience store looked at Rokon like an idiot and confirmed, really, brother, why are you suddenly asking for the date? Rokon said indeterminately, what is your name, Jang Hekiel right? He-chun looked at Rokon saying some stupid words that were difficult to understand. What's wrong with Alpha Nu Eta? How are you? Is there any wire touching? No matter what he says now, Rokon ran out of the convenience store, leaving behind a person who justified his actions by saying that he was cold. Even mentioning it is a sin. Since my girlfriend dumped me a few days ago, he's acting really weird. Running straight home, out of breath, Rokon finally cleared his brain. This was a heavenly opportunity for him. This is exactly the residential area I lived in 3 years ago, the convenience store I often go to, including the name of the part-time employee I'm close to. What the hell is going on? Since I was tricked by the Lord's uneducated people, I was stripped of all my titles and tragically left this world. Oh, it seems like I died in the end because I was hit by blue lightning. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I returned to the real world, and even returned to the past 3 years ago. The Lord is not yet released. Am I dreaming or something? Ah, that's right. Name Odin, this must be his work. Claiming to have found the cause, Rokan laughed like crazy, ha 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 ha, yes, that's probably it, must have used some strange skill to control my mind, take a deep breath, muster the strength to scream at the name he hates the most, Odin. Where did you die? Get out here now, you dog, don't play such rubbish and fight me directly, you son of a bitch. Passers-by were startled by his screams, I'm afraid I'll be bitten by you, oh my god, is he crazy, what is this? In the end, they called the police and took him straight to the station to sit down and talk for a bit. The police officer was also very willing to sit and talk with him. Your friend's last name is Osao, what a strange name, foreigners. Rokan couldn't help but hold back, he had no way to explain how he ended up in this situation. In the end, the police did not punish him for disturbing the peace, I'll forgive you this time, don't do it again. Rokan doesn't even think he's really returned to the past, he thought confusedly, normal mind attacks are always so detailed, no, if he makes me have hallucinations like this, what will I gain? His eyes suddenly turned to something lying next to him, an electric pole. Before the eyes of passers-by, Rokan did the stupidest act of the crazy people in Manhwa, use a hammer to cut into electric poles, the sound of soldiers resounding, anyone halfway around the world can clearly hear the echo. Passers-by looked at the idiot Rokan doing the cow act and were so scared that they opened their eyes. The truth is unfathomable, the police officer must have regretted letting Rokan go so he could do more self-promotion in public. The police are afraid they have just released extremists into society, oh my god, what is he doing? Maybe he escaped there. Rokan banged his head until he was dizzy, this feels so real. Since the day the syrup dyed his head, Rokan temporarily believed that he had gone back in time to the past. He immediately focused his mind and went to the gym to practice his skills to prepare for the future of defeating the head of the Odin Council. People in the gym looked at Rokan's fighting style and were surprised. What kind of magic is that? Foot magic, huh? I agree, I've never come across it either, but with such a large amplitude of activity, it must be martial arts. Rokan was naturally very pleased, how could he know? No one could learn his martial arts on his own. Of course you guys have never seen this before, this is my own martial art, created solely for my use. It's something I perfected while I was in the Lord. A wave of martial arts obsession will erupt as soon as the Lord is released, also for unruly reasons like high-level players being slaughtered by low-level monsters. Even though the ranks are very different, due to my poor control skills, players have only used keyboard and mouse before. As soon as he finished exercising and relaxing, Rokan left with the eyes of all the game streaming as if he had seen a monster, ruining his exercise equipment and making him sick. He is still very arrogant when showing off his strength. Moving on to training his arm muscles, he is trying to prepare everything for the fight. I'm not familiar with the comprehensive virtual reality technology like the Lord, but there is something much more important. It is understanding and the fact that people can control their own bodies. Every muscle fiber from head to fingers and toes in the body, people's ability to know and control each muscle fiber, proportional to that person's ability to control the body in the Lord. Yes, it's time to accept this. I went back to the past 3 years ago, and then it was a month before the release of the Lord. The game is my whole world. Wheeze wheeze wheeze, laughing like a pervert stalking the gym, scaring the young man standing next to him. Remembering every face that attacked his group, he will not forgive anyone, just wait, you uneducated bastards. Odin 2, I will be reincarnated as someone you never had the slightest chance of winning, I will do to you until the flowers fade away. After a month, spend some money to buy a connection compartment, Rokan lies in the experience again. This experience will help you overcome those bastards. The system begins to set up, the 5-second countdown brought him into the virtual world. After that, the notification system connected to the Lord world. Rokan opened his eyes to confirm that the surrounding landscape was indeed in the Lord. When we meet for the first time, the system immediately gives new players a request. Dear traveler, please say your name, still the same name as before. He did not want to change another name, but wanted to rewrite the legend about himself with a new legend in the immortal name in his mind, Rokan. My name is Rokan, confirmation system, welcome to the Lord, Rokan. The world has just been created, the battle is full of blood, monsters are invading the villages. The sound of people screaming in a sea of fire, there's a goblin attack, their response was cruel arrows that took lives. The summoned Rokan appears here, the system immediately makes the first request, would you like to start the tutorial? If you refuse, you will not receive the tutorial reward. Rokan of course is not foolish enough to ignore the reward to help himself level up, of course. Just entered the game, not even a few minutes into the game, Rokan had to fight with Golan in middle school. It made a soft sound and rushed towards Rokan, intending to attack him first. it also did not expect me. Having misbehaved again, Rokan was very happy when he jumped in and surrendered his life. That's right, I kind of like your boldness. I'm sorry, come here, let me see you off for a bit. Slashing the knife to split the golem in two, Rokan was filled with a burning desire to level up. Come on, kneel before me, those monsters, King of Violence has returned. While the people in the town were running away loudly, Rokan, on the other hand, walked slowly, an outstanding achievement. You have defeated an opponent stronger than you. You have received the title of Warrior Born. Rokan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Not bad, the Fry is born normally. You have just defeated an opponent with a higher level than you. Be proud of your fighting talent. The effect is added. Strength points increase by 1. Rokan is very satisfied with this newbie gift. However, from low level, it is easy to receive good rewards and items. Okay, it must be like that. This is a special feature of the Lord, the achievement system. When a person performs a special action or achieves something that is almost impossible for them, it will either increase your stats or give you a special effect. Stupidly hunting monsters to increase your level is the most ineffective thing you can do in Lords. Rokan initially confirmed the things he missed before returning to the past. As I thought, the tutorial doesn't give any experience at all. The conditions for completing the tutorial are also quite easy. Just need to survive in this farming village to fight against the invading goblins. All you need to do is dodge the goblins and escape the village. Just because this is a tutorial doesn't mean it doesn't give experience, but it was also because it was difficult for a level 1 player to face 2 goblins at the same time. Rokan smiled murderously, but maybe there really is a real way to complete this tutorial. Have to remember, 2 months after the official release date of the Lord, a strange player named Tunkin appeared. He knew clearly why the goal of the tutorial was to survive and not to escape. He asserted that, if we still survive, then what will happen next, in that case? Bye, ha ha ha. Of course, there really is something like this. Make sure that, I heard that he got a special reward that's even better than the reward if we just complete the basic quest, and so now the Lord Master just released. Rokan himself is the only one who knows how to complete it perfectly. The current village is extremely chaotic and tragic. The goblins do not spare anyone. They are currently chasing a girl. They thought they were about to capture the girl, then a few weapons appeared to help her die. He didn't hesitate to come up and solve the whole thing. The spinning axe in the air was enough to break the golem into 2 pieces. Rokan begins his quest to conquer his first title. The way to do it perfectly that he found is destroy the goblins who have invaded the village, something that no one who just became a beginner thinks about. Rokan is like playing a game of beer throwing. One shot hits the target, and the only thing to do now is not to let any of them survive. Because just do it that way, there will be a total of 25 goblins invading this village. The first choice is to divide and conquer by destroying them one by one, killing one less monster. He decided to change his strategy. Keeping up the momentum of killing each monster would waste a lot of time for the others to pass before him. Well, hiding and ambushing isn't my way of fighting. With the method of hiding and ambushing, the number of monsters destroyed so far is only 9, still too few compared to all the goblins that have invaded, and this method is not very effective and cannot last long. If the number of goblins remaining is less than 15, the leader will sense the danger and gather all the other goblins. Because of that, they will stick together no matter what the player does. So now it's time to use the second method. Rokan stood in front of a store, wondering what he was planning to do next. Turns out he had anticipated everything. When the health bar dropped low, the system immediately warned, you have 20% of your blood left, your body's functions have been reduced. Rokan was tired and wanted to lie down. Damn it, I'm so tired, I thought I was going to visit my grandparents in the game. Wouldn't it be too reckless to attack 3 of them at the same time? He reached into the shelf and immediately picked up a bottle of black anise solution and gulped down a few gulps. The system finally stopped the warning just now. Use low-level healing potion. Restore body functions. Rokan saw that his limbs were less tired and he was crazy happy. I say it's too long. A potion on the brink of death is always the best. Suddenly there was a growling sound outside the door. My skin was numb, mystified, and growled. It turned out that the goblin was the leader of the invaders. Rokan didn't hide but mocked him right away. Looking from afar, I thought I was cute, but when I got closer, I realized that my lover was so proud. Come here to have a little joke with me. Hearing that her beauty was being insulted, the goblin felt angry and wanted to lose all her hair. He roared loudly, instructing the low-level golems to go play solo with Rokan first. Rokan here is drinking a few bottles of magic recovery, just waiting for them to come to heat up the atmosphere even more. Come here, you sick green frog. The other golem did not completely lose its brain. It was surprised to see Rokan acting strangely. Rokon just finished pouring 2 bottles of fluid, lowest level enhancing potion, strength attribute and lowest level enhancing potion, dexterity attribute. Come on, I prepared something special for you, you son of a bitch. And the second way to complete it that Rokon thought of was to increase his strength to absolute level. The other 2 potions help Rokon increase each of his strength and dexterity attributes by 10 points. Having prepared, Rokon completely revealed his power. When the goblin rushed towards him, he used one hand to catch her and throw it away, beat the golem until it's dizzy, and when it opened its eyes, it looked for Rokon's figure, whose watermelon had been plucked by the axe in Rokon's hand. The nearby goblin witnessed it and got angrier. Rokon is very cool and told me to continue. All the goblins rushed forward, and they tore at Rokon, but Rokon had already beaten him to the point of destroying his will to fight, kill one animal after another without getting tired. The system now pops out a new notification. What is Rokon's suspension review? He was a bit thoughtful. Only those who regularly use the achievement system can grow so quickly. He had just achieved an unexpected achievement. You won flawlessly, against a large number of enemies stronger than you. You have achieved the title of Natural Warrior. You are the first person to receive this title. The first warrior gifted with magic. Your talent allows you to take down a large number of enemies 3 levels higher than you. Arguably your perfection is a gift from God. Next comes another title. You are the first person to achieve this title. Effect increases 3 points of strength and dexterity. Crit chance increases by 5% when fighting 5 or more people. Rokon received an additional title, so it was quite surprising. Does it also give extra rewards to the first person? I'm only level 1, but my current stats are 15 strength points and 14 dexterity points, but this stat is equivalent to a level 10 person. Seeing the goblins rushing up again, Rokon was not angry but happily welcomed the score that came to the door. You still haven't woken up, you pig-brain people. As soon as Rokon leveled up, his strength became superior. Dealing with the golems at this time was no different than chopping vegetables. Clean up some more. Rokon exclaimed that it was too easy, there was no worthy opponent. But that puppet is not a scarecrow. Seeing that Rokon was proficient in killing all its soldiers, he angrily used a large knife to destroy Rokon. The blade it slashes down is not light. It is level 15, elite level armed goblin. Using his axe to block this sword, Rokon felt his fighting spirit was awakened. Okay, are you still here, this buffalo brain worm, also stubborn? The other goblin held a sword and rushed forward to attack Rokon continuously. But with his incredible speed, Rokon continuously quickly dodged the goblin's attacks. However, because the goblin boss's attack speed was equally fast, he launched many and continuously, so Rokon could not completely dodge all of its attacks. Rokon was hit by the goblin's sword and injured, causing Rokon to be in pain without being able to control it, making a soft cry. But the goblin did not give up because it continued to swing its sword strongly in Rokon's direction, causing a nearby house to collapse. Rokon quickly backed away. He analyzed and thought, it was stronger and more flexible than regular goblins. I know the dogs will be much different. However, how could this small group of goblins be Rokon's opponent? He happily took his axe and rushed forward to attack the group of goblins, thinking, however, goblins are just goblins, just fine. I have finished analyzing your simple fighting style. However, when Rokon took his axe and attacked the goblin, with a powerful slash right on the goblin's head. Then he quickly stepped back, confidently saying, okay, is it okay? But when Rokon saw that the goblin was still healthy and unharmed from his recent attack, Rokon was a little surprised and confused and said, what? Then this goblin immediately held Rokon's hand tightly and shouted angrily, then it threw him to the ground with such force that the soil and rocks here also shook. After this attack, Rokon was both angry and in pain. At the same time, the system also informed him that you had suffered 355 damage and your vitality was reduced to 20%. While Rokon had not had time to regain his composure and calm down, the goblin continued to try to use his foot to step on Rokon lying on the ground. He discovered it quickly, luckily, and ran aside in time, thinking angrily, damn, the problem is not about strength or speed at all. Here's the problem. Its defense is really annoying. I can't finish it with my current weapon stats. Strength medicine is only 5 minutes away. Okay then. Then when he excitedly told the goblin, let's fight, prepare, when the goblin was still indifferent to Rokon's attitude and words just now. Then he immediately turned around and ran away and told it, running away was the best policy. The goblin was confused by this action and stood still for a few seconds before realizing that Rokon had run away. The goblin immediately became angry, then he grabbed the axe and quickly chased after Rokon. Rokon also ran forward to escape it in the current state of his body. After chasing Rokon for a while, the goblin lost track of Rokon, it was frustrated and tired as it searched for Rokan all over the place. At this moment, it saw the footsteps, it immediately knew that these were Rokan's footsteps, and immediately followed the other footsteps, saw footsteps leading towards a house with lights on. The goblin was sure that Rokan was in there, it showed an amused and devilish smile. Inside the house, Rokan still held the policeman's weapon, but because he was tired, Thordic. And the wound too, Rokan painfully hugged the wound on his stomach and said, "Ah, it hurts, my ribs are broken, is it necessary to make a game so realistic?" But ignoring the pain, Rokan immediately summoned a secret message from his system. He looked at the secret letter in his hand and immediately used this secret letter and thought to himself, "It's time to use it, the last item I got from the product store." Just a second later, the system appears and informs Rokan that you have used a low-level fire-resistant scroll. Your fire resistance will increase to 30 for 10 minutes. Seeing that was enough, Rokan smiled and said, "Okay, now I just need to lower it and," but just as Rokan was confident in his plan, he was suddenly surprised to discover that the wall next to him was being broken. Rokan had not yet had time to hide or lure the goblin here when the plan was ready, but the goblin found him here. The goblin was looking at Rokan with a very angry look. Being caught in such an unprepared situation, Rokan immediately became embarrassed and confused, trying to act calm and waved at the goblin, and told him, "Hey Lo, you look quite angry, let's talk it all." However, in response to Rokan's invitation, the goblin did not want to talk to Rokan, it just wanted to kill him immediately. Then the goblin used his hammer to slash strongly towards Rokan. Rokan quickly ran away, dodging the attack while angrily telling the goblin, "Damn it." The goblin continuously used his axe to slash in Rokan's direction. Now he had to avoid going from one side to the other. This room was almost completely destroyed by the goblin. At this moment, looking at the goblin's axe blade slashing right in front of him, Rokan was confused and thought, "I don't have enough space to dodge." That's why Rokan immediately received an attack from the goblin. This attack from the goblin was quite strong, causing Rokan to be thrown out and hit the wall behind him. Rokan felt tired and painful and sat against the wall. At that moment, the system popped up and a notification appeared to Rokan. "You have received 74 injuries, vitality reduced to less than 10%, but Rokan still saw that the goblin still refused to forgive him or stop. It was angrily holding the sword and rushing to attack in Rokan's direction. Seeing that, Rokan didn't want to hide anymore, he angrily held his axe in his hand. Also screaming in anger, he grabbed an axe and rushed towards attacking one of the goblins. He immediately used strong force to throw his axe at the goblin. Thus, the goblin that was running up and attacking towards Rokan saw his axe being thrown towards him. It quickly stopped and tilted its head to the side to avoid Rokan's attack. It saw that it could avoid Rokan's attack, then saw that Rokan was seriously injured and his weapon was missing. The goblin immediately showed an amused smile. He thought he was the winner in this game. However, Rokan madly showed a happy smile and asked the goblin in return, "Were you happy? Just laugh as you want. Because now is the last time you will laugh." When the goblin still didn't understand what was going on, he thought that Rokan was just so embarrassed that he became angry and talked nonsense. When it was approaching Rokan, it suddenly saw the wall of the house above falling down right towards it. It turns out that Rokan's recent slash was not thrown by him, but Rokan intentionally threw it at the only remaining pillar to cause the house to collapse. Then Rokan raised his middle finger and arrogantly said to the goblin, "Goodbye, you idiot." In his heart, he happily thought, strategy number 3, take advantage of what's around. Right after that, Rokan jumped out from the window of this floor and fled. The more that happened, the more angry the goblin looked at him. It also wanted to run away, but it didn't have time to escape before the ceiling here collapsed, hitting it all over, so that goblin was angry and painful and screamed. And Rokan was happy and they ran. Right after that, the house just exploded and the goblin seemed to have died in the explosion. Right after confirming that the goblin was gone, the system immediately appeared to notify Rokan that you had defeated the armed goblin, vitality below 1%, only then did he stop, looking at his arm, feeling a bit disappointed and depressed, thinking, "I do this for the reward but, it's also quite sad to use such miserable violence to fight a monster, must rely on tactics like this. Odin, you bastard, you have humiliated me so much. Wait, I will make you pay 10 or 100 times more than what I went through." But at this moment, Rokan was surprised to receive a notification from the system. "You have completed the tutorial. What an incredible achievement, you defeated an enemy 10 levels above you, you have received the title of Descendant of Multi-Screw, you are the first person to receive this title. What an incredible achievement, you are defeating an enemy stronger than you get the title, a handicap of 17, you are the first person to get this title. What an incredible achievement, you absolutely passed the tutorial, you get the title, Unstoppable, you are the first person to receive this title. Hearing these announcements, Rokhan was a little skeptical at first, but soon he was delighted and said, "Oh, that's great." The system continues to appear and informs Rokhan, "You will receive a reward from the tutorial, you have now obtained hard bread, and 50 coins, you will receive an additional reward for this result, you get 5 anonymous armors." So Rokhan was even more excited, showing a cunning smile and saying, "Of course the reward wasn't bad at all. Now let's see what these titles can do." Status window. When he opened his user status information bar, Rokhan looked at it, he was amazed and excited beyond belief and thought, "This is crazy, impossible, great, great." The system displayed your information, Rokhan, type, person, gender, male, first level, profession, no, stamina, 500 out of 500, mana, 100 out of 100, strength, 5, agility, 4, stamina, 1, resistance, 1, wisdom, 1, points remaining, none, title achieved, born to be a warrior, good warrior, descendant of Davik, a 17-year-old warrior, unstoppable, Ba-Li hard bread, class, normal, weight, 5, a normal Ba-Li bread that you can find in the store, it's hard to chew but it's better than having nothing to eat, anonymous box, class, magic, weight, 100, a wooden box whose contents are unknown, is there anything helpful inside, just depends on your luck. After reading the information about the item I had just received, Rokhan was so surprised and excited that he couldn't believe it and thought, "No way, I can't believe it, just this, it's unbelievable." Then he continued to read the information below and a new system panel appeared informing Rokhan, "The first, unstoppable, legendary, you have created a miracle by subduing a monster that no one else could subdue. There will be a few people who scheme to do something to those who make the impossible possible, but no one hates those who create miracles. You are the first person to get this title. Effect, the relationship between you and the allied NPI ETS is neutral to each other and the relationship between you and the NPI 11 in the alliance will start off as friendly. The level needed for you to level up your skills will be reduced by 30%, ? Rokhan happily looked at this information board and thought, legendary class title, I can't believe it, reputation and skill upgrades are already overwhelming enough, it also adds many other effects. With my plan, I will be able to level up very quickly with this title alone, no, I'll have to redo my entire plan. Rokhan continued reading down the information board about the other titles. The first, the descendant of Multi-Screw, the unique, you have defeated an opponent 10 levels higher than you, whose power far exceeds yours. The effect is that all your stats will increase by 10% when engaging in combat with higher level opponents. First person, 17-1, unique, you won a 17-1 match, numbers are meaningless to you. Effect, defense points increase by 10% when participating in a match with many opponents. Defense points will increase by 30% based on the number of opponents you face. Looking at these title boards, Rokhan happily thought, those titles are the most unique and their effects are so great. Okay, let's go. I will open all the chests I received, all of them. With that, Rokhan immediately ordered the system to open all the reward weapon chests he had received so far. Just a few minutes later, Rokhan immediately teleported back to the center. I'm happy to say, it's been quite a while since I was last here, in the new village, Poker City. Looking at the atmosphere at everyone around here, Rokhan was happily whistling and thinking, I knew it, it's packed now, even though it's only been open for a few hours. Now that I look at it, aren't some of them already here? Odin, and his followers, the bastards from the Ragnarok Guild. I need to find them immediately, and kill them one by one, but, that's too much. Odin in that Palai region after achieving the title of King of Creation, 2 years after the game launched, no matter how much I think about it, it's still strange. Around that time, dozens of high-ranking people swore allegiance to him, they even changed their nicknames and appearances. That's why I call them weird pussies. They also have ancient and Greek gods, however, it is still possible to find these people now. It's just who they are, it's just that they promised a big reward to show their loyalty like that, they bribed with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is he the son of the president of a large company? The more he thought about it, the more confused Rokhan became, frustrated and angry, kicking in the air and saying, damn, I should forget it now, thinking about it further won't solve anything. Then he walked away, calculating a vague plan, more importantly, preparing for the day he would meet them again. I have to become stronger at a faster rate than anyone else. If you want that, the first thing you should do is, while Rokhan was thinking and walking, suddenly someone called him back and said to Rokhan, hey there, do you want to become stronger? so Rokon turned around in surprise. I saw a fighter with strong muscles confidently standing here with his arms crossed and saying to Rock, "Then come here, you will be as strong as me, look at that man." Rokon calculated and thought, the training ground, it was probably because today was the first day that there were so many people. Even if they leave sooner or later, then Rokon spoke up and said to the other man, "I want to use the training ground." But the other man happily said to Rokon with endearing eyes, "Oh, I can see the potential in you. We can't let someone with such future potential pay market price. I will give you the price of 20 cubits. Hearing that, Rokon immediately remembered the information the system was saying, the relationship between you and the NPI ETS are neutral to each other and the relationship between you and the NPI Zis in the alliance will start with the body. Good. Thinking like that, Rokon was surprised to remember and said, "Ah, the drink of the title." In his heart, he thought to himself, usually the entrance fee would be around 30 cubits. Right after that, Rokon walked into the training ground, stood in front of the exercise machine, he excitedly started his arm muscles and said, "Wow, I miss this feeling so much." Rokon then happily punched the mannequin in front of him thinking, the training ground scarecrow, just starting out, they are one of the ways to gain experience in this Poke City. You will accumulate experience points if you hit them, couldn't be any easier. Thanks to that, a lot of players rushed into this game when they first started. Sooner or later they will realize that it is extremely ineffective. That's right, there was a tired player next to Thordic who was very angry and said, "Damn, when will I level up? I've been beating him for 5 hours." Rokon continued to think, doing odd tasks for NPI 11 will help you earn more experience, and they also give you money and food as rewards. He immediately imagined a girl coming to give the completed task to the manager here and said, "These are the 10 squirrel seeds that you asked for." The other manager happily gave the bag of money back to the girl and said, "Great, this is the reward." Then he imagined the other players leaving in frustration saying, "Forget this, go goblin hunting or something. Man, we just spent too much time here." Imagine this, Rokon immediately thought, even if you endured and continued to stay in the training ground, you would still have to waste time using and eating food, you will have to continue to spend money. Of course, in my previous life, I also wasted time on it and ignored everything. However, upgrading is not the only purpose of this training ground. Thinking about it, Rokon used a strong force to hit the scarecrow of the training ground, causing it to lose its head. Rokon was tired, sweaty and tired from practicing the art for so long. However, he was surprised to see the system pop up and notice that his strength score increased by 1. Rokon was happy and thought, yes, that was it, my efforts have paid off. If you spend some time fighting scarecrows until your stamina runs out, you will be able to increase your stats by 1. This method is completely independent of collecting level index. Now, the only one who knows this is me. Then Rokon rested. Again from the system he took out a hard barley bread, the top of the tutorial screen. As he ate he regained his strength and thought, and even if someone else knew, they wouldn't do it. Where is this? In short, using that time to level up by doing quests will help increase your stats faster. However, is that always true? At a low level like level 10 or 20, you will be able to level up in just a day or two, but is it still possible at level 100, 200? Now it's getting boring and difficult, but the day will come when it will bear fruit, the day when my stats will increase this fast. After finishing eating and replenishing his stamina, Rokon stood up and said, "So let's get back to work now." After saying that, he practiced frantically again. Rokon practiced hard and non-stop until he was exhausted for 10 days. "I've blown up all the puppets here." Looking at Rokon training so vigorously, the other players felt bored and looked down on him, saying, "Why is he boasting like that? Leave him alone. He's just an attention seeker, let's go to the mission instead." However, with these contemptuous words, Rokon only felt contempt. He practiced and thought, what's so stupid about knowing all the attacks? Once you level up, simple punches won't be enough to raise your stats. Right after that, with his powerful kick, Rokon kicked away the sight charm of this training ground. The next second, the system appeared and announced to Rokon, an unbelievable achievement, you have increased your strength, dexterity, stamina and physical resistance to the maximum level possible, can be in the training ground, you will not be able to increase your stats in the training ground again, you have received the title of hard worker. An unbelievable achievement, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you are the strongest man in this village after you destroyed a scarecrow in less than a minute, you have received the title, strongest man in the village, hard workers, unique, you have overcome something that cannot be overcome by hard work, your perseverance knows no bounds, effect, you will be required 10% less experience to be able to level up, the strongest man in the village, rare, destroy a scarecrow to prove that you are the strongest man in the village, effect, strength increased by 5, at this point, Rokon clenched his fists to reveal his muscular muscles. He let out a scream and happily said, "Finally. Now it's time to level up." At this moment, the voice of the training ground manager here rang out and spoke to Rokon, with the same words as the day he met him. "Hey there, do you want to become stronger? For the past 10 days, I have been closely observing you." "What? Why, that sounds so strange." Rokon turned around in surprise and looked at the owner of the training ground here with puzzled eyes. Then he felt confused and even frightened when he saw the owner of the training ground looking at him with eyes filled with longing and speaking to Rokon. A man with courage and perseverance like him would have can do. "If you want, I'll show you a higher plane. What do you think? Do you want to follow me?" Rokon felt surprised and confused as he looked at the owner, that training ground. The training ground manager continued to speak up and say to Rokon, "What is this? Is this a hidden mission? I've never heard something like this." Hearing that, Rokon was also confused and thought, "What, a hidden mission? I've never heard about this before." Rokon then followed the owner of the training ground into a cave. The owner led the way with a lamp to light the way in this dark cave. While walking, I observed everything around here and thought, I never thought there would be a secret passage underneath the training camp. Seeing that Rokon was not looking at the road but looking around, the man in charge of the training ground immediately spoke up and told Rokon, "It's very dark, step carefully or else you'll slip and fall." Rokon then turned back to look at the training ground manager with suspicious eyes and thought, what does he mean by high class? Could it be that he knows about hidden professions or hidden skills? Thinking about it, Rokon smiled happily to himself, but when the training ground manager spoke up to Rokon, "Hey, here he is." Rokon's face became happy for a second when he thought he would get something cool, then he immediately felt a little hateful and angry. "When looking at the robots in front of me." The man managing the training ground happily spoke up and proudly told Rokon, "This is an advanced training area reserved only for selected people." Hearing that, Rokon became even angrier and said to the owner of the training ground, "Damn it, then why did you mention high class? It's just a workout area with other equipment." But the other man persistently persuaded him to tell Rokon that it was not simply another device. Hearing that, Rokon was surprised and confused, looking at the robot in front of him and panickingly asked the man in charge of the training ground, "This is it?" Rokon looked at the other robots that were taking positions to prepare for battle. The man in charge of the training ground immediately spoke up and explained to Rokon, "They move just like humans, and because they know how to attack and counterattack, he can also die if he has not reached level 10. Do you want to try it? Let me give you some advice, you only get to try it once." After hearing this, Rokon thought for a few seconds and decided. Then he happily and excitedly spoke up to the training ground manager, "Maybe we will be punished, but it seems fun." Immediately after that, Rokon activated his arm joints and entered this advanced training room. After Rokon stepped inside, the training ground manager immediately closed the door to give him a private space. Inside, Rokon excitedly looked at the group of robot scarecrows in front of him. The puppet robots also started to attack in Rokon's direction. He gently bent down to avoid the robot's kick. And then Rokon angrily swung his powerful fist at the other robot, causing it to take a punch and be pushed back far away. The robots immediately used guns to shoot dirt in Rokon's direction. Rokon quickly stretched out his arms to block and quickly stepped back. This part of Rokon's anti-radiation leather immediately appeared dirty and corroded. Seeing that, Rokon immediately used more interested and serious eyes and walked towards the group of robots. Rokon smiled excitedly and said, "These toys are quite powerful, huh? Okay, fine, why don't we enjoy this?" Saying that, Rokon jumped up with eyes filled with murderous intent and madness. He rushed to attack the puppet robots in front of him. Fast forward 5 days, behind this special training room door, gradually opened. A weak robot tried to use its strength to crawl out, but it was quickly stopped by Rokon's fist and trampled to death. Rokon also slowly walked out with a strong will and confident smile, thinking, "I have reached level 10 and my stats have reached their limit, and what's even better is." Rokon happily looked at the system notification. First, absolute steadfastness. Epic, you have achieved absolute steadfastness. No one can break your steadfastness. You are the first person to achieve this title. Effect, you gain resistance to all negative mental effects. When vitality drops below 5%, all stats increase by 50%. Looking at this notice board, Rokon happily thought, "Epic title, absolute steadfastness. I don't think I can get a title here. After what I went through, it was quite difficult, but I did it too. Just fighting a few wooden dolls would be worth it. Okay, it's time." Some time later, in Kitun City, in a building hanging with the skulls of slain monsters, there was a person resting here using a scarf to cover his face to block out the sunlight. However, his nap was interrupted by Rokon. He strongly placed his hand on the table and spoke to the man sleeping here. Hello. Seeing this, the man was startled and immediately awakened in surprise. He saw that TK was having fun and said to him, "Aren't you going to work?" The other man was a little surprised and suspicious and asked Rokon, "Why, do you know where this place is?" Rokon smiled confidently and said to the other man, "Of course he knew, isn't this the first meeting? Who doesn't know that this is a famous festival now?" Hearing that, the other man immediately smiled happily and said to Rokon, "You also have understanding, son, you know you can only change your job once, right?" Rokon smiled confidently and said to the other man, "I know, go ahead and do nothing." Thanks to that, the other man immediately slammed the seal on the table and excitedly said to Rokon, quickly and concisely, "I like that." After completing the stamp, the system will immediately appear and notify Rokon that you have now changed to a basic profession. Rokon happily showed off his aura. The other man also happily raised his finger and said to Rokon, congratulating him on what he has become. At the same time, the system also shows up and appears to tell Rokon, "Your leech has returned to 1, all indexes will remain the same." Rokon thought happily, finally. Then the other man continued to speak happily, displaying a pile of weapons in front of Rokon and telling him, "Now it's time for the job change reward, take whatever you want." From the pile of weapons, Rokon picked up an axe. With an interested look in his eyes, he gracefully used this axe a few times in his hand, with Rokon's quick and easy moves. The other man was surprised and said to Rokon, "Wow, that's impressive." Rokon happily held the axe in his hand and thought, "That is exactly what I need." To be honest, I was hesitant about what career to choose, unlike my previous life, when I knew quite a few hidden karma and how to achieve it. However, if we want to weigh them all, there's nothing better than just taking them lightly. Odin always has his guards by his side. Now they will gain more stats if they fight in groups. Furthermore, you can now use the Berserk skill to increase your stats. Is one of the most suitable occupations for people with high basic stats. I can increase my numbers thanks to my crazy fighting skills, but most importantly, Odin, since that bastard wanted to slit my throat, I should at least be able to cut off his head. Looking at Rokon's amused smile, the man immediately spoke up and asked him with some confusion, "What's wrong? Are you so proud of your new profession?" Hearing that, Rokon calmed down. He turned around and said to the other man, "No, that's not it." Then he looked suspiciously at the system's notification panel and thought, what is this? On the system's notice board, it was written, "On the road to finding new wind, the sign, the wild wind, that blew up the world a long time ago has been found. Find the things that still kill and follow the wind god's dying wishes. Complete the advanced training area with the first job completed, ? So Rokon couldn't help but feel curious and suspicious and said, "Is this a hidden mission, huh?" Rokon immediately moved to carry out his duties, where a cheerful employee stood up and cheerfully said to Rokon, "Welcome, Eric Bank always brings joy to customers. What can I do to help?" However, before the employee could finish speaking, Rokon happily told the girl to borrow money. Hearing that, although the other girl was a bit confused, she still showed a professional smile and said to Rokon, "Oh yes, so occupation and name." Rokon with an excited expression said to the girl, "Now, Rokon, borrow the biggest loan." The girl happily said to Rokon, "Okay, if this is your first job, the largest loan is 30 silver coins, and the interest rate is 3% a month." After that, Rokon returned to the inn and happily told the man here about his first job skill book, everything. Hearing that, the other man was a little surprised and said to Rokon, "Oh really, what's the matter?" Rokon happily lost patience and told the other man, "Stop talking nonsense, how much is it?" The other man calmly said to Rokon, 10 silver coins. After buying all these skill books, Rokon was happy. Just a second later, the system appeared and informed Rokon that he had learned axe magic and 4 other skills. With the magic axe, you can swing it skillfully. As skill proficiency increases, speed and attack ability will also increase. Proficiency level is 0.0%, current level, beginner, attack ability has increased by 70%, flash speed 1, you can move 3 steps fast, accuracy will increase by 110% when used. If you attack 1, the next attack will be stronger than usual. Power and accuracy each increase by 110% on the next attack. The battle roar was intermittent, causing the enemy to panic with a frantic roar, turns crazy, burning his own vitality to create terrible power. Looking at the information about these skills, Rokon somewhat hesitated and said, Seeing that, the other man was a bit confused and asked Rokon, "What, is there a problem?" Rokon then seriously turned around and said to the other man, "Hey sir." Seeing that, the man was a little surprised and asked Rokon, "Yes." Rokon seriously said to the other man, "Do you know anything about wild wind?" the other man had also never heard of this, and was equally confused as he told Rokon, "What is a horde?" And some time later, Rokon sat dejectedly on the fountain's basin. He stared at the system's mission notice board, looking for traces of the wild wind. Have found traces of the wild wind, the person who engulfed the world in flames a long time ago. Find the remaining traces and fulfill Huang Fan's dying wish. Complete the advanced exercises in parallel with the first completed philosophy change, ? Rokon couldn't help but feel depressed, just and systematically speaking, wild wind, wild wind. I thought it might be a vaguely related quest, but even the guild master doesn't know. Furthermore, even though I'm currently ranked number 1, I've never heard of that quest. At that time, someone had done that task before. After that, Rokon got frustrated and shouted, "Damn it, how can I do it without any suggestions?" Seeing such crazy actions of Rokon, the people around could not help but look at him with strange eyes. But Rokon, despite all those looks, he continued to be immersed in his annoying thoughts. The reward of the hidden quest was really attractive, but until now I still have no clue, so let's just throw it aside for now. Status window. Just a second later, the system appeared and informed Rokon about his status information. Rokon, human, pretense 1, profession, initial number 1, health, 700 out of 700, mana, 150 out of 150, strength 5, agility 4, stamina 1, resistance to effects 1, intelligence 1, wisdom 1, remaining points 0, title of possession, natural warrior, talented warrior, descendant of David, strongest man in the region, a warrior of 17, unstoppable, hard-working, unflinching resolve. Looking at my status information, Rokon immediately thought with excitement, I've changed my job, now I just need to level up like crazy. So, should I pursue the crazy leveling path I've outlined? Then, right after that, the people around here looked at Rokon in surprise and confusion. When you made an announcement, the harsh forest was looking for a knight to take me to the O-Ro-Z camp, with a reward of 15 silver coins. Just a moment later, a man in armor appeared behind Rokon and confidently said to him, "Do you want me to take you to the O-Ro-Z camp? Brother, I will help. As for the reward, I want to be paid in advance." Seeing that, Rokon immediately looked at him with cautious eyes. Then he immediately spoke up and asked the man, "Are you alone? How much allowance do you have?" This man happily said proudly, "Rokon, level 25, heavy armored knight profession." Then Rokon became bored and looked disdainful and said to that man, "I can't trust you alone, go away." Hearing this man was surprised and angry and said to Rokon, "What? Hey, don't you see this? It's the insignia of an O-Ro-Z warrior. I killed one myself, so I received it." However, when the man showed off his badge, Rokon just looked disgusted and told him that he was probably just showing off his arrogance after killing 1 or 2 patrolling animals nearby. The forest is harsh, we need at least 2 people over level 30 to get to O-Ro-Z camp in the middle of the forest. Stop being arrogant, go away. Hearing Rokon despise him like that, the other man immediately looked at Rokon with angry and hateful eyes and said, "This bastard." He was angry and sweating coldly, looking at everyone around him who was paying attention to this place and angrily thought, "Damn, he's humiliating me in front of everyone like this." Immediately after that, the other man used his cooperation skill on Rokon's body with a proud look on his face. The system immediately appears to notify Rokon that the opponent has used a hostile move on you. Within 5 minutes, self-defense actions will be condoned. Duration can be increased if the opponent resists. Rokon immediately started to get angry. Looked at him with hateful eyes and said, What are you doing?" However, when the other man saw Rokon's information, he pretended to be alone, then immediately laughed out loud, humiliated and disdainfully said to Rokon, "Oh my god. La pretend 1, turns out you're just an amateur who just changed his profession, so you're acting so complacent. If your skills are not equal to anyone else, you should shut your mouth and go away." However, Rokon was no less upset. He was trying to suppress his anger and said to the other man, "What the hell was he talking about? Wanna die?" But the other man was arrogant and angry and shouted at Rokon, "Come and try, you idiot. You're just a cocky bastard who thinks you can get to Camp O-Ro-Z with just the slightest pretense." However, with this challenge, Rokon showed him a devious and contemptuous smile and spoke to him, just pretending, "Hey, do you want to bet?" Hearing that, the man was surprised and confused and asked Rokon, "Why?" Rokon calmly and excitedly said to this man, "Let's have a fight to see who wins 15 silver coins. Anyway, there will be no penalty because this isn't about killing players or anything. Isn't that great?" Hearing that, this man angrily gritted his teeth and said to Rokon, "Are you crazy?" But at this time Rokon also looked at him with an arrogant look, smiled contemptuously and told him, "Are you ever afraid? that a person who pretends to be 25 will lose to a person who pretends to be 1. So Rokon dared to mock and despise him like that, even though he knew that Rokon was attacking him. That man still couldn't hold back his anger and couldn't swallow this insult. He angrily hit the weapon, the air drops, and the system immediately informs Rokon that the player has now requested a game with a bet of 15 silver coins. Then the player angrily pulled out his sword, angrily said to Rokon, "Go ahead, you newbie bastard." The teacher had achieved his goal. Rokon immediately smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, in another development, a group of people wearing wizard robes and hats, white shirts with a cross symbol entered the city. While they were enjoying walking around here, they were surprised and curious when they heard people here talking to each other. "Hey, there was a fight, in front of the fountain over there, there was a fight." That, duen means to confront one by one. So the girl wearing the witch's hat next to her spoke up and told the guy in the red cloak, "There was a battle in town, they probably wanted to die." However, the guy in the red coat seemed curious about this. On the other side, Rokon was laughing happily. Looking at the current player, he is wearing a suit of armor and a long sword. The player now angrily looked down at Rokon and told him, "I will kill you, you arrogant boy." Rokon calmly said to the other player, "Okay, good luck." However, the man now noticed Rokon's movements. He was a little suspicious and said to Rokon, "Wait, what about your weapon?" At this moment, Rokon raised his empty hand with a mocking middle finger, confidently and arrogantly telling the player over there, "My weapon, right here. Do you really think I need to swing a sword when confronting someone like you?" Seeing that, the man immediately felt that Rokon was contemptuously insulting him. He became even angrier and said to Rokon, "You arrogant bastard." Along with that, the system immediately appeared and announced to the two of them that the game begins. Once the health drops below 5%, it will be considered a loss. Then the other player aggressively took his axe and rushed forward to slash at Rokon, with an angry face, and told him to die. Then the other player aggressively took his axe and rushed forward to slash at Rokon, with an angry face, and told him to die. However, with his agile movements, Rokon easily dodged his crazy attack, and he immediately punched the current player. Seeing that, the other player couldn't help but scream in pain. Rokon happily kicked him away again. However, the current player still did not give up. He continuously angrily swung his axe at Rokon, but he was still able to easily dodge the current player's attacks. Then Rokon also frantically countered the attack, throwing his fist at the other player, letting him dodge the attack without being able to counterattack. Rokon said contemptuously and excitedly to that player, "You rat, you only dodge moves." So that guy over there was confused and blocked Rokon's attack, confused and angry, and thought, "Damn, a guy like this is still this fast." However, the next second Rokon was standing right next to the man and told him, "Yeah, we should continue." Seeing that, the other player was surprised and confused. Then he got angry and was about to swing his axe at Rokon, and said to him with hatred, "You arrogant bastard." However, before the player had time to finish this arrogant word, Rokon punched him with such force that the player's armor immediately shattered, in front of suspicion and anger, his confusion. While Rokon enjoyed swinging his punch at that player, thinking, "Stupid bastard, I increased my secondary stats to the limit in the training area. My level was renewed just because I upgraded my profession, my true index." On level 50, with that, Rokon threw a powerful punch at the head of the current player and caused him to immediately lose. To the amazement of the players here, seeing that, everyone was equally surprised and confused. The man in the red cloak behind him also felt confused and couldn't believe his eyes and said, "Oh my god, using only fists can compare to armor, there." On the other side, Rokon beat the player until his entire face was swollen and he was constantly sweating coldly in fear. And to his bewilderment, Rokon immediately used one hand to squeeze the other player's face. He arrogantly told him, not pretending at all. "Are not the same." Right after that, Rokon grabbed this random player and slammed him to the ground. And he stood majestically watching this bad guy being beaten to pieces. Along with that, the system also displays information about his stats: Rokon, human, male gender, le pretense 1, profession, initial number 1, health, 700 out of 700, mana, 150 out of 150, strength 79, accuracy 63, stamina 70, endurance 65, intelligence 15, knowledge 12, secondary stat points 45. And with that, looking at the player who had been beaten to a pulp by Rokon and was stuck in the pile of rocks below, the system immediately appeared and informed the two of them, "The player now had lost, and you died in the game, duel, you will lose 15 silver coins. Rokon player has won, you will receive 15 silver coins." Seeing that, Rokon smiled happily and said, "I have more allowance." Looking at Rokan's recent fight, the other players around couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as they discussed among themselves. You see, they immediately started using their bare hands. I heard he was only in first grade. No way, are you arrogant? Rokan clenched his fist with the iron armor. He happily thought, not bad, this is enough. The problem is how to get there. While Rokan was upset about this, suddenly someone walked up and said to Rokan, please forgive me. Hearing that, Rokan looked suspiciously and turned around. He immediately saw that it was the group of 3 people wearing cloaks from earlier. The young man in the red coat in front of him happily asked Rokan if he was really planning to go to O-Rose camp. Rokan pointed to the bulletin board above his head. Looking for a knight to take me to the O-Rose camp in the harsh forest, he said boredly to the guy in the red cloak, just like you see. The boy wearing a red cloak pointed to 2 girls wearing witch hats and a person wearing a hat with a medical mark next to him and said to Rokan, we have never been to the camp but often go near that area. Do you want to go with us? Rokan wondered and asked the guy in the red coat what his level was. The guy in the red cloak immediately happily told Rokan, I am level 35, and these 2 people are level 32. After hearing about their levels, Rokan continued to observe and analyze the authenticity of this matter. Come to think of it, their equipment level looks okay, is a fairly balanced team with 1 fish, 1 going to mid Gia low, and 1 high a low. Okay, passed. Rokan then held out the bag of money in front of the other 3 players and told them, instead of forming a team, I just want you to take me to the camp gate. I will give 10 silver coins first and will give the rest when the quest is completed. In exchange, I will just stand by and watch and not participate in the fighting. Of course, any items dropped along the way are yours, so very soon, in the harsh forest. Rokan, with the protection of the other 3 players, walked leisurely while admiring the surrounding scenery. At this moment, the guy in the red coat, who was leading the way, immediately became alert and spoke up to everyone, stopping. Hearing that, everyone immediately turned their attention to the castle made of monster bones in front of them. Then they immediately hid under the bushes to hide. The guy in the red coat looked worried and spoke up to Rokan, from here on it was O-Rose's territory, there will definitely be guards patrolling around. Hearing that, Rokan felt depressed and thought, I knew it, you idiot. Then he spoke up and said to the other guy, so what will we do from here? The guy in the red coat immediately gave orders and said to his teammates, can you give me the extra beard? Hearing that, Rokan immediately looked confused and looked at the other guy. The bearded girl was hastily searching through her bag and said to the boy in the red coat, wait a minute, right after holding the item that the bearded girl gave her. The young man immediately threw the piece of meat forward. Led to the movement and attraction of the goblins patrolling around here, so they looked around suspiciously and sniffed their noses when they detected a fragrant smell, and immediately saw a piece of fresh meat on the ground, and said in surprise, it was meat. Did the kids in the hunting party drop it? Right after that, the boy in the red cloak turned around and nodded to his friends. They quickly moved and followed the boy's direction, this way. Right after that, under the distraction of the goblin guards who were fighting over that piece of meat, Rokan's group of people were able to easily step inside. Seeing that, Rokan happily thought, they are more skilled than I thought, not bad. After walking a while, they stopped in front of the goblin camp in front of them. Look up at the tight fittings around here. The boy in the red cloak immediately said in confusion, oh no, that's the only back door. They must have noticed and sent someone to guard it, then there's no other way. The girl wearing the witch's hat next to her immediately responded and said to the guy, okay. After that, the Ephi girl immediately stood up and recited the spell for a while, and then she immediately summoned a barrier formation and spoke, silently. At that moment, the young man in the red coat rushed into action. Seeing that, the goblin sentinel was stunned and suspicious, turning around to look at the boy, who was attacking him. This goblin immediately panicked and shouted to his accomplice, the intruder. However, with the silent magic effect of that elf girl, this goblin could not speak and could not let others hear his voice. Seeing that, the goblin was surprised and confused and said, my voice. However, before he could speak and realize that he could not signal his group, the boy in the red cloak rushed in and cut down and killed the goblin guarding the door. Then, when you can kill all the goblins guarding here. However, before he could speak and realize that he could not signal his group, the boy in the red cloak rushed in and cut down and killed the goblin guarding the door. Then, when you can kill all the goblins guarding here. Rokan immediately held out the remaining bundle of money and told the guy in the red coat, thank you, this is the rest. The guy in the red cloak also reached out to receive the bag of money from Rokan and told him, thank you, good luck. Then the beard couldn't help but be curious, so he spoke up and asked Rokan, did you really go in there alone? It's much more dangerous there. However, Rokan seemed okay, waved at them and said, yeah, I know, goodbye. Then the guy in the red coat turned around and left and told his two friends, "It's very dangerous here, let's go quickly." However, the bearded girl still felt a bit confused and hesitantly spoke up to her two friends, "I didn't understand. What was he planning to do in there that he even spent money to come here?" Hearing that, the Ephi girl immediately sighed and said to Zai Zai, "Never mind, he will find his own way to die." However, the young man in the red cloak firmly believed and told the two of them that we don't need to worry. Hearing him say that, both Bearded and Ephi were surprised and asked the guy in the red coat what he meant. The boy in the red cloak immediately spoke up and told the two of them, "I don't know exactly, but he probably won't be able to carry the load because he's weak." Hearing that, the concubine immediately looked in disbelief and said to the boy in the red coat, "Come on, why do you appreciate him so much? He is very good at dueling, but..." Then the boy in the red cloak interrupted and said to the concubine, "Why did he ask for a duel in the first place?" So the concubine was surprised and confused and said to the guy in the red coat, "Huh." According to those who witnessed it from the beginning, that tall knight was the one who used the wounding skill first. The boy in the red cloak spoke up to explain and told the concubine that, as he knew, the person who was attacked first by a certain player was temporarily allowed to defend himself, and they can gain experience points by defeating their opponents. Hearing that, the concubine was a bit confused and said to the guy in the red coat, "Yes, it was a good opportunity to level up." The bearded girl next to her was also confused and asked the boy, "So why is he here?" The guy wearing the other guy's shirt firmly believed in his thoughts and told the two of them, I'm still not sure, but that player named Rokon has some reason. The reason why he had to stay still at level 1, until he arrived at Camp O Rho Z. At the same time, Rokon confidently and comfortably walked into the middle of Ore's camp, to the surprise of the goblins here, and immediately looked at Rokon angrily and said to each other, "There is a human male here, hey! Intruders." But Rokon was energetic, carrying his axe on his shoulder. He looked at the goblins in front of him and smiled happily. Then Rokon sighed and took a breath. And shouted to them, "Which of you knows the honor of a warrior? If there are any real warriors here, please fight me right away." Seeing that they were being challenged like that, the goblins immediately looked at Rokon with hatred and anger and said to him, "How does a human know about the honor of O Rho Z? That's the first time ever." Rokon remembered his battle with the goblin the day before and secretly smiled evilly, thinking, "A way to defeat O Rose has not yet been revealed. If you shout this right in the middle of their camp, the warrior camp, they will engage in duels to defend their honor. Yeah, I didn't come here just to level up. Important factor to get stronger in the Lord. Achieving nearly impossible feats. And get legendary level honor as a reward, that is my real purpose, for O Rho Z in the harsh forest is famous for being a battle race, but surely the duel here will give you great rewards, and not only that, it is a hunting ground, allowing duels to take place without any worries." Rokon was looking at the anger of the goblins who wanted to fight. He was even more excited and shouted at them, "Now come on, who is the strongest among you?" Hearing Rokon's challenge, a giant goblin stepped out. "Come on, humanity." Seeing the giant goblin in front of him, Rokon was a little surprised, then he got angry and a little confused and thought, "Damn, I'm too arrogant, I don't think there will be an O Rho Z patriarch here. Compared to a normal player, this guy is at least level 70 with 2 different jobs, with current parameters, I absolutely cannot win. Damn, I'm so stupid, I will keep it like this." However, while Rokon was hesitating and a bit confused with the rival goblin in front of him, he immediately heard the other goblins speak up and say to the goblin clan leader, "No, clan leader, he is ours." Rokon turned around in surprise. He immediately saw the other goblins getting excited and saying to the goblin clan leader, "That's right, the clan leader is too strong. Give us a chance to prove our honor." Hearing that, the clan leader was proud and said to Rokon, "That's right, you must be tested before fighting me, Kalo, fight him." Listening to the ogre clan leader's words, the 4th ranked warrior Kalo, with a nose ring and an axe in his back, he arrogantly stood up to fight Rokon. Seeing that, Rokon was happy and thought, "I'm alive, okay, that's probably enough." However, right after Rokon's whole body seemed to stop. He felt a little angry and disappointed with himself, thinking, "I was just relieved to be facing a weaker opponent. Damn it, please correct yourself, Rokon, how can I become stronger than that guy with that mindset?" Rokon then sighed because of his thoughts just now. At this moment, the Kila goblin spoke up and challenged Rokon, "Human, you raise your weapon against me." However, Rokon let out a long breath. He opened the system panel, seeing that the Kalo goblin couldn't help but feel confused. Looking at Rokon in confusion, he spoke up and told him, "What are you doing, human?" Rokon didn't pay attention to him. he opened the system table with his strength indicators, but immediately used the remaining free points to accumulate the strength indicators. After a while of manipulation, Rokon breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the system notification. The bonus data was 0,45 points above the data. Then Rokon happily held his axe on his shoulder and said to that Kalo Goblin, "Okay, let's begin." Along with that, the system also displays a notification to Rokon, completing the division: Rokon, species, humanity, male gender, level 1, profession, now basic, number 1, health, 700 out of 700, mana 150 out of 150, strength 112, dexterity 70, endurance 70, resolve 70, intelligence 15, knowledge 12, bonus stats are not. Then at this moment, Rokon confidently pointed his finger at the Goblin clan leader and arrogantly told him, "Hey O Rose clan. I will predict, today you will die in my hands." Hearing that, the Demon clan leader was both amused and angry and said to Rokon, "This human is really funny." Then that Kalo Goblin got angry. "Take the axe and attack Rokon and tell him, you are truly a shameless human. Your current opponent is me." The Kalo Goblin threw a powerful slash at Rokon. Rokon quickly used his axe to block the Kalo Goblin's axe. Seeing that, the Kalo Goblin looked at Rokon in confusion. He confidently and arrogantly said to that goblin, "Your axe looks better than mine. I like it, I will make good use of it." Then, before the bewilderment of that Kalo Goblin with Rokon's recent words, then Rokon hit him hard, causing the Kalo Goblin to fall back. With this move, that goblin should feel a little confused and angry and think, "This human, I underestimated him." Then we will do this. Thinking about it, the guy called the other Kalo up and unleashed his ultimate move, a battle cry. Right after that, the goblin cried out a scream that echoed throughout this land. Seeing this, Rokon couldn't help but feel confused. And he looked at his trembling hand, along with which the indicators were gradually lowering. Rokon said in bewilderment, "This is." Right after that, the system appeared and informed him that the data was decreasing to a certain amount of battle cry. Seeing that, Rokon immediately became interested and thought, "Is there such a thing as the battle cry of a mere hour?" Right after that, the Goblin angrily rushed up and shouted at Rokon, "That humanity is weak now, I will win." However, Rokon confidently spoke up. He was also ready to get into a fighting position and said to that Kalo Goblin, "Really, do you really think so?" Then Rokon also bravely picked up his axe and swung it towards the Kalo Goblin. Seeing that, the Kalo Goblin was a little confused and stood stunned for a few seconds. Then he realized, he got even angrier and said to Rokon, "You arrogant human being, die." When that goblin named Kalo angrily swung his axe at Rokon, he was able to easily dodge all of his attacks, with gentle movements and even tease the goblin. Seeing that, the goblin Kalo became even more confused and angry, thinking, "Kalo doesn't understand, humans are definitely weaker than me." A few goblins outside the battle looked at this fight and lost patience and got angry and said to that goblin Kalo, "What are you doing, Kalo? Fight properly, hit him again." Kalo, however, in the battle, no matter how much the goblin Kalo fought, he could not hit Rokon. Seeing that, the goblin clan leader standing outside observing the match was also confused and thought, "Strange, Kalo is more certain in strength and speed. But why hasn't he won yet?" Down there Rokon was smiling happily and mischievously looking at that Kalo, and gave him a provocative smile and said to him, "Are you curious why things turned out like this?" Rokon then used his foot to kick the Kalo Goblin straight in the stomach, causing him to receive a sharp pain all over his body. Rokon continued to fight the Kalo Goblin, arrogantly analyzing and telling him that the stupidly simple fighting style of an ordinary O-Rose warrior was easy to see. Just prepare yourself." Hearing that, the Kalo Goblin was immediately angry and hateful. He fiercely picked up his axe and stabbed it at Rokon, angrily saying to him, "Nonsense." However, the truth cannot be denied. The attacks of this Kalo Goblin are easily seen and avoided by Rokon. Then the Kalo Goblin was bewildered and confused when he didn't see where Rokon in front of him had gone. Very quickly he knew the answer, when Rokon with a powerful axe rushed forward and swung it in front of the Kalo Goblin, and at the same time, the system also appeared and informed Rokon that the next attack would be stronger than usual. Strength and dexterity will increase by 110% on the next attack. Then Rokon happily said to that goblin Kalo there, "Warrior O Rose Kalo, I will definitely remember your honor." The Kalo Goblin looked at Rokon's strength and the slash that was about to fall, but couldn't help but panic and say, "This human is strong." Along with that, Rokon with his powerful slash, from top to bottom, he fiercely slashed at the Kalo Goblin and showed a crazy smile of a winner. That Kalo Goblin was almost defeated by Rokon and was knocked to the ground. Seeing that, a few other goblins stood outside, watching in surprise and panic, saying, "That humanity, defeated. Kalo already, great humanity, very strong. Rokon happily looked at the system's information panel and was constantly excited. Unbelievable achievement, you single-handedly defeated an O-Ro-Z warrior at level 1, many players will remember your bravery in combat. Receive the title of level 1 O-Ro-Z warrior destroyer, you are the first person to receive this title. Seeing this announcement, Rokon couldn't help but happily clench his fist and think, great, this is my first goal, achieve the title of level 1 O-Ro-Z warrior destroyer. After changing the first job, if you defeat certain monsters in the first hunt, defeat the first level player, you will receive the title of first level O-Ro-Z destroyer. The higher the number of monsters, the greater the effect of the title. Great, if I level up with this title, I'm sure I can beat that stupid or clan leader. And then Rokon noticed the new notification from the system. Trophies and figures have been retained, the warrior's honorable duty is being carried out, trophies and data points will be awarded together after completing the mission. Seeing this, Rokon couldn't help but be confused and angry at this announcement and said, is it the honorable duty of a warrior, mission, since when? At that time, the goblin chief with angry eyes stepped forward and said to Rokon, so you have proven yourself worthy of fighting me. Seeing that, Rokon was a little surprised, then he got angry. Look at the goblin chief in front of you and question him, is it your fault? Hearing that, the demon clan leader pretended not to know anything, disdainfully and arrogantly said to Rokon, what's the matter? You are the one who broke into our territory and shouted the warrior's honor. So you must obediently stick to the warrior's honor to the end. Hearing that, Rokon couldn't help but get angry and think, damn, there weren't any of these in the past instructions on how to tame the Oro species. Probably a basic monster is still an NPI 11, it's not unusual for them to give quests to players, the Lord is that type of game, so. If I defeat this damn patriarch, I'll get an extra reward, if I lose, I will be sentenced to death. But I can still get the upper parts before that, right? Wait, you lost, stop being ridiculous. Rokon tightly grasped the axe in his hand. He also enjoyed confidently and arrogantly said to that goblin's patriarch, I will kill you as I wish, old man, King Rokon violence. Seeing Rokon's arrogant and confident attitude, the goblin clan leader immediately angrily and contemptuously told him that this human was truly humorous. Come, I accept your challenge. Hearing that, Rokon showed an evil smile, and he immediately ordered the system, turning crazy. The next second, Rokon's whole body erupted into a violent rage. And he kept screaming. Along with that, the power was unleashed, and at the same time the system also appeared and notified Rokon, turning crazy, destroy yourself with anger to increase your power, all skills will increase by 200%, all skills will be used without consuming mana, resist all mental attacks, you won't die even if you run out of health, unable to distinguish between enemy and friend due to berserk state. After the skill ends, you will lose at most 50% of your health at once. After the skill ends, you must increase your health to more than 10% if your health is at 0 or you will die. After the skill ends, the first after effect is that all your skills will be reduced by 50% within 10 minutes. After the first effect, the second effect is that all your skills will decrease by 20% within 20 minutes. When you use the berserk skill while still in the after effect state, your penalty time will double, to 10 minutes. After using the berserk skill, Rokon's whole body emitted a powerful aura and black smoke. Seeing that, Rokon felt the change in his body. He happily thought, this is it. The feeling of boiling blood and explosive power, that's also the reason I can't give up being crazy. The head of the goblin clan looked at the powerful aura emanating from Rokon's body, but couldn't help but feel surprised and confused and think, what is this fierce power? Then the goblin chief got angry and shouted at Rokon, you bastard, it turns out you've always been hiding your true strength. Rokon didn't answer him yet. He was so excited that he picked up the axe and rushed towards the goblin chief and swung it, so he was a bit surprised by this attack. Rokon launched a slash from top to bottom on the goblin chief's body. You're so arrogant that you say to this patriarch, why, what's the problem? Although the goblin chief was passive in the face of this Rokon's sudden attack, he was not weak, he was still strong and immediately tried to counter the Rokon's attack. He quickly stepped back, kicked the goblin chief and gently bounced back. Rokon thought with amusement, usually when using transformation, people wouldn't be able to clearly distinguish between friends and enemies, but, thanks to the trouble-free solution, now I can still distinguish between friends and foes as clearly as before. I won't mistake him for other people nearby. Level 1 Berserk lasts about 180 seconds, I will definitely kill it in that amount of time. Then Rokon frantically rushed forward to attack the goblin chief, using his ultimate move, Flash. Seeing that, the goblin chief was still not startled after Rokon's recent attack. He was about to be surprised when he received the next attack from Rokon with a powerful axe and clouds of smoke. that is, mighty. Seeing that, the goblin chief resisted Rokan's attack and angrily said to him, "That bastard." Then the goblin chief angrily attacked Rokan. He quickly retreated back. Seeing that he was still not dead, still attacking him so strongly, Rokan shook his hands a little in anger and confusion, thinking, it is true that the O-Rho-Z leader is different, his strength and durability are as high as being overbearing. But, now, at least in terms of speed, I'm still better. Now when the goblin chief raised his sword to attack in Rokan's direction, he quickly dodged his attack. Moreover, Rokan also swung his axe at the same time to attack the goblin chief, forcing him back continuously. Seeing that, the goblin subordinates below were surprised and confused and said, "No way, the leader is being pushed back." The goblin chief blocked Rokan's attack, angry and mean, "Damn it, it's not good like this." Rokan also focused his attack on the goblin chief, but he realized that this move would not help him end the battle and angrily thought, "Damn, now it seems I have the upper hand, but because of this level difference, I can't deal critical blows. I don't know why its durability is so amazing, I must find a way to land a dangerous attack." Then when the goblin chief angrily swung his axe at Rokan, he quickly backed away and used his incredible analytical speed to think, a flaw, very well, I will take the opportunity to encroach. However, as soon as Rokan rushed to attack, he was surprised to see the goblin leader give a cunning smile. It seemed like this was his plan, because when Rokan rushed up to attack from below, the goblin leader immediately angrily attacked Rokan from above. So he quickly used his axe to block the goblin leader's attack, angry and suspicious, "Damn it." Very soon Rokan's axe was under the constant pressure of the goblin chief. Was cut in half by him with his weapon. Therefore, the system immediately appeared to notify Rokan that the low-level battle axe had been destroyed. With that, Rokan was almost knocked back by the goblin leader, and the system also appears to inform you that your health has dropped below 30%. Go crazy with only 80 seconds left. The more Rokan saw this, the angrier and more disappointed he became, thinking, "Damn it, I can't believe I made such a stupid mistake. He's a monster, so it's impossible for his attack trajectory to be simple." Then the goblin chief arrogantly said to Rokan, "That's all. No matter what you think, you're really disappointing, human." But right now Rokan is just silent. A few seconds later he laughed loudly and twisted wildly. But tell that goblin chief, why, just think like that, it's so fake, especially for a coward like you who only knows how to play dirty. Hearing this, the goblin leader immediately became angry and confused and asked Rokan, "What?" Rokan sneered and said to this goblin chief, "Do you think I don't know? You should have been able to fight me from the start, but weren't you the one who pretended to scold your juniors and kept spouting nonsense about meeting the conditions? Just to know my rank." Hearing that, the goblin clan leader was determined to deny it. He was angry and disdainful, laughed loudly and mockingly said to Rokan, "Why, when you're about to lose, you're starting to make excuses, it's so dirty, man." Kay immediately smiled contemptuously and said to the goblin chief, "Yes, that's probably true, probably because I wanted to get stronger quickly, I calculated too much." Rokan then smiled crazily and thought, "A frontal attack is what suits someone like me best." The next second, the goblin's patriarch was surprised by Rokan's overwhelming aura, and immediately collapsed to the ground. The goblin clan leader thought in surprise and fear, "This person." But without letting him think too much, Rokan immediately rushed forward with his whole body as if crazy and madly attacked the goblin clan leader. He was confused and surprised. She thought, "He continuously attacked me directly, without bothering to dodge his attacks, always." Seeing that he had already attacked frantically but the 10 goblin chiefs were still able to dodge his attack and the damage was not too great, Rokan was a bit surprised. The goblin chief immediately counterattacked the attack at Rokan, and with that, the system also appears to notify Rokan, "Your health has decreased to less than 20%. The goblin chief used an axe to attack Rokan and said contemptuously to him, "Are you desperate? You're too reckless, human." Rokan used his axe in frustration to block the goblin chief's attack. Looking at the system notification, he went crazy with only 70 seconds left. He was angry and shouted at the goblin chief to shut up. Right after that, Rokan rose up and frantically attacked the goblin chief's direction. But he despised his self-confidence and thought that struggling to die like that would be pathetic. "Victory is firmly in my hands." And with that, Rokan continued to frantically attack towards the goblin chief, but he was only bleeding a little and attacked Rokan equally. Then when Rokan was tired, his whole body trembled angrily and looked towards the goblin chief, and the system also informed him that your health had dropped below 10%, you will suffer the effects of hemorrhage. Your health has dropped below 5%. Seeing that, the goblin clan leader smiled smugly and thought, "It's finally over." Then he smiled arrogantly, threw his sword at Rokon and told him, "Goodbye human, I won." However, at this moment Rokon showed an amused smile. Immediately afterwards, his whole body emitted a violent purple aura, and the system also appeared to notify Rokon, activating the effect of the legendary title, resolving without hesitation. Looking at the increasingly crazy aura emanating from Rokon's side, the Goblin clan leader couldn't help but think in surprise and confusion, "What? That's impossible, why is he getting stronger again?" Meanwhile, K continuously received notifications from the system, increasing all parameters by 50% because his health had reached the 5% mark. Go crazy with only 30 seconds left. Then Rokon with a crazy excited voice said to the Goblin chief, "Come on, let's end this." Indeed, the Goblin clan leader looked at Rokon in a bit of panic and thought, "It's too dangerous." Then he quickly used the skill, Iron Skin, Increased Defense, to create a barrier to protect himself from Rokon's attack. However, TK with wild and violent attacks continuously attacked the direction of that Goblin chief, and he also shouted madly. The Goblin chief had to try to protect his barrier, thinking as he tried to endure, he must try to endure the blow. However, immediately after that, a crack appeared on the Goblin leader's weapon, due to Rokon's slash. And the system also displays a notification to Rokon that the opponent's weapon has been destroyed. Seeing that, even the barrier was shattered, the Goblin clan leader angrily shouted, "No, that's impossible." Rokon vigorously swung his axe and attacked crazily towards the Goblin chief and also shouted at him, "Nothing is impossible, you bastard, quote the flag." After that, Rokon used his flag extraction skill to frantically attack the Goblin chief's side and slash him to death. The next second, the system appeared and announced to Rokon, "You have defeated Captain O Rose Ta-chan." The Goblin chief was bewildered by Rokon's continuous attacks, and he was finally defeated by Rokon's final blow, causing the ground to collapse. Seeing that, the Goblin clan leader seemed to receive a great blow. He was incredibly angry and shouted at Rokon, "Unbelievable, me, by a normal human." However, Rokon calmly and firmly looked down at the Goblin chief and said to him, "Didn't I already tell you? Today you will fall under my hand." Hearing that, the Goblin clan leader laughed out loud, painfully and patiently speaking to human Rokon. "I admit that you are a great warrior." Just a second later, the system also appears and informs Rokon that you have defeated Captain O Rose Ta-cha. You've leveled up, 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 you've. Seeing that the Goblin clan leader had been defeated and was gradually disappearing, the remaining Goblin subordinates standing around watching couldn't help but say in amazement and disbelief, "How could this be possible? We have already lost. Amazing, people are very strong, a true warrior." Seeing them like that, Rokon immediately thought contemptuously, "Finally these ignorant people have recognized me." But he was surprised and confused when he saw the system notification, going crazy with 5 seconds left, so Rokon quickly took out his healing potion and thought, "Oh, I'm about to die, let's heal first." Going crazy is a super skill, but it has too many disadvantages. After Rokon hastily took out the healing medicine and drank it frantically, his strength and stamina gradually recovered, and the system also pops up a notification telling Rokon to use the lowest level healing potion. You have received the title of defeating Captain O Rose at level 1, the first person, defeating Captain O Rose at level 1, legendary. You defeated O Rose yourself when you were only level 1, you are the first person to receive this title. Effect, physical strength and endurance will each increase by 30, attack power will increase by 30%, and fight an opponent stronger than you. The chance of causing a critical strike will increase by 10% when fighting an opponent stronger than you. You have received the honorable title of O Rose Warrior, the first, the honorable, rare warrior. You deserve to be respected by the O Rose warriors after proving your honor in battle. You are the first person to receive this title. In effect, issues of sectarianism will be resolved in the O Khitan battlefield. Your reputation in the battlefield will change to trust. You will not receive stat points when hunting animals that belong to the O Rocks battlefield. You will not be attacked first by any NPI 11 that resembles other than O Rose. Reading this announcement, Rokon couldn't help but happily say, okay, this much reward is worth it. Blocking this path is also difficult, but I have already surpassed my original goal. To think about it, I also received a legendary title. I will continue like this and level up like crazy. Then Rokon excitedly spoke up and said to the remaining goblins, Here, come, whose turn is it?" However, the other goblins were confused and said to Rokon, "What are you talking about, human? The battle is over, you have defeated the patriarch, now you are an honored warrior." Hearing that, Rokon was surprised and confused and said, What the hell are you talking about?" Then he looked at the system notification. The first, honorable, rare warrior, you deserve to be respected by the O-Rose warriors after proving your honor in battle. You are the first person to receive this title. In effect, issues of sectarianism will be resolved in the O or Khitan battlefield. Your reputation in the battlefield will become trustworthy. You will not receive stat points when hunting animals that belong to the O-Rocks battlefield. You will not be attacked first by any NPI 11 that resembles the O-Rose type. Looking at that, Rokan couldn't help but get madly angry and said to the system and questioned it. No, wait, I haven't finished hunting yet. Seeing this, Rokan could only helplessly think, damn it, I'm planning on going around here to hunt for some stat points, but I didn't expect that losing that patriarch would lead to consequences like this. Whatever, there are many other ways to level up, a trusting relationship with other species. I will definitely need it in the future. Then at this moment Rokan turned back to look in surprise. Seeing those goblins kneel down and cheer in unison, O human who has proven his honor, let this warrior spirit serve you. Seeing that, Rokan immediately showed a smile of joy and confusion as he looked at the group of goblins constantly shouting and telling him, let this warrior spirit serve him. And then Rokan used teleportation back to Khitan City. He looked at the system's notification panel and happily said, wow, that's great, with information table of player stats, Rokan, species, human, male gender, level 19, profession is now first, health 1110 out of 1110, mana 150 out of 150, strength 132, dexterity 63, physical strength 111, endurance 96, intelligence 15, understanding 12, additional stat points 90. Looking at these numbers, Rokan couldn't help but feel happy and surprised, thinking, in just 2 matches, he suddenly reached level 18, what a bargain. If I kill more, I'll be able to reach level 30 easily. Phew, I should forget about that, at this level, it's enough to continue with that. Oh right, now that I'm in the village, should I learn a second skill? After thinking about it, Rokan immediately went to do it. Scene change, in the market. There was a man brandishing a knife and cutting off a piece of meat on the table with extraordinary strength. Then he showed his pride and said to Rokan, who cut through its bones with one blow. Rokan looked surprised and said to the other man, wow, along with that, the system displays a notification with Rokan, you have learned the second skill, meat chopping. Rokan happily looked at the pieces of meat next to him and thought, if I sell the skin or meat of pre-cut monsters, I can earn a little more. Well, it also helps me collect more valuable resources. Then a while later, in the library, the manager here happily told Rokan, if you read that skill book, you will be able to learn it right away. As for you, you also have to use clean resources to bandage the wound. Bored, Rokan propped his face up with one hand to keep from falling down, turned the book over with the other, and said to the manager while reading, I know. Along with that, the system also appears and informs Rokan that you have learned the second skill, first aid. Rokan boredly cut the bandages and thought, if I learn about first aid, I will be able to save money because I won't have to buy so much expensive medicine. Then he held a bottle of red medicine in his hand and thought, its healing effect was a bit weak, but except for emergencies, this is still more economical. And again some time later at the ironmongery, looking at his shiny new forged axe, and his friend said to him, here, all is prepared, just need 1 silver coin. Look at the shiny axe in hand, with system information, the battle axe of the O-Ro-Ro-Ro warrior, magic level, a double-bladed axe for the O-Ro-Ro-Ro-Ro warrior to use in battle, power attack 100, durability 200 out of 200. Rokan held the axe, thinking while thinking, since I have learned a lot of second skills and taken the weapon for repair, I must have prepared everything, that's it. So let's get started, the main mission of this game. Some time later, at Khitan sewer, Rokan had to quickly cover his nose with his hand against the musty smell around here. He immediately felt a little nauseous and disgusted and said, oh my, that smell. Damn, I already knew this, but it's not like it's this disgusting. At this moment, Rokan remembered the system notice board that appeared earlier, cleaning the drain. The mission said that Khitan sewers have had a lot of rats lately. Hunt the rats in the sewers and prove it by holding their tails, and then you will be able to get the corresponding reward. To complete the requirement, a mouse's tail is needed. Reward, 2 coins for each rat's tail. Seeing that, Rokan had to cover his nose and feel depressed, thinking, with the patriarch's pressure, should I leave here? Well, I have to accept that. Following the correct route, I will need to complete 10 missions in their correct order before doing the main mission. It's best to wrap things up as quickly and as much as possible. Then Rokan was surprised to see a mouse here. With long sharp fangs and a sticky mouth, its 2 eyes and its entire body were covered with pus and water. Looking at it was disgusting. Seeing that, Rokan immediately looked disgusted and said, "They are really disgusting. Hey, how are you these days?" When the other mouse saw that Rokan had invaded their territory, it immediately got angry and attacked Rokan's direction. It opened its sticky mouth and two sharp teeth towards Rokan. However, Rokan gently swung his newly repaired axe. One slash cut the mouse in half, revealing an excited smile. Rokan looked at the rat's corpse and said, "How dare a disgusting rat dare? Well, it looks like I found the right place." Then it needs amazement. Looking at the storms next to him, he immediately saw many rats ferociously rushing here. Seeing that, Rokan not only did not show any signs of panic, but on the contrary, he showed an amused smile and said, "Yes. Isn't it convenient for you guys to come here yourself?" Rokan said happily while swinging his axe to create a whirlpool. Then very quickly he used his axe to slash a series of monsters, killing them. And showed a devilish smile, and after a while of burning incense, the painful screams of the rats rang out. And looking at them gradually disappearing easily, Rokan was depressed. They were really bad people. The next second the system appeared and announced to Rokan, "An outstanding achievement. You have slaughtered more than 200 rats. You have received the achievement, Mouse Hunter." Rokan cut off the tails of those rats, looking at them with disgust and thinking, because of the plague, their bodies were abnormally deformed. It must be close by. As soon as I mentioned it, it came right away. Rokan was surprised to hear a shrill scream from around here. He was still interested and turned around. Saw a level 23 rat, the plague rat, a giant rat with huge muscles standing behind him, along with many bladders and two huge sharp molars. Rokan didn't show any signs of panic or retreating. He just showed an amused smile at the plague rat in front of him, and tightly grasped the axe in his hand and said, "Bing woof." The leader of the group with Le Pretend 23, Mao King, here he seemed to see that Rokan not only invaded his territory, but also killed all his subordinates. He couldn't help but get angry and shouted threats, showing off, imposing, using prestige to suppress to make Rokan know that it is difficult to retreat. With the musty, rotten smell of that rat it roared. Rokan just felt disgusted and nauseous and thought, "Well, just looking at it makes me feel nauseous, let's get it done quickly." Then when the Mouse King, it used its mighty tail to attack Rokan's direction. Then he quickly stepped aside and looked at this mouse in boredom. Then Rokan quickly jumped up, used his axe to cut off the tail of the king mouse, and said contemptuously to it, "You disgusting mouse, you dare swing that hideous tail near me." With one slash cutting off the king mouse's tail, it screamed in pain, angry and staring at Rokan. But Rokan confidently and arrogantly told him, "Be good and give me your head, I will deal with you quickly." Hearing that, the Mouse King took a deep breath angrily, and opened his dirty, sticky mouth and sprayed a stream of saliva in Rokan's direction. Seeing that, Rokan was still confused but still had time to dodge. However, the green mucus from the Demon King still stuck a little on Rokan's hand. Rokan looked at the place where the Mouse King's mucus spewed out onto the ground. There was a puff of smoke and the ground was corroded. Seeing that, Rokan was surprised and thought, "Is that poison? It's been a long time so I forgot." Then Rokan looked at his arm that was being corroded and covered in mucus from the Mouse King and clicked his tongue, and at the same time the country system appears and informs Rokan, "You have been poisoned by the Mao King. Your vitality will decrease by 1 every 10 seconds. With that, the Mouse King angrily rushed forward and attacked Rokan's direction. Seeing that, Rokan tightly grasped the axe in his hand. He angrily thought, "This annoying mouse." Then when the Mouse King was rushing to attack in Rokan's direction, he gritted his teeth and took a deep breath of anger. Then let out a loud scream, and used the Gua Flag Rai skill, immediately causing the Demon King's stats to quickly decrease. Rokan immediately saw the hatred in its eyes increasing, and he also saw the system notification. The enemy's stats were decreasing. That's why the Mouse King was surprised and scared and looked at me. And he was happily swinging his axe and sword, and used his fist to punch hard in the direction of the Mouse King. And with each powerful punch Rokan made towards the Map King, Rokan happily told him, "Do you think you can defeat me with just poison?" Rokan was then surprised to see that the rat was gradually healing its wound, after receiving his recent attack, and its body was gradually recovering to normal. So Rokan was a little surprised, amused and disdainful and said to him, "Wow, that's pretty good. So you're a boss with healing skills too? Okay, then it's even more fun, come here." Hearing Rokan speak so provocatively, how could the Mouse King bear it? It immediately angrily rushed forward and attacked Rokan. However, Rokan quickly dodged aside, and looked excitedly at the Mouse King. At the same time, he immediately used a combination of two skills, attack, and then powerfully swung an axe at the Mouse King's direction. It immediately ran away. Rokan was even more excited and grabbed an axe to chase after it and said, "Great, let's see how long you can hold out." With Rokan's continuous and crazy slashes, he cut the mouse into many pieces and scattered them on the ground. When looking at that Mouse King, it was struggling to try to recover its skills. Rokan said to it with amusement and contempt, "You look exhausted." But the Mouse King still didn't give up. After recovering, he angrily shouted at Rokan. Seeing that, Rokan was a little surprised and excited and said to him, "Look at you, do you still want to fight?" Then when the king mouse was about to open its mouth and was about to squirt toxic fluid towards Rokan, he quickly used his foot to stomp hard on the Mouse King mouse's mouth. Rokan looked at it with eyes filled with madness and told it, "There is no more chance." Rokan enjoyed looking at the Demon King rat being stomped to death by him, and the system continuously informed him that you have leveled up, you have defeated the boss, the Mao King Disaster. After defeating the Mouse King, Rokan sat down to rest and bandaged the wound on his hand that was stained with the poisonous mucus of the Mouse King. The system also appears and informs Rokan that you have successfully detoxified and the toxin resistance has been formed. After the fight was over, Rokan bandaged his wound and silently pondered, "This battle was quite troublesome, but at least I received anti-poison. Now then, I'll take what I want." Then Rokan stood up, looked at the corpses of the rats and used the scavenger hunt skill. After a while of searching, he found a purple gem, held it in his hand, and this gem was emitting black aura. Rokan said happily, "Found it, disaster gem." Just a second later, the system immediately informed Rokan that you were cursed with disaster. Your stats will be slightly reduced, health will decrease by 5 every 10 seconds, if you don't recover quickly, you will have to return to the city. So Rokan was not surprised but just depressed and thought, as expected, in my previous life I was quite surprised by this curse, but now it's different. Now let's get out of here, let's go back to healing. Rokan immediately used teleportation back to Khitan City. Looking at the tails of the rats in the bag, the guard here was a little surprised and happy and said to Rokan, "It's quite good, these mice are quite tense." "Well done, here's your reward." Then the system immediately appears and informs Rokan, "You have completed the task of cleaning the sewers, counting the rats' tails, you receive 10 silver coins." Then Rokan happily took out the disaster gem in his hand and said to the guard, "Ah, I also found a strange gem on the way to the mission." The guard looked at the gem that was emitting a black gas. The other guard was surprised and quickly backed away or was afraid and told Rokan, that is definitely a cursed item. Now look at you, there's a mark on your face, you're cursed. That's troublesome, can you give this to me for Thanksgiving Day? We will let you know, and go get treated right away." Hearing the other soldier talk about the scar on his face like that and even tell him to give it to someone, Rokan only felt depressed and angry and thought, "You bastard, just take it." Along with that, the system also appeared and informed Rokan, "Transporting the cursed gem. Transport the cursed jade at the Khitan Gate to the master of the Mage Guild Roin. Complete condition, transport the gem before the player dies from the curse. Reward, 5 low-level potions. Disaster curse to be lifted, some stats." Seeing that, Rokan felt depressed and thought, "I can't even refuse the quest because of this reward." Then Rokan spoke up and said to the soldier, "Oh okay, leave it to me." Seeing that, the soldier immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said to Rokan, "Thank you, you look very critical, please accept this." Then the system immediately informs Rokan, "You will receive 5 low-level potions." Along with that, when he saw that Rokan's whole body emitted a rotten smell because he had been fighting for a while in the sewer, and he was increasingly absorbed by the smell of the sewer, seeing this, the guard quickly yellow covered his nose and said contemptuously to Rokan, and went to take a shower as quickly as possible. "The sewer smell is quite bad." Hearing that, Rokan immediately felt depressed and smelled the sweat from his body. After a while, he went to the most solemn high-rise building here and thought, "The building is so huge, they must have cast a lot of magic on this structure, it's completely different from the run-of-the-mill association building." After all, mages were a popular choice even in the previous life. These bastards, try paying attention even just a little bit, damn it, it's getting harder and harder to move. At the same time, Rokan's entire body continuously emitted a musty, rotten smell from the sewers. Seeing this, the people around him quickly moved away from him, and they covered their noses. At this time, because he had not completed the task, Rokan was gradually seeping poison into his whole body. He tiredly looked at the system notification, 30% health left. So Rokan got bored and walked faster and thought, "I have to hurry up," right after stepping into the highest room of this building. Rokan opened the door and quickly panicked and said, "Is there anyone?" There was a person inside, a professor wearing glasses. He was surprised and alert, turned around and said to Rokan, "Who are you? Why don't you go take a shower before coming here?" Looking at Rokan's entire body emitting a foul smell, the elder could not help but quickly cover his nose and speak to him. However, Rokan brought the disaster gem in front of this elder and told him, "I came to heal, and found this in the sewer. I was told to bring it to you." Seeing the purple gem in Rokan's hand, the elder was surprised and told him, "Oh my god, isn't this the plague gem? You were right to come to me, the curse breaker is mine, quickly give it to me." However, Rokan hesitated to consider the man in front of him. Seeing that, the elder lost patience and urged Rokan, "What are you doing? Give it to me, that cursed gem is eating away at you right now." But at this time, Rokan firmly said to the other man, "I will give it to you if you are really a good person." Hearing that, the elder was surprised and angry and asked Rokan, "What are you talking about?" Rokan immediately summoned his axe. He pointed it straight at the elder's face and threatened. Seeing that, the man was a little confused and quickly raised his hands and said to Rokan, "You. What is this?" Rokan pointed his axe angrily at the middle-aged man and threatened to tell him, "If you were really a coward, then you should have easily been able to block my axe. Try it, otherwise I will kill you." Immediately after that, Rokan raised his axe to slash at the other man. Seeing that, the other man panicked and quickly shouted to Rokan, Wait. Just then a potted plant with a small bird stopped Rokan's axe and told him to stop. Seeing that, Rokan was surprised and confused. Then he removed his hand from the other elder. Right after that, another elder appeared from the tree into the bird and sighed and said to Rokan, "I lost. That's cloning to test that person's magic skills. I didn't expect that I would be found out like this in such a short time." Seeing this transformation and examination of that poor man, Rokan felt depressed and a little confused and thought, "I thought he was a bird on the window frame. Don't they often turn into animals? Well, I'm the only one who knows that it's because of that bastard's way of passing the tutorial." Rokan recalls the post, instructing the Mages Guild of N-Pi 11, the writer of Toy Ken, the Mages Guild of N-Pi 11 in reality, their purpose. Then Rokan was happy and thought, "Thank you, friend." The next second, the system displayed a notification to Rokan. Rokan couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at the system's notification panel. An unbelievable achievement. You recognize the lie of a high-ranking magician without even looking at it. Any help? You have received the title of one who sees through lies. You are the first person to receive this title. The first one, the one who saw through the lies, the only one. Applause for your thoroughness in realizing that was a lie of a high-level magician without any help. You are the first person to receive this title. Effect: anti-illusion skills increased by 20%. Special effect: just once a day, you can summon the Bell of Truth, and it can distinguish between truth and lies. Looking at this notice board, Rokan couldn't help but happily think, "Wow, this is a unique level. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have realized this. How lucky." Then the old man quickly angrily patted Rokan's shoulder and told him, "Now go quickly and give him away. Now you are in a very critical condition." Hearing that, Rokan suddenly realized. He looked down at the system notification panel. Your blood had dropped below 10%, and thought, "He's right, I don't have much health left and I've used up all my bandages." However, at this time, Rokan calmly told the old man that he was fine. Seeing that, the other man couldn't help but feel suspicious and confused by this statement and by Rokan's current condition. However, Rokan showed an amused smile. He frantically shook the Bell of Truth in front of him and said to the other man, "This time I have to check if you are real or not. You can't fool me." Seeing that, the old man immediately looked at Rokan angrily and thought, "This crazy bastard." Rokan continued to frantically shake the bell until the system appeared telling him to tell the truth. Seeing that, Rokan stopped. He immediately gave the cursed pearl to this ungrateful elder and told him, "You are a real person, here take it." Seeing this demonstration by Rokan, the old man could not help but get angry. Then he immediately turned around and said to Rokan, "Now drink this." Without saying a word, the elder Roi and immediately sent a magician to rush straight into Rokan's mouth. Right after that, the system appeared and informed Rokan that the plague curse had been increased. Rokan immediately freely moved his arm muscles and said to the president of the magician group, "Oh, thank you, I feel better now." The head mage Roi and held the pearl in his hand to examine it and said to Rokan, "He must be a high-ranking person." The magician then moved a table right in front of him. Looking carefully at this pearl in his hand, the shaman Rong immediately told Rokan, probably because this pearl infected the rats with this disease, they were greatly deformed. "Is there any other special information?" Rokan just repeated and said to the president of the magician group Roi, "It was probably because the good gem infected the rats with this disease and they mutated a lot." Hearing that, the magician immediately thought to himself and said to Rokan, "Using rats to create chaos? No, the soldiers would be able to control it much easier." Rokan continued to speak suggestively and told the president of the magician group Roin, that gem, it looked like it could be deadly to humans. Hearing that, the magician nodded and said to Rokan, well, you know. Then he was surprised as if he thought of something, and suddenly said to Rokan, that's right, humans are the ultimate goal. What if those infected rats roam around the alley or reside in the sewers? Oh no, I have roughly figured out what they are trying to do. Seeing that the president of the mage Roin had recognized their goal, Rokan smiled and thought to himself that he was indeed a high-level mage. With just such few clues, he was still able to find the cause quickly. They are trying to spread the disease throughout the city through sewers. In fact, it would start in the rat settlements first and then spread widely to every world before they discovered it. And then the players must handle 10 hellish quest chains to handle the epidemic, but I will assume that I have passed these 10 quest chains. Rokan then flashed a satisfied smile, while the magician Rokan continued to speak and said to Rokan, I must go and report to the captain of the guard immediately. Come back 2 days later to find me. Immediately after that, the magician Roin disappeared. At the same time, there is also a mission in front of Rokan. The person who spread the epidemic, Roin, and the city's guards are trying to find out who placed the epidemic gem in the sewers. Ki-tun, please wait until the first investigation results are available. Request to complete. See you again in 2 days. As a reward, there are a few stat points. Seeing that, Rokan boredly scratched his ear. Then he considered and said, should I go now? I have never played a game like this. At the same time, Rokan was surprised to see the system bulletin board. Thanks to one player, the first quarter of the first main scenario was now decided. Therefore, the epidemic outbreak quest and other quests will be removed. Seeing that, Rokan was surprised and confused. He turned his head and thought, what an announcement. The outbreak is the first of a series of 10 missions. Because of me, the mission disappeared. Which means, there is no way for others to get close to the main scenario. Now to reach the main scenario, I will have to complete many other difficult quests instead of doing chain quests. I have to hurry up, he said to come back in 2 days. There happened to be a great place to spend 2 days at. Then some time later, after washing himself, Rokan went for an evening walk around the ghost site. As he walked, he observed this place and said, to see if, from the entrance, it was the east side. I used the remaining money to buy a throwing axe and some armor shields. I'll probably be able to use it when I reach around level 50. This is a great meaning, a place that has been confirmed that it has nothing, but I know the secret of this place, naive bastards. Well, it's reasonable to not know information that hasn't been released for several months. Right after that, Rokan saw an umbrella in front of him. He was surprised and happily said, oh, I found it. The system also immediately appeared to notify Rokan about this item. The Tombkeeper's chicken feet, level, normal, an artificial leg was dropped by an amputee. It would be nice if you brought it to him. Even if you bring it to him, you'll just get kicked out and get no reward. Rokan immediately remembered the scene from his previous life and thought, even if you brought it to him, you would only be kicked out and not receive any reward. Therefore, most players think it is a useless item. Rokan then went to the grave with a hole cut out exactly like the prosthetic leg and said, here it is. Then he immediately placed the prosthetic leg on the cord, and the two things fit together perfectly. Immediately after that, an aura appeared around this tomb. At the same time, the system also appears and informs Rokan that you have found a secret dungeon, a cemetery under the moon, an outstanding achievement. Applause for your insight in being the first to find a secret dungeon. You have received the title of Seeker. You are the first person to receive this title. Seeing that, Rokan smiled happily and said, great, I have to have this to get the money. With that, the system continues to appear and notify Rokan, the first person, the Seeker, rare, your talents as a Seeker you were able to decipher using your keen senses and insight. Effect, your eyesight has improved. Thanks to the night effect, you will be able to see clearly in dark places. You will find hidden devices at a low rate. After reading this notice, Rokan was immediately happy and realized that, thanks to this title, not only his eyesight had improved, but it also marked hidden devices with a ray of light no matter how low the percentage was. This title will be very convenient. And Rokan continues to read the system notice below. Because this is the first time, you will receive additional buttons, receive stat points, and the item drop rate will increase by 30%. So Rokan went down to the secret basement, thinking, because he also had an extra button for the first entry, should I go down here to make more profit? Thinking about it, Rokan also entered this dark and dusty dungeon. After he entered, the dungeon door immediately closed. Seeing that, Rokan immediately became suspicious and thought, do I have to sweep everything before I can leave here? This is a secret dungeon, so it's not too strange, but more than that. What if a ghost appears? I can't even cut it with an axe. Thinking about it, Rokan was scared and broke out in a cold sweat, but he had just finished speaking, but there was actually a group behind Rokan. Level 26 Dry Bones Old Tomb. They rushed to attack towards Rokan. Seeing that, Rokan quickly took out his axe and slashed a series of these dry bones. He spoke contemptuously to them, "Dry bones. You're a half-dead piece of spine, but seeing you guys is better than seeing those rats." After speaking, Rokan cut off a series of dry bones that were attacking him. Rokan happily spun his axe around and smiled like a madman and said, "Yes." Rokan then almost frantically rushed forward to attack those skeletons. Beat them to pieces. And Rokan used the ultimate trick of capturing the flag. After a while of fighting, Rokan was able to easily cut off and kill all those dry bones. Rokan carried his axe on his shoulder. He sighed tiredly and said, simply, right after that, the system immediately appeared and informed Rokan, "You have leveled up." Rokan pretended to be 22. Rokan then happily said, "Let's see, it must have been very long by now." Immediately after that, the system appeared on his player information panel. Rokan, species, human, male gender, level 22, profession, initial current, number 1, health 1110 out of 1110, mana 30 over 150, hunger 10, thirst 7, status, normal, strength 132, dexterity 63, stamina 111, endurance 96, intelligence 15, understanding 12, stat bonus 105, heft, 29 out of 300, title of possession, natural warrior, talented warrior, strongest man in the village, honored warrior, seeker, descendant of Devik, 17 warriors, person sees through lies, is not afraid to decode, is unstoppable, defeats the O-Ro-Z clan leader at level 1. Seeing that, Rokan happily thought that he had more than 100 extra stat points. I think there's no need to save any more now. I don't need it urgently now but to speed up my hunting. Right after that, Rokan immediately used his bonus stats on necessary skills. The next second, the system corrected and informed Rokan about his player information. New system table of the system. Rokan, species, human, gender, male, level 22, job now bear number 1, health 1200 out of 1200, mana 30 out of 390, hunger 10, thirst 7, status, normal, strength 200, dexterity 63, stamina 200, endurance 100, intelligence 39, understanding 12. After reading it, Rokan clenched his hands in joy and thought, "It felt great, my strength is now 200. To level up more effectively, I need mana, so this time I also added a few intelligence points. Okay, 2 days until the main fiction begins, so let's reach level 30 before then." After saying that, Rokan happily flashed a crazy smile, held his axe tightly and prepared for the next hunting battle. A fierce battle took place before our eyes, everything shattered into ashes. Rokan spoke dejectedly, starting to feel bored. From behind, the skeleton powerfully attacked him. This one is a level 30 skeleton warrior from the dungeon. The skeleton warrior growled and threw a dangerous blow at Rokan, but just a second later, he beat him to a pulp. The system announced, "You have leveled up, check out 30. After finishing, Rokan leisurely turned his nose in disdain, so weak yet still looked dangerous. At this moment, he was excited in his heart, finally reaching level 30, everything in this damn place was over. I've been going everywhere nonstop for the past 2 days to defeat monsters as soon as they regenerate. Rokan thought angrily, well, that's great, I leveled up 10 times in just 2 days, I must have collected a lot of money. At this time, the system shows up, 1 gold 80 silver, Rokan reminded himself, I have an 80 silver gold coin. More importantly, I collected the skeleton knight armor, which any warrior would want to own, but it looks so ugly that I probably won't use it, and I collected a lot more. Suddenly an interesting thought popped into his head, maybe I should sell them and invest a little. I already know the Lord's future, so investing is as easy as turning a hand. Rokan smirked with interest, let's get started. Although leaving this wonderful hunting place is a bit sad, but selling information about this place can also make quite a bit of money, especially for organizations like the guild wants to train new members. They will definitely come in droves to see. Rokan turned around and laughed loudly. What should I do with that money? Buy new weapons, or buy equipment with good stats? This side of the silk board is focusing on manufacturing. Suddenly, Rokan opened the door and rushed in. He loudly announced, "Hey old man, I'm back." When I heard that, I frowned and replied, "Oh, you're finally back." The old man walked closer to him and continued, "I'm sorry for leaving you so suddenly, it was really because I had something very urgent at that time." Ro Khan didn't say anything but asked directly, "Have they found the culprit?" Tian shook his head and replied, "No, after investigating everyone still couldn't collect anything, and there were no witnesses." Hearing that, Ro Khan's eyes flashed a trace of sadness. Of course it wasn't there was no way the culprit would be caught so easily. Those fallen disciples, the plot deals with stopping them. Ro Khan pondered silently again, "But basically, I stopped their plan from the beginning, but if I investigate, I think I might be able to find something." Then the old man suddenly spoke up, interrupting his train of thought, "Which is why I decided to read the memories of the land." Ro Khan also widened his eyes and thought, "Oh, there is that thing. It is known that this blue gem is the gem of the earth, level, magic, a gem filled with the energy of the earth, although it has no value as a gem, but it has the ability to use magic, special magic. As far as Ro Khan knows, because of its low magic level, it doesn't seem to have much effect, but when used, the user can see what happened in a certain area thanks to the skill, the memory of the land. Thanks to it, many times we have found ways to hunt monsters." The old man touched the thread and loudly declared, "With this, we will find out their identities." He continued softly, "I was about to ask you a favor, can you help me?" Ro Khan clicked his tongue and replied, "Well, at least I have to listen and see." In his heart, he secretly thought, "I have to do it anyway, this is the main mission." "Thank you, even though we have stopped them now, we don't know when they will attack again. To stop it, I need you to help me a few times." Rank, system explains, the life force fluctuates. To avoid the possibility of a powerful curse harming this land, the cable-level mage of the Diane Silk was asked to search for a few ingredients. In the blood of the Ot warrior and wild beasts, there may be something worthwhile. Conditions fulfilled: collect the blood of an OED warrior, collect the blood of a wild beast, experience reward 10 silver coins, title of apprentice of the beast go away. Ro Khan squinted his eyes and calculated, what about the blood of war warriors and wild animals? Surely they wouldn't volunteer to donate blood, so I had to go hunting. But now I own a prestigious one warrior, so I can't hunt the best warrior, and I even increase my love to trust him. He helplessly wondered if having to fight them and losing his title was his only choice. Couldn't he do anything else? A moment later, Ro Khan arrived at another place. He loudly ordered, "Hey, open the door." The big green guy glanced down at him and said coldly, "Human warrior, I still remember, you are the one who knows how to respect." Just then the door quickly opened. The whole flock came to greet him. "Welcome, it's been a while." A curious guy asked Ro Khan, "Buddy, what's going on?" Ro Khan glanced dangerously and said, "It's not a big deal, but can I ask you a favor?" That guy confidently replied, "I will help, just say it." Ro Khan's voice was cold, "I need some of your blood, can you give me some?" The guy was a bit shocked when he heard that. "What, blood? A warrior's blood cannot be given like that, sorry." Another guy also came forward to explain, "Warriors only shed blood on the battlefield. Letting blood fall elsewhere is disrespectful." Ro Khan's mood immediately became twisted. He scowled and cursed, "How dare they talk about respectability? I don't care about those things. If they are like that, then I still have other plans." And then Ro Khan asked, "Could you lend me the axe?" The Ot quickly replied, "Let me." Even though it was difficult to understand, I still gave it to you. When he saw Ro Khan leaving, he was surprised. "You left, my friend?" Ro Khan loudly explained, "No, I have something to do for a moment, I will be back soon." The Ot shouted excitedly, "Okay, buddy, see you soon." Ro Khan thought angrily, if he just gave me some blood, it would be great. At this point, his full smile gradually lost its humanity, but unfortunately they had to protect the honor of the species. So, to another farm, a guy was staggering down the road. "Hear the noise." That guy immediately shouted, "Who is it? Come out." Immediately something grazed that guy's body. Glancing at him, the giant was surprised. "An axe." Ro Khan smirked, "You were able to dodge it, that's impressive. I knew wild animals would be faster than you." A moment later, the system notifies you that you have the blood of a wild animal. Looking at the wild animal lying on the ground, the infamous Ro Khan said, "Sorry, my friend, I don't want to do that either." The wild animal companions were shouting loudly at this time, "Someone I just heard screaming." A guy walked over to look at his accomplices and cursed, "Who did this? This is the axe of the oligarchs. Those hateful pigs did it." Achieved his goal, Ro Khan was delighted in his heart. Wild animals are creatures similar to humans. They hate monsters very much. Throughout history, these two species have fought each other for the right to rule the forest. I will incite a war between the two sides with this incident. Anyway, it will happen sooner or later, it's just that I'm speeding up the time a bit. This side of the Oot was suddenly attacked too. Several Oot guys approached in confusion. "What is that?" A sword. Is it a sword of wild animals? Do I know it? They attacked us clearly, I cannot forgive them. Ro-Khan stood outside and watched and laughed, you idiots. Then he calmly walked around and asked if there was anything wrong. Seeing Ro-Khan, Ud immediately announced, you're back, it's urgent, this is the sword of wild animals. Ro-Khan also started making up stories. On the way here I saw some wild animal warriors, probably about to attack this place. When I heard that, the fire of war was on. I knew it right away, warriors, we had to fight, we couldn't lose to those weak people. Ro-Khan stimulated them, come on, calm down, is that what you think? Why do we have to wait until they get here? If you're planning to fight, then why don't you attack first? If everyone goes together, then I'll help too. When the idiots heard that, they praised him, that's a good idea, he's truly a smart human being. While they were having fun together, suddenly there was a noise around them that made them startled and asked each other what was going on. Glancing at Ro-Khan, he wondered who that was. Right now the giant wild animal was behind him. He continued thinking, it wasn't the guy from before, it was probably the new leader. Ud held his weapon and said aggressively, we must attack first, follow me and gather the warriors. Ro-Khan laughed with great joy, everything was easier now. He said in a harsh voice, okay, let's go, let's spend a happy time together on the battlefield. And then a fierce battle took place. In this corner, Bacon said in surprise, are they crazy, or are they really thirsty for blood? He continued to speak in fear, but it had never been like that before. What had happened? The blonde young man next to him was also confused. Do you think they will continue to fight like that? Bacon said tremblingly, we have to run before everything. The blonde young man quickly protested, you're crazy, have you seen how many of them there are? If you were caught while running away, you would definitely die. I can't help but answer helplessly, we'll hide here for a while. Glancing forward, Bacon's eyes widened in surprise. What is that? Why is there a human here? Is he a player? The young blonde man was also confused, no, but why? There was a user among the group, who was he? Bacon's face was now distorted. Hey, we have no choice, run away. The blonde-haired young man was bewildered, what, you just said not to run. Bacon turned pale and quickly reminded him, just shut up and listen to me, if we don't run, we will definitely die. At this moment a giant wolf appeared behind him. The blonde-haired young man's face turned pale and he stammered behind him. Immediately, the card was pulled out. When Ro-Khan saw him, he squinted his eyes and thought, didn't he say the name he fought last time? Bacon shouted in fear, hey, those otters are on your side, right? I don't know what's going on, but please forgive me, we know each other. Before he had time, Bacon was punched in the face. The guy smirked and said, how rude, you dare to touch our honorable warrior, do you know him? Ro-Khan smiled dangerously and replied, well, I don't remember very clearly. If you see it, just deal with him. After listening to this song, I just want to swear, damn it. Go away from me, some bad guys came to threaten, be more careful next time. New ghost. Bacon screamed in pain, he was beaten to a pulp. The Odd fiercely ordered, kill all the dirty wild animals, don't let anyone survive. At this time, Ro-Khan slowly went to the carcass of an otter to collect blood. He smiled with satisfaction. Finally, the system announces, you have collected the blood of the warrior. Looking at the scene of killing each other, Ro-Khan felt satisfied, they did better than I thought, they must be very angry, I was the one who caused it, but I will also join in this fun. A fierce battle roar rang out, some wild animals asked each other in confusion, how could humans do that? Those monsters called in mercenaries. Kill him. Ro-Khan was like crazy, fighting enthusiastically, do you think you can kill me? Bring the leader here. Ro-Khan smiled wickedly and thought, there's another reason why I started this battle, if I just needed blood, I'd just pretend to be a wild animal and kill one of them. But actually my real target is the wild beast leader. Ro-Khan secretly calculated, a bat is stronger than the leader Odd, moreover, wild animals are not obsessed with one-on-one battles like Odd, so dealing with him will be more difficult. Use the otters to destroy the wild beast leader, this is the best chance I can have. Okay, where are you? A loud explosion rang out, he bravely approached and found it. At this time, the Eeyore was fiercely attacked by the level 73 wild beast leader. The leader of the wild beasts warns the clan's enemy, I will definitely kill you. At this moment, the Ro-Khan behind attacked the wild beast leader. It sneered and said, sneak attacks like that won't work. Go round. Ro-Khan's eyes widened and he muttered, there's this loophole, damn it, we have to stop it. The two fought back and forth, no one giving in, and then the wild beast leader was seriously injured by Ro-Khan. Seeing it lying still on the ground, Ro-Khan said contemptuously, you're stronger than you look, I intended to kill both of your hands, but I didn't expect you to still be able to keep one. But what should you do now? Your subordinates are all dead, there's nowhere to run. Ro-Khan is arrogant. I don't have much patience left. Next will be your head. The leader of the wild beasts roared angrily, a cowardly human, but you dare. Without letting it finish its sentence, he directly defeated the wild beast leader. Notification system, you have leveled up. Amazing achievements. You have defeated the ruler of the harsh forest. You have achieved the title of Conqueror of the Harsh Forest. You are the first to own the title. Hey, the first one, the Conqueror of the Harsh Forest. Rare, you have successfully defeated the 2 rulers of the Harsh Forest. The effect, stamina and agility will increase by 10. All stats will increase by 5% when entering forest ecology. The oat beasts cheered happily. We defeated them. Seeing that the system was about to signal, Ro-Khan raised his eyebrows and asked, more. System rang, you have owned the title of Dark Veil. You are the first to own this title. First, Dark Veil, unique. We praise you for your success. Hit 2 targets with 1 target. Thanks to intelligence, effects, intelligence and understanding increased by 20. Special effects, you can use to hide your identity. Ro-Khan looked at the screen and covered his mouth in satisfaction. Look at this. I knew there would be the title of Conqueror of the Harsh Forest, but I didn't expect that there would be that Dark Veil. It also says here that it's because I defeated 2 enemies. Is it because the system doesn't allow me to be an ally? Must be mine. So I only have a good reputation with them, which means they still have a chance to turn their backs on me. He clicked his tongue and continued thinking, well, now my stats have increased and I also have the special ability to hide my identity, so this will be very helpful. The guy was still excitedly shouting, excellent, kill them all. And then, in the battle between the wild beasts and the wild beasts won. The area that the wild beasts used will be turned into a ruined village of wild beasts. The wrath of the wild beasts will appear in the ruined village of wild animals. Looking down, Ro-Khan smirked. They really enjoyed this, didn't they? Time to go back to the old man, next to the place where the silk goes. The old man calmly asked him, is it done? Because of the high difficulty level, I thought you would need some time. Ro-Khan arrogantly replied, well, it's not that difficult. He touched the thread and said softly, wait for me a moment. Immediately after that, the system rang, you own the title of the first apprentice of the Dean Silk. You were the first person to own this title. Seeing that, Ro-Khan frowned and thought, the first apprentice. Explanation system, the first person, the first apprentice of the unique Diane. You are the first apprentice of the Diane. You have earned the respect of the Diane. Effect, stamina and endurance increase by 10. The detective's assistant will give you 5% more movement speed. Ro-Khan grinned happily. The effect was also good. I'm going to give you the task. It's done. Give this to the boss who is at the chin chain. System pops up. Teleport the improved antidote. Teleport the newly created antidote to the demon in the 9 chains. Conditions are completed. Give the demon the improved antidote. Reward, 3 silver coins, experience points. Holding the antidote in his hand, Ro-Khan was full of anticipation. This is the last mission of the naive. The 9 chains have finally arrived. A while later, at Ro-Khan's house, he gradually woke up from a long sleep. Ro-Khan scratched his head. Why would they create something like this with such a time limit? All we have is time. He sighed and continued, well, just stop it to preserve your health in the long run. Looking at the screen, Ro-Khan happily said, so it will take at least 5 more hours before I can log in again, right? Now I'll take the time to continue reading the last post. Remembering the scene, Ro-Khan pondered for a bit. I had prepared for this situation by taking photos of the items as well as the items and then posting them, hoping to get many comments. Looking at the screen, I was surprised, it was even up in the hot posts section. He darkened his face and continued to think, what is that? Surely everyone will be suspicious. There are probably many people commenting saying it's fake. Seeming to see something, Ro-Khan's eyes lit up. Honorary reporter, has this appeared already? The content on the screen is, the secret dungeon has been discovered. There are secret dungeons besides the public dungeons. The conquest of the secret dungeon by the honorary reporter. It is known that, as a reporter for a gaming magazine and a famous user, Rao wrote about the secret dungeon, revealing its information in the form of an adventure story. Below they commented very honestly. The person named Nak asked, really? I thought there were only public dungeons. Lugoa Rio was surprised and asked, how could this be real? Could it be that he was seeing these fake posts for the first time? It's hard to understand. You guys haven't read what I wrote. The secret dungeon is real, but I don't know if what this person wrote is correct or not. The person named C pretended to wonder, but this post was posted before Rao. What if Rao just changed it and posted it again? After reading it, Mi-sun's father immediately objected, no, The dungeon he found had other groups of monsters. Rao also quickly posted, "Hello, I'm Rao here. According to my experience, this post is very trustworthy. Buying and selling can be difficult, but if we meet in person it will be easier. Please contact me." Ro Khan now laughed happily. Because of that comment my post became famous. If it wasn't for it, the post would probably just look like bait. A series of people sent him messages. Ram suddenly texted Ro Khan, "I sent the message." Pig Law Din also contributed, "Please check your messages." Person named Hi hates Po Ra I Sayo negotiate with you. I sent you a message. I'm willing to pay 5% higher than anyone else. Ro Khan looked at the screen with satisfaction. Which is also good for me, thanks to those people's comments. Now the messages are coming in. First, eliminate the guys offering the lowest prices. The corner of Ro Khan's mouth curled up. He was a bit calculating. The people he needed to care about the most were. Crowds of people come in groups, always saying they are a guild, but in reality they are not a guild system at all. I knew a few famous names in my previous life, so I guess the choice wouldn't be difficult. The hooded man spoke up and attacked. "What's wrong with this bastard?" Ro Khan smiled strangely, afraid he was too confused. "Hey, kids, I'll let it go if each of you gives me one piece of equipment." The guy in the hat doesn't understand. "What?" Ro Khan looked at them contemptuously. What was there to surprise? Don't you always say these words when doing business? So I will also give you a chance. That's great, he thought to himself. Their only purpose is to steal equipment. Sometimes a player killed by another player will drop equipment. Of course, sometimes it drops, sometimes it doesn't. The possibility is higher than monsters, but still only 10 to 20%. The hooded man now replied, "Do you think we are stupid? You are really crazy. If you keep playing around and get killed, you'll have to go from being stupid to being here, so stop being so arrogant." Ro Khan couldn't hear what he said, he only knew, the negotiation failed. Ro Khan's eyes turned sharp, "So honestly, from the beginning I didn't want to let you guys go so easily." That man laughed and looked down on him, "Arrogant, too arrogant." Saying that, all three guys rushed forward together. The class here is very different from being stupid. The burly bald man rushed up. He used the momentum to force his weapon straight towards Ro Khan. Suddenly Ro Khan appeared before his eyes, making him startle the ferret. He scolded, "You idiot, I will kill you first," finishing with a straight downward slash. Ro Khan silently assessed, it was a reflective attack skill. Did he have the profession of Sentinel Knight? With full momentum, he jumped up and shouted, "I'm coming." His slashing power was indeed very strong. Ro Khan quickly avoided a dangerous blow. He thought to himself, several consecutive attacks. Before he could finish calculating, he saw the blonde man shoot a series of arrows at him. He shouted, "Very good. Even if you're this fast, you won't be able to avoid this move." The blonde was extremely pleased with his attack. Ro Khan smirked. He calmly pulled out the arrow that stood in front of him. "The three guys in front of me kept attacking and attacking. I was so pathetic." "Idiot, have you seen the class difference with us?" The hooded guy proudly. "If you change your mind I'll play nice. Why don't you re-equip and keep going?" Ro Khan looked at the group in front of him and began to calculate. They are used to playing in groups. If I attack from afar, I will avoid the arrow. If I get closer, the knight will aim at me. They always stand close together, so it's very difficult. Quickly cover each other. In that case, Ro Khan spoke up, "Okay, if you want to equip that much. I have a very good equipment here, take it." He quickly changed the weapons in his hand. The system displayed a notification. "You have changed weapons, Ma Hao Shrimp Axe." In Ro Khan's head he had calculated everything. "I will divide them up and skin them one by one." Before Ro Khan's sudden attack, the three men in front could only shout, dumbly, "It's okay, I've blocked it." The hat-wearing guy quickly used his shield to block Ro Khan's two axe blades. He suddenly became numb. What is this power? Not yet formed, it was pushed back by that power. He cried out in pain, bang. "I'm fine, quickly kill that bastard." The bald head rushed up and scolded him. "You bastard," Ro Khan silently despised. He was already angry with that, so we'll see. He once again changed weapons. "You changed the warrior's battle axe weapon." "Oh." Ro Khan replied to him, "How strong is your skill?" "You were worse than I thought, you were as quick as lightning." The bald head was killed before you could react. Ro Khan raised his axe and said, "One finished." The blonde man took this moment to shoot a series of arrows at him. Checkered caught a few and then expressed regret, "Oh no. If you want to shoot, you have to shoot while I'm beating your friend." He gently broke an arrow, "But your friend probably died faster than expected." The blonde hair was attacked and shouted loudly, throwing multiple arrows. Ro Khan doesn't let him make a move. It's too late. The collision between the two caused the blonde's hair to bounce back. He gritted his teeth. Then, The system displays a notification. You have changed weapons, engage in battle. Blonde hair immediately rushed forward and swung the knife at Roka. Rokan continuously dodged the sharp slashes of blonde hair. He thought to himself, ho ho, changed to a melee weapon, it seems like it also has knowledge about combat. But even so, Rokan grabbed the blonde's knife-holding arm with one hand, and decisively slashed with the other. Do you really think an archer like you can beat me in close combat? Red syrup everywhere. Rokan smiled devilishly and asked him, what happened? His hand was cut off during that hour. But it's really cool, don't you think? The blonde couldn't answer, he cried out in pain and fell down. The guy wearing the hat sneaked up from behind, he screamed, he died. Ro-Ca scolded, you idiot, do you want to compete in strength? With one hand he blocked the helmeted man's dented shield, the other holding the weapon. Rokan said, I was only pushed back because of my reflection skill, do you really think you can kill me with these things, huh? The guy in the hat trembled and scolded, what kind of monster, what is this? Rokan increased his strength to say, it's not true. Because we are weak. As soon as the words ended, blood was shed. Rokan stood on a pile of rubble holding an axe, he remembered something, that's right, there's another one. The blonde guy, when he heard this, his face turned pale and he quickly sneaked away. Rokan looked around, let's see. The blonde hair grabbed his hand and ran away, saying goodbye, I can't die in a place like this. He trembled and turned around, glancing at Rokan, wondering, he wasn't chasing after her. The blonde saw that and happily moaned and comforted himself, I'm alive, bastard, I'll take revenge on you later. Rokan raised his hand to look into the distance and laughed loudly, very good, it's been a long time since I felt this refreshed, fighting with a player is much more fun than fighting with suckers. I discovered something. The system now appears, the Rokan player has won, the punishment will be divided based on the characteristics of each opponent, you have leveled up, you have obtained many items, he said, oh my god. The rate of dropping items increases because of the reward that comes with the punishment, but it seems like you hit the jackpot this time, you unlucky people, you should have listened to me, don't you think, Mouse? This made a guy hiding next to him afraid of spilling honey, so he put his hand over his mouth and didn't dare to speak. Rokan's voice was mocking, stop doing these childish tricks, get out now, before I cut you down along with that tree. He gradually walked towards the other guy and continued to threaten, I told him there was no use in hiding, I will really kill you. The black shirt couldn't stand it anymore and mustered all the courage to jump out of the tree and shout, what exactly are you? Who are you? Rokan replied leisurely, even if I said it, you would know for sure. The black shirt gritted his teeth and thought, he was definitely on the same side as the group just now, but he didn't have red eyes, he was probably just an informer. Rokan ignored him, turned around and squatted down, blew out a breath to lighten the knife in his hand, clicked his tongue and replied, it's so disappointing, if you don't want to fight then just stand there, I have no interest in you guys, where are you weak? The black shirt was mocked and made him mad. Immediately took action, after learning about Rokan's current level, he was surprised, you're only 3 years old. A series of thoughts appeared in his mind, at this level he was able to defeat 3 level 40 guys, it couldn't be like that, he was definitely using a wick or some overbearing tool. Rokan punched straight into the tree next to the black shirt, causing him to scream at the weasel and no longer have the mind to think anymore. He scolded, you trash, I would have forgiven you already, but you still refuse to listen. The system displays a notification, player Rokan has won, you have obtained all of the opponent's equipment. Rokan proudly smiles, oh ho, even this guy's equipment, I am so lucky in this life, He picked up the bow and arrow to look at it, the equipment was quite nice, it's true that the chicks are different, there's even a bow with a low drop rate, he must be very sad. Rokan walked away and said, I thought the support group would later come out to take revenge, should I have been more gentle, it was so disappointing, in Chinzish City. Rokan mingled with the crowd of people walking on the street, he glanced around to assess, it was quite crowded, there were this many people over level 40 stars, working alone suddenly realized how crowded this game really was. The Magician's Guild here is just as big, Rokan propped himself up and looked at the 9-inch Magician's Guild in front of him, exclaiming, he opened the door and went in. Continuing to evaluate, although it seems that the number of magicians is not proportional to the area of the guild, well, after all, the higher the level of the profession, the more miserable it becomes. That's probably why these people all look so strong, I can even see that they've already gone through their second career change. A smiling woman said, hello, welcome to the magic item shop, please feel free to make requests for magic equipment. Rokan leaned one hand on the table in front of the counter and said, "Give me a book of 10 ancient languages." "Yes, please wait a moment," the girl replied as she turned around to look for it. He thought to himself, the book of 10 ancient languages is an item that will be used when people have to go camping. It is a magic book that allows you to teleport to any of the 5 locations written in it every time, is not in the match. Is an item linked to you, so there's no need to worry about losing it somewhere, just tip a little extra money, and you can even go to 20 locations, you really should have one. The woman said, "A runic scroll plus 5 marker scrolls and 20 teleport scrolls is a total of 5 gold. Rokan looked at the object in front of him and thought, the problem is that it is really expensive. 5 gold is something that not everyone working in this country can afford. Rokan thought as he took out 5 gold, how many people have those bastards stolen from, and each of them has something. The woman who received the money politely said, "Thank you, I hope to see you again next time." Rokan left the counter, stood below and looked up. Let's see, next is the 3rd floor. A long-haired man wearing glasses looked at Rokan suspiciously and asked, "Sir, sent me here, this person is the mother." Rokan replied, "Yes, here is the antidote and a handwritten letter from you, sir." Ma Te Rien held the letter thoughtfully. "Indeed, I must have prepared in advance, so, you will be the one to help me." "Is such a level okay?" Rokan confidently replied, "You can rely on me." Ma Te Rien looked at Rokan's overconfident appearance and thought to himself, to me, he really is trash, but I can't ignore Mr. Rokan's letter of introduction. Ma Te Rien threw the thought just now out of his head and said, "Okay, then I'll ask you something, consider it a test." Mother came up with a problem and researched it tirelessly. After seeing the first sample of the antidote that had been developed, she wanted to search for ingredients to help strengthen it. For its effectiveness, you will have to bring him the magic medicine of the Goban Forest Witch Doctor. The condition is completed. Bring the Goban Forest Witch Doctor's magic medicine to the ghost, part reward, 4 silver, stat points. Rokan smiled happily, it's begun. Ma Te Rien is famous among players as an extremely evil Pi-C. Starting with the elixir of this jungle Goban Witch Doctor, he will begin to request all kinds of rare ingredients that are not available, related to the main mission, and use that to complete research projects. Normally, players cannot refuse to complete the main quest, so they will have no choice but to reluctantly accept it, but that won't work for me. Rokan leisurely walked on the street, took out the control screen, and checked the auction items. He thought to himself, I still vaguely remember the next item that Ma Te Rien requested. If I have to go on a trip, I will collect all the items at once, so I don't have to go back and forth and make myself miserable. Okay, most things are considered normal items, so they're quite cheap, Rokan continued thinking as he looked at the screen. Pulling out a few gold coins, Rokan said, "Okay, let's go." Ma Te Rien is in the room focusing on research. Suddenly a huge object was thrown right next to him, making him startled. What was that? Rokan proudly looked at the huge pile of things in front of him and said, "I have gathered enough, you can take a look." "What?" Ma Te Rien was surprised. He picked up the pile of things and said in surprise, "It's true that I need these things." "How did you know?" Rokan said proudly. "You think I don't know these things and can become your assistant at the Department of Troin? Okay." Ma Te Rien laughed, "It seems I misunderstood you." He pointed towards Rokan saying, "Here, your reward." The system now displays a notification. You have leveled up, you are now level 36, Rokan happily appeared. Before he finished laughing, Ma Te Rien gave him the next mission. "Okay, then let me leave the remaining tasks to you." Rokan put away the smile on his face and looked intently at the screen, studying non-stop. After seeing the first sample of the antidote that had been developed, he wanted to find the causes. To increase its effectiveness, you will have to bring him the blood and heart of the jungle lizard man. Condition completed. Bring the blood and heart of the jungle lizard man to the ghost, part reward, 20 silver, stat points. Rokan thought to himself, he's starting to show his true colors. I know that there will be other missions, but I just gave him the next mission like that, he's been waiting for this long. Furthermore, the lizardman items cannot be purchased on the market right now. I want to complete these things as quickly as possible, but well, this is also true. The forest lizardman's heart can only be obtained by defeating the great level 80 forest lizardman warrior. Right now I still can't defeat this thing, so I have to put this aside for now. Completing the main quest is still more important. But here, it's not just about duty, just go around and find more things to do. Start with the easy things first. Rokan was now next to the fountain. He asked himself, here. Looking at the numbers on the wall, he muttered, 1123, ignoring 200, 130. In his previous life, there was a place where someone saw this clue and said, The place the hero pointed at was where there's legacy. No one believed that player, but in the end it was that player who found that thing. Back then, it took a while for the information to spread, but I already knew all the clues, so it didn't matter. Rokon excitedly followed the instructions, 1,123 steps in the direction the statue pointed. Then go another 200 steps to the left, then finally go in that direction another 130 steps. Rokon scratched his head and looked at the scene in front of him, then encouraged himself, according to the clues, it must be around here. The system suddenly displays a notification, activating the effect of the fake search title, and has found something hidden. Rokon secretly breathed a sigh of relief, so lucky, he pressed his hand against a glistening tile. The system displays a notification that you have found a secret dungeon. Rokon looked at the door in front of him and wondered, what is this, different from the things I have heard? He walked down to the basement carefully, his senses were all messed up, he didn't know how much deeper he had gone up, the person who found this thing, or he had spread wrong information, to scare others. What is this place? I was still thinking. The system displayed a notification, starting to take the level 1 hero test. Rokon was quite surprised. What? An explosion rang out. What the hell? What is going on? Rokon wondered. What the hell? What is this? Rokon took a step back, getting ready to face the giant rock rolling towards him. He couldn't avoid it, he had to stop it with his own strength. He shouted loudly, a burst of power was released, the system showed that his stats, strength and agility had increased by 110%. Rokon knelt down before the stone in front of him. Sweat ran down his cheeks and he breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to stop it. Rokon thought to himself, I just blocked it but my vitality has already dropped drastically. He angrily cursed, damn it, it's on a slope, what should I do now? Rokon stood up and gathered his strength. Shouted again, in his heart, he silently scolded, harshly. Hero challenge, I know the first pretense is a test of will but I didn't know it was this stupid. I started climbing up a few minutes ago, how much longer should we do this? Rokon trembled as he thought to himself, white light flashed, Rokon exhausted his strength. The system displays a notification that you have passed level 1 of the heroic test, the test of will. Rokon coldly snorted, this is easy. He put his hands on his hands and looked in the opposite direction, followed by pretending to say "2 The system immediately displayed a notification, starting the challenge of the hero Leprechaun 2. Rokon thought to himself, without saying what kind of challenge it was. He picked up the small stone at his feet and clicked his tongue, TSK, then. Rokon used his strength to throw the stone forward. Immediately there were 2 rays of light shining straight at the stone. Rokon almost rubbed it. Phew, it was deadly dangerous. He thought to himself, if that guy's information is correct, then this must be a wise challenge. If they don't have the means to spy or remove traps, they probably want humans to use their intelligence. I won't do those scams. Rokon stretched himself into a ready position and said to himself, I will get through this place in just a blink of an eye. He turned crazy. When Rokon rushed up, a series of weapons were fired. Rokon quickly weaved through the rain of arrows. He reached out to grab his weapon and successfully dodged the arrow flying close to his face. The system displays a notification that you have passed level 2 of the heroic challenge, the intelligence challenge. At this moment, Rokon breathed a sigh of relief, phew, deactivating the berserk, thinking he was about to die. The system warns you that you do not have enough vitality. If you do not restore at least 10% of your vitality within 5 seconds, you will die. Rokon snorted coldly after hearing this. If it weren't for this, it would have become the best skill. He walked up to receive the system notification, starting the challenge of Hero Leprechaun 3. Rokon thought to himself, a challenge of deception is a challenge of temptation. I heard that there is a terrible psychological magical power that lures others to challenge. According to the revelations, there could be a seductive woman, countless treasures and items, or a table full of delicious food. What will I encounter? Rokon thought with some excitement. The system appeared, activating the mythical title effect of quick resolution, resisting negative psychological magic. Rokon exclaimed in surprise, what? He realized something. Ah, I see. Just after smiling for a few seconds, Rokon had a gloomy look on his face. Really disappointed. The system displays a congratulatory message. You have passed level 3 of the heroic challenge, the temptation challenge. Rokon took out a small bell and shouted, summoning the bell of truth. He shook it and asked, is this a real path? The immediate answer was, no. Rokon smiled complacently and thought, I knew right away, that bastard didn't explain clearly what I encountered after high school, so I was quite suspicious, but I guessed correctly, so now I have to find a secret way, just hide it. After finishing speaking, he immediately rushed to search around. Rokon noticed the object that appeared next to him. Here, he let out a cry and then pushed hard. The result made Rokon click his tongue and exclaim, "TSK, how embarrassing." The system once again displays a notification. You have passed the heroic challenge, you now possess the Lion King sealed helmet, you have received the challenge of finding the Lion King's armor, challenge to find the Lion King's armor, collect the Lion King's sealed armor and inherit the Lion King's power, completion condition, possess the Lion King's sealed 5 colors, completed, possess the Lion King's sealed breastplate, possess the Lion King's sealed pants, possess the Lion King's sealed shoulder plate, possess the Lion King's sealed boots, reward, clothes of the king. Rokon came closer holding the iron nose and said, "That's crazy." The system pops up to explain, the Lion King sealed helmet, according to suit, the helmet used by the Lion King during his lifetime, part of the Lion King's power is sealed in it, defense power 530, stamina 3000 over 3000, strength plus 50, stamina plus 30, thanks to the effect of Roaring Lion, the effect of the Battle Roar skill will increase by 50%, Rokon wondered, this is a set of items and the thing that is sealed is the stat points, this is an item that I can use to raise at least 100 levels, no more than 150. This alone gives me more defense power than the warrior provides, that's good. But I'm also a bit disappointed because there are no suggestions for other parts, anyway, this is more than what I expected. The system displays a notification that the heroic challenge is completely over. Rokon walked towards the weapon in front of him. In the system notification, the dungeon and the Lion King's tomb will immediately disappear. Lion King armor is attracting parts together, you will know if you are near different parts of the armor or not. Rokon smirked, oh so that's it, you will be teleported outside momentarily, 3 2 1. Rokon returned to his previous position and looked around, I was back in the square. A few people standing nearby suddenly looked at the statue on the waterfall in horror, someone exclaimed, there is a crack in the statue. Rokon stared intently at the screen without paying attention to the movements behind. Next, let's see, the love message, he covered his mouth and chuckled, this is a series of challenges that can only be received once you raise your reputation to the level of a friend, but, thanks to the title effect I have already achieved it in the previous area. Rokon flew away without paying attention to what was happening behind him. Okay, let's continue to complete all the challenges to the best of our ability. 3 days later, Rokon appeared with a frown on his face. Damn it, he thought to himself, after playing the problem solver for the past few days, I realized that life, real life or here, is both hard. Besides, the love text message forced me to deliver the love letter. I couldn't leave, so I had to stand and witness everything, and I felt like vomiting. Investing a lot of time in this game, I also own countless titles, improve my stats and level up, and I also collect useful items. Emerald Tear Necklace, Magic Grade, a necklace made of an emerald, combined with a woman's tears. It contains the feeling of missing a lover and wishing them the best. Stamina recovery rate 50%, all healing effects 20%, hemostatic effect applied. Rokon looked at the bracelet in his hand, just realized he needed something that could restore vitality after the berserk effect. This would work. Suddenly someone spoke up to attract Rokon's attention. Have you heard anything? There are people who have reached 70, I also heard that there are people who have reached 80, I'm so jealous, when will I reach 50? Two men were chatting back and forth. Because of those park bastards, it's been hard to level up lately. Rokon thought about this and felt even more sad. It seems like everyone has leveled up quite a lot. To be the first to complete important challenges and own the title, I need to level up faster if possible, just progress quickly. The system displays a notification. Hello, this is the announcement of today's updated features. The guild system has been updated. You can now buy guild stones to create a guild. The housing system has been updated. More items have been added. The item list has just been added. Bond, silk, bandages, dyes. Rokon's expression was filled with excitement. Oh, that was right at that moment. The guild system has been updated. You can now buy guild stones to form guilds. Rokon smiled. The guild system was finally released. He looked at the notification on the screen. You can buy a Hwei stone for 50 gold, Rokon muttered. 50 gold for a Hwei stone. Rokon secretly calculated, 1 gold is 200,001 in real life, the poor calves must be struggling right now. But what interests me more is, another notification pops up, the housing system has been updated. Rokon looks at the housing system and thinks, with this update, I can buy a house in the city or land to build a house. Others may think that this is just for convenience, but there is a way to take advantage of it. I should go see the compliance inspector before someone else comes. Thinking about doing it, Rokon went to meet the compliance inspector. He ignored the receptionist's greeting. welcome, how can I help you? Oh, bro, Rokan looked around complacently and sighed, great, no one is interested in the housing system yet. Rokan placed a brown bag on the counter and loudly said, here, 6 golden years, I want to rent all the 3-room and 2-story houses in the area. The receptionist gasped after hearing this, huh? Rokan thought to himself, something else will happen after the housing system is launched. Real estate prices will skyrocket, supply will not meet demand. After thinking about it, Rokan said with more certainty that real estate is a true source of investment. The receptionist poured the gold out of his bag and hesitantly asked, okay, but do you really want it all? Yes, long term, Rokan said clearly. The scene of sitting on a pile of gold coins immediately appeared in Rokan's mind. Every month I have to pay rent, but as long as I'm the first person to get that house, I will be so rich that the rent will not be enough, just like mosquitoes. The receptionist held the calculator and clicked on the calculation and then finalized it with Rokan. So there are 10 3-room houses and 5 2-story houses, right? That's right. The receptionist pointed to the paper and said, okay, but you have to pay the first month's rent first. A 3-room house costs 3 gold, and a 2-story house costs 5 gold, a total of 65 gold. And the deposit is 32 silver and 50 copper. The system displays the total amount of money owned, 65 gold 32 silver 63 copper. Rokan is also sure, okay, let's do it. He pointed at the page, real estate giant, you have signed a lease contract for more than 10 medium and large houses at the same time. Calling you a real estate giant is no exaggeration. Everyone in the industry has started pay attention to you. Effectively, when signing a real estate contract, your deposit will be reduced by 0.05%. The amount of ownership is 13 VND. After hearing this, Rokan was so happy that he almost danced in the middle of the hall. I'm rich now. Can I be gentle and just double the price? No, at least it has to be tripled. But what is the inflation rate? Guild members will need a guild house that keeps the guild stones safe and also showcases the guild's power. They will not be satisfied with a small home. Rokan thought about it and exclaimed, business is done, let's go accept the mission and go hunting. Rokan turned the axe in his hand and said to himself, in his previous life, the Gecko people's residence was a quite famous place, but it probably hasn't formed here yet. He thought to himself, well, the great wild gecko warrior might appear here, so it makes sense. I'll only come here when I've leveled up quite a bit. Rokan looked around, let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a roar of battle, and the shadow of a wild stone suddenly passed by. Rokan also quickly realized that, great, there are 2 of you there, I'm so interested, come here. The wild gecko rushed forward, it pointed a sharp weapon close to Rokan's face. Rokan smiled and avoided. A dramatic match took place. Rokan shouted with sharp eyes, too slowly, aiming at his shoulder. He looked at the wild gecko in front of him and said, I haven't learned this skill yet, but it should be quite painful. If it were any other day, it would end faster, but you can't die yet. An axe was decisively slashed down. Rokan thought to himself, I can get its tail with 100% authenticity if I cut it while it's still alive. When you kill it later, if you are lucky enough, you will drop more equipment. 2 gecko human tails were quickly in front of Rokan. He thought, when continuously performing the duties of the slaughterhouse, wild gecko human tail meat, because gecko human tail meat is very delicious and chewy, so it is very popular with food lovers. Completing the task, getting it, wild gecko human tail, reward, 2 silver per tail. Rokan looked at the system notification and smiled, the hourly money would be doubled or more. He looked up and asked, hey, what are you doing? Let's play, little geckos. A wild gecko jumped towards Rokan. Notification system, you have leveled up. That's when I saw Rokan grab a gecko by the neck and gently lift it up. He said, very good, the benefits are not bad. Rokan glanced behind his eyes and became scary. They fell into my trap. They had been observing me for a long time. Now they thought I was tired. A man appeared from behind and asked, is it him? The winner of that 1-on-3 match. Rokan was momentarily surprised. The other man continued to say, he was still fighting alone with a wild gecko. He was more talented than he looked. Besides the white armored man, there is also 1 woman and 3 other men. The woman asked in surprise, what is it? The man standing next to him replied, his energy suddenly, don't be afraid, he is alone, it seems like there have been no reinforcements recently. Rokan pointed his axe at the group of people and said, hey, nice to meet you, I didn't think you would be here. Rokan seemed to become a completely different person at this moment. His voice was cold, you are ready to die, aren't you, Odin's soldier? The other man smirked and replied, I don't know what you're talking about, but, were you killed by us before? Your time is coming, Rokon. In the past life, he Leo ranked now low 19th, ranked 9th team out no rock. The other man continued, it's better that way than letting you run away like a coward. So much so that you don't dare to dream anymore? Rokon smirked, we finally meet again. Ragnarok, I will kill you, Rokon said in a cold voice, we finally meet again, Ragnarok. Odin's soldier named Helios raised his voice, I like this better, because we don't need to waste energy chasing him anymore. Hearing that, Rokon smirked and thought, right now he still doesn't know who he is. But that's none of my business, Helios arrogantly warned, I will definitely teach him a lesson, Hordai. Looking closely at all of their faces, Rokon grimaced and thought, the symbol of a bowstring and sword, if I remember correctly, that is the symbol of the Pi Ca Guild, the Blood Hunter, because they are hunting me, so these three guys must have been in the same guild from before. Rokon now smirked happily, I am very honored to receive such special treatment. Thinking of them going out with so many people just to deal with one person, Helios sneered, we just want to take care of the right things, we need to completely destroy those who stand in the way of their plans, ta. Rokon grinned and replied, what a coincidence, I also think like you, I can't help but pay attention to those who specialize in killing other people. He raised his eyebrows and continued, because you guys wanted to target me like that, I will bury the entire guild with you. Helios rolled his eyes when he heard that, hearing what you said was quite a bluff. You should only say such things after defeating us, and then they took turns rushing to fight him. Rokon calmly asked, is that so? A fierce battle took place extremely fiercely, the power of Rokon flared up, causing the surrounding ground to crumble. He said loudly with a black face, I guess I'll do that later. So Helios blocked his fist and leaned close to his face and said harshly, you are better than I thought, now I can believe that you single-handedly defeated the group of 3 people, but the way you swung the axe is innocent like this. Helios immediately swung a fierce fire attack towards Rokon. Seeing that, Helios smiled contemptuously, ignorantly, this is the true power of the magic swordsman profession, although I doubt whether you can hear what I am saying or not. I thought Rokon was lying paralyzed on the ground, but immediately after that he swung his axe to attack, and Helios was surprised to block him. He asked himself, was my attack ineffective? So just use something stronger. Then he used an explosive move to fight back against Rokon. A super powerful attack blew Rokon far away. Kneeling on the ground, Rokon said quietly, you really haven't changed. He smirked and continued, well, yes, you have always been this type of person. Do you think that you are stronger just because you have a slightly higher rank than others? You are so fake and delusional. Hearing this, Helios stopped. Rokon explained in a cold voice, but in reality, your magic and swordsmanship are nothing more than an empty shell. Do you have any other skills? Helios clenched his teeth in anger. He angrily attacked straight towards Rokon again. Don't be arrogant, bastard. Look at that guy coming. Rokon thought calmly, too slow, because I fought him thousands of times in my previous life, I can completely see through his moves, I guess he's just like that now. With a simple blow, Rokon sent Helios flying far away. He was so shocked that he couldn't believe it. Rokon in the distance scoffed, you idiot, maybe you think you're number one, but in reality you're nothing but a one-eyed guy who's the king of the blind, always bullying those weaker than you. At this moment, Helios seemed crazy. He screamed fiercely, I admit that your ability is worthy of what you said, but if you can block this attack, please say so. A firestorm quickly flared up. Rokon widened his eyes and thought, leave me. This is Burn, an intermediate fire skill. He learned it already, so fast, he spent a lot of time and money on this game. Helios laughed maniacally and said loudly, you bastard, you've never seen anything like this before, right? Die. After speaking, Helios pushed the fire towards Rokon. He stood there smiling happily, you bastard, not even a piece of ash remains, how dare this damn arrogant guy disrespect me? As soon as he said this, Rokon flew out from the fire. Helios was extremely panicked. It was impossible that an ordinary 35-year-old Lamo could survive after being hit by an intermediate fire magic attack. Helios gritted his teeth and cursed, glaring, there was definitely some trick, you dare to use it, you bastard, how could you resist that move? At this time, Rokon used an attack to refute, you idiot, I told you, you are still very weak. Right after that, Rokon's attack hit Helios, he screamed in vain. After finishing, Rokon immediately exhaled and the system informed you that you have been promoted. He mumbled tiredly, I narrowly won, thanks to this mask, I almost died here. Looking at everything around, Rokon laughed with excitement, oh ho, this time the loot is delicious, you pesky thieves, you only know how to go around and take items from weaker people. Thinking back to the dangerous scene just now, he shivered a bit. To be honest, he almost defeated me at the last minute. I didn't expect him to be able to use intermediate magic. In the previous life, players hunting monsters would be in danger if they encountered them wandering around. I guess in this life it will still be the same. He sighed as he thought about it. To fight them, the weaker players joined forces and were almost able to fight off these bastards. Now that he thought about it, the people who attacked them were mostly from the guild, magic, and they also became famous thanks to that feat. But this time it's different. Now the magic guild can't do this anymore. I should get rid of these bastards quickly before they bring more people, again. Ro-Khan then gave a despicable smile. Maybe I should try out the title of Purger. While laughing happily, a loud noise rang out behind him. Another army rushed forward aggressively, but before he could understand anything, someone had his face pinched by Ro-Khan in fright and exclaimed, "What's going on?" One of his attacks made everything shake. The rest of the people saw that and were scared pale. Ro-Khan said in a harsh voice, "You have found the right place, come to help, right?" Ro-Khan's eyes sparkled with death. "So why are you still standing there? Let's all rush, you bastards." Ro-Khan laughed horribly. 15-1, at this time, the system notifies you that you have leveled up. Ro-Khan smirked happily in his heart. This time it's 9-1, the guys above used heavenly arrows to attack Ro-Khan from afar, but he quickly blocked the attack. When those guys saw that, they were shocked and asked each other, how could he block it? That was a heavenly arrow with 100% accuracy. Was he being overbearing in the game or something? Ro-Khan held the axe and cursed under his breath. Those idiots don't even understand their skills. Don't they know how to consider the situation after their arrow is blocked? Right after that, Ro-Khan launched a speed attack, sending them flying away. Notification system, you have leveled up. The other guys were beaten to a pulp and shouted angrily, "You bastard, I will definitely report you." "There's nothing called fear," he replied calmly. "Being called bossy all the time makes me tired. Just report it if you want. Now, it's time to have fun collecting things." At this time, countless items appear. Looking at the items on the ground, Ro-Khan's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh. Goa, what is this?" System displays introductory information. Invisibility cloak, level, rare. The cloak user will have the ability to hide. However, defense is very low. Defense, 30, durability, 235 out of 300, dexterity, plus 10, can use invisibility for 50 mana. Ro-Khan at this moment couldn't believe his eyes. A rare item, with good skills and difficult to own. He really won the lottery. He was puzzled. Why did they bring this item to the party? Walking forward, Ro-Khan smirked and thought, do they think they won't die if there are so many people around? This must be a combination of idiots in this world. Well, I guess I should also feel thanks for their stupidity. Suddenly he was startled and exclaimed when he saw something. "Ha! I should use it right away." Invisible, on this side, a guy wearing yellow armor asked, "Are you here?" The young man next to him quickly replied, "Yes, that's right, but it seems he ran away." "Goa, they really use all their luck in the game," the man in yellow armor continued in a cold voice. It seemed he wasn't crazy enough to just stay in one place forever. "But are you sure you're bossy?" The young man nodded to confirm. "Yes, I'm sure." He was unharmed by the intermediate fire spell. He was burned without any harm. He even blocked all the arrows with his weapon, too. We should report him right away. "What did you say his name was?" the yellow armored guy asked faintly. "What did you say his name was?" The young man in brown shirt seriously answered. "It was Ro-Khan. One of our members used his detection skills to find him before he died." Wearing an invisibility cloak and observing for a while, Ro-Khan frowned and thought, "Wait, that symbol, I think I've seen it before." The man in yellow armor raised his voice and ordered, "Just reporting wouldn't do anything. His face is full of death right now. Send someone to find him immediately, threaten or kill him. We have to do everything we can to get the invisibility cloak back. How much do you think that item is worth?" The young man in yellow armor was so angry that he scratched his head. Why did that woman carry it with her? Hearing that, Ro-Khan narrowed his eyes. I guess that the person carrying the shirt was his girlfriend or something, but looking at the way he talked about her, he was probably about to break up. The brown-shirted guy asked deadpan, "What should we do with the items the hunting team dropped now?" The man in yellow armor gritted his teeth and replied, "Some people even lost their weapons, idiots. They worked hard to buy items from hidden dungeons, but they made things worse." Ro-Khan was a bit surprised. What kind of hidden dungeon? He ordered, "We still need to use them. Just give us more weapons." Ro-Khan still frowned. "I remember where I saw that symbol before." Suddenly he remembered, the Pi Brothers Association, the gang that always acts as if they are always on the side of justice but in fact they are behind the control of the PCA gang. those people who specialize in killing, Goa, that is, the gang, the Pi has surpassed the group of bloodthirsty people and all the users, so what? Ro-Khan suddenly remembered, when he cooperated with the Pi Brother group to attack the bloodthirsty group, the bloodthirsty people joined the Pi Brother group after admitting their wrong actions. Everything was really did it go according to plan. Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem that simple, seeing as how they attacked me even though I still had the upper hand at that time. The Pi brothers must have given my information to them. Ro-Khan thought about it and laughed happily. So that's it, huh? I should just train my bones a little. A moment later, the great wild stone warrior was standing in front of Ro-Khan. It was screaming fiercely. But with just one gentle blow, he directly defeated the beast within an inch of his life. Notification system, you have leveled up. A true miracle has occurred. You have defeated 100 enemies stronger than you without resting. You already own the title of Infinite Challenge. You are the first person to own this challenge. After fighting fiercely, Ro-Khan exhaled and returned to his normal state. The system pops up the information. First, Infinite Challenge, exclusive, you, who defeated 100 enemies stronger than yourself without resting, are the embodiment of the god of war who knows no concept. Give up. Effect, when you kill an enemy, you will recover 1% of your health. If you start a battle within the time limit, the chance of dealing critical damage will increase by 1%. Cumulative damage increases up to 10 times. Looking at the screen, Ro-Khan smiled contentedly. I was a little troubled, but I was able to defend against the great hero and achieve my goal faster than I thought. The system rang again. You have reached level 50. You can now choose your second profession. Please go to the nearest city to choose your second profession. You can possess a variety of skills through the second profession. Ro-Khan thought tiredly, finally reaching level 50. It usually takes people about a month to reach level 30. I guess it's normal because I've killed 100 monsters that are 30 levels higher than me, so this is the normal leveling speed. Baring his teeth and smiling, Ro-Khan commanded loudly and turned around. He felt very satisfied. The scroll back was really convenient. It was time to choose a second profession. Suddenly seeing something, Ro-Khan stopped. Everyone around him had red eyes filled with murderous intent. He wondered, confused, what was that? See those people over there? It seems like they've been waiting for me in the square for a long time because they couldn't find me. At this moment, someone came and called loudly, "Hey! We need to talk." Ro-Khan smirked and replied, "Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now." When the leader heard that, he seemed upset. What? He grabbed Ro-Khan's shoulder and said harshly, "I said we need to talk, come with me before I." Huh? Seeing him calmly as if nothing happened, that guy felt angry. This bastard. The other guy standing from afar also found it difficult to understand. Is he crazy? Is he now looking at his own window status? Ro-Khan smirked and reminded them, "Wait a minute, I will show you this very interesting thing." He pressed the button on the system, set the sound, and changed the sound. And then right after that, Ro-Khan shouted loudly, telling the security. Everyone stared ahead in shock. But exclaimed, "What is it, some NPI 11 guards?" Another person said angrily, "Because we were suddenly crowded there." Other people also spoke up in confusion. "Does this thing exist too?" Ro-Khan thought to himself, normally Peka people are not allowed to wander around the city, because the NPI 11 at the city gate will prevent Peka people from entering the city from outside. Ro-Khan smiled strangely, "You bastards, you think you can massacre other players in the city? What a bunch of bloody idiots." When the young man heard that, his face turned black. Angrily jumped up and punched him. "You talk too much, die." But before the attack could reach its destination, Ro-Khan hit him back, causing him to fall to the ground. Just then the security came and shouted loudly, "What are you planning to do?" Ro-Khan raised his voice to warn, "You will pay the price soon." He opened his mouth and shouted to report, "That's right, the guards guarding the city, please carry out justice." These guys were so scared that they all picked up their sandals and shouted to run away, "Run quickly." Ro-Khan loudly repeated the sentence again, "If you want to find your lost item, then wait until you go to the auction market to find it." Looking at the pile of items he collected, Ro-Khan was determined. "Okay, I will bring these items to the auction market." Notification system, you have successfully registered for the auction. The store owner excitedly spoke up, "Thank you for stopping by my store." Ro-Khan said softly, "I think it's because I have too many items so it's difficult to register them all for auction myself." Ro-Khan smiled happily inside, "I set the price at a very reasonable price. It's a bit expensive but not so expensive that everyone can't afford it, so I bet they'll get into some trouble." A moment later, Ro-Khan ordered the system to return to the home page. The person named Lion posted on the system, "The Lion Association has a 2-story house, and is recruiting more members." Mao Li was not inferior either, posting a post with the content, "The Bamboo Forest Association is recruiting more members. We have a 3-story house in Say Wrong." Looking at the screen, Ro-Khan immediately muttered, several guilds that had reached the second city were posting posts recruiting more members. As I expected, they used the house as bait to attract more people. He continued to think thoughtfully, after all, having a house also shows the strength of a certain association. That's probably why there aren't many associations posting recruitment posts to recruit members to have a house and become a ford. I have bought all the good houses. Fan Vuong also posted a recruitment post. The Fan Guild's kingdom is located in Nong Tun. We are recruiting more members. Relot message to ask again, is your association home? The king quickly responded, our association had up to 20 members and the number of people with their own rooms was. Ro-Khan finished reading and thought to himself, because most players will want to join the strongest guilds possible. Clicking on the system to choose, he muttered, I think this is the right time to sell them, so let's do it now. And then Ro-Khan quickly posted with the content, transaction, sale of houses by owners, stupid Rip Ton, I am currently selling a lot of 2-story and 3-room houses. I will resell the ownership of these houses through the auction lasted for 1 week through a long-term loan. When people saw that, they commented incessantly, what is this, isn't it true? Ro-Khan laughed happily, usually people would call me a fraud. But everything will change once they learn that a certain group was actually able to buy one of the houses in question. Suddenly saw something, Ro-Khan's eyes widened, someone commented, isn't the owner of this article the one who posted about the mysterious dungeon before? Someone else also confirmed, you're right, the Skeleton Knight kit was unlocked after he posted about the secret dungeon trade. The other guy also agreed, I think he was telling the truth. Some people wonder how he bought so many houses. Ro-Khan smiled happily inside, I didn't expect that I would receive such a quick response to the message, probably because I used a fake name. Please message me quickly, please let us know if it is still not sold. Hayat Naguyat also quickly seized the opportunity, we currently need a 3-story house, we will not scam you, so please let us know if there are any unsold houses left. When Ro-Khan saw that, he was a bit surprised, even the Pi Brothers Association and the Blood Moon Association even contacted me. This is going to be so much fun, I'm looking forward to next week. He muttered thoughtfully, then what I need to do now is. At the Junior Butter Festival, Ro-Khan stood outside and called at the door, asking if anyone was here. Going inside, he looked around in bewilderment, whether it was in the Naive or the 9 Chains, the rudimentary Avocado Guild was always this desolate. Someone saw him and calmly asked him what wind brought him here. Ro-Khan quickly replied, I came here to advance my career. He replied dejectedly, is that so? Career advancement huh? Suddenly he took Ro-Khan's hand to his bewilderment. He cried bitterly, it was too early for him to give up your life. Speaking of this, Ro-Khan angrily threw his hands away, no, I was wondering what he was trying to say, shut up and give me the documents, I'm about to change my second profession. Hearing that, his eyes hardened, are you telling the truth? Listen carefully, you must have heard this on your first job change day, repeat, once you have decided, there is no more, where is the way out? The long-haired man raised his voice to remind, if you choose the same job as the first time, your existing skills for that job will be upgraded, but instead you will not be able to have many types of skills, different abilities. This meant that he would not be able to use a combination of different skills to their full potential. Would he still want to advance in the same job? At this time, Ro-Khan fell into contemplation. As he said, the second career promotion will not be a continuation of the first. In the second career promotion, you can choose to combine other professions. And for some professions, if you have the chance to receive the special tasks of that profession, you will get a hidden profession. He continued to think silently, but it doesn't matter which one you decide to choose, you will definitely have a continuation of that decision, because each profession will have its own advantages and disadvantages. This means that any profession will be able to upgrade your skills, all depending on the style you want. Ro-Khan firmly said, I understand, so quickly give me those documents. My fat friend was very pleased to hear that, he has the potential to become a beginner, sometimes we also need strange people like you. Stamping the seal firmly, he excitedly announced, congratulating him on successfully advancing to his second career from beginner level. At this time the system also sounds, you have been promoted to become a beginner. The fat man said slowly, now that you have advanced to your new career, I should also give you what you need, take your pick. Which is the blood-sucking hammer, the sturdy gecko skin, and the black sword? Looking at the pile of things, Ro-Khan felt a bit sad. Unfortunately, they didn't have axes, but the mace looked pretty good. After thinking for a while he finally made a decision. The long-haired man exclaimed when he saw that, he didn't expect that. People usually always choose weapons. System notification, you have obtained the skin of a sturdy gecko. Holding the cauldron, I thought to myself, I already have a lot of weapons, but the cauldron is very difficult to get. Introduction system. The gecko family's cauldron is sturdy, tough, high class, a sturdy leather cauldron that protects your shoulders. Made from the super thick skin of a gecko, and even if it hits a tree really hard, it will still last. Defense power, 85, durability 300 out of 300, can be repaired and upgraded. Ro-Khan's eyes widened in surprise, it could even be repaired and upgraded. Ro-Khan raised his voice, now show me the skill books of the second job. The man quickly replied, yes, of course we will take it out. Looking at the pile of books being taken out, Ro-Khan squinted his eyes. The man was puzzled, why did he suddenly make such a face? Ro-Khan felt discouraged, oh that's right, I don't have any money left, I still haven't received any money back from the items I auctioned off. Really bad. His eyes quickly glanced at the girl next to him, scaring her. He approached and said in a cold voice, I want some money back. The girl trembled and replied, yes, you found the right place. We are a rock bank, the bank that will always bring joy to you. Please tell me your occupation and name. That is part of the procedure. Ro-Khan rolled his eyes teasingly and replied, I'm sorry and my name is Ro-Khan. Seeing the girl trembling in fear, he wondered in his heart, what were they thinking? Why did they let a shy cat work at the beginner's club like this? The girl held out the gold and said, since he had reached the second class, he could borrow up to 3 gold coins. Ro-Khan firmly replied, I will take all 3, she happily confirmed, okay, thank you for visiting. At this moment, the system immediately announces that your skill has been upgraded to Flash Level 2, you will be able to flash up to 3 steps, your dexterity score increases by 120% while using the skill. Next is Tra Lamal 2, your next attack will have higher damage than normal, your dexterity score and strength increase by 120% in your next attack, followed by the Battle Cry Laveau 2. Scaring the opponent with a scream of rage. If the opponent is weaker than the player, then all of the opponent's stats will be reduced. If the opponent is significantly weaker than the player, there will be a chance to randomly stun them for a short period of time. If the opponent is stronger than the player, this skill will have no effect, reducing the power of the skill's effect ability that the player is using. In addition, you can become crazy in Lamal 2, burn yourself with rage to create a source of terrible power. All stats will increase by 200%. All skills can be used without using magic. Resist all psychological attacks. You will not die even when your vitality is depleted. Because of rage you cannot distinguish between allies and enemies. After the skill runs out effect, you will receive at most 40% of the damage dealt at once. After the skill wears off, if your vitality is 0 and you cannot increase more than 10% of your vitality and within 7 seconds you will die. The first consequence is that all your stats will decrease by 40% within 10 minutes. The second consequence is that all your stats will decrease by 20% within 20 minutes, valid for 10 minutes. Looking at the screen, Khan thought silently, okay, I've leveled up all my skills, what's wrong with my new skills? It is known that Chen Lamao 2, dealing a significant amount of damage when knocking down the opponent, your strength will increase by 130% the next time you attack, you will receive increased damage based on time, while the enemy is on the ground. You deal damage that ignores a portion of the enemy's defense. Ro-Khan continued to think, a long-range skill to chase, which is Leapfrog 1, jump high in the air and crush an opponent in front of you. The minimum distance will be based on the player's strength. Your strength will increase by 130% on the next attack. You will gain strength based on the height of that jump. While using the skill, falling will not cause any damage. In addition to that, and the throwing skill that the Ott clan leader showed me before, it is known that, throwing Lamal 1, your strength will be increased when you throw the weapon at the opponent. Your strength and dexterity points will increase. You will gain 130% on your next attack. The further away you are from your opponent, the less damage will be dealt. Ro-Khan sighed and thought, I only have these 3, it's not much. Well, I think it would be better to master a few skills rather than knowing a little bit of each skill. Many players will have many professions. But like my ambassador Arhit, and Try Na Speed, there are many successful cases of players who only have a single class, although for me, the combination of different professions is not necessary. I will focus on upgrading this profession. He gritted his teeth firmly. As a perfect beginner, he would defeat him. An image of a medicine bottle appeared that contained the blood of a lizard man. An excited voice exclaimed, this is good, this deal is a real deal. Notification system, you have completed Endless Trial 11. Remembering the scene when he went to meet his mother, he seriously told me, you need to help me with this too. It is known that, Endless Testing 12. Ma Ter Ryan is looking for ingredients to upgrade his antidote. After seeing the newly modified antidote sample of Ma Te Ro Ion, brought him flowers. Fruits are overseen by wild monsters. Require completion. Bring people the fruits of wild monsters to the monster. Reward after completion is 50 silver, a large number of experience points. Remembering the attitude of my mother at that time, I wanted to curse. He didn't even turn around to look at me. This series of missions has a total of 15 missions. I still have 4 more missions to do. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. I think this fruit must be in the swamp. Close combat professions are very hesitant to drag through the swamp, because their feet will easily get stuck in the mud. It is not a good idea for your profession to go to the swamp, especially when there are many monsters lurking everywhere. Thinking about this, Ro-Khan grinned. Well, let's just see what happens. Before, this was impossible, but now every time I see them, I will split them in half immediately. Then he raised his voice and started, using the ancient scroll, to reach the swamp. Looking ahead, I'm ready, it's time to go. I was about to leave when I heard a call back. Hey, that guy. Turning his head to look, Ro-Khan said contemptuously, are you the ones who were beaten up by Pai Zai in the city earlier? Are you waiting out here? Looks like this battle is inevitable, already. The black-haired guy quickly spoke up, wait, we didn't come here to fight, we came here to talk, make a deal, just return the invisibility cloak you picked up. If you return it, we will let you go. As for the other items you sell on the auction market, we will just need to buy them back. Hearing that, Ro-Khan burst out laughing and gave it back. I guess you bastards don't know how to negotiate. At this moment, the black-haired man angrily pointed his finger at him and questioned. He was certainly acting naive because he was confident in his skills, but think carefully. We will hunt you down until the end. When you stop playing the game, don't expect to escape. Ro-Khan reminded them harshly. Hey! You can only make a deal that benefits both sides equally. What you are doing is intimidation, not a deal, you idiots. He glared at them deathly. And what? An invisibility cloak. If you really want it back that badly, you need to take it from me yourself, okay? And so the two sides fought and chased each other back and forth. The black-haired guy shouted loudly, stop running, you're just like a mouse. Seeing that their brothers had blocked Ro-Khan's attack, the guys behind them excitedly shouted, good blocking. When the thugs attacked him again, he shouted orders and stood still. And at this moment, an extremely terrifying amount of power emitted from Ro-Khan's mask. Those guys were quickly blown away. The black-haired guy was in inexplicable pain. His body, suddenly, a guy ran back to attack Ro-Khan, but he quickly summoned his strength and beat them to a pulp. A scream rang out. The young man in a brown shirt stood outside and witnessed it, his face turning pale in fear. What the hell was going on? The bearded guy standing next to him questioned, didn't you say he was only 30 years old or something? As soon as this guy finished asking the question, before he could hear the answer, he was beaten to death by Ro-Khan. An extremely terrifying power, everyone was panicking. What? A few days ago, wasn't he still at level 35? He reached level 50 in just a few days. How is that possible? The fighting speed was like a tornado. No one could escape Ro-Khan's attack. A young man standing and witnessing was startled. He was so fast that we couldn't catch him. What should I do now? If this continues, the guy next to him shouted in fear, shoot him, we can't take any more losses, don't need to aim, just fire. Hearing that, Ro-Khan thought in surprise, the Hojin used that dirty trick. The young man who was being grabbed by Ro-Khan's neck turned pale and shouted, are you crazy? Immediately those guys used a firing technique. A large fire gradually flared up. Ro-Khan muttered uncomfortably, not expecting to be hit by so many bullets. Then he calmly picked up the stone from the ground and rushed straight forward. The other guys shouted angrily and shot at them. Ro-Khan stood silently calculating, if they used more advanced magic then I would be dead, but I can still control it anyway. As soon as I looked up, I saw them using arrow rain. Ro-Khan grimaced and thought, the archers and magicians are really attacking me. There were at least 100 of them, right now. Fortunately all of them were here. It's not too difficult, but I don't have enough mana to defeat those 100 guys. Up to now I've only dealt with 20 guys, there's still a long way to go. He sighed inwardly, from one bad thing to another. I'll try to prolong the time by minimizing the use of skills that consume a lot of mana, and restore mana by increasing the amount of mana. Now is not the time for me to develop my skills. A scream rang out, the melee teams needed to close in. Ro-Khan was in a fighting stance. They shouted in unison, boldly attacking. Shields to block the footsteps of gods, iron walls. Seeing that, Ro-Khan smiled with excitement. Oh, you guys can also use 2 skills, but using 2 other skills at the same time won't do anything. The chain released by them was gradually wrapping around his body. When they saw that, they shouted with joy, great job catching him. He fell into the trap and finally caught him. This is it, the hunter's trap. Looking closely at the chains on his body, Ro-Khan thought to himself, these chains are from prison chains, maybe because they couldn't attack me, they turned to this trick, they shouted aggressively, now it's our turn, focusing all our moves on him. This is your end. Everyone rushed to attack Ro-Khan, he then grinned and mocked, I am quite impressed with your efforts, then Ro-Khan shouted loudly, okay then let's see what you got. Attack me with everything you have, the surrounding fire flared up fiercely, heaven and earth, everything shattered. The brown-haired guy shouted excitedly, great we finally got it, but at that point he stopped, he's flying, don't make me laugh, is he a superhero or something? And then a blow from Ro-Khan sent that guy flying straight to hell, everyone screamed in fear. At this time, the system makes a series of announcements, your level has increased, your level has increased, your level has increased. Incredible feat, you have defeated 100 players, have achieved the title of PKK, you are the first person to get this title. First, PKK, Maniac Hunter, no hunter, we keep coming to you because you appease the victims by defeating 100 maniacs, you are the first person to achieve this title. Effects, attack and defense increase by 15% when facing a berserker, when fighting any opponent, attack and critical rate increase by 10%, Ro-Khan exclaimed in surprise, is this a bonus gift for the first person to achieve it? He asked himself, attack only increases when fighting against a crazy opponent, not any other player, with this, it seems like I can easily defeat many people at the same time. Sometimes I can get up to 1,000 kills thanks to this, Ro-Khan firmly said, I have come this far, I hope that in the future I can achieve the title of killer of thousands of people. But first, I should save this location in the runic scroll and return to town, I haven't even reached my destination yet, but I need to go sell the items I picked up earlier. A moment later, the system announced that the auction had been registered successfully, Ro-Khan smiled like he had a good time, okay, then, go to the homepage, he calculated in his heart, but now I can't make the hunters scared and hesitate, so I'll tease them a little. Ro-Khan posted a post on the system with the content, I am planning to destroy the bloody hunters, and the players who kill other people in the Chin Chain area. He smiled dangerously, they can't find me. I've already stopped shouting clues to them, so they can only be angry, I better not return the invisibility cloak. Thinking of this, Ro-Khan smirked and scorned, do they think they can reclaim the invisibility cloak from me? You guys just stay there and daydream, I won't sell that cloak but want to buy it, again. Looking at the pearl in his hand, he muttered, in the end, it seems a bit expensive, but I have no other choice. The system pops up, safe zone, you can build a safe zone for yourself, when you throw it to the ground when not in combat, it will create a safe zone with a radius of 2 meters. Ro-Khan sighed and thought, it costs up to 30 silver. It's a bit expensive, but it's even worse if someone attacks you while you're injured like this. The monster's level is increasing and the number of opponents is more than ever, which can slow down progress in completing tasks, but that's not really the problem, look at the light in front of you. Ro-Khan reminded himself, okay, now let's continue with the main mission. On this side, the young man in yellow armor angrily cursed, those idiots. They failed again, what a bunch of losers, Lim So High is by my side to comfort and comfort, my dear. Why don't we just give up, if it's just because of that cloak, then what can we get back later? The golden armor makes Lim So High's lover mad, shut up, don't be discouraged when you're just starting out. Do you know how much it's worth? It's a rare cloak, and even wearing it can use invisibility skills, so how many people are willing to spend a lot of money to get it? It's invincible, you can even defeat high-level players when you put it on. Rhea gritted her teeth, just wait, you bastard, I will take it back from you, nothing can stop me. A while later, Ro-Khan posted on the system, starting to purge the Blood Hunter Guild, I want to purge the Blood Hunter Guild and the Pai-Ko around the 9 chain area, if you see them, go, my brother, below. Everyone commented enthusiastically, Chan Pen gave his opinion, wanted a new style or something. The Sound Traveler also spoke up, purging the Blood Hunter Guild, people who have a passion for breaking hot pots also want to join in the fun, probably a new way to commit suicide. C. Brown Hang said seriously, but I really hope it's true, yesterday I was killed by them 5 times, the person named Siu Lee was shocked, it's crazy, it's real, go to the auction. Kim So High is hard to understand, what does the auction have to do with anything? Siu High wondered again, many items of the Grave Hunting Association had been put up for sale, was he really hunting them? Who is weak and helpless, now I see. Looking at the tree in front of him, Ro-Khan remained silent, there were many different opinions, it was clear that many Paikas had been transferred to Pan Poi outside the city, I thought they died while killing horses or something. Were they really killed by a person named Ro-Khan? On this side, Ro-Khan boldly attacked towards the tree, he shouted loudly, okay, one more shot. At this time everything around was shaking. Ro-Khan tried to get the pearl from the tree. He sighed in frustration. Well, this time he didn't win either. That's why I don't like forest monsters. They collect little items, are small in number and just wander around all day. Holding the axe around, Ro-Khan mumbled, I guess if I kill them all I'll be able to get it. Isn't killing monsters indiscriminately the basic rule of this game? I'll just keep coming until I get it. Afterwards, the system notifies you that you have obtained the fruit from the forest monster. Ro-Khan breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally done. It was time to find the second mission item. He was tired of thinking. It might be more convenient to gather all the items first and then submit to complete the mission. Ro-Khan mumbled, what's next? Yes, that's right, it's the Lake of Pure Light. It's located in the middle of the wild forest, isn't it? It's a very clean and clear lake. If you drink the water in the lake, you'll temporarily receive buds. So, magicians often come to pour that water into the pile of bottles. Ro-Khan let out a breath. Anyway, my next target is the monsters that often wander around the lake, the herbs growing around the lake and the fish in the lake. The devil gave me these tasks because he wanted to test my abilities, the purifying power of lake water. Looking around, he found it difficult to understand. But why didn't the bad guys appear anymore? Did I kill them all? Knowing that, I was more lenient with them. Another sound of cursing rang out. You idiot. You guys can't even kill a kid. Ro-Khan frowned and thought, that bastard is the person I just met as Pi's president. That bastard must be in a very difficult situation. Fi-Ria loudly questioned, what do you plan to do with that post? The brown-haired young man stammered in response, if he just let it go, it would probably sink. When Fi-Ria heard that, she screamed straight at him, didn't you see how popular it was? Too many people have seen it and still can say that. Do you think the other players are still afraid? Not after seeing something like that. Ro-Khan was confused. I thought, why were they so quiet? It turns out they wanted to leave it alone, but the president was a bit smarter. If players see that the cue ball is avoiding them, they will be less afraid of the cue ball. If so, they will become a target for hunting, which is indeed their original goal. But the brown-haired young man said in fear, I'm sorry, calm down, I'll handle this matter. Hearing that, he opened his mouth and cursed, deal with it. How are you going to deal with it? Are you going to let him kill you again and take all your things or something? Are you sure he's not overbearing? The brown hair quickly replied, yes, I got a reply from the customer support team. They could only tell me that he was not being bossy. Fi-Ria angrily hit the brown-haired guy and shouted, those useless guys, how can that guy be a normal player? Fi-Ria clenched her teeth and felt angry inside. Don't make me laugh. A micro game company of this size can't even catch a bossy guy, so you're saying a normal guy can play? Can you fight against 100 people? He cursed loudly, green beans, how much money do you think I spent on this game? Ro-Khan frowned in surprise, his name is Fi-Ria. What an idiot, a pervert or something. The brown-haired guy had to suggest, then we just need to turn him into a bossy guy, we just need to manipulate people to think he's a bossy guy. Hearing this, Ro-Khan's eyes widened, what? Fi-Ria immediately whipped him a few times, don't you know that arresting a boss is carrying out justice? Use your head for me. Ro-Khan over here burst out laughing, oh, Fi-Ria, so it's him. I finally remembered, the guy dating Lim So-hee, he said he had a good position in the Lord, he must have been telling the truth. Suddenly Ro-Khan remembered, so the person who dropped the invisibility cloak was Lim So-hee. I didn't know she would be so useful, but now I see that was the beginning of it all. He smirked and thought, in my previous life, I started playing the Lord because of Lim So-hee. I heard that she really liked the Lord, so I wanted to attract her attention in the game, but she didn't just kick me right away. After that, if I ordered someone to kill me, I'm sure it was the Pi brothers. Ro-Khan clenched his teeth angrily, if we're lucky, we can see them again, I'll pay you back for what you did to me. Fi-Ria barked orders, and sent a few of my high-ranking members to the Blood Hunting Guild, telling them that I would help them reduce deaths and level up, but also told them not to think about coming back, Pi, before they catch that bastard. The brown-haired man respectfully obeyed, yes, then he said angrily, okay, then let's continue hunting. Ro-Khan is extremely excited right now, it will be fun, it seems they are about level 70 or something, let's see how good they are. Then Ro-Khan started the fire in his hand and attacked straight towards Fi-Ria, but that guy quickly dodged it, very good. Ro-Khan squinted his eyes and thought, Fi-Ria isn't that bad, but it's not very special either, the skills are just according to the level. The buffalo still needs to be quite good, so he can stand first, but if that's the case, it won't last long. Ro-Khan felt bored and continued thinking, it was useless to look any further, let's just go see the lake. Just walked to the lake, glanced around, was excited, no one was here, I'm so lucky, let's see. Right after that, a herd of monsters appeared. Ro-Khan was extremely excited, blood heroes and blood wolves, this time was really lucky. He calculated a bit, after the fruit of the wild monster, he had to get clean meat, because the type of meat was not important, so if he was lucky, he could complete the mission after hunting a rabbit. But if you're unlucky, you have to fight against blood heroes and blood wolves with levels above 80. Probably about 10 of them, but it's not that important. Ro-Khan did not hesitate to rush straight towards the beasts and attack them. Looking at the finished product he created, Ro-Khan smiled happily. Hunting should be this refreshing. Looking at the Pi brothers makes him so upset, it's time to pick it up. Just as he was about to leave, a voice spoke up, who was the one who tainted this lake? Looking up at that name, Ro-Khan was startled and stopped. Green beans. Damn, I forgot this name. The knight fell in love with the lake's soul and vowed to protect the lake even in death. Looking at its level, Ro-Khan was a bit hesitant. His level was up to 100. His level is already high enough, but the difference between level 99 and level 100 is huge. At level 100, combination skills have been unlocked. You can combine these skills from work, the first and second, with other skills and movements, form a huge power gap. Ro-Khan hesitated in his heart. I should come back later. Defeating a level 100 monster is a requirement to get to the third job, but I don't need to take risks right now, and this one is considered a monster. Level 100 is the hardest to hit, requiring a 9-chain area, and it only drops the essence of the lake. Thinking about this, Ro-Khan suddenly realized, wait. Maybe, if I bring the nature of the lake to someone who is researching its purifying power, I will be able to get something out of it. So Ro-Khan decided to fight. It was worth a try. Then he excitedly shouted, let's just do it, go ahead, you bastard with autism. Ace Goai immediately attacked, watching it make a move that he wanted to curse, green beans. It uses combination skills right from the start. Ro-Khan clicked his tongue and said, well, this is a dirty skill. It's a basic third-leveled skill that enhances one's attack power through putting energy into the weapon. It may not last long since he's only level 100. But why did he use his ultimate ability in the first place? Goai shouted angrily, you fool, you must pay with your life. Seeing it attack, Ro-Khan smirked and said, hey, I think only you have to pay the price. You are the protector of this lake and you also destroyed it yourself. A classic battle broke out and no one was willing to give in. There was pain in the heart. Repair costs. My health is decreasing because of the damage caused by the magic every time it touches me, but there's no need to worry, I can endure it, I just need to be careful of the combination skills. And then, he used a water attack, looked around and shouted loudly, the blind spot was there. Keep stable, another water slash directly attacked Ace Goai. Ro-Khan calculated the details, it's not just an ordinary barrier because it deals damage on contact, but now is my only chance, damn it, I need to attack now. A shrill scream rang out. Both Ro-Khan and Goai fought fiercely, attacking each other with dangerous attacks, hitting towards Ace Goai. Ro-Khan excitedly shouted, great. Fighting back and forth for a while, Ro-Khan was startled and confused, attacking skills, defensive skills and even practical survival skills combined. A level 100 monster was as expected but damn, he too strong. But that kind of practical survival skill has a tendency to cool down, I'll probably grasp it next time. Then he raised his voice to remind you, from now on you better keep yourself safe, and the two of them started fighting again. Ro-Khan struggled, it wasn't easy. Even though I'm under the influence of Berserk when attacking, if I attack myself while using Seal, my Berserk effect is likely to be completely negated. And above all, if that happens, my weapon will be shattered. Ro-Khan closed his eyes and thought, I need to end this in one hit, I will aim for the blind spot. Ro-Khan spoke up and ordered, removing the equipment. His whole body now has no protection at all. Ace Goai slowly approached with his weapon. What do you think you are doing? Are you preparing to die? Holding the weapon in his hand, Ro-Khan smirked and replied, yes, it seems that I am almost at my limit now. Suddenly, Ro-Khan threw an attack at Ace Goai when it had no weapon. When launching this attack, Ro-Khan thought excitedly, you are right. He shouted loudly, I'm ready to die. Ace Goai is painfully holding his wound, I will definitely kill you this time. And then Ace Goai used his water slash to attack him. Ro-Khan also refused to be outdone. He immediately used his leaping move, a side jump over Ace Goai's body. It spoke up dejectedly, I'm quite disappointed with that kind of half-baked skill, it won't affect me at all. At the same time, Ro-Khan also started the water shield attack. Ro-Khan replied arrogantly, who said I only use one skill. Hearing that, Goai laughed out loud and gave up. Without answering Ace Goai, Ro-Khan directly started the throwing attack, quickly swinging the axe to attack straight down into Ace Go-Ai's siege. Ro-Khan smirked, I finally saw an opening, this is my last chance. Once he broke the barrier, he rushed straight inside. Seeing that, the Go-Ai burst out laughing, I commend you for trying to find a loophole in my barrier, but there is no place for anyone to get close. Ro-Khan's laugh is extremely dangerous, the system warns, your health has decreased below 14%. Ro-Khan raised his voice to activate the item, equipped with the Lion King sealed helmet. Go-Ai was bewildered and confused, but, notification system, epic title effect, absolute steadfastness is active, your health has dropped below 5% and all your skills increased by 50%. Ro-Khan now spoke loudly, I only asked to temporarily activate my title effect, you think I'm stupid enough to restore it without a reason, you idiot. Landing a blow with deadly force on Go-Ai, he shouted loudly, this is the end of you. At this time, Ro-Khan used a flash attack to kill him, a dangerous blow passed through Go-Ai, everything around him turned into smoke. Ro-Khan breathed a sigh of relief, phew, thank God it's finally over. System reminder, the war axe of the Ott warrior needs repair. I feel extremely satisfied, I guess collecting all these titles is worth it. The title of defeating the level 1 clan leader. Ro-Khan was excited in his heart, thanks to the effects of his titles his rate had increased by about 20%. It's time to collect my things, I saw Go-Ai still crawling on the ground. Ro-Khan walked slowly and said in a cold voice, hey, now. Where do you think you're going? Ro-Khan used his sword to stab straight down at Ace Go-Ai's body, he growled angrily, you bastard, you dare. At this moment, Ro-Khan showed a strange smile, continuous notification system, your level is decreasing, a great achievement, you have overcome the limitations of your own abilities and defeated an opponent out of your league, you have achieved the title of Upstream Warrior, you are the first person to achieve this title. A great achievement, you are the first person to have defeated a character with a worldwide reputation, you have been given the title of the first named hunter, you are the first person to achieve this title. Ro-Khan is depressed and helpless, hey, he's become crazy and useless. He immediately ordered, creating a safe zone, a pearl fell from Ro-Khan's hand. From there a giant protective shield appeared, Ro-Khan breathed a sigh of relief, good, now I don't have to worry about monsters resurrecting. Notification system, you have met a special condition so your titles, Upstream Warrior and First Named Hunter, are being combined. When Ro-Khan heard that, his eyes widened in surprise, what, a combined title? The system pops up, you have achieved the title of Limit Breaker, Legendary, you who have defeated a character out of your league, are you qualified for an absolute creature, limited, you are the first to win this title, effect, all your abilities will increase by 10% when facing opponents stronger than you, level of all your skills will increase by 1 level when facing opponents stronger than you, the level difference penalty will be reduced by 30% when facing opponents stronger than you, all your abilities will increase by 20% when face a monster with a name. Ro-Khan gasped in disbelief, he muttered, I didn't even expect this, 2 epic titles combined together, in 1 legendary rank title, and what are these effects? This, Ro-Khan grinned happily, the level of all his skills would increase by 1 level and the level difference penalty would decrease. Well, the devil doesn't need to reward me for giving him the lake's essence, so here's the answer. A moment later, the system notified, repair completed, the repairman seriously said, it must be as good as new, holding the axe in his hand. Ro-Khan was extremely excited, oh, so impressive. Looking at the axe he calculated in his heart, great, the repairs are now finished, and all the items have been preserved, now I just need to go to the Magician's Guild. The girl bowed happily, thanking her for using our service. Holding the pearl in his hand, Ro-Khan walked forward frantically, I should meet the ghost soon, because I haven't received the item from the last mission yet. Luong and Gu. Looking at the pearl in his hand, Ro-Khan was silent for a moment, seriously, the magical items are very expensive, even though it is only a consumable item, it costs 1 gold coin because it is a consumable item, items with magical charms. He felt extremely excited, wow, I was able to buy so much because I sold the items I got from my competitors. Ro-Khan softly ordered, use, magic book, come, Pure Moon Lake. Standing looking at the lake, Ro-Khan said leisurely, I have taken care of the reincarnated bad guys, this is probably a good place. It's time to get your money. Then he did not hesitate to throw the pearl straight into the middle of the lake. Ro-Khan calmly thought, normally I have to use a fishing rod or a spear to learn to fish, but there is a much faster and easier way. Ro-Khan quickly used the Sao Du Chan item. From the water source, Ro-Khan attacked with an extremely large stream of power. Ro-Khan silently calculated, that golden marble was an item with a magic charm inside, even though it was a consumable item that could only be used 3 times. He continued to attack the water. After a while of hard work, looking at the fish lying around in the water makes me feel happy, it's so effective. When you get back to the server, the system notifies you, you have completed Endless Trial 15, holding the treasure in her hand, her eyes lit up, her mouth mumbling praise, you are so wonderful, how did you get these items? Ro-Khan didn't answer and frowned in annoyance. He was very impressed that I completed all the missions at once, but he didn't even give me a title. The mother raised her voice and calmly said, my next request is. No, it's still too early for you, come back after becoming stronger. Hearing that, Ro-Khan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. I knew he was very annoying, but really, I wanted to punch him. Ro-Khan feels terribly dissatisfied, he forced me to do everything, but now he kicks me out because my level is not high enough. A bold thought appeared, he smirked dangerously, well, I expected this, because this quest line is only for players level 100 and above. He said in a cold voice, please consider this. In his head, Ro-Khan silently thought, what about this? Ma Te-ri suddenly turned back and said annoyed, you haven't left yet, I still have some experiments. Ro-Khan said slowly, I found it by accident in the lake. His eyes brightened immediately. Ro-Khan shook the vase and mockingly asked him, besides, do you know anything about it? Ma Te-ri stammered speechlessly, that is the essence of the lake, this is not something that is easily obtained. Ro-Khan was extremely pleased, he recognized it. The mother asked him confusedly, how did you get it? Ro-Khan calmly replied, I defeated the Lake Knight. Mary shouted in panic, the one who defeated the Lake Knight must be stronger than he looks. When Ro-Khan heard that, he frowned and thought, did you just realize it? He grinned wickedly, if that's true, can I ask one more thing from you? The information is that, in a study of death in order to properly cure curses and diseases, the Materian believes that he needs to understand not only about life but also about death. Give him an item containing the power of death. Missing investigator Ha Kin-ni learns about an item containing the power of death. Success condition gets 1 death token. Reward complete experience points, 3 gold coins, investigator's ring, title, investigator. After reading it, Ro-Khan smiled brightly, bingo, I was able to skip the prerequisites of the mission. After the pitiful scream, the other boy looked at his left arm on the ground, his whole body constantly trembling with fear, anger, and indignation as he asked Ro-Khan, you son of a bitch, why did you do that to us? We promised not to bother you anymore, now leave us alone. But the more he did that, the more excited and angry Ro-Khan became. He quickly walked to the other guy and stuffed his pants. What the heck? It's not like you keep killing people for the same reason. After saying that, Ro-Khan took the axe and walked straight up and swung the axe up to slash the other guy, killing him, to his horror and panic. Ro-Khan even happily told him before killing him, if you think this is unfair then, become stronger. The group of people just now was bullied by that guy. Now seeing that Ro-Khan was able to kill him with just a few moves, the players nearby couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, he destroyed them all by himself, always an opponent, with that weapon, he looks like a mere mortal, but he's not a weakling. And then in the group of 3 people, a brave girl walked up slowly and timidly and said to Ro-Khan, ah, you are, Ro-Khan. Ro-Khan immediately felt suspicious and confused, turned around and looked at the other girl. The other girl walked over and cautiously told Ro-Khan, a friend of mine told me he was being attacked by a group of players right at a river in the north. Hearing that, Ro-Khan was a bit surprised, then he happily and excitedly said to the girl, is that so? Oh we know, told her friend. I will come and take care of them within 5 minutes. After speaking, Ro-Khan immediately used teleportation to go to the northern branch of the river. Seeing that, the other 2 immediately felt surprised and admired this noble action. The girl was immediately shaken by this action and said, it's so cool. Seeing that, the guy next to him was not surprised and confused, he turned around and said hey. Some time later, in his rented apartment, Ro-Khan Broken was despondently lying on his bed, scrolling through the system's status bars and saying, it's strange, why is no one reporting the players anymore? I just had a little fun playing. A few days after the announcement of the player sweep, a lot of accusations were sent in, and I was immediately rushing to take down the Blood Hunters. Whoa, those were great people, glorious days. But since yesterday there have been no more accusations. What are those Blood Hunters doing? It's so boring. Then Ro-Khan was surprised to see a few other status lines. He was surprised and said, what are you looking at? So Ro-Khan immediately read a few information pages posted by other players. The player Reed Yu said in horror, what a funny person, is that true? Sa ZD also posted, the Blood Hunters are running away every time they hear Ro-Khan's name. Modu immediately answered him, Perhaps the blood hunter was just talking. Everyone is being exterminated by just one person. So what makes the victims of the blood hunters chased and killed until now? The player on the side immediately countered and said, don't say that if you have never been attacked by them. Rokon is just an extremely strong person. How can anyone be able to compete with the number of them? Blood hunter, he shouted the command line and said, looking forward to the hunt to kill the blood hunters. One on his person. I'm excited to eat a piece of meat. Let's start. 2 out of 10. After reading these lines of information, Rokon understood what had happened recently. He said with amusement, so this is what's going on. Until now, blood hunters have become the fear of ordinary players, since they formed an association with relatively high-level users. Normal people had no choice but to be killed, but after I defeated them alone, everyone's opinion of blood hunters began to change. Well, that's not good news for me. From the moment we gave up confronting us directly, we had to run and look for them in return. And now that they have become more cautious when hunting and killing others, they have also become harder to find. It's really difficult to find them right now. Seriously, young people these days give up so early. I was hoping I could handle a few more of them. Surely it's time to stop. Okay, it's time to go to the auction house. The auction house. Mentioning this, Rokon immediately thought of something. He was happily surprised and said, oh, I can do that. If they're starting to hide, I just need to make them show up. The next day at Ki-tun, where everyone was crowded in front of the gym. Seeing that, the players around here couldn't help but feel curious about what was going on and why so many people were gathered, so they immediately started talking to each other. Wow, is there an event today? Why are there so many people? Haven't you heard anything? There's an auction house about to open here. Oh, that's it, I heard it's quite rare these days. Looking at the atmosphere and the people around here, the name Pi Ria and the president of Pi immediately came out and thought, just like the big guilds here. I expect it will quietly compete, of course. Look at how popular the Lord is. Soon in-game levels will reflect the player's status in real life. That is why the growth of guilds is extremely important. Price is not an issue, I need a guarantee. At the same time, the person behind the Blood Hunter Guild. Damn Lim Su-hai, I would have had some financial independence if it wasn't for that stupid woman. At this moment, a middle-aged man happily walked up and said to everyone here, oh my god, I didn't dare expect that there would be so many people here. My dear guests, I hope your pockets are filled with auction items. It turned out that this middle-aged man was dressed up by Rokon. He had activated the only title effect of the Dark Veil. The system also notified him, activating identity camouflage. Your character's name and appearance have changed. The effect will last for an hour. Rokon happily looked at the players here and thought, these pigs make my money. At this time, an angry girl questioned Rokon and asked him if he was the crew, the host of the auction. Hearing that, Rokon, under the disguise of a middle-aged man, happily said to the girl, that's right. Come on, I'm sure you're waiting, open the warehouse. Immediately after that, the middle-aged man appeared at an auction table in front of him and happily said, the auction began. Seeing this, the players around here were suspicious and thought, is there such a thing as an auction? He showed everything. At this moment, a hand reached out and said to the middle-aged man, hey wait. Something is not right, how do we know if he is the real host or not? In my mind, the guild leader thought suspiciously, according to the guild members, he should look like the person who sold the hidden dungeon to us, but I heard that he looks completely different. But Rokon, who had disguised himself as a middle-aged man, calmly responded and told the guild leader, Pi Ria, well you don't believe me? The leader of the guild Pi Ria pointed at the middle-aged man and said, that's right, at least I want to use corruption. However, the middle-aged man calmly told the guild leader, then you don't need to join. Hearing that, the leader of Pi Ria's guild was surprised and angrily asked Rokon, what? However, Rokon disguised as a middle-aged man happily stroked his beard and spoke to him, simply, if you don't believe me, then you don't need to participate, it's simple, right? Okay, the first auction will begin without this skeptical gentleman. Hearing that, the Pi Ria guild leader immediately got angry and backed away. Then the middle-aged man continued his auction and told everyone here, the first batch of 2-story houses, why don't we start with just 10 gold coins per month, anyone for just 10 gold coins? Hearing that, a player was excited and raised his hand and said, here are 10 gold coins. The middle-aged man was immediately excited and said, great, is there anyone taller? At this moment, a few people were still hesitantly looking at each other. Then they competed to offer a higher price than each other to compete for the item, shouting, 12 gold coins. 14 gold coins. 15, 20 gold coins. Hearing that, the middle-aged man immediately happily knocked his gavel and said, 20 dong, who else? If not, However, at this time, the leader of Pai Pai Ria's guild interrupted and shouted, "Wait, 20 gold coins, Pai Pai Association 22 gold coins," but at this time, the middleman showed an amused smile, ignored the words of the golden armor boy and said, "If there is no one else left, I will close the auction for 20 gold coins, sir, guild, what is yours?" Hearing that, the young man wearing iron armor was confused and spoke to the middle-aged, armored man. Then the middle-aged man immediately knocked on the hammer to close this auction and said, "Oh hey," closing the order for the armored guild. Hearing that, the guy in the iron armor jumped up happily and said loudly. As for the leader of the guild, Pai Pai Ria, he was constantly angry to the point of shaking and thinking, "That poor guy heard me and still deliberately ignored him." Then Rokon, after dressing up as that middle-aged man, continued to speak up and say to the guy from the armored guild, "Come on, why don't we sign the contract right away, open the warehouse." The young man wearing iron armor came to accept my office happily, so I said to the middle-aged man, "Thank you, I will use it well." Seeing that Rokon was doing business so fairly, a few other people were immediately suspicious and a little confused and said, "Did he fill out the contract immediately? Is that true?" "Well, I have no doubts, I should have asked for a higher price." At this moment, the information board of the appointment system appears. The contract document proves the agreement between the signatories. The content of the contract cannot be faked. At this moment, the middle-aged man continued to use his mischievous and irritable voice to say, "Well, besides, we will remove Pai from the next auction if you continue to violate the rules." Hearing that, the guild leader, Pai Pai Ria, got angry and shouted, "What, how come?" But the middle-aged man calmly told him, "Please remember that you can only receive one warning." Hearing that, the guild leader, Pai Pai Ria, couldn't help but get so angry that he was shaking all over and thinking, "What a bastard, is he playing with me? Just wait until the auction ends." At this moment, the middle-aged man was looking at the leader of the guild, Pai Pai Ria Kai, so angry that his whole body was shaking and thinking with pleasure, "No, I didn't know you would be so angry. Through this auction I will plan to bring you and your guild down to the depths of hell." Some time after the auction went very smoothly, Rokon, in disguise, continuously tapped the hammer to close the successful auction, happily saying, "Okay, the fourth house was sold for 25 gold coins. Congratulations to Dagon Guild." So the young man from Dagon Guild happily said to Rokon, "Thank you very much." And the leader of Pai Pai Ria's guild was angry on the side thinking, "Fuck it, I'm losing again." However, those powerful guilds have already bought houses, so I just need to keep an eye on the others and buy the cheapest one possible. Seeing the proud expression of that Pai's guild leader, Rokon seemed to understand, saw through his thoughts and showed a wickedly amused smile, thinking, "Stupid, look at his brainless gesture, there." Then the middle-aged man disguised by Rokon spoke again to everyone here, "Now this is our last auction item." Hearing that, the guild leader and Pai Pai Ria was surprised and angry and thought, "What, the last dish?" Looking at his face, Rokon thought proudly, he was in a panic, TSK, as the owner of a guild you should learn not to show your emotions. "Well, this is the reason I don't disclose the number of houses sold." Then that middle-aged man spoke up and told them that because this was the last house, the starting price would be 15 dong. At this moment, the president of Pai's guild couldn't wait any longer, he quickly raised his hand and shouted, 35 gold coins. Pai's guild 35 gold coins, no, 40 gold coins, 40 gold coins, we pay 40 copper coins, is there anyone else? Seeing that he was willing to pay such a high price, the players nearby felt confused by his decision and said, "He is crazy, paying 40 gold coins every month, equivalent to $8,000 in cash, isn't that a bit much?" At this time, Rokon happily agreed and tapped the hammer to close the auction and said, 40 gold coins were handed over. We successfully auctioned the last two-story house. In his heart, he happily thought, "Delicious," while the other Pai School guild leader was so angry that he gritted his teeth and looked at Rokon under the shadow of that middle-aged man. Rokon immediately showed the contract in front of the guild leader M. Pai Pai Ria and told him, "This is the contract, please make sure to pay on time." Looking at Rokon's smug and cunning face, the guild leader of Pai's guild couldn't help but think with anger and hatred, "Damn it, I'll make sure to find out your true identity and kill you." At this time, the system also displays information about the other contract partner, a two-story house, long-term contract. Pai Ria users agree to rent an empty P house in the inner city as a guild house and agree to pay 40 gold coins per month to the administrative office. The homeowner will receive the rent minus the commission fee. The above cannot be changed without the consent of both parties. If violated, the system will. At this moment, holding the contract in his hand, the guild leader of the Pai Brothers Association was also somewhat happy and thought, "We finally have a guild house. even though it will be a bit difficult economically for a while. But at this moment, as if pouring cold water on the leader of Pai Pai Ria's guild, with a cunning and clever tone, Rokan, under the disguise of the middle-aged man presiding over the auction, spoke up, with them, so now. After a short break, we will start the auction with a 3-story house. Hearing that, Pai Pai Ria's guild leader couldn't help but turn around angrily and say to Rokan, "What the heck? You liar, you just said this is the last apartment." But the middle-aged man calmly shrugged his shoulders and told the guild leader that Pai Pai Ria, "I mean that's the last 2-story house. I haven't posted it on the forum yet. I have many low-rise houses and 3-story houses. Perhaps you intend to participate in the auction of a 3-story house. Well, if you have that much gold, I won't stop you." On the forum, Rokan posted an article with the content, "House Sale Transaction. Host Kip Tun, I own a lot of 2-story houses and 3-story houses. I will auction the ownership of the houses to the guilds on a long-term lease basis, and I intend to bid within a week." Hearing that, the guild leader of the Pai Sister Association knew he had been tricked and couldn't help but get so angry that he gritted his teeth. His whole body trembled and he silently cursed, "You bastard." Then the leader of the guild Pai Pai Ria knew he couldn't do anything here, so he got angry and turned around and left saying, "Damn it." Rokan looked at his leaving figure, happily thinking, "The idiot still has milk in his mouth. This is enough to cause you trouble for a while. 40 gold coins per month, equivalent to $8,000 monthly. If someone destroys your guild for some reason, you will be in big trouble." Some time later, in front of the dungeon, the guild leader Pai Pai Ria was secretly looking around to see if anyone was here. After confirming that there was no one there, he slowly entered this dark place and spoke up, asking if there was anyone there. A mysterious person immediately used force to pull Pai's guild leader and strangle him. Seeing that, Pai's guild leader couldn't help but be surprised and scared. That mysterious person said to him with cold eyes, "You have spent all the guild funds, just because of that damn house of yours. Are you crazy?" Pai's guild leader quickly spoke up to explain and told the other person, "Wait, let's talk." The mysterious person immediately let go of his hand holding the neck of the guild leader, Pai Pai Ria, and warned him, "Don't tell him you forgot. We are only together for a mutually beneficial relationship. If you become useless to me, you will not be an exception." Beer, the leader of the guild, Pai Pai Ria, eagerly spoke up and told that mysterious person, the declaration. The mysterious person immediately summoned a contract and told the Pai Ria, "Here." The leader of the Pai Pai Ria guild held the declaration tightly in his hand and said to that mysterious person, "Keep it, we will do the transfer procedure later." The mysterious person spoke up and asked for Pai's guild leader's name. "Doesn't Pai's guild want to buy a guild house first?" The school's guild leader Pai Pai Ria spoke up and told this mysterious person, "That was the plan, but I changed my mind. The more I think about it, the more I see that there is only one way for me to get back everything that belongs to me. Rokan, everything will be solved if I catch that bastard, and I will spread that video all over the place. If you make use of your resources, this may come to nothing." After reading the manifest again, the mysterious person rolled it up, thought about it, and told the guildmaster that he had no other choice. "Well, I don't think we can sit still and watch him act strangely, we have to do it ourselves." Scene change, I am now in my spacious and airy room. Rokan is looking at the information on the system and happily thinks, "Wow, is this a dream or is it real?" He looked at the system information. The amount of money he owned was 335 gold, 68 silver, 17 copper. Rokan happily exclaimed, "I got 335 gold coins in just the first month of rent. I'm probably the richest person in the Lord now. Let's see, a gold coin is probably like $200. After that, Rokan continued to operate on the computer for a while. He posted on the trading forum with the content, "Selling 20 gold coins, $400 per coin. Rokan host, please contact Rokan players in the game, no negotiations." After finishing, Rokan dejectedly leaned on a comfortable chair and thought, because now the guilds don't have enough gold, they will buy it even though it's a ridiculously high price. I should also put some blood hunter items on the shelves at higher prices at the market. This is the privilege of the rich. I should also put some blood hunter items on the shelves at higher prices at the market. Having finished speaking, Rokan happily went into the game console. He said happily as he equipped his outfit, he should have checked the bait he had offered earlier. Those stupid blood hunters, they must be desperate for gold. They are probably farming in the hunting grounds to make money, and now inside the western, dark forest. Just as Rokan predicted, there is a ferocious monster, it is acting majestically here. And other players are constantly hunting and killing monsters here, and no matter the host, it was the mysterious person who had talked to the guild leader Pai Pai Ria. He was standing to the side observing all the actions of his subordinates. At this time, There was a player wearing iron armor with strong muscles carrying a giant hammer full of blood and excitedly saying, "Now I can almost kill the monsters here in one hit." He was the Skull Crusher, a member of the level 79 Dirty Blood Hunter Guild. And another player, the Merchant, the vice president of the guild, the Bearded Blood Hunter at level 79, he spoke up and said to the boss, "Now, with a shot of his pants, you are completely idle while I do everything." At this moment, that mysterious person stepped out and told the two of them to stop. Seeing that, the other two people turned around in confusion to look at that mysterious person. That mysterious person walked over and told the two of them, "I heard someone say that the target is in the northern area." Hearing that, the other two approached the mysterious person and asked him again, was he that bastard, summoning all the Blood Hunter members? "We will wipe out Rokon right now." That mysterious person turned out to be Kabo, the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild, a level 90 shadow assassin. And at this time in the northern forest, several players of the Blood Hunter Guild were angrily shooting arrows towards Rokon and angrily shouting at him, "Get away from me." Rokon calmly looked at the arrow heading towards him and said arrogantly to the other player, "Oh my god, I thought we were very close." Then Rokon jumped up excitedly, swing the axe and slash strongly towards the other player. Dim told him, "Let's skip the redundant parts, let's get straight to the main issue." The other player's name was quickly slashed by Rokon, cutting off his bow and arrow, causing him to die in one hit. Seeing that, the remaining players of the Blood Hunter Guild were a little shocked and said, "This is crazy, what do you mean he's not bossy? You must be kidding, right?" Then another player, a member of the Blood Hunting Guild, shouted at his companions, not to panic. "Archers deal long-range damage, just keep attacking in a slow and steady fashion. Close combat warriors, keep observing him and attack as soon as the opportunity arises." Inhaling En Nyan is a kite fighting style that allows you to move and attack at the same time. After hearing the other players' orders, several members of the Blood Hunter Guild immediately competed to shoot bows and arrows in Rokon's direction. He immediately set up a barrier to block all the arrows of those people, and Rokon also used his axe to continuously strike in a circle to block all of these arrows. He looked at their strength and wondered, among these guys, there are some really strong names. But why don't they use all their strength to attack us? But even if we don't try, they just keep hanging around here like that. Then Rokon seemed to understand their intentions. He stopped and sarcastically said to the group of people, "It seems like you guys want to buy time, don't say that." Before Rokon could finish his sentence, 3 sources of 3 instantaneous teleportations came from behind him. Seeing that, the group of players from the Blood Hunter Guild said contemptuously to Rokon, "They are here, your number has come, you bastard." Right after that, a leader attacked Rokon with a weapon, intending to sneak attack him from behind. But with his sharp senses, Rokon quickly turned around and raised his axe in front of his face to block that attack. Looking at the characteristics of that weapon, Droken recognized it. He wondered and said, "This is velour leather." De Vei Lin was also amused and contemptuously said to Rokon, "Oh ho, you can block that move of mine. He's really strong." But the Dirty Bundo guy said it with disdain and enjoyed talking to the De Vei Lin guy, so it would be even more fun to play with him. The Kaban, the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild, stood up and said contemptuously to Rokon, "You are the Rokon that everyone is talking about, right? Surely up until now you have lived happily and done the right thing, but unfortunately today will be your last day." The leader of the Blood Hunting Guild, Kabo, stood up and contemptuously challenged Rock like that. But hearing them say that, Rokon only felt funny. He used a contemptuous laugh and laughed loudly. And then said to the leader of the Dark Blood Hunter Guild, "You people who always say nonsense are truly barbarians. I don't know which side is the coward who always wants to prolong that time." Hearing that, a member of the Blood Hunting Guild immediately rushed forward angrily and said to Rokon, "This bastard." But Rokon was excited and told them, "You've talked too much, just go ahead, you bastards." Hearing that, the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild immediately angrily ordered his subordinates, the Blood Hunter Guild, to attack. Hearing the order of the guild leader, several members of the Blood Hunting Guild immediately rushed forward to attack Rokon's direction. Rokon immediately ordered the system, Cord. The system also immediately responded and told Rokon that the Lion King sealed helmet had been equipped. Immediately after, Rokon's face was equipped with a half mask and helmet. He immediately jumped up quickly and with just one attack, he was able to kill several members of the Blood Hunting Guild. He disdainfully and angrily told them, "You small fry, to get out of the way." In the next second, there was a giant hammer attack in Rokon's direction, which hit him hard. That belongs to a battle maniac, a member of the Blood Hunting Guild, a level 76 Budo. Even though he saw that his hammer blow was strong, Rokon was able to escape, but he didn't flinch or anything. but was excited to talk to Rokon, a simple guy like you but also agile. Seeing the strength of that dirty guy just now, Rokon had to admit that he was a little more wary of him and thought, this bastard is too strong. He can fight with a hammer skillfully in both hands, I don't know how strong it is. Then at this moment, Rokon quickly discovered that an arrow was quickly shooting towards him, therefore, he quickly dodged and was able to avoid that attack. The spearman, deputy guild of the Blood Hunting Guild, level 79, spoke highly of Rokon to him. His senses were also very sharp. Seeing them team up skillfully to attack him like that, Rokon immediately looked at the hooded, linoleum and dirty guild president over there and angrily thought, you bastards. It seems those 3 guys are the 3 strongest guys in the Blood Hunting Guild. Surely they will be different from the guys I just fought earlier, especially that skull guy, seems to be the president. What the hell has he been doing since then? I think we need to deal with that guy before the situation gets worse, but to do that, the other 2 must be dealt with first. Seeing that Rokon was engrossed in thinking and not concentrating on the match, the dirty guy immediately got angry and arrogantly rushed to attack Rokon's direction and told him, what are you looking at? Your opponent is standing in front of you here. Looking at the dirty guy charging towards him, Rokon analyzed and thought, it seems like a guy is responsible for melee attacks. Then he looked at the skin guy and thought, the other guy is a wide-range damage dealer, responsible for attacks from long distances. This combination is difficult to handle. If I use berserk mode, I can probably deal with those 2 quickly, but I can't act rashly like that. I still don't know what will happen next, so I can only ask for one thing. Right after that, Rokon immediately summoned a move. Seeing that, the dirty guy disdainfully said to Rokon, you idiot. Then he excitedly threw the hammer at Rokon and said to him, do you think you can confront me head on? However, when he saw that dirty guy was stupid enough to directly attack his opponent by disregarding his opponent like that, Rokon showed a triumphant smile. Right after that, when the dirty guy rushed to attack Rokon's direction, he was nowhere to be seen. Before his doubt and confusion, Rokon jumped up and suddenly attacked straight up. Use an axe to hit the guy's direction. Seeing that dirty guy was confused and shouted at them, that careful captain. He's targeting you. Seeing that Rokon was rushing to attack in his direction, the Deve Lin man subjectively and contemptuously grasped the spear in his hand and said to Rokon, you miserable bastard. Who do you think I am? Then this Deve Lin guy picked up his javelin and rushed forward, throwing it straight at Rokon and unleashing a move, destroying the strong dragon. Immediately after that, the spear of the skinned man stabbed straight and strongly attacked Rokon's body. He said with pleasure that the target in the air was easier to hit. At this time, Rokon was stabbed by Deve Lin Kai's spear. That made him confused. But just a second later, Rokon calmly said with excitement to that skinned guy, he's quite strong. You almost stabbed me right through. Seeing that Rokon could calmly hold his spear in his hand, and still despise him like that, the guy in leather couldn't help but freeze in surprise and think, no way, I even used precise skills to do that, but, how could he avoid it and then catch the spear again? At this moment, Rokon was happily holding the javelin of the black leather man and playfully spinning it in a circle in his hand. Then he threw this spear hard towards the black leather guy and said to him, here. I will return it to you. Seeing that velvet skinned guy looked down on him and thought, you idiot, do you think I've never encountered this before? Right after that, the Deve Lin man was so proud that he used the trick and escaped. The system also immediately appeared with a notification about this move, the Ring of the Cowardly Magician, magic. A cowardly magician created this escape ring. You can use it once per day to move back 3 meters, the remaining uses are no more than 1. That's why the spear that Rokon aimed at this Deve Lin guy missed completely. And that velvet skinned guy arrogantly looked down on him and said to Rokon, I prepared this for bastards like you. But Rokon didn't stop, he continued to use the throwing skill. This time it wasn't a spear anymore, but Rokon threw his axe towards the other guy. Rokon smiled happily and told him, oh my god, don't waste your escape skills like that. Seeing that, the Deve Lin man realized that he had fallen into Rokon's trap. He angrily thought, this bastard, from the beginning he knew he would use that trick. And deliberately seduced me. Then that of Lin immediately received an axe from Rokon's side. Seeing that, the dirty guy panicked and shouted, brother. As for Rokon, after killing the Linden man and getting his axe back, he happily and arrogantly told that dirty guy, what should you do? You're the only one left. Take it seriously, right? Seeing that Rokon dared to beat to death such an overbearing Velour man, the dirty Budo couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger to the point of blowing smoke, burning with anger, his whole body constantly trembling. Rushed towards Rokon and angrily told him, I will kill you, you bastard. but when that dirty guy held the hammer fiercely and fiercely rushed towards Rokon, it exploded the surrounding rock and soil and caused a cloud of dust to fly up. It seemed that it had already beaten Rokon, but no, he was surprised to see that Rokon was still intact and healthy, still raising the hammer behind him and provocatively saying to this dirty bum, "TSK, use if you rush like that, even a fly can fly you away." Just then, Rokon swung a powerful axe towards the dirty guy, and he quickly used his hammer to block Rokon's attack. However, this dirty guy was still beaten back by Rokon. Seeing that, the dirty guy couldn't help but feel helpless and angry. His whole body trembled with indignation and said to Rokon, "Damn it, Rokon," on the other hand, arrogantly said to that dirty Budo, "You seem complacent about your strength. So why don't we have some fun?" Seeing that Rokon could dare to smugly tease him like that, the dirty guy became more and more angry. He tightly grasped the hammer in his hand. His whole body was trying to control his anger and kept shaking. I hatefully say to Rokon, "You arrogant bastard. My strength index is 250, I am the strongest in the guild." After saying that, that dirty guy immediately took the hammer and rushed forward to attack Rokon's direction. A powerful blow of the hammer created a huge commotion around here, but the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild, still calmly sat and watched everything happen. He never intervened or showed any signs of wanting to help. At this time, the dirty guy was in a dying state. Rokon used his hand to strangle him. He tried to twist his neck to kill him. That dirty guy also kept trying to struggle to escape, but it was all in vain. He could not escape death at Rokon's hands. After taking care of those two dirty guys, Rokon sighed happily. That said, it's really refreshing. At the same time, the system also informed him that you have leveled up. Rokon level 61, crazy job, strength 300, dexterity 155, endurance 151, stamina 104, intelligence 50, cunning 25. Rokon then approached the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild. The other sneered and said to him, "TSK. Are you really just sitting back and watching your subordinates die? What kind of president is that?" Right after that, Rokon used the surfing skill. He rushed to attack towards the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild. But at this time, the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild, he finally completed some ritual, stood up and said to Rokon, "Completed, agreed." Hearing that and after looking at everything around, Rokon was stunned. When he saw a powerful source of demonic energy emanating from the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild, Rokon couldn't believe his eyes and asked the Blood Hunter Guild leader, "What is this, that ghost is?" The leader of the Blood Hunters Guild calmly said to Rokon, "You really want to know why I let them die? The reason is very simple. When we fight alone, we are stronger than when we fight against those weak people." Kabone, leader of the Blood Hunter Guild, Ghost Killer, Leprechaun 90. Arrogantly took the bullet and said to Rokon, "While you were busy fighting those idiots, I merged with all the souls around here. In other words, this place is completely under my control." However, even though the Blood Hunter Guild leader said so, Rokon still did not flinch or fear. He calmly and happily said to the guild president, "Hey, Ghostmaster, it's truly a blessing to be able to meet someone like that." In his heart, Rokon was on high alert and thought, Ghostmaster is one of the hidden professions in the Lord. The conditions to obtain this profession are very difficult, so even the first step is very rare. I think I remember a name. Don't say, no, don't think about that useless thing now. Then Rokon arrogantly said to the Dark Assassin, "What about the hidden profession?" And then they were defeated just the same. Right after that, Rokon used a leaping move. He jumped into the air and prepared to attack the Dark Assassin. The Capo, the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild, immediately ordered the souls here to rush forward, attack towards Rokon and block his attack. Therefore, Rokon angrily slashed them to death and said, "Go away, you disgusting people." Right after that, Rokon appeared in front of the Blood Hunters Guild leader, slashed his body with a strong axe blow, and said to me, "My opponent. It's you." However, when the Headhunter Guild leader was cut in half, his men were able to immediately reconnect. Rokon couldn't help but be stunned, but right after that, the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild was right behind Rokon, taunting him and telling him, "You're really stupid." Then the leader of this Blood Hunter Guild, he rushed like a wind straight through Rokon's body, accompanied by sources of haunted aura passing through his body. Just a second later, the system appeared and informed Rokon that your health had dropped below 50%. Seeing this, Rokon's whole body seemed to lose strength, his legs were unsteady, his whole body kept shaking. Rokon looked at his hand in confusion and said, "This is." With it, he saw the system continuously informing him, "You have been poisoned, you were paralyzed and bleeding, your health will decrease by 30 every 10 seconds. The leader of the Blood Hunters Guild said proudly and contemptuously to Rokon, "If you're like this, you still dare to confront us, really disappointed. However, Rokan's whole body emitted a strong aura. He held the axe on his shoulder, arrogantly and confidently told the leader of the Blood Hunter and Shadow Assassin Guild, "Don't be disappointed, hurry, just getting started." Along with that, the system also appears and informs Rokan that your poison resistance has neutralized the effects of the poison. At this moment, Rokan happily pointed at the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild with the nickname Shadow Assassin. He arrogantly called him out and told him, "Blood Hunter Guild leader, well. 8th place in Ragnarok Guild, great." Hearing that, the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild was surprised and asked Rokan, "What?" Rokan remembers the past events and thinks, the creator King Odin and the Ragnarok Guild and he leads, are a bunch of crazy people playing Norse gods. I hate to admit it, but they are a group of the strongest players in the Lord. However, they are fighting and doubting each other. What I can't understand is that there are still excellent players out there, but they still join and blindly follow him. They left their guild and even spent a coin to change their name. Among them is a rather troublesome guy who controls darkness and poison, that is, a child. Apparently it's the name of a world-destroying dragon in Norse mythology, but I don't really care about the role-playing stuff. Maybe they'll give him a random name too. But what I know for sure, is that this guy in front of me, was a kid before he joined the Ragnarok Guild. But that guy, the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild, denied being angry and questioned Rokan, "Kid choke, Ragnarok, what nonsense are you spouting?" But right now Rokan is still immersed in his thoughts. Now I wonder about this. There is no way there could be an assassin who is both the Lord of Darkness, a hidden karma, and can also use poison. Then Rokan tilted his head dejectedly, excitedly saying to that Cocoon, the Blood Hunters Guild leader, I don't think you can understand all the words I said." In his heart, he pondered and thought, looking at his appearance, I think he still has nothing to do with Odin. From his actions just now, he must have first chosen the assassin profession and then switched to the Dark Lord profession. His level is quite high, perhaps his agility is double my own because he is an assassin. Then Rokan boldly stepped forward and spoke to that Blood Hunter Guildmaster and told him, "I guess I have no other choice but to use this." Immediately afterward, Rokan's entire body emitted a powerful aura. Violent and crazy, he activated the Rage skill. Immediately after that, the system appeared and announced Rokan, furious le pretend high, burns himself with rage to unleash enormous power. All stats increased by 200%, all skills do not consume energy, resist all physical attacks, you won't be able to be defeated even if you run out of health, you will not be able to distinguish between enemy and yourself in the midst of madness. After the skill runs out, you will regain up to 40% of your lost health. If your health reaches 0 when the skill ends, you must regenerate 10% of your health in 7 seconds, or you die. After the skill ends, the first side effect is that all stats will decrease by 40% for 10 minutes. After the first side effect ends, the second side effect will be a 20% reduction in stats for 20 minutes. If you use Rage again while still under the influence of side effects, the duration of the effect will double, to 10 minutes. Yet this Blood Hunter Guild leader knew about the characteristics of Rokan's Berserk skill. He looked at Rokan, who was constantly emitting a strong aura, and said contemptuously to him, "So he was the one who used that move. It's a move that makes you temporarily stronger, but it also has many side effects. However, the difference between me and you, that is, you cannot be stronger than me with just a single skill." Immediately after that, the entire body of this Blood Hunter Guild leader's body emitted a source of darkness, along with a hazy mist. But Rokan still maintains only one attitude of interest and excitement. He boldly rushed forward and used his axe to swing so hard that the fog could shatter. I saw my friend, the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild, a bit surprised by this move. Right after that, Rokan used his axe again and rushed forward to attack the Blood Hunters Guild leader and shouted fiercely, causing the ground to explode. Looking at this scene, the Blood Hunter Guild leader couldn't help but think in surprise, "Isn't this too strong?" Rokan then continued holding the axe to chase after the Blood Hunters Guild leader, and angrily told him, "Die." Rokan then launched a powerful axe attack towards the Blood Hunter Guild leader, but like before, he was still able to easily dodge Rokan's attack. He was still talking to Rokan, just like I thought, but Rokan only clicked his tongue and said TSK to this mist slash. The leader of the Blood Hunters Guild said to Rokan in contempt, "Do you think that trick can defeat me? If I just increase my physical strength and attack without thinking like you, then I'll throw it away. Have you forgotten that this whole area is still under my control? As long as I remain synchronized with the darkness, I can detect any movement and teleport anywhere within the area I control to avoid your moves." But Rokan still had an indifferent attitude and said to that Blood Hunter Guild leader, "Don't make me laugh. You think you're the main villain in the comics. It's foolish of you to think you can avoid it like that, because it all ends here. the Blood Hunter Guild leader spoke contemptuously to Rokon, the ultimate skill fury. You will receive tremendous power for a short period of time, but in return you will have to suffer the effects of significantly reduced stats after the skill ends. It's a double-edged sword. You lost, since you were blinded by using rage so early. Hearing the Blood Hunter Guild leader mocking him like that, Rokon angrily gritted his teeth and rushed forward to attack him and said, "You! Don't be rude to me." As Rokon charged forward to attack the Blood Hunter Guild leader's direction, he summoned a thick mist of smoke again in front of Rokon to block his vision and attack power. Rokon angrily walked in the fog, and cut through this fog thinking, I need to do something to dispel the darkness here. That is the source of his power. When there is no more darkness, then that is opportunity for yourself. At that time, I can easily blow away the ball with the extremely powerful wide area skill. After that, Rokon angrily looked around but saw no one, then angrily shouted at the Blood Hunter Guild leader, "Where did the son of a bitch go?" At that moment, the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild unleashed a source of power along with strings of knives that flew straight towards Rokon. He quickly backed away angrily and thought, well, it's not over yet. But right now, when I looked at the giant gloomy dragon that appeared in front of me, transformed by the Blood Hunter Guild leader, Rokon couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise and say, "Damn, this is exhausting me." Immediately after that, the system appeared and informed Rokon that there were 20 seconds left before the rampage ended. However, faced with this, Rokon did not panic or worry but still forced an excited smile. At this time, the powerful Blood Hunter Guild leader, holding a sword, approached Rokon and taunted him, telling him that you were still alive, thanks to that rage move, but I'll die soon as I run out of that skill. However, Rokon's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said to that Blood Hunter Guild leader, I won't let that happen. The Blood Hunter Guild leader calmly said to Rokon, I need the world to see how gently I destroy you. At this moment, Rokon's whole body was gradually weakening, and he was angry because of the current situation. Damn, it was so annoying, I never thought that we would have to do this much in a duel. At the same time, the system reappeared and informed Rokon that there were 10 seconds left before the rampage ended, and the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild was arrogantly holding his fishhook and saying to Rokon, this is it, die in regret. However, Rokon showed an amused smile. He held a magic bottle tightly in his mouth and said contemptuously to that Blood Hunter Guild leader, I really don't want to recover in trivial matters like this at all. Right after that, Rokon launched a move, Electric Shock. In front of the surprise and confusion of the guild leader of that calf's Blood Hunter, he said, what? At the same time, Rokon also released a powerful electric light source towards the guild leader of the Blood Hunter brother, causing him to be knocked backwards. He was confused and asked Rokon again, what is the law? It turns out that in that magic bottle there is also magic. The system appears and informs Rokon about this magic bottle, spell consumption, level, and rarity. Lightning magic, electric shock, has been stored inside and can be used when needed. Remaining users, no more than 3. In his heart, Rokon remembered the times before using it and thought, after using it the first 2 times in previous missions, I didn't think I would use it the last time like this, but this is the only way for me to dissipate the darkness, the main source of his power, but it's only a temporary method. With that, the system appeared and informed Rokon that there were 5 seconds left before the rampage ended. He quickly and nimbly picked up his axe and rushed forward to attack the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild and launched a beheading move, thinking, he only has one chance. I will go all out in this attack. Right after that, to the confusion and surprise of the calves, the leader of the Blood Hunter Guild, Rokon was holding a strong axe and rushed forward to slash his body with a terrifying slash. Just a second later, the system informed Rokon that the rampage was over. You have been promoted. The guild leader, the Blood Hunter, had his entire body cut in half by Rokon. He was completely surprised and couldn't believe it, so he asked Rokon in confusion, how could that be possible? How could I lose, at the hands of a guy like you? However, Rokon calmly walked up to the Blood Hunter Guild leader and told him, I don't know, stop pretending to be cool, humiliation too. You can come and fight me anytime, you horrible bastard. Right after that, Rokon raised his middle finger to the Blood Hunter Guild leader. So this guy couldn't help but get angry and hateful and said to Rokon before disappearing, you, just cord, I will. At the same time, the system appears and informs Rokon that you have defeated the player, you have leveled up. After receiving this notice, Rokon felt more secure and relaxed. He sat down on the ground tiredly with his stats constantly increasing. Rokon sighed and said, feeling dizzy, he almost died. Restore it already. Right after that, Rokon summoned a healing potion from the system. He drank it to restore his health while thinking, honestly, I'm not very confident that I can win. After all, he is the strongest opponent I have faced since my regression, but I never thought that the leader of the Blood Hunting Guild would join the Ragnarok Guild. Thanks to my newly acquired title, I was able to defeat him. He looked at the notice board from the system. First, Limit Break, Legend, you have defeated the most people, the limit breaking title, and I remember that the system once appeared on the information board about this title for me. The first legendary limit breaking, you have defeated more players. I have a lot and am certified to be a player who knows no limits. You are the first person to receive this title. Effectively, when facing a stronger opponent, all your abilities will increase by 10%. When facing a stronger opponent, the level of all skills will increase by 1. When facing a stronger opponent, the level of punishment will be reduced by 30%. When facing monsters, all abilities will increase by 20%. Looking at it, Rokan thought happily, especially the title of Breaking the Limit. If I didn't have this title, my life would be over. Then Rokan took out the diamond ring in front of him and thought, but because of that. But I was able to level up and get some pretty useful equipment, so let's leave it to him. Immediately after that, the system appeared and informed Rokan about the information about this ring. The Ring of a Cowardly Magician, its level, and its rarity. A cowardly magician created this escape ring. You can use it once a day to move back 3 meters, the other use, not more than 1. Looking at the ring on his hand, Rokan happily thought, even though it can only be used once a day, but for crazy people who only have attack skills, it's very important. I will make good use of it. I just saw it now. I defeated 2 future members of the Ragnarok Guild in my previous life, meaning, how can the future change? For example, they will no longer join Ragnarok. No, not sure yet. I don't know how Odin collects members. Odin, I don't know what he's doing now. He must have started playing the Lord now. Did he change his mind in his previous life? Hell, that guy could be anyone. Stop thinking about it forever, it won't solve anything. Odin is indeed a problem, but for now, Pyrea is the biggest problem. Since he attacked me with all his strength, he must really want to capture me, that bastard. Well, whatever, since you're here, please continue. But now looking at his hand, along with the side effects after using the crazy drug, Rokan was bored and said, I guess I should have prepared in advance. Some time later in downtown Khitan, Rokan has equipped himself with new armor and outfits, along with a system bulletin board. Hawk armor, level, rarity, iron armor in the form of a hawk is engraved on the chest, defense 110, durability 300/300, dexterity +5, critical strike rate, +5%, required rank 60. Archer gloves, level, rare, once used by an archer, just wearing it makes you feel confident, defense 40, durability 250/250, archery +10%, critical strike chance +7%, required level 60. Lizard people, rare level, there is the wildness of the lizard people, defense 80, durability 400/400, dexterity +3, critical strike rate +3%, required rank 60, death belt, defense 40, durability 200/200, crit chance +5%, required rank 60, scout iron boots, level, rare, once carried by a scout lowers damage and reduces the chance of being trapped or affected by terrain, defense 70, durability 300/300, health +2, trap activation chance -10%, trap effect chance -10%, critical strike chance +7%. After equipping these useful objects, Rokan thought with pleasure, he really didn't expect much from the mediocre things in the auction. Just focus on increasing your critical hit rate first. Thanks to these titles, I have increased 20%, adding these equipment will increase it to 40%. In general, every hit will be fatal, and there's more. Rokan immediately took out his newly equipped and purchased axe, along with a system information display, battle axe that absorbs magic, level, and rarity, iron axes for warriors. It absorbs magic to increase durability and iron, attack power 150, durability 500/500, required rank 70. Rokan held his new axe in his hand and happily said, "It's great, it can probably be used up to level 100. In his heart, he thought to himself, it seems like I used about 30 gold to buy all of this, there's still some money left over. As for the main quest, I only need one more Haki Ni record to complete. Okay, it's time to plow, you must take advantage of the opportunity to try out new equipment." But Rokan didn't notice that behind him, in a corner somewhere, someone was watching his every action and step. Some time later by the lake. Rokan is still enjoying hunting monsters here. Currently he is fighting a wild boar, watching the wild boar aggressively rush towards him. Rokan happily swung an axe at it. It was a fatal blow, so the wild boar was immediately killed. Seeing that, Rokan happily looked at the blurred axe and said, "Okay, One critical hit will send a level 70 monster flying. I will stay here until I reach level 75, but at this moment, the wild boar was still not dead. It angrily turned its head to look at Rokon with angry eyes and strongly rushed towards Rokon. Rokon was excited and told him, "That's right, come here." But at this time, I didn't know that from the auction, there were many arrows aimed at the wild boar, killing it. Seeing that, Rokon was confused, turned around, confused and said, "What the heck?" At this time, the guy in the cloak who seemed to be the one who had been watching Rokon in the corner earlier stepped out, pretending to be innocent and saying to Rokon, "Sorry. I accidentally shot it, how do I compensate you?" Rokon became more wary of this guy, but he still calmly told him, "It's okay, remember to be more careful from now on." Then Rokon looked at the other two wild boars over there. He immediately raised his axe and unleashed a beard attack. However, out of nowhere, the other two wild boars were beaten to death by a mysterious magic source using the magic trick jackfruit. Looking at this, Rokon couldn't help but be confused. At this moment, a girl wearing a witch's hat walked out and shyly said to Rokon, "Oh no, sorry, I didn't see you attack it first." Seeing that, Rokon immediately got angry. It was clear that he knew she did it on purpose, but Rokon still ignored it. He immediately raised his axe and prepared to attack another monster. Right after that, Rokon quickly turned around and saw that the cloaked man was also raising his bow and preparing to shoot in the same direction as him. Seeing that he was discovered, the other guy immediately pretended to be innocent and embarrassed as if he had accidentally said to Rokon, "Oh my god, we happen to be aiming at the same target." However, Rokon knew that they intentionally targeted these monsters. After he attacked them, they took the opportunity to take over these monsters. Rokon then contemptuously questioned them and told them, "You guys. Is it from the Pi Brotherhood?" Hearing that, the guy in the robe paused for a few seconds, then he was confused and asked Rokon, "What are you talking about? Why would anyone suddenly say that?" Rokon didn't even bother to accept it, pointed straight at the guy's face and told him, "At least hide that guild symbol." Hearing that, the guy knew he couldn't deny it anymore. He immediately showed an angry face and said to Rokon, "Oh my god. So what are you going to do? When hunting, you have to make mistakes." So Rokon angrily looked at him with eyes full of murderous intent and threatened to say to this cloaked boy, "Hey, I will give one last warning. If you keep following me and stealing my monsters, I will consider that an action against me. And not just you, but your whole group too." Hearing that, the guy in the cloak was scared and rushed towards Rokon and questioned him, "Do you want to cause trouble?" However, Rokon calmly turned around and walked away, waving his hand in warning and telling the other guy, "Do whatever you want, then don't complain that I didn't mention it before." Seeing that, the guy in the robe looked at Rokon spending all his money and leaving. He couldn't help but get angry. However, when looking at the members of my guild arranged here, he immediately thought arrogantly, "Let's just do it, but no matter what you do, it won't work. Every player here is ready to ruin your hunt. Unlike the Blood Hunting Association, we are just normal players, famous for being polite and dignified. Things would be different if you didn't know we were from the Pi Brotherhood, but since you know, you won't be able to easily fight against us." However, this group did not know. When Rokon left, he smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that this was also one of his plans. Time goes back to the day before. In the center of Ki-Tun City, the guy wearing the cloak was confused, but his name is the guild leader Pi Ria. "What, you want me to sell it to you? Me, that rock name?" Pi Ria, the guild leader of Pi's guild, seriously said to this cloaked guy, "Yes, of course you can't let other players find out." But this guy was a little confused and told Pi Ria, the guild president, "No, the problem was not being discovered. Do you really think he'll let us do that? I heard he's a crazy freak." Pi's guild leader spoke up and said to this cloaked guy, "He certainly won't leave it alone, but that's not the problem." I heard the guy wearing the other guy's shirt surprised and confused and asked the name Pi Ria again. "So what?" The guild master, Pi Ria, immediately told this guy in the cloak his plan. "We need to make him mad, reshoot and edit to make him look like a bad guy. If we can't do anything to him in the game, then we must utilize the power of the media. Don't worry, unlike the Blood Hunters, our guild is famous for its dignified and upright behavior. He won't be able to attack us easily." Returning to the present, the guy immediately thought proudly, "Sure. The only reason he has so many supporters is because he only attacks Blood Hunters, a Pi Tree guild. He wouldn't dare attack a brother Pi guild because of our good reputation. If I can anger him and film that scene." Then the man in the cloak immediately raised his bow and shot dead the wild boar in front of the Rokon, which he was planning to hunt. Seeing that, Rokon's face immediately darkened as if surrounded by a layer of clouds. However, that guy still didn't know the danger was actually approaching him, but still smugly smiled and said to Rokon, "Oh no," my hand suddenly slipped. "So sorry," but before the cloaked man could finish his apology, he was surprised to see Rokon standing in front of him holding an axe and swinging it towards him. So the guy in the cloak was surprised and scared and said, "Ha, what?" However, right after that he was slashed to death by Rokon holding an axe. Rokon said with eyes filled with crazy and violent murderous intent, the conversation was over. Seeing that Rokon had actually killed the cloaked man, the other players nearby were surprised, angry, and provocatively told Rokon that he killed a player outside the Pie Tree Guild. However, that Rokon calmly held his axe in his hand and told them, "Why were you so surprised? We warned you in advance." Seeing that, the girl wearing the witch hat was not afraid, her whole body trembled, she angrily said to Rokon, "Get away." Mana Shield, however, with Rokon's eyes filled with murderous intent, he unleashed the attack. And the Re-T-Ko flag immediately cut off the witch girl's mana defense shield, and killed her. Rokon looked at their corpses with interest and said excitedly, "This is my chance to try out the features of Re-T-Ko lightning." Seeing that, a player next to him, even though he was so scared that his whole body couldn't stop shaking, still tried to be calm and boldly stood up to question and told Rokon, You are making a big mistake. Do you think people will leave you alone if you play like this?" Hearing that, Rokon couldn't help but get angry and feel uncomfortable. He turned around, clutched his axe and said to the person, "It's too noisy." Right after that, Rokon got angry and shouted at him, "If you don't like it, then shut up and attack me." Immediately afterwards, to the surprise and fear, along with the boy's heartbreaking scream, the forest became quieter. He was killed by Rokon. Along with Rokon's eyes filled with murderous intent, the system appeared and informed him that the cruelty index had increased. You are a murderer. If you die as a murderer, you lose more experience points. If you die while being a murderer, there is a high chance you will drop items. To lower the cruelty index, you need to wait a while or just eliminate people who are cruel. If the cruelty stat increases, you will receive a greater penalty. Seeing that, Rokon immediately had a headache and said, "Ah really, terrible troubles. I also knew this would happen sooner or later, but I became a murderer too soon. However, it's just that, a nuisance, nothing more, nothing less. If you really want to chase them away, I just need to go to a higher level hunting area like the level 90 Mountain Bandits hideout. Maybe it will be a bit harsh, but I can try hunting there. But don't avoid any battles, that is my motto." Rokon then carried his axe on his shoulder, leisurely turned away and said, "So, now, I will wait while leisurely hunting, to see what they will do." Some time later at his motel apartment complex, Rokon comfortably lay on the bed and called and said, "Yes, the address is correct, please be sure to choose the highest dose possible." "Yes, I will pay later today, please ship within 3 days." After hanging up the phone, Rokon breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's over now." Rokon then lay dejectedly on the bed scrolling through his phone thinking, why have they been so quiet these past few days? What action do you think should be taken? They're scared because a few members got killed? No, impossible. Right after that, when Rokon looked at the news on his phone, he was surprised, angry and disdainful and said, "Ha, look at this bastard." It turns out they posted a video with the title, revealing the fake face of the Rokon player, and saying, "We discovered the duplicity of the Rokon player." However, before this video, Rokon just calmly commented, "It's really cute." Rokon continued scrolling down to the second video posted by Repia, the guild president of MPI, with the content, "Hello, everyone in the Lord community, my name is Pi Ria, I am the guild master of the Pi Brother Association, the Fair Association. If you've been frequently active in the transit area lately, you may have heard of the player named Rokon. He is a famous player for challenging the Pi Tree Guild, the Blood Hunting Guild. Many people might think of him as someone who fights enemies and protects the weak, and that's also what one of the girls, believed before. However, he only did it for the items and experience points he received from hunting blood hunters, and not for a moment did he actually help casual or new players. And, of course, he is not obligated to help others, like the Pi Guild. However, we received an unexpected report from an anonymous person. According to this person, Crazy Rokon uses an illegal software, and take advantage of it for your bad play. From the video we received, he deflected countless arrows, and magic spells went straight through him, in addition to many other strange things. He killed our guild members. The person trying to send the request confirms this. This is why I'm here to condemn player Rokon, who is suspected of being an overbearing player. What the truth is up to you. This is Pi Ria, the guild leader. Pi, I'm taking my leave." Seeing him dare to post a video attacking and mocking him like that, Rokan couldn't help but scoff in anger and felt so ridiculous that his whole body trembled. Then he laughed loudly, even laughing until tears came to his eyes, stopped clutching his stomach and said, "I'm wondering what he's secretly doing, is it this? What a funny person, no wonder I was deceived by Lim Su-hai." In his heart, he secretly thought, no matter what, because the guild leader of the blood hunting guild couldn't defeat him, they don't dare attack me in the game anymore. What he did was both despicable and suspicious, but it definitely works. In the game, I just focus on playing to get stronger, and they are one of the top 5 guilds in Korea. To maintain their reputation, they need to play the role of a charity association all the time. I'm sorry, but this isn't the first time this has happened, so I know exactly what to do about this pathetic plan. I will teach your children well. Immediately after that, Rokan made a series of operations on his phone. To think with pride, people are often more harsh on a white liar than a powerful bastard. Some time later at the bandit lair, seeing Rokan needing help to get here, a few other players couldn't help but get angry and said to him, "How dare you come here alone, do you know who we are?" However, Rokan calmly shrugged and told them, "What if I don't know?" Hearing that, one of the group got angry and rushed forward to attack Rokan and said to him, "This insolent guy, I will teach you a lesson before killing you." The tan is, however, before he could finish his sentence, he was surprised to see a powerful force attacking his direction, causing the player to be sent flying into the wall behind him. Rokan sneered coldly and told them, "I'm just kidding, of course I have to know you, it's a place to earn experience points, nothing more." Rokan looked at the group of bandits who were angrily looking at him and thought, usually the bandits in games are gossipy, it's just for newbies to level up. But these guys are different, they don't look the same but they're all over level 90, their background is to attack and plunder countless adventurers, so they have much more equipment and strategies than regular monsters. Hearing that Rokan dared to think of himself like that, the bandits couldn't help but look at him with anger and hatred, and the player who had just been hit by Rokan's attack was angry, clenched his fist and said to Rokan, "Damn it, how dare you, I will tear you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." At this time, another mountain bandit angrily pointed at Rokan and told his accomplices that he was alone. Counsel it. Regardless of what they said, Rokan was still lost in his thoughts, thinking, even so, still nothing compared to me. Just wait, Pyrea, I will pay you both capital and interest. Right after that, when the group of mountain bandits was preparing to attack Rokan, he immediately used the skill to become crazy. Along with a powerful aura, Rokan's whole body was filled with murderous aura. He was crazy. Then he looked towards the bandits and prepared to attack in their direction, and some time later on the forum, when they saw the video of Rokan fighting to defeat the group of Rokan's people, several other players immediately started talking about it. Nan to Go player posted and asked, "Have you guys seen the video about Rokan?" Sim Chip players say, "Who hasn't seen it?" And the Magic Button player said, "No matter how strong he thought, he was just being arrogant." The player replied, "You're right, Rokan didn't do anything to us." Players go and talk, "Why are they switching sides so quickly?" The player quickly said, "Changing sides, Rokan only did it for himself and ignored it. Go away, who is the one calling Rokan a saint?" Pale, but the Lord can be bossy too, never heard of it before. We shouldn't judge by that video alone, you have to listen to both sides, right? Just ask them to post the original video. Nah, another guy defending Rokan, I knew it right away when I heard it. Me, except for the incident with the Blood Hunting Guild, which can be very overbearing. Otherwise, how can you catch an arrow with your bare hands? Is this a lawyer movie or something? At this time, the guild president Pyrea continued to post a video with the content. "Thank you everyone very much for supporting me. We are Pi's family, working for a healthier gaming environment. Everything is not yet completely revealed, but if everyone continues to support us, we will continue to uncover the secret of player Rokan, a suspected boss. We thank everyone for your support." Below the post about the video of that Pi's guild leader, there are many comments supporting him, saying that all the bullies must be exposed. I support, destroy him, Rokan must have gone into hiding, has he been banned? After reading these comments, EP Pi, the president of Pi's guild, immediately thought to himself, these idiots. That's right, it should have been like this from the beginning. Rokan, no matter how hard you try, you're still alone. How can you continue to stay in the Lord when everyone opposes you like this? You're done, Rokan, bow before the power of the collective. When it disappears, I will continue to cooperate with the Blood Hunter, but at this time, the phone of the Pyrea guild president of the other Pi sisters guild vibrated again. He annoyedly picked up the phone and said, "What is that?" At this moment, there was someone on the other end of the line who was confused and said to him, "President. Rokan just logged in, he's at Ketun Square." Pyrea, the president of the Pi sisters guild, spoke contemptuously and amusedly to the other person. So what? He probably wanted to explain. You told the guys about our plan, right? Tell them to come and join the crowd. However, on the other end of the line, he was confused and said to Pai Ri, the guild's president, there seems to be a problem. Hearing that, Pai Ria, the technology president, Pai couldn't help but get angry and said, what? Right now in the center of Ki Tun City, Rokan is walking around. Seeing that, the other players immediately looked at him in surprise and talked to each other. The boy whispered to the girl next to him, hey, isn't the guy who just passed by the famous name Rokan? The other girl was surprised and asked her friend, what a bossy guy, is that him? Then he still dares to walk on the street like that. Seeing that the girl was about to attack Rokan, the boy immediately panicked and stopped her and said, hey, calm down, what if he tries to kill us too? However, the other girl calmly said to this guy, don't you know, if there is a murderer in here, we just need to end Pi 11 Bowen and kill that person. However, the guy was still sweating nervously as he told the girl, but. However, every now and then the girl angrily pointed at Rokan and said, tell him, hey, you are Rokan, right? Let's talk a bit. Rokan was a bit surprised and suspicious and turned around to say to her, what? Why are so many people looking at me? Looking at Rokan in front of her, the girl couldn't help but be confused and said to her friend, wait, isn't he a murderer? Why do his eyes look so normal? The other guy was also confused and said to the girl, yes, he reduced the number of people he killed. Meanwhile, Rokan was satisfied with his plan. He secretly smiled and thought, they were surprised. Reducing the cruelty index is not easy, it will subside on its own, but you have to wait a few weeks, and the fastest way to do that is to kill other murderers. It's the fastest way known currently, but there are ways that most players don't know, that is, there are some monsters with cruel stats. And that's why I hunted bandits all night long. Of course it was also to level up, but by killing the bandits that had killed countless adventurers, I was able to whittle down my cruelty stat in just a few hours. Of course, this method will quickly gain popularity as player levels increase, but the most important thing is that I won't be bothered by these anonymous people anymore. At this moment, the other two players were looking at Rokan in confusion and saying, no way, the cruelty index cannot decrease overnight. As for Rokan, he was calm as if nothing happened. He turned around, waved his hand and said to the two of them, if nothing happens, I'm leaving. The boy next to him immediately felt guilty, bowed his head and said to Rokan, sorry for bothering you. At this time, someone suddenly walked up to Rokan and said to him, you are crazy Rokan, right? Hearing that, Rokan couldn't help but feel surprised and confused by the man in front of him. This man immediately introduced himself and told Rokan, I am Ha Not, a reporter for the Game and Ven website, can I interview you for a bit? Seeing that, Rokan smiled triumphantly and thought, what a good time, he probably came here because of the bait I intentionally offered. The other reporter smiled cunningly and thought, but he didn't expect that the person who answered him was Rokan, can't miss this exclusive interview. Then Rokan calmly smiled and said to that reporter, interview, okay. But I want to choose the location, how about an outdoor table at that coffee shop? Seeing Rokan pointing to the formal coffee shop right next door, the reporter was a bit surprised and angry and said to him, what? In his heart, he hated and thought, well, I have to interview in a private place to get the scoop. Seeing this reporter hesitate like that, Rokan immediately looked upset, turned around and left and told him, otherwise, that's it. Seeing that, the hot reporter quickly stopped Rokan and told him, no, okay. And very quickly, now in the coffee shop. Rokan was sitting calmly receiving an interview from this hot reporter, so everyone around couldn't help but feel curious and gathered together to talk to each other. Was he being interviewed? What's going on? At this time, that hot reporter started his interview and said to Rokan, well, you probably already know about the recent incident, so I'll say it straight. Some people suspected that he was using overbearing software, and there is also evidence that he is innocent. What do you think about this? In response to that hot reporter's question, Rokan calmly and frankly told him, so I will also speak frankly. I have never used overbearing software, and the Pai brothers deserved it for provoking me. From now on, I will slowly prove it. Seeing Rokan's confident attitude in front of such a question, the broken reporter couldn't help but wonder and greedily wanted to know more information and told Rokan. It could be seen that he was very confident. How are you going to prove what you say? Rokan calmly told the reporter that he had heard that a bossy software was created in the stars. The reporter also calmly said to Rokan, I heard about that recently. Rokan still had an amused attitude as he told the hot reporter, I watched the video yesterday. However, when do you think people filmed that video? If the people who recorded the video suspected that I was using abusive software, Wouldn't they have reported me? Hearing Rokan's confident answer, the surrounding viewers couldn't help but feel confused and shaken. The other reporter was also suspicious and asked Rokan. They reported him, but nothing happened. Rokan confidently sat with his arms crossed and calmly answered the reporter and told him, to be precise, they concluded that I did not use overbearing software. Furthermore, I know how to play games and don't use software. I've never used bossy software, and I don't even know where to get it. If you still have doubts, you can always report it to me. Hearing that, the hot-tempered reporter couldn't help but be surprised and confused. Then he had an idea and said to Rokan, "Are you sure? Then I'm reporting you." Rokan said in a careless, unconcerned tone to the reporter, "Report." Immediately after that, the reporter immediately summoned the system panel, clicked on Report Rokan and told him, "I finished the report, now we will know for sure." After knowing the results, the reporter was surprised and panicked and asked Rokan, "So you mean you deflected the arrows, and caught them with your bare hands just using your technique?" Rokan calmly sighed in frustration and said to the hot-tempered reporter, "What's so chaotic? Isn't it a game that allows gamers to get stronger, based on level, items, and talents? I upgraded my current basic job so the second time, with that power I could easily destroy an entire building, so what's so big about catching an arrow?" Hearing that, the reporter immediately thought about it and agreed to tell Rokan. What he said made sense. "So when that spell didn't hit you," Rokan calmly and confidently told the reporter that it was an item called a safe zone. "You can get it in the magic item shop. If you still have doubts, you can try it yourself." Seeing Rokan's confident attitude and convincing evidence, the reporter couldn't help but sweat in confusion and think, "I don't think he's lying or exaggerating." Then the reporter continued his interview and asked Rokan, "Why do you think Pi's Guild uploaded that video, and why don't you immediately resolve this by clarifying this matter?" Rokan still calmly and confidently replied to the reporter, "Is there any reason I need to respond to all those nonsense accusations? And do you think that they deliberately brought me down because they wanted to hide something?" Hearing this scoop, the reporter immediately became curious and thought, do they have something to hide? The other reporter moved closer to the table and wanted to hear more about this, and that person couldn't hide his calmness and curiosity, pushed up his glasses and asked Rokan again, "What are you talking about? Do you really have something to hide? Do you know anything about them?" Rokan didn't answer the reporter's question at all, but just gave a vague answer and told him, "You'll know about it tonight. They uploaded the video to give viewers the right to rate it, so I'm planning on doing the same. I'm sorry that you came all the way here and still made you wait, but please watch the video that will be posted tonight for more details." Hearing that, the reporter was confused and couldn't help but wonder, what could it be? However, he still remained calm and said to Rokan, "Okay, I have one last question for you. I heard you hooked up with a member of the Pi Brotherhood, really?" When Rokan mentioned this, he immediately got angry and told the reporter frankly, "Yes." Hearing that, the reporter was confused and said to Rokan, "Why did you admit it so easily?" Rokan dejectedly told the hot reporter, "I don't want to make too many excuses, they made my blood boil so I just killed them." And then Rokan couldn't hold back his anger and pounded the table and said to the reporter, And let me take the opportunity to say this. If anyone is trying to pick a fight with me, they're risking everything, from items to their lives." Gay after Rokan's interview was posted, to maintain the heat and take advantage of this article, Rokan posted a video about the content. The guild president Pai Ria despised speaking with Rokan, he brags a lot. "When you defeat our people, say so, you just need to hand over the invisibility cloak you stole from us. If we do that, we will let this matter go. Oh, and send some of our elite members to Blood Hunters, tell them that we will assist in reducing the number of murderers and increasing that level." Immediately after hearing this news, other players could not help but be surprised and competed to comment under this video. The player was surprised and said, "Wow, the Blood Hunter is run by the Pi fraternity. What a surprise, I knew Rokan was right, he executes justice on them. Go ahead, what a bad bunch." Darimi immediately said, "I heard that the Blood Hunters are in danger of being disbanded. I'm sure your Pi association is also broken." At this moment, the video screen showed a scene of the Blood Hunters Guild Hall leader telling Rokan, "The distance between you and me is not something that a simple skill can overcome." Hearing this statement, several other players looked down on him and discussed it heatedly. Player Ka Na Dien said, "The president of the Blood Hunting Guild is awesome." The Na Trian player immediately said, "Oh my god, if it were me, I would have committed suicide out of shame." At this time, the video continued to show the scene of the robed member of the Pi fraternity arrogantly and cunningly telling Rokan, "Oh my god, this time my arrow just missed." So the Go See Me players immediately commented with disdain and anger, "I wanted to punch him in the face and ignore him. They probably deserved it, don't you agree?" Immediately after that, under the video posted 7 minutes ago with the title, "Rokan, I believe in you," there appeared people who supported Rokon and looked down on the Pi Brotherhood, commenting and recruiting more team members to enforce justice. Go to the Pi Association, 1 out of 10. Seeing that, Rokon happily read while lying on the bed and said, seriously, these people. Look how fast the Hordai is it you die or something? These stupid little Pi bastards, do you guys really think you're the only one filming? You guys don't realize how much trouble I've gotten into as a chess player. In my previous life, when I was playing the Lord, a lot of people tried to bring me down by using dirty tricks. That's why I'm playing it while I'm playing, although that's why I have to buy a new hard drive every month. I'm curious to know the expression on his face right now. And at this time, in the room of that Pi Rhea Guild president, he angrily banged on the table. His whole body was screaming out of anger, this bastard. Seeing that, his wife couldn't help but panic and walked over and said to this Pi's guild president, honey, calm down. But Pi, the guild leader, couldn't control his anger. He spread his anger to his wife and shouted at her, damn, I really think you can calm down now, okay? Above all, how could that bastard know about our relationship with the Blood Hunting Guild? Even only high-ranking people in our association know. Don't tell me, you're just spreading rumors. Hearing that, the other wife quickly waved her hand in denial and said to the guild president, no, I swear it's not me. Hearing that, Pi Rhea, the president of Pi's guild, couldn't help but angrily scratch his head. His whole body trembled and said, Rokon this bastard, damn it, what should I do now? Seeing her husband so wasteful, the girl thought for a moment and then spoke up to tell him, actually, I think I might know who Rokon is. Hearing that, the guild leader Pi Rhea immediately turned around in surprise and asked his wife, what? After hearing his wife talk about Rokon's identity, this Pi Rhea guild leader immediately angrily questioned her and shouted at her, what, is that the name of the ex-lover we met last time? Damn it, what does that even mean? Although the wife was not sure, she still believed in her thoughts. She trembled and tried to talk to that guy, but, no matter how much she thought, it was still him. He used the nickname Rokon in all the games he played, and after watching the video, I realized that Rokon's appearance and way of speaking reminded me of him. Hearing that guy, the president of the Pi's Guild, was surprised to find out, and he searched his memory and thought, yes, last time he told me that he also played the Lord. Damn, now that I think about it, he looks exactly the same. That bastard, really? Then at this moment, Pi Rhea, the president of Pi's Guild, gritted his teeth and spoke with hatred to his wife, hey and Su-hai. Hearing this cold tone, the other wife was a little startled, confused and scared and replied, oh yes. Pi Rhea, the president of the guild. Pi turned back with a crazy, hysterical face as if he had lost his mind and said to his wife, you have his address, right? Some time later, now at Rokon's high-rise apartment building, two suspicious masked men came up with baseball bats. One of them was the president of the guild, Pi Rhea. He remembered that just half an hour ago, he had angrily squeezed his wife's mouth to force information out of her. That silent wife was so worried and scared that she couldn't stop shaking and said to Pi Rhea, the president, please help me, honey. Should we really do this? I think this goes a bit too far. However, Pi's guild leader seemed to have lost his mind and angrily told her, I don't care, just call him out. At this moment, in front of apartment number 1004, Pi's guild leader angrily thought, after coming here himself, I feel even worse. Am I being toyed with by someone who lives in this old apartment? I'm different from you, you poor bastard. Just look at these loyal minions ready to do anything I say. You can have fun in the game too, but this day next year will be your death anniversary, Rokon. Then, the wife of the guild president, Su-hai, stood up and rang the doorbell. When they heard the doorbell ring, the person inside couldn't help but be curious and called out, who was that? The other girl spoke up and said, it's me, Su-hai. Hearing that, the person inside felt confused and called outside to say to Su-hai, I'm sorry, but I think you have the wrong address. Outside, two subordinates and the Pi Rhea stood guard at the door with baseball bats out, ready to hit at any moment. And the wife of that Pi Rhea, Su-hai, deliberately dressed revealingly and took down one strap of her shirt, deliberately seducing but shyly telling the person inside, you don't have to be like that. Why don't we go inside and talk for a bit? Right now inside the house, a man was about to refuse, but when he saw Su-hai shyly seducing him like that, the man couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and then he opened the door to invite Su-hai in. When I heard the door open, the guild leader of Pi's guild along with his accomplices were keeping watch on both sides of the door. When I heard the door open, I was angry and immediately rushed in and said, I caught him, everyone, attack. So some strangers rushed towards me and suddenly attacked me. The guy couldn't help but be confused and scared and shouted, who are you guys? The group of people in the guild hall did not even look at the person's face, but angrily rushed forward, kicked and used their baseball bats to repeatedly attack this man and angrily said, "Die, you bastard, your house, in real life you're nothing, you son of a bitch." However, at this time, the wife of the guild president immediately realized that something was wrong. She panicked and quickly went forward to tell that Pai Ria, brother, wait. Not him. It turned out that the person in this house was a fat guy, not Rokan. He was beaten to death by a group of people led by this Pai's guild leader. His whole body was beaten until he was bruised. Looking at this person in front of her and Msu Hai's words, the president of Pai couldn't help but feel confused and angry as he asked her, "What do you mean?" At this time, the guy was angry and said to the group of Pai Ria guild president, "Brother Pai, you psycho bastard, who are you guys? Are you guys robbers? If so, then you robbers are mistaken. My father is the captain of this police department, you bastards should prepare to go to jail." Knowing that he hit the wrong target, the guild leader of Pai's guild couldn't help but angrily scratch his head and think in hatred, "Damn, it's gone, Rokan, you bastard." But when he was on the other side, as if sensing someone was talking about him, Rokan couldn't help but scratch his itchy ears and calmly say, "Who is talking bad about me behind my back? I can't." At this moment, he really needed to comfortably lie down and sunbathe next to the luxury building. He calmly took off his sunglasses and said proudly, "How could there be such a kind person like me in the world?" It's been a few days after posting the video on MK's Dutot channel. The channel now has a lot of subscribers. With 10.5 million subscribers, Rokan immediately thought about the situation these past few days and thought, just a few days after I posted the video, the Pai Sisters Association was basically disbanded. The head of the Pai household is no longer logged into the game, and the members are being criticized by everyone just for being part of the Pai Association, forcing them to leave the association. Although the Sister Pai Association was once one of the leading guilds, it has now collapsed in powerlessness. Right now Rokan is lying here sunbathing, looking at the news on his phone. He is bored and says, the ending is really boring. I thought he was going to try to resist one last time, but maybe after this he doesn't want to try anymore. Seriously, what a boring guy. He's still boring in the end. It turns out that at this time, Pai must be the president of Pai's guild. After an attack and hitting the wrong person, he was locked in prison. He was sitting there depressed. And now, after Rokan had sunbathed and rested enough, he stood up and thought, well, as for me, well, it's basically a happy ending, except for a few small things. Speaking of small things, I mean, my own interview. I just warned anyone else who came to bother me, but it made me even more famous and ended up meeting these annoying fans. He remembered receiving a notification from the Dipper player with the content, "Hello Rokan, even before this incident happened I was your hard part. I know you're probably very busy, but could you meet me just this once?" Rokan immediately refused and told the other person, no. However, the fast player still did not give up and persistently told Rokan, "Please, just this once." Rokan immediately blocked him, and the system also displayed a notification to Rokan that you have blocked the player. Seeing this, Rokan was discouraged and thought, from what I heard, there is even an online fawn site. What a funny world. Well, it's not like I really care about that. But the best thing about all of this is that after selling all the items collected from the Blood Hunting Guild, I was able to earn several thousand gold, and the more popular the Lord becomes, the more the real-world value of this gold coin multiplies. Thanks to that, I was able to sell half of the gold I had to sell this house. Looking at his spacious, airy and solemn home, Rokan immediately thought, even though it seems a bit wasteful, I already have plans for future items and leveling up. And I also need a gaming booth with the highest specifications for a better gaming experience, so such investment is necessary. In that nostril-sized apartment, I don't have enough space to place the latest version of the gaming booth. So let's try it, shall we? It's time to reach level 100 that I've been waiting for so long. Right after that, Rokan immediately logged into the Lord game. Right after that, in that mountain camp forest, there was a mountain bandit who, after tiring of fighting with Rokan, he angrily said to Rokan, "You are quite good. But just wait and see, when our farmer comes, you will." However, before he could finish speaking, Rokan threw an axe at him and killed him. After killing all the mountain bandits here, Rokan walked around dejectedly and said, "Really, this is the problem of human-like monsters. Why do they have to talk so much? It's okay to shut up and rush forward. Let's see, it's time for it to come out." As soon as Rokan finished speaking, an angry voice rang out from inside the cave and shouted at him, "The scoundrel! How dare you harm my brother? I believe that I will take on the responsibility of taking your head." At this time, the mountain bandit farm owner, pretending to be 100, confidently stepped forward and challenged Rokan to a duel. However, Rokon remained calm without showing any emotion. Seeing that, the bandit farmer couldn't help but get angry at Rokon's disdainful attitude and shouted at him. Why? Rokon calmly spoke again as if it was nothing and told him, "Oh well, it's nothing, don't worry. Anyway, I'm quite busy, so why don't you shut up and get going?" When he saw Rokon, he raised his middle finger provocatively and spoke to me like that. The bandit camp owner was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said to Rokon, "You, arrogant thing. I will give you satisfaction." Right after that, the bandit camp owner who heard the news immediately swung his sword and rushed to attack in Rokon's direction. Seeing that, Rokon took a deep breath. Then he let out a loud scream and unleashed his attack, a battle roar, towards the mountain bandit camp owner. Because of that, his stats were gradually decreasing, and the camouflage effect was removed. Seeing that, the mountain bandit farm owner couldn't help but be surprised. However, when he saw his true face, Rokon immediately scoffed and said to that 95-pound mountain bandit deputy, "Oh my god, look what we have here, Deputy Camp." When the Deputy Camp bandit Pakat saw that his disguise had been removed, he couldn't help but be surprised and said to Rokon, "What's wrong with you?" At this time, the mountain bandit farm owner had no idea what the truth was. He came out in surprise and said to Rokon, "How did that bastard know about Pakat?" Rokon thought proudly in his heart, "Of course I know. The bandit lair is a famous starting point for a set of quests. AKA, Furry King Quest. There are many special quest items in the many bandit lairs around the second city, and if someone defeats the bandit's camp master and collects the quest items, they will begin a quest to defeat the Hairy King, the leader of all the bandits. And the reward of this quest is a hairy axe with incredibly high stats. It is considered one of the must-have items for a berserker, so in my previous life, I had no choice but to carefully research how to find the bandit's lair." Then Rokon looked at the mountain bandit deputy camp Pakat and thought, "This guy is very troublesome, a guy who specializes in sneak attacks using stealth techniques. But it won't do anything for me." Right after that, Rokon was so excited that he raised his axe and slashed at the deputy camp chief and said to him, "I'm so happy to meet you. I hope I'll never see you again." Seeing that, the mountain bandit farmer quickly panicked and shouted to Rokon, "No." However, his scream still could not stop Rokon's actions. His powerful slash down, killing the mountain bandit vice president. The next second the system appeared and informed Rokon that you had defeated the Pakat bandit deputy camp. You have leveled up. At this time, Rokon looked at the deputy camp's corpse with contempt and said to him, "Is the deputy camp deputy that I beat him dead? After all, they're just bandits, that's normal." However, at this time, the bandit owner who had heard the news was angry and attacked Rokon from behind. The sharp Rokon quickly detected his movements. He turned around and immediately swung his axe to attack back at the bandit's bandit owner. The bandit camp owner Gi Ro Tin angrily attacked Rokon's direction and blocked his attack and said to Rokon, "You bastard." Rokon used his axe to block the attack of the man at the bandit post, while contemptuously telling him, "Wow, he's so scared, but, you know what?" Right after that, Rokon's whole body was filled with a powerful aura and burst out. Rokon activated his berserk skill. "You're crazy and out of your mind to tell that bandit farm owner, are you strong enough to do it?" Seeing Rokon's attack become so strong, the bandit camp owner couldn't help but be surprised. Just then he saw Rokon show a crazy smile, pointing his axe to attack in his direction. With one mighty slash destroyed all paths here. However, the mountain bandit camp owner believed that with a 100-degree lie, his strength was not normal. He quickly dodged Rokon's attack and angrily said to him, "You bastard." Immediately after that, the bandit's village chief's eyes hardened when he heard this news. He is starting to take his attacks more seriously, and is starting to use combination skills, steel body extension, skill combos, and enhancements. Right after that, the whole person of the bandit camp owner who heard this news emitted an equally powerful aura, along with a layer of protective shield appearing. He arrogantly said to Rokon, "See, do you think you're the only one who can use auxiliary skills?" Right after that, the bandit camp owner heard this news and immediately became angry and boldly rushed forward to attack Rokon's direction. But with one blow of the axe, Rokon cut off the shield of the bandit camp owner. He calmly told him, "Enhancement is a combined skill of the warrior profession that not only strengthens the body but also the person's belongings, right? So let's test how strong you are." Right after that, the bandit camp owner was surprised to discover that his shield had been cut off by Rokon, and he was still swinging his axe frantically behind his back. Seeing that, the bandit camp owner said, "Hearing that news, I couldn't help but be surprised and scared. My whole body trembled," and right after that with a pitiful scream, the Gyro Guild leader was hacked to death by Rokon. Along with that, the system also appeared and announced to Rokon, you have defeated the mountain bandit camp owner Giro News, you have leveled up. Then from the items he received after defeating the mountain bandit farmer, Rokan picked up a letter. He happily said, "Okay, I'll keep this." Immediately after that, the system appears and informs Rokan that you have received a letter from the Furry King. Rokan continued to look around for the item and said, "I thought that item had already fallen out, where could it be?" Immediately after discovering what he was looking for, Rokan was surprised and happily picked up the book and said, "Oh." Just a second later, the system also appeared and told Rokan, "You have received the last page of Haki NY's magazine, Combine Items." "You have received Haki Ni's magazine," so Rokan happily said while reading this magazine, "Great, I finally finished this damn magazine collecting mission." Right after that, when Rokan opened the magazine to see the skills, the system appeared and informed him that you now have access to the last piece of magazine left by investigator Haki Ni. Looking at this magazine, Rokan immediately thought, Haki Ni's magazine is basically like a treasure map, if we combine the countless clues and information in the magazine. Then they all point to a single location, the sealed, deadly cave. The snowstorm in the forest is getting stronger and stronger. Thordik was tired while walking Rokan. Seriously, they hit it so well, it was like someone was trying to find it. "Looks like we can go in even if we don't have a quest here. I see I've had a lot of strange cave explorations lately." Suddenly he stopped, then look intently at what's in front of you. After a while, he smirked, "It's been a while, it's a skull." As soon as you finish speaking, the system displays a notification that you have discovered the dead body of investigator Hakai. This person is the owner of Haki Ni magazine. Rokan observed the skeleton for a long time. He discovered that there was also a ring on it. "Let me borrow this," he said, and then slowly removed the object on the opponent's bone. Rokan thought that it would probably be useful for something around here, so he took this object and fiddled around with it. After a while, the ring was inserted into a hole by Rokan. Immediately, as if some organ was activated. At the same time, the seal of the Cave of Death was broken. Because of his experiences from his previous life, Rokan already knew the places to enter, but it was only possible for some missions. If you get here and don't meet the level or don't collect enough magazine pieces, the skeleton spirit will rise to stop you. This is not a place for low-level people to enter, but Rokan's current level is more than enough to do this quest. A few minutes later the rock slowly opened. Rokan followed it to enter the deadly cave. He hadn't been walking long when he was attracted by the noise ahead. There was a growl in the dust and smoke. Rokan's mission this time is to prevent ancient warriors from entering the human world. These skeleton soldiers are all at level 95. One of them shot an arrow towards Rokan. He quickly dodged away. The war now officially begins. Just as Rokan stabilized his body, the light of the weapon flashed. He immediately jumped into the air. Countless other skeleton soldiers rushed forward frantically. Rokan seemed amused. It seemed like they were only a little stronger than the bandits. Not too bad, but there was one thing that caught my attention. If it's a skull, you won't be scared to death. But this only makes things easier. After all, he needs his sword to fight. The first slash caused the bone soldier to cut him in half. The second slash caused the other skeleton soldiers to disintegrate. Broken pieces of bone were scattered in the air. Another group of skeleton soldiers rushed forward. Rokan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He slashed wildly. After a while, these skeleton soldiers were defeated. Rokan proudly stroked his hair. Luckily, I didn't need to use berserk on them. It was a bit awkward when they kept rushing in. Before Rokan could celebrate, the cave suddenly shook violently. A voice echoed from inside. Finally, the words had not yet formed when there was a loud explosion. In the center of the cave, a blinding light emitted. That obscure thing slowly flew out. It continued. The seal had been broken. "I will turn you into the first dry corpse to spread the greatness of the Empire to the human world." The thing I just said is the general of the skeleton soldiers and the dungeon master. Every step it took made the ground tremble. Rokan of course was not afraid and jumped into the air and slashed down. He shouted, "It's time for you to be crushed." The light emitted from the sword made the skeleton general's face appear more clearly. It's arrogant and contemptuous, this arrogant lowly guy. Rokan was secretly happy. Good, I will make it impossible for him to summon those skeletons. The biggest problem with this dungeon worm is the general. If you give it enough time and space, it will summon a bunch of skeleton soldiers, and its passive skill will make the skeleton soldiers many times stronger, so that's why you need to stop it from summoning those soldiers, of course. Even without soldiers, it is not easy. Usually you will need a team of 3 people with strong professions to defeat it. After attacking for a while, Rokon seized the opportunity, when the monster opened its mouth to bite him to pieces. Rokon immediately took this opportunity to take out his ring. A huge source of energy shot out and penetrated the monster's body. It roared and mocked, "You lowly human, you really think you can fight against the 4 generals of the Empire?" But his words hadn't finished yet when his eyes suddenly looked panicked. He looked around bewilderedly. "What? He's not here, don't make me laugh. If you're still alive, you won't be able to escape from me." After that, it used the aura of certain death to disable the invisibility cloak. At this moment, Rokon appeared behind the opponent. Obviously this move of his was unexpected. Rokon smiled triumphantly. He immediately stabbed the sword at him. The blow caused the Demon King to be thrown backwards. His mouth kept screaming in pain. Rokon rushed forward. He decided to give this guy another blow. The Demon King kept staggering. The bones seemed to have lost control. Rokon still stopped and delivered the finishing punch. The opponent can only scream helplessly, "No one can stop me," then it illusions its own soul. Rokon gritted his teeth in anger. "I guess I can't stop phase 2. The Demon King used the Necromancer class skill to summon the undead, night job skill on horseback. With mixed skills. Phantom Steed, this guy's body slowly changed, his body slowly glowed. This letter of light seemed to give him a new source of energy. That's why this guy became even crazier. He rushed towards Rokon. His mouth did not forget to threaten, kneeling before the power of the Empire. Of course Rokon wouldn't do that. He raised his sword and responded. The two just kept rushing into each other. The sword constantly emitted flickering flames due to excessive friction. Finally, thanks to his energy source, Rokon was able to defeat the opponent, but he wasn't much better. The pain that came over made Rokon angry. It was just a kiloton, why did it hurt like a car was run over? In terms of strength, I'm a bit stronger, but if I duel it can accelerate. What should I do? Should I use the crazy star? No, I can't use it. If I use it, I can easily defeat it, but the problem is that after the punishment, my plan to level up super fast will go up in smoke. The current problem is that thing moves, if I can handle that. One wrong step will crush him, but he has to try to know. Then he decided to change his weapon to axe and to Maha. As soon as he had the weapon, he threw it straight at the Demon King. He is not afraid but contemptuous and useless. Do you really think you can stop an Imperial general with that trick? Rokon rushed towards it directly and responded, "Of course. I don't think anything stupid like that." But when he saw Rokon rushing into his attack, the Demon King suddenly panicked. He faced that attack directly, too reckless. While this guy still didn't understand anything, Rokon came closer. He used the axe to cut off its hands. This makes it angry, this worm. After the curses were screams of pain, it was obvious that Rokon's recklessness had succeeded. He calmly landed on the ground, while that demon is still screaming, "How dare you!" Its body was broken one by one. Rokon still did not stop but continued to rush forward. He never stopped torturing his opponent, happily said, "That's right, I'm really a worm." This time the location he aimed for was the heart. The Demon King could do nothing else. He muttered, "The revival of the Empire." Before this guy could finish his sentence, Rokon interrupted, "You and your empire." This shot was payback for earlier, aimed at the shoulder. The Demon King was now seriously injured. Rokon continued to step forward. He asked, "Your soulification move is still on countdown, right? Die, skeleton." This time he used a fatal move. A stream of light shot out and burned the demon's body. Before being dissolved, it seemed panicked. No way, how could the Imperial General be me? With its loss, Rokon had successfully leveled up. He was surprised at the crystal in front of him. The Bone Soldier General has been destroyed. This mixed pill is the essence of death. Rokon smiled. His reason for living was to protect this cave. It is because of the essence of death. The system urged, "Hurry up, this thing has the power to awaken corpses. If you don't pick it up quickly, the undead will continue to awaken. If you leave it there, other living monsters will continuously appear, which is the god of death. And also, something that will help Rokon level up super fast." He laughed extremely happily. "While the system is still warning, if you don't enter it quickly, the zombies will continue to awaken." Rokon loudly cursed it, "Crazy, don't you see all the points it has?" As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton soldiers appeared. Rokon excitedly rushed into battle. He took this opportunity to increase his own strength. The skeleton soldiers were continuously defeated. After a while of excitement, Rokon loudly said, "Okay, time to level 99. 4 days later, a vortex appeared in the deadly cave. Wherever this thing goes, it will sweep away the skeleton soldiers. Their painful groans continued to echo. The skeletons were continuously beaten to pieces. But the mastermind of it all, Rokon, enthusiastically carried out his cruel acts. Thanks to this carnage, Rokon leveled up. Now that he has reached his maximum level, Rokon breathed a sigh of relief. It took forever. To be honest, this type of constantly respawning monster camp is sometimes difficult for me, but because of the medicines, recovery items, and shelter I carry with me, I can both recover and can fight. Because of that, I was able to reach level 99 in just 4 days. I bet no one, including my previous life, has been able to level up this fast. Okay, now is not the time for this. Saying that, he picked up the deadly crystal. The system immediately announced the completion of the dungeon scenario. You have conquered the undead and saved the world from chaos. Although no one knows about your achievements right now, one day, the whole world will recognize this sacrifice of yours. You have received the title of Conqueror of Death. You are the first to achieve this title. Seeing the increased skills, Rokon stroked his chin with joy. This is great, this is even better than the passive skills of the light monk profession. I'm really looking forward to fighting the undead next time. At this time, the system continues to remind you, death is gnawing at you. Be careful if you don't act quickly, you will be swallowed by death. Rokon replied angrily, I know, you don't need to react, so outrageous, now everything here is done. I completed the quest and reached level 99, it's finally time, use ancient books. Please send my sweet gift to the Gnostic Magic Society. Later at the Magic Guild, Torian was extremely panicked. Rokon calmly introduced, it is a death crystal, I got it from the place written in Hakine's diary. Torian urgently said, wait, then he used his magical energy, then proceed to purify the Rokon. After a while, Rokon asked, is it all over now? Torian shook his head, it's not enough, you must not underestimate the power that the death crystal holds. He took out a bottle of medicinal herbs and said, okay, give it to me and drink this. It is a rare medicine that can increase your vitality. Rokon quickly collected the entire bottle. After drinking it, he did not forget to criticize, this thing was not delicious at all, but with that little bottle of medicine, the vitality in his body was stirred, the power of life was repelling death. Rokon nodded, okay, this should be enough to prevent death. The next rise of the forces of death is coming, I still can't forget it. At this point Torian spoke up, well done, thank you for your hard work, we were able to get out of this mess. Not only that, because of your amazing achievements so far at your age, I have decided to make you a member of our surveillance team. I look forward to cooperating with you from now on. Please continue to protect this continent for its peace and safety, Rokon happily replied, I also look forward to cooperating with you. He chuckled in his heart, of course I will participate, I need to continue the main quest line. At the same time, the system notifies you that you have become a member of the monitoring group, a network that maintains relationships between species. You have received the title of Overseer, you are the first to receive this title. You will be able to complete the tasks of the Overseer, you will receive the same respect of other species everywhere. After a while, Torian threw him a ring and said, this is proof of your identity. Rokon looked at the ring and thought, yes, this is the thing to complete it. This ring holds special power that can increase the user's vitality. Once a day it can restore 3,000 life points. Knowing this, Rokon suddenly felt happy. That's right, it's an essential item for avocados, because my maximum life point is now 2,500, so it basically means I have another network. Torian continued, you should depart now, the world is waiting for you. No matter what your goals and ambitions are, I will support you, brave person. Rokon silently cursed in his heart, really, this guy made me work like a servant and now he's trying to be nice. But I guess I'll forgive you, I'm feeling great right now, and that's because it's time for my third job to level up. Then Rokon walked into a guild hall. The moment the door opened, the person inside was startled. Rokon looked at him and said, I came here to level up my job. The other person asked in surprise, you just leveled up your second job, don't tell me you're ready and have a new job. Rokon pointed to his level 99 information above his head and boasted, stop talking nonsense and let me advance to my third job quickly. The other person laughed, really, is there really someone here who is ready to advance to the third job level? Perhaps you are the first person on this continent. Are you going to continue to level up like nothing else? Rokon nodded, why bother asking? The other person continued to say, great, I'll tell you what to do, it's actually quite simple, all the players went through the same thing. You need to personally defeat someone who is level 100, it doesn't matter if it's a monster, a beast, or a guardian, just defeat anyone who is level 100. As soon as the opponent's words ended, the notice board of the system appears. You have accepted the mission of a daring challenge, defeating a level 100 opponent by yourself. Rokon suddenly smiled. If I give you a hint, instead of just looking for one person. Rokon's words surprised the other person. Don't tell me. Before he could finish his sentence, Rokon took out his achievement, winning against the level 100 Moonlight Knight. Victory over the chief of the Ban-Ass Mountain Range level 100, victory over the level 100 opponent, Forgotten Bone Master. This information made the other person gasp in horror, and he had defeated all three of them. Rokon smiled, he clenched his fist and said, I feel the same way. Immediately the system panel appeared. Unbelievable achievement, you are the first person to become the third career changer after 3 career changes. You have finished leveling up like a novice, Rokon continued, I have grown from a noob. As soon as he heard what Rokon said, the other person immediately panicked. How could that be? Who are you? He calmly said, don't be so surprised, from now on there will be many things worth being surprised about. What are you looking for? Quickly give me the promotion reward. Rokon's aura made him unable to help but break out in sweat. He nodded. The reward is one of these 3 things, the strongman's battle axe, the strongman's longsword, the madman's greatsword. You choose one of them. They are all high-quality weapons. At your current level it would be difficult to find better weapons. Rokon reached out and took the axe, the other person said proudly, knowing right away that you would choose the axe. Rokon replied, this is the thing I am most familiar with. Saying that, he picked up the weapon and waved it around. It's been a long time. This isn't the highest level item in this game but it's pretty good for now. After choosing the weapon, Rokon asked the other person to show him the skill book. He pointed to the table next to him and said, you have to know the skills that are here first. There are 5 skills in total, includes level 1 divine power, consuming energy to enhance weapons. Defense level 1, blocks an enemy attack once, can only be equipped to weapons. Level 1 berserk attack, attacks enemies with explosive power. Level 1 death tornado, spins in place while swinging a weapon to slash or damage surrounding enemies. Level 1 body enhancement, increasing strength and defense. After watching, Rokon immediately said, I will buy the whole thing plus a few more things. The other person was startled when he heard that. Don't tell me you already know everything about combination skills. Combination skills are a type of skill that is unlocked after leveling up the 3rd job. When you have the ability to combine many types of skills together to create a new skill, they are extremely powerful skills, strong and important, but you only have 3 moves. At this point, the salesman tried to remind him, you have to think carefully about this first. The skill books will disappear as soon as you use them to create combination skills. If you are negligent in doing so, during the combination process, you won't create any useful skills. Rokon ignored the opponent's reminder and happily said, I will take a battle roar, strong attack, death tornado and body strengthening, 2 flashes and 3 divine powers. The opponent gasped, mouth, everything, are you really listening to me? Yours is a total of 21 gold coins and 80 silver coins. I also want to give you a promotion but unfortunately we have to sell at the full price. In exchange, I will give you this. After saying that, he took out the Gem of Madness. This is a special item of the rudimentary profession. It can be used to transform into madness without being anaphylactic. Rokon seemed to be very interested in it. I didn't think I would find this here. Usually the later I get the more items I receive this way. Then he nodded. Thank you. I'm afraid of turning it into something useful. Okay, here's the money. As soon as he saw Rokon take out the bag of money, the other person was even more shocked. He paid such a large amount of money in one go as if this was no big deal. It seems he knows all about job leveling and combining skills. Who is he anyway? Then he suddenly burst out laughing. Honestly, maybe I just made a deal with a future master. At the Ka-Tun Magic Association, Toro On's voice rang out, knowing right away that my eye for people was not wrong. You have enough qualifications to be an investigator. I'm very impressed with your ability to create materials. Rokon quietly listened to him and pouted. Receiving an old man saying he liked it didn't seem to make him feel grateful at all. At this time, Rokon said again, okay, where do you want to go now? Rokon replied, the Flag Falls, the 3rd city. Oh, I'm worried that this will be a bit difficult, but I guess if it's you, there's nothing to worry about. And I'm sure you already know, but you'll start encountering other creatures when it comes to the last flag. Rokon nodded, I know. Indeed, the 1st city, the 2nd city, the 2nd city, and the 3rd city, that is the city that only those who reach level 100 can enter. It is the home of humans and other legendary creatures such as elves and dwarves, a place for both set characters and players. After a while, Rokon gave him a scroll and said, okay, Take this to the West Mine and you will be able to meet a person named Ri-kun. He will guide you there. Rokan looked. The remaining object is to ask, what about the letter? Tyrone explained, there is another general here named Ma-kin. Please send it to him. Rokan chuckled, he really used me until the last moment. Toro and also did not forget to warn him that his journey there might be very difficult. Are you really okay? Rokan said arrogantly, look old man, you know I belong to you. He doesn't have to. However, before his species could finish speaking, his face became wrinkled. He pointed at the ugly car next to him and said, you're kidding me, right? Why do you let me travel with this thing? Tyrone smiled and said, you have to use it, young man. This is the only way to get to the flag pouring rot from Ka-tun. Ri-kun pointed at the car and said, haven't you heard what Tyrone said? In order to maintain his image, Rokan waved his hand and shook his head. Now that I think about it, maybe it would be better if I took a detour. The other person happily said, whatever you want, buddy. But if he decided to take a detour, it would take several days to get there, plus there would be many inspections and the like along the way. Hearing this, Rokan's body stopped. He wanted to be the first to explore the third city, receive the title and important tasks, and even the first title bonus. Because of these noble goals, Rokan had to grit his teeth and climb into the car. But he didn't forget to ask, are you sure it's safe? Ri-kun raised his hand firmly and said, I said it was safe, I've never had an accident before. Of course, this is the first time I've driven someone. Hearing this, Rokan panicked, what did you just say? If so then before we could finish our sentence, Rokan's voice was replaced by horrifying screams. On the other side, in front of the city gate, someone was standing guard. Suddenly she heard what seemed to be a noise ahead. His body immediately tensed up in alertness. Hey stop, you can only come in here with a permit. Rokan said tremblingly, I'm very dizzy, so can you stop shouting at me? My head is spinning. The girl immediately raised her bow and arrow to threaten. He said no more, reveal your identity and I will shoot you. Rokan couldn't help but scold, that bastard dwarf, I will remember his face, but the other girl didn't see Rokan answer, so she immediately shot her bow and arrow, and at the same time shouted, I told him to stop immediately. The arrow flew at wind-breaking speed, but as soon as it got close to Rokan, his body disappeared. The girl was startled, he had dodged a direct arrow. While the opponent was still confused, Rokan suddenly appeared and then punched. The girl clutched her head in fear, but after a while, she didn't feel any pain. Rokan's voice rang out, hey what are you doing? You asked me to reveal my identity. I'm Rokan, the investigator. This is the entrance to the jackpot, right? He thought to himself, if it's not right, I'll send him to 4 right away. Not long after, Rokan safely arrived in the flag city. He looked around and nodded. It was indeed the third city, so big. This is the real beginning. At the same time, he received the title of the first tourist of the jackpot. Rokan rubbed his chin and muttered, if it wasn't for this damn first title reward, then, well, it would be okay to achieve it. Again, the title of the first player of the Rokan game helps Rokan increase all skills. While wandering around, there was a whisper next to him, I've never seen him here. Is he human? Is he the first tourist to come here? He must have done a lot of things, terrible to get here. Rokan receives a system notification. Your relationship with the characters established in the alliance will start as friendly. As soon as he saw that, Rokan thought uncomfortably, I guess they will still be hostile towards me even though I'm friendly. Seriously, long-eared bastards are always difficult. But in the end, it's still better than my previous life, where I was stuck and humiliated so many times just because I'm human. Okay, that's enough for today. After saying that, he immediately logged out of the game. After taking a shower, Rokan couldn't help but hum, I had advanced to the professional level for the 3rd time and achieved my first title reward, so there must have been a lot of things to do. Let's see, I wonder if there's anything interesting. As soon as he touched the phone, his eyes were startled, which announced the appearance of a level 99 low player, an exclusive interview with a level 99 player. Rokan silently said, if talking about an exclusive interview, it probably wouldn't be about me. I thought I'm already a lot ahead of everyone, but level 99 hasn't appeared yet. Wait. Don't tell me, is that his name? On the screen is a girl's voice, hello everyone, my name is Ruby, the host of Game and Ven. Today as previously announced, we will welcome a very special guest, special. He is probably the first person to reach level 99 in the Lord, his name is. Do you want us to reveal this person's appearance and name at any time? Unfortunately, we can't do that. It's very unfortunate because the condition for him to agree to participate is that the program requires anonymity. As soon as she finished speaking, the masked man next to her spoke up, I hope you understand, I don't want to become famous. Ruby maintained his profession and asked, I heard there were less than 100 people saying bad things about people who passed level 90, so how did you reach level 99 so quickly? The other person replied, there is no such thing, anything special. I analyzed the system, then learned the best way to hunt. I discovered new suitable hunting grounds for each level. Ruby continued, now that I think about it, you were just about to go to the third city. The other person nodded, that's right, I plan to go from there as soon as I complete the progress of my third mission. Ruby smiled, I'm lucky, I'll be able to drink it. The man continued, I feel sorry for not being able to reveal my identity, so I'll tell you something. After settling down in the third city, I plan to establish a guild. His eyes, the host's face should light up. Really, I heard you've always stuck to playing alone. The other person continued, of course, not everyone can join, to be able to become a member of the anti-clique to at least progress through the third mission. Ruby forced a smile, so what, have you decided on the name for the guild yet? The man smiled and said the name, Trash Na okay. As soon as this name was said, Rokan on the other side of the screen was extremely angry, he cackled and laughed savagely. I'm glad to meet you, bastard. The next morning at the training ground, there was a constant sound of clashing weapons inside. While practicing, the Rokan was a mess. To be honest, I was quite worried. Worried that after everything he had done to change this situation, he did not appear. However, he finally appeared, faster than before. That's it, the strange phenomenon of regression. Death Tornado, related to Black Square and the Lord. Actually, I want to meet and kill him immediately. He even drew this guy's face on paper and stuck it on a straw man to practice. Although I want to kill this guy, he is now on another continent, and most importantly, I am still far away from him and that guy has not yet established a guild. If I kill him now, I will not get the benefits I can use. Divine force attack the people, he thought to himself. It was only worth doing so when he had gathered allies and was close to his limit. When you think you've reached your peak, I will destroy you. The thought had just ended when the straw man was split in half by Rokan. He smiled contentedly. That's my style, quickly become stronger, Odin. Having said that, he happily stretched. This is enough of a warm-up, looks like we should combine our skills now. Create combination skills, he said while adjusting the system screen. First he chose Divine Power plus Battle Roar. The screen displays the option to agree to the combination process. Rokan nodded his head, very good, exactly what I expected, confirmed. The system asked Rokan to name the skill. He immediately called it Crazy Scream. The name of the combined skill is very important. Sometimes, the name even determines the effectiveness of the skill. When two skills are combined, the effect of the skill will be different depending on the name chosen. For example, heavy, light, fast or slow. After a while, a new divine power is born. With the skill of emitting crazy cries that make the opponent panic, the user's voice will be enhanced by magic that can affect the opponent's psychology. Rokan was extremely satisfied, not much different from the battle roar, but definitely more useful, especially when I was in a hysterical state. Suddenly his eyes panicked. What is this? I have 4 slots left for combo skills. What's going on? I thought 3 was the limit. The system screen explains, the first player can change job for the 3rd time. You are the first to do this, so you have 1 more slot for combination skills. Rokan can't help it, burst out laughing. Is that so? I didn't expect that. Having an extra slot for combo skills is a great advantage. No matter what anyone says, the best way to get stronger in the game is through achievements. Well done, keep reaching more. Next is, at the Dwarven Miners Guild. Rokan slowly walked in. After hearing what he said, the people in the guild looked surprised. You want to do it yourself, are you bragging? Rokan waved his hand and replied, of course not, just leave it to me. Although he was smiling on the outside, inside he was cursing loudly. This guy blew out his cigarette right in my face. The other person glanced at Rokan from top to bottom. In the end, he nodded, well, I don't think you're very trustworthy, so it's okay to try it once. But Rokan was extremely upset at this point. He was furiously cursing in his heart. They could do it themselves. No, if you want to assign a task, at least do it properly. But the first thing to do in the final chess game is to gain the respect of other species. Only then can Rokan receive the main quest from their alliance, the Golden Lion District. He planned to start with the dwarves, because he didn't want to see the disdainful eyes from those goblins, but it seems they are no different, these racists. The other dwarf led Rokan to a special mining area. The task was to help the dwarf achieve his monthly target, collect 50 green minerals. The reward would be the dwarf's respect. Rokan thought to himself, most players would think that the mission condition is to collect minerals. If they recruited miners to work as paper mills and learn mining skills, wouldn't this mission be easier? But that's it, it's just a trap. If you learn how to mine minerals, not only green minerals but also many other things, it is very time consuming. They target those who always look for an easy way to solve everything. The more Rokan thought, the more he felt that his way of thinking was correct. He followed the other person to the mineral area. Inside were the sounds of digging and tinkling knocks. At the same time, there were shouts, "Hurry up, we need to dig as much as possible before the field managers arrive." Suddenly, there was a sound coming from the train tracks. The person who had just scolded him was immediately alert. The one who made those noises was Rokan. He screamed and said, "Why do I have to dig? I just need to steal and that's it." The werewolves looked over in fear. Rokan's body slowly appeared. At his feet was the corpse of a werewolf. He laughed and said, "What are you surprised about? I'll send you off after him right away." They immediately shouted that someone was intruding. When they attacked, Rokan immediately transformed his divine power. In just a blink of an eye, they were close to the wolves. At this moment, he immediately cast the death tornado. These werewolves could only stand by and let themselves fall to their deaths. Rokan's wrist suddenly lit up. He used his defensive energy to block another wolf's attack. His other hand was raised to strangle him. Rokan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He took the axe and slashed straight at it. The wolf's body was cut in half. Rokan smiled and turned on death mode, more than he expected. Before the regression, the first time he came here, Rokan couldn't even handle one, but now, he alone can handle them all. Moments later, when the leaderboard appeared, Rokan smiled triumphantly, immediately knowing that this was the right way. But I can't just stop at 50 minerals. If I just come back with 50 minerals as the challenge requires, I will soon complete this and take on another challenge called the Collapse of Koban Cave. In the end, what the dwarves wanted was to take back the mine in the desert. Does that mean, killing them means killing two birds with one stone, so it saves time? At the same time, bells kept ringing outside. Another group of wolves turned to each other and asked, "Did you hear anything?" The other one shook his head. "I think there was no sound." "Don't pay attention, dig quickly. There is a supervisor in this mine. He controlled the werewolves to continuously dig mines." Rokan hid and quietly observed. He noticed the supervisor and nodded. "Yes, if I remember correctly, that guy was the leader. He looked like a dog but was actually a level 115 dog. Even if I use turn crazy, I'm not sure I can handle all of them rushing at the same time. What should I do?" While in a deadlock, he noticed a truck being transported. Rokan seemed to think of something and smiled. Not long after, the moving car suddenly stopped. The supervisor immediately noticed. Rokan appeared with a werewolf mask and suddenly pushed the car towards them. The supervisor shouted in panic. Catching him, letting him escape would be a big problem. Immediately these guys rushed after each other. However, the target they chased was the truck. The supervisor seemed to suspect something. "What's going on? Did I forget to put the key in the lock?" After saying that, he snapped his fingers to prepare the fire. The mouth never forgets to grumble. What a thorn in the side, we can't know when the dwarves will rush in. After saying that, he puffed on a cigarette, looked into space and shouted, "Get out, human. No matter how well you hide, you won't be able to hide that disgusting pig smell of yours. Get out." Rokan slowly landed and then spoke, as expected from a dog. "Your nose is really good, I mean, it's a dog nose after all." The supervisor cursed, "The human intruder, I will kill you, before those muscles get here." As soon as he finished speaking, it used a combination of crazy attack skills and then rushed to attack. Rokan wasn't scared at all but smirked. "Let's start with the combination skill, huh? Then I should also repay you appropriately." He continuously used divine power to strengthen his body, attacking with rapid speed and madness. A series of these combinations combined to create a new type of skill. Rokan's body seemed to contain 1,000 tons of strength, a sweeping attack that wipes out everything in its path, increasing movement speed, defense, and strength many times over in a short period of time. It seemed like the supervisor also felt threatened. Its growl caused saliva to splash on Rokan's face. He seemed even more angry and threw a punch at the opponent. Before even stopping, Rokan's footsteps pressed hard against the ground. In the blink of an eye, he regained momentum and rushed towards the opponent again. The surveillance fox was hit so hard that it craved the ground and howled. Its mouth continuously spits out blood. Rokan arrogantly pointed his sword at it, then bluntly declared, "Puppy, it ends here." The rake screamed and wanted to beg for his life, but Rokan didn't listen. One blow of his sword broke it in half. At the same time, the system sound also sounded to announce level promotion. At the same time, deep inside the basement, this place continuously emits sounds of punching, kicking and cursing. The bastards are miserable. You stupid dogs, how long are you planning to keep us in here? You inhuman bastards, if you want to become dwarfs, you should at least give us food, and alcohol too. Dang spoke enthusiastically when the noise outside made the group stop. The sound got closer and closer every day. Then the body of a wolf was thrown, causing the crowd to widen their eyes in horror. That body was covered in blood. The blood stains made them tremble. At this moment Rokan's voice rang out, I knew you would be here. Hey old man, step back a bit, the dwarf said loudly. Who the hell are you? Rokan's next action made him speechless. He used his bare hands to break the iron frame. The dwarves were dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? A human, a mercenary often venturing out. Rokan smiled and said, my name is Rokan, I came here with a proposal from your association. The dwarf waved his hand, we are very grateful to you for saving our lives, but things are not that easy. This mine has been completely occupied by you guys. There are hundreds of them commanded by the supervisor. Thanks to your mess, you will now be targeted by them. You should leave this place while you still can and call for reinforcements from the guild, contrary to the enemy's threat. Rokan chuckled, I thought you were worried about something. Stop worrying in vain and step outside, old man, in this mine. There were no living women left, behind the crowd were the corpses of countless women lying scattered. Until returning to the association, the compliments kept ringing out, you're really great. You really did it, it was my fault for not recognizing a talent like this. Rokan felt proud in his heart, now do you understand, then treat me like a talent. The opponent still continued to ramble, let's get along, I have a feeling we will see each other a lot in the future. Along with that voice, the system screen appeared announcing that Rokan had achieved the title, Friend of the Dwarves, and he was the first to achieve this title. At the same time, he can request production, repair and enhancement from the dwarves. Rokan looked surprised, did I already strengthen it? In the Lord, you only have two ways to enhance items. The first way is to use an enhancement scroll, and the second way is to hire a character or a blacksmith to enhance it for you. However, enhancement scrolls can only be obtained as quest rewards starting from the third city, so they are extremely dangerous. In other words, there are no scrolls on the market currently. As for the other way, things are not that simple. The reason is because to be able to ask a character to do so, the liking between you and that character must be at a certain level, and the probability of success and price both vary greatly. A player should choose a blacksmith as a second job. However, because the difficulty of mastering this job is very high, it is considered one of the 3 skills with the highest difficulty. Of course, if you wait, producing high-level items and enhancing items will eventually appear, but that's a matter of a very distant future. That means right now, the only person who can enhance items in the entire game will be Rokan, which means a lot of money. Rokan feels even more excited about his future, he has a lot of money. That afternoon at the dwarf smithy, a blacksmith raised his glasses and assessed the person in front of him. A human, you must be the human that the guildmaster told me about before. Rokan replied, I want to entrust the production of items. The other person nodded, of course, I can do that for you. What do you want, an axe? Rokan smiled and said, leave the axe for later, please make me a long sword. The other person said it was as sure as nails, long sword, it's so easy. The reason Rokan wanted to make a longsword was because the longsword had no outstanding characteristics, it had no obvious weaknesses and was widely used by the majority of players. That means it will sell for a good price. After deciding, he asked again, how much did it cost? The other side replied, just give me 90 silver for all the weapons. Rokan nodded, then please make me 50 bars, how long will it take? The blacksmith replied, do you want 50 bars? That's quite a lot, but it will only take about a day. You can leave the ingredients over there. Then Rokan took out a pile of ingredients, thanks to the fact that there were a lot of blacksmith class players, whose only skill they were allowed to use was self-repair, so all the ingredients were sold at dirt cheap prices. Thanks to that, Rokan was able to buy them without spending much. At this moment, he seemed to remember something and exclaimed, but then he forgot. Then he quickly went to the blacksmith and asked, can you engrave them? I will pay more. The other person nodded, it was simple. After a while, Rokan held the finished sword in his hand and nodded, it looked good, no wonder the dwarf stuff was the best. The engravings stand for DOI Keen, from now on that will be the name of our brand. Building a brand by reselling items created by the character, this would be what it feels like to be a star scammer. After looking at it, he turned around and asked, I also want to strengthen them, can you give it 3 enhancements for now? The blacksmith nodded. I understand. After speaking, he picked up the sword and continuously punched it down. A few seconds later the level 3 Abyss longsword was born. Holding the sword in his hand, Rokan smiled evilly. If it's only level 3 enhancement, the success rate is still quite high, and it doesn't need any rare ingredients, so this thing is perfect for sell. After packing up his long swords, he immediately ran to the world market to try his hand at selling. World Select can be used starting from the 3rd city, and unlike other city markets where you can only buy and sell within the city, here you can buy and sell globally, in real time. Rokan Kwan was around and started fermenting rice for the stall. Let's see, this whole place seems to have cost me 3 gold. Then I will start the auction at 6 gold, and set the immediate purchase limit at 10 gold and then send. However, as soon as he pressed send, all the goods were purchased. Rokan panicked. What? It was only 5 seconds, this is crazy. That thing costs about 2 million won in real life and it still sells so quickly. No, now that I think about it, it's not unreasonable at all. The number of players above level 90 is only about 1 to 2% of all players. If there are too many people at the same level, finding good stuff is very difficult, and the Odin interview video released last night only makes the market more competitive. I never thought I would be grateful to that guy, but I shouldn't just miss this opportunity. Let's see how high I can raise the price, this time to 20 gold. After raising the price, the goods were still sold immediately, so Rokan continued to raise them again. Each time he raised the price higher, but the result was still the same. Until more than 30 minutes later, Rokan was so happy that his eyes were dizzy. All of his items were sold. The amount received was 458 gold, 98 silver and 32 copper. Rokan's hands were shaking. He hesitated for a long time before speaking. I just made nearly 100 million won in 30 minutes, that's crazy. Doing quests and leveling up are important, but now is not the time. I have to go buy all the ingredients to make new items. I have to take advantage of this opportunity as much as possible. At the same time, in a high-rise building, where the Lord Development Company is headquartered, in the mechanical room, a long beeping sound rang out. Not long after, the machine beeped, detecting an unusual error, confirming exclusive possession of the item enhancement, and confirming the player name Rokan. Arrived 2 days later, because Rokan was detected by the machine as a form of fraudulent trading, but the owner did not know that he had been discovered, so he is currently extremely confused when he receives a notification from the system. The enhancement item has changed at the present time. The number of times the enhancement can be used is limited to 100 times. This information also made Rokan's happiness decrease. Could it be that he reminded me to be moderate? There is no other way. Anyway, I don't think this game will last long. I have to be satisfied with what I've earned in the past 2 days. Anyway, fortunately other players can't see this message. This is a warning message, I only sent it to myself, though. Anyway, I've enhanced all the equipment I'm wearing to level 5 and earned a lot of money. And Ngord, I was able to do this. Thinking about it, he pulled out the level 5 murderer's axe, an extremely rare item, made after the axe of a murderer who had caused a series of cruel deaths to his enemies. Holding the weapon in his hand, Rokan continuously let out moans of pleasure. I want to quickly try out its features, so I have to move on to the next mission right away, at the Halep Guild. Taeri at the guild hall looked at the person in front of him and hesitated. Are you human? What are you doing here? Rokan smiled and replied, I thought I could help, so I came here. I heard you had something to say recently, so I came to hear it. Taeri said angrily, whoever said that, I don't know where you heard those strange words from, but enough is enough. It's not such an urgent matter that we need to borrow the hands of weak people. As soon as she heard the other person say that, Rokan was upset. What kind of weakness? Why did she speak so rudely to the person who came to help her? Because I treated you kindly, you didn't take me in your eyes, right? After saying that, he pulled out his murderous axe, causing the other person to panic. Realizing that this was not enough of a threat, he slashed the umbrella hard on the ground, causing the whole room to vibrate. Rokan rushed towards the opponent and grabbed her neck. Extremely crazy gesture, to see who is the weaker one. However, after a few short seconds, Rokan's illusion had disappeared, and Taeri in front of him looked annoyed. Didn't you hear me? Come back quickly, human, Rokan silently thought in his heart. Need to endure for the main mission. Then he held up the ring and continued, don't behave like that. I'm an investigator and someone recognized by the Blacksmith Guild. I'm not as weak as you think, so leave anything to me. Taeri frowned and said, it seems you are misunderstanding something here. We do not recognize those barbarians and do not want to associate with them. But if you are an investigator, you cannot deny your ability. I will try to believe you once. Rokan's body trembled with anger. he tried to press his lips to keep from making sounds. Sharp, clear judgment. This time, the mission that Rokon received was to ensure the safety of the collection team. It has been several days since the young Ha-Leps participating in the item collection trip in the Te Sia Lo Na forest have been unable to be contacted. It seems as if something had happened to the members of the Antiquities collection group. Rokon had to bring it back safely. Terry showed a badge and continued, young heaps are very wary of strangers. If you meet them, show them this. After accepting the mission, Rokon stood silently thinking. The condition for completing the mission is to confirm that the members of the Ha-Lep collection team are still alive, protect the Ha-Lep collection team, and the reward for completion is certificate from the Ha-Lep clan, along with an additional reward based on the task completion rate. Looking at this, he nodded. As expected, this task also has an additional reward. Of course I knew what the hidden mission was. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he was and smiled. Terry behind him showed a suspicious attitude. After all, this person's name is quite strange. Can you send me a message? Which for Rokon, is the hidden objective of this mission. Was to achieve the original goal of the Antiquities collection team when they entered the Pangolin forest. Of course, the first priority was to find a collection team, then he immediately received his badge and set off. From the third city, the path to the mission will be wider. If you walk like before you will definitely die. Rokon spent 100 gold to buy a horse, so he had to use it as much as possible. Then in the quiet night forest there was the sound of a young man frantically urging his horse. Not long after walking, suddenly an old tree grew up, blocking the path. It is the tree spirit in the polluted forest. Rokon laughed. Really, I didn't expect the tree monster to appear just when I wanted to test the axe's performance. After saying that, he swung his hand and cut into the tree trunk. It kept howling. Rokon still refused to give up and continued to try. The axe in his hand emitted light. This slash caused the tree trunk to be cut in half, looking so pitiful that it brought tears to the eyes. Rokon didn't forget to criticize. The monsters were stronger than the monsters in the dungeon, but they didn't have any skills. They were all normal attacks. After saying that, he chuckled again and looked at the axe. It met the standards. This investment was a good one. After finishing, Rokon continued on his way. He was always alert and attentive to his surroundings, thinking to himself, it must be somewhere around here. This is where there are traces of the missing antique collection nests. After a few steps, he was startled and looked down at the ground. Here, a shoe belonging to a member of the team was discovered. The collection team encountered monsters. While fleeing, a member dropped their shoes. Now all they need to do is follow the trail and find them. Of course this is not as easy as it sounds. Flat legs are also flat, so the body can be quite light. It is difficult to find their footprints, even when deliberately searching. If you want to find them, you must focus on extremely sharp eyes, not miss anything. Traces of grass where people have walked, hiding broken branches. After a while of searching, Rokon was extremely difficult to understand. Obviously just nearby, maybe going in the wrong direction. Suddenly, an arrow suddenly shot behind him. The whole forest suddenly heard screams. The arrow from earlier was caught by Rokon with his hand. He smiled with satisfaction. As expected, he found the right place. Behind him were the people in the team. When they saw a human appearing, they panicked and shouted, "Who are you and why are you looking for us?" Rokon slowly explained, "I am an adventurer Rokon. Terry lost contact with everyone, so he was very worried and I came here to find everyone." The other party was stunned when he heard that. "What about Terry?" "But Mr. Terry cannot send a human. If he doesn't call her to finish, Rokon will stop her. Suspicion is enough. If you see this and still don't believe it, then just continue to stay here." After saying that, "I'll give you the badge that Terry gave me." The opponent immediately recognized this object. Rokon nodded. Now he believes it. He added in his heart, "If I don't believe it, what should I do?" After advising an opponent, they now said in confusion, "But it is not easy to escape from here. Scary monsters that we have never seen are invading the entire forest." Rokon turned to answer, "You are talking about the polluted souls of the Star Forest." The other person was startled. "How did you encounter them?" Rokon nodded. "When I entered the forest, I killed a few monsters." As soon as I finished listening to him, the other member objected and lied, "We are all no match for a monster." Before I could hear a reply, the ground suddenly shook. From afar, a polluted tree came running. Its mouth growled menacingly. The people of the team hugged each other and collapsed. "What should we do? We are all dead now." But Rokon smiled. He confidently said, "Just in time, open your eyes to see clearly. From now on I will perform a super cool firewood chopping show." The polluted tree will naturally not feel the power of the Rokon. It relied on its large body to attack, but Rokon flexibly dodged. He turned around and slashed the axe. two series of lights flashed, the tree's trunk was cut into four and shattered. Rokan smiled savagely, he loudly challenged, "Okay, come here quickly." Immediately another tree continued the battle. The group of people from HLP's team standing outside were now stunned. Impossible. How could a human have such strength? In her eyes, Rokan was alone fighting against the trees. One slice of the axe can easily divide the body in half. Two blows turn the opponent into a bundle of firewood, slashing Rokan even harder. Countless pieces of wood flew in the air. While the polluted trees were shaking, Rokan turned around and said, "This is enough to prove it." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down the last tree. When the space became quiet again, Rokan continued to speak, "Which is why we should not be afraid of things like this fuel." The group was silent for a long time. Moments later, they suddenly knelt down. His attitude was completely different from his previous arrogance. Rokan looked confused. "What are you guys doing?" The other person replied, "Even though it was very shameless, but, thanks to you, we can't just go back like that. Not long ago, for unknown reasons, this forest was polluted. Before the forest is completely polluted, we must complete the mission. For us, this is more important than our lives. Before we go back, can you withdraw us? The mission board will appear when we hear the other person take office." Rokan was secretly happy in his heart. Sure enough, he replied, "Okay. Instead, from now on, you must do as I say. If you don't, I will forcibly lead everyone out of here." The other party nodded solemnly. "We will definitely follow." Rokan's stomach was filled with excitement. As expected, he was quiet. As long as it was related to that thing, he would immediately become obedient. Well, that thing is worth it for them, because it is also an important existence linked to the main quest. While moving, a contaminated tree appeared nearby. Rokan signaled everyone not to make a sound. Every time he encounters these trees, he has to fight, reducing the efficiency of completing the mission. Rokan's goal is to reach the destination as quickly as possible. Of course, with Rokan's temperament, if he sees someone who is too annoying, he will send them away. After walking for a while, someone suddenly let out a startled cry. She whispered, "Rokan, wait. Found it, this time we came here to collect this." Rokan also looked down at the sprout of the world tree. He looked like he didn't understand and let the other person explain. This person also replied, "This is the sprout of the world tree. To be precise, this is the sprout that has the potential to become a world tree. The world tree is the symbol of the Halep. To them this is a greater existence than anything. To revive this thing, the Halep enter the forest. Further, their goal is to revive the small kingdom. Of course, it is not yet capable, but it is just a tree that can become a world tree when it grows up. Because from now on we will start collecting them. Ask you to protect us." After listening, Rokan pondered, if according to his memory, how to attack. He seemed to remember something and stopped. "Wait, stop," said, and then he took out the medicine alone. Then told everyone to stay away for a bit. After saying that, he poured the water bottle into the tree. The other person immediately blamed him. "Wait, what are you doing?" "No, what are you doing?" Rokan still hasn't stopped and continues to fall. The others were angry and wanted to attack. As expected, humans could not be trusted. Before they could do anything, their companions next to them raised their hands to stop them. Waiting, only then did they discover something unusual. Because it absorbed life force, in a short time the tree grew, and its ability to mature and become a world tree was higher. Everyone was stunned. No way, how could that be? Rokan stood there leisurely. This group of people worshipped the world tree so much that they didn't even think of trying to do this. After scolding them in his heart, Rokan spoke up. If it was in a place full of life force, the world tree could grow. If so, then here it should be allowed to grow as big as possible, because it seems that the world tree can grow. This is not yet polluted. The people in the team were extremely confused as this was top secret information between the Haleps. She didn't know how Rokan understood but still took the water bottle in his hand. Not long after, the green life continued to be freed. Rokan reminded him, "Take it slow, don't let it overflow." Looking at the drops of life flowing down made his heart ache. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. Wait, must he use medicine, if it is vitality? He took out another bottle and said, "Use this one. This is the water from the lake. The water contains pure energy. If you drink it, your energy will be restored." He did not explain to the other person but urged him to use it to water it. It will probably be effective. That result. The other person immediately took it and started watering it. Just as soon as it touched this water source, the tree trunk trembled. Then with lightning speed and madness arose. The crowd panicked. It was impossible. Rokan smiled. Sure enough, Just pouring this water can get the effect. Luckily I always carry a bottle with me just in case. At this rate, I'm sure I'll get the remaining hidden reward. I wonder what the reward is. While Rokan was still happily thinking about the reward, the other person suddenly panicked. Something big had happened. Rokan asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Isn't it a good thing for the world tree to grow?" She immediately replied, "Yes, of course we are happy about this, but like you said, the tree of life must be watered with life force to grow, but if it grows this fast, this means that the vitality of the entire forest will be sucked out by it." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a growl around him. Right after that, the forest monster appeared. It seemed extremely angry. "Intruder, who are you to dare to take away the vitality of the forest?" Rokan looked at it and sighed. As expected, things weren't that easy. "Okay, if that's the case, then I'll have to use all my strength to burn the firewood," he said as he took out the Lion King's sealed helmet. However, before using it, the system notifies that it awakens part of the power of the sealed item. Immediately, physical strength and agility are continuously increased. Rokan smirked and said, "Oh surprise, what is this?" Removing part of the seal. Unexpectedly there was also this thing. Removing the seal according to star level. After all, it was a good thing. Iron Helmet and Lion King, no more debate. Now it is the strongest equipment among the defensive equipment I have. If you can get a full set, all the seals will be removed. At that time, the functionality of your equipment will be at its peak. You must definitely collect the whole set. While Rokan was making up his mind on his future path, Halep panicked and called out, "Rokan, what should we do now?" He snapped his fingers to signal calmness. "Don't panic, you just need to move the seedling well." Then he looked back at the monster, "That big guy. Just leave it to me," Halep worriedly said. "It won't work. It is the guardian of the Te Ca Loa forest. It is like the supreme god of this forest. It is even more dangerous now because it has been polluted by unknown dirt. It is an existence that no individual can resist. We must quickly run away." "Just finish listening," Rokan interrupted. "Who asked that question?" His sentence made her stunned. Rokan continued, "Not an individual can resist. People live and set their own limits and then use them as standards, and the same is true. Look closely. Today I will break the limits of everyone's thinking." Having said that, he focused on assessing the monster, the guardian of the polluted forest. As its name suggests, it was originally the guardian of the forest, but when the forest was polluted it became a monster, which it later became. Will be my opponent in another main quest related to the world tree, but it seems that quest does not take place in this forest, but at level 130, it is stronger than other levels compared to normal monsters, using players who have passed level 100 to surround it to attack. It is also very difficult to defeat it. Actually, I don't need to defeat it right now. While I attract its attention, the harvester collects the seedlings. After that, just successfully escape to complete the mission. But it's really strange. My instincts always scream that just doing that is not enough. The enemy tree spoke up. An intruder had to be eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed over and gave Rokan a punch. This punch was like the force of a bomb, causing a large dent in the ground. After a while, the ground became quiet. Rokan did not suffer any harm. He took the opportunity to joke, "You idiot, besides struggling with the branches, what else can you do?" But now Rokan discovered something was wrong. On the trunk of this tree something seems to be flowing. Its entire body emitted light. Rokan gritted his teeth and ran over. He got closer and closer to the enemy. Suddenly, the tree trunk fell out with many broken pieces. At the same time, there was no wooden cover. The light inside shot out around. Wherever this thing went, it burned the ground. The group of people tried to take the world tree while creating shields to defend themselves. Rokan seemed to know its actions and clicked his tongue, playing a prank. The guardian tree reached out its hand as if to squeeze him. Rokan jumped into the air and teased, "Don't be so hasty." He used the Mao King disaster to attack. At the same time, Rokan announced that he would cut the opponent into pieces. The first slash caused the branch to break in half. The monster roared in pain. He shook himself, wanting to touch Rokan's body. However, its response was a succession of slashes. Each tree branch fell to the ground. Rokan slashed harder and harder. He looked at his results and laughed. "Not as sure as we thought. After cutting off your limbs, you will be disabled, right?" The opponent seemed to sense his killing intent and suddenly jumped up. Something suddenly appeared from where the cut roots had been. At the same time, it also shot out ropes that rushed towards Rokan. He quickly dodged. What was that? A tentacle? No, it was probably a tree root. The number of tree roots increases day by day, the power of the guardian tree also followed and nearly recovered. Rokon gritted his teeth in anger. The ability to regenerate is so strong, this is the ability of the bunch in the Star Forest. Never mind, no matter how strong the regeneration ability is, there will be a limit, must destroy its magic core. Just as you were about to move forward, there was a scream from behind. Now you're planning to cut it until it can't grow back, right? Rokon scratched his head in confusion. How did you know? The other person said angrily. Just looking at your actions just now would tell. Anyway, that can't be done. The spirit is an existence linked to all the lives in the forest. As long as it absorbs the life of the forest, it will regenerate infinitely, and become stronger and stronger. If so, all the trees in the forest will die. Rokon replied annoyed. I know, stop nagging, that's enough. So where is its magic core? The opponent pointed to the middle of the tree trunk, in the middle of its body. But what should I do? Its body is so huge. Before she could finish her sentence, Rokon interrupted. What is it? Why is there nothing special? Just as he turned around to continue the battle, there was a flash of light. A sense of danger flared up in Rokon's head. This monster threw his fist and pushed him to the ground. The punch caused the ground to crack. Rokon was buried in a pile of rocks and soil. A long while later, laughter rang out in the middle of a dirt grave. Rokon entered a state of madness. He said madly, in short, just cut its whole body and it would be enough. That gloomy power made the monster seem to stop. In the night, Rokon's appearance is like the reincarnation of an evil god. He smiled and reminded in a friendly manner, this time we will go all out. Rokon's appearance now appeared clearly. The blood stains around his body made his expression even more terrifying. The guardian tree rushed forward, it screamed, eliminating the intruder. Rokon proceeds to combine skills. A beam of electricity from the air hit him straight. Not long after, the devastating skill was born. The electric current from before turned to attack. The main target is the crystal on the guardian tree. The blow caused the monster's body to split in half. Its screams continuously rang out. Rokon would like to take this opportunity to confirm. He jumped into the air and waited for the opportunity. As soon as the monster approaches, take aim at the opportunity. Another bolt of lightning struck. From his distance pulled towards the monster, Rokon wanted to see how far his full attack could reach. But the fact that Rokon keeps attacking like that makes Ha-Lept extremely worried. Why is he so thoughtless? Side of the battle, after a period of continuous attack. Strange eyes appeared on the monster's body. It tries its best to absorb it using tree roots. Rokon of course did not give it this chance. He stepped forward to gain momentum, then once again jumped and rushed forward. The guardian tree also realized his intentions. It also rushed into the attack. The corner of Rokon's bloody mouth suddenly lit up. He launched the battle roar move. However, it doesn't have much effect on this tree because its level is too high. Rokon had to try another move. This time it is also a battle roar but combined with the crazy scream skill. It emits a crazy scream that terrifies its enemies. The magical power hidden in its voice can affect even the mind. For trees with higher levels, it will weaken the negative effects directed towards them. If the user is in a berserk state, all effects as well as the power of the mad scream will almost double. After a scream, the guardian tree's body trembled, the opponent's defense power decreased, and a sudden stun effect occurred. Rokon raised his death axe high into the air. Now I will use the strongest blow. Divine power combined with attack and flash, finally a combined skill attack. As soon as he finished speaking, a mark appeared on the top of the guardian tree's head. The magic formation's surface slowly cracked. Right after that, there was a stream of light falling. This thing is like the embodiment of Rokon's divine power. The axe in his hand suddenly grew several times larger. It delivered a fatal blow. Under Rokon's efforts, the total power of the blow increases several times, even reaching the extreme, cutting into the tree trunk at the same time. It was immediately cut in half. Before dying, the tree growled. Defeat the intruder and reset the mission. Along with its termination sound, the system's victory confirmation sound also sounded. Rokon also followed that and broke through the level. This moment was nothing short of absurd to the Flatheads. They couldn't believe that Rokon alone was able to defeat the guardian tree. After Rokon returned to his normal state, he smiled at them. Let's go get the reward, until returning to the organization. The moment she held the world tree in her hand, she couldn't help but scream in surprise. It was really a seedling of the world tree. How did it happen? Even though Rokon really wanted to brag about herself, she had to hold back and pretend to be calm. There wasn't any specific way, so it was a bit difficult to say. Just ask the team that collected the battlefield and they would know. Terry immediately held his hand tightly and was touched. Adventurer, no Rokon. Thank you, really thank you, thanks to you, our flat halop is hope. This attitude of the other side surprised Rokon. The guild leader was arrogant and rude and changed it, but what did the world tree mean to her? But never mind, I just need to receive the reward and that's enough. Just thinking about the reward, he happily asked, you don't need to be so polite, I'm not doing this out of goodwill at all, you don't intend to disappoint me, right? Terry nodded hesitantly, head, of course. Right after that, she took out the reward. First of all, Halep's trust, becoming Halep's friend. Rokon was the first person to receive this title. This is more than recognition, those who acknowledge Rokon will help him with all their might. Rokon looked at the ring of light on his body and pondered, what are your blessings? It's okay, defensive attributes are very important in great magic battles, but at high levels, it's very difficult to increase, especially at your level, it's even more of a mandatory stat. After looking around for a while, he continued, I'm a bit sad if this is all the reward. Terry immediately said, of course this is not all. I don't know if this reward is small or not, but this is all the gold that our guild can give out as a reward. Rokon held the bundle of money in his hand with a reluctant expression. That's fine, I'll accept it for now. But the other person didn't know that in his heart at this moment he was filled with joy. Oh my god, doing a mission and receiving this much gold was too much, it was worth having to put up with some mentally ill people. Terry continued, thank you again, Mr. Rokon, if you need help, please tell us at any time. Wishing you a safe journey, Rokon put away the money and waved, yes, that's all, you can go home. He looked at everyone and muttered, this time luckily it was resolved, but I really don't like this, maybe now they are treating me like a savior. But in the future, if they think that they are an existence that threatens the world tree, then they will turn their face like a hand and not hesitate to kill me. In this game, Halop is a species with such a setup. Now there's one more mission, right? That was as easy as eating porridge. After a while, there was a voice in the Gnome Guild, wanting to receive recognition from our clan. We don't like unsophisticated guys, come on, take this, and then rush off to the gnome's dangerous equipment repair kit. After Rokon saw the pile of things, he breathed heavily, so he must be back quickly, he thought to himself, the final task is to receive recognition from the gnome tribe, by repairing their equipment quickly, nice and clean. Just looking at it, I'm still thinking how could there be such an easy task like this. Rokon started assembling the equipment. Not long after a first product is completed. This is a crappy old-fashioned muzzleloader. He waved the gun around in the air and was annoyed. This was a mechanical device that would be similar to a gnome, but the durability was at rock bottom. Touching it was full of dirt and rust. It felt like it was just a mistake, just a little bit and it will break. At this point, it's not like doing it to get recognition, it's more like swearing. But there is a fatal flaw in this mission, he said then smirked, you stupid dwarfs. Not long after, as soon as he received the goods, Rikum panicked, why didn't he do anything? He looked at the perfectly repaired gun that Rokon gave him and was surprised. Rokon happily said, I have assembled it neatly, what do you think? But the flaw that Rokon mentioned earlier is that, after all, it is still an equipment item so it is still entrusted to be repaired. Even if you give it to me to ask me to repair it, it's still an equipment item, I don't need to worry about anything, I just need to give it to the dwarven blacksmith to fix. Realizing that his plan was successful, Rokon smiled and asked, is there a problem? Rikum looked at the gun for a while then shook his head, no, wait for me a moment. He searched for the gun with a confused mind, was it that fast? Moreover, it was repaired perfectly, this couldn't be possible, could it be that he didn't fix it and brought a new gun here, but this gun, not something that can be found nearby. No matter how you think about it, he is definitely playing tricks, this guy has the intention of retorting and turns to ask, just if there is anything special when you fix it. Rokon answered as if he knew clearly, on the inside of the gun case there was a rather special pattern, a will shape, it seemed like the explosive pin also had that pattern. Rikum nodded, correct. Actually, you even know exactly the part that I specially marked to prevent cheating, I have to give you credit. Rokon silently smiled, of course he had to know that, because before the regression he had completed that mission. Just like that, Rokon successfully achieved the title of Gnome's Friend, and was also the first person to receive this title. He could take on the secondary job mechanical engineer and reduce the usage fee by half when using the tools, equipped with vehicles operated by the Gnome tribe. After reading the reward, Rokon smiled, I didn't expect much from a simple mission like this, but the reward was really great. Vehicles such as trains and planes managed by gnomes are very expensive, half price is also good, but The best is the secondary career of mechanical engineer. If you become a mechanical engineer, you can learn techniques related to machines and special skills of the gnome race. So that means I can make my own mechanical equipment. At first, I thought that completing this task would only give me the right to trade mechanical products and machines of the gnomes. There are even players who are very famous for their mechanical engineering. A player whose full name is M is very wrong. Even though he is a black magician, he has countless inventions of strange machines and devices, which when used in combat, makes him angry. That means a lot of players. He was famous as an eccentric with a rare fighting style and strange personality. At that time he was so famous that he even had a fan base. After all, thanks to his vibrant activities, the machine fever started, mechanics have exploded. His main skills are mainly simple attacks. Coming here is a good opportunity to fill the void created by it. After deciding, he turned and said, I will learn about mechanical machines. Gas. Rikum nodded, extremely welcoming my wonderful friend to the beauty of mechanical perfection. Rokan continued, show me the drawings and spare parts list, I will practice them sometime. Rikum continued, okay, you can see as much as you want. Thanks to the process of diligently completing the task, Rokan has been recognized by all races in the Golden Lion District. Now he is a member of the Rokan flag. Great achievement. For the first time the visitor became a member of the Rokan flag. Rokan received the honorary resident of the Rokan flag. This means that he receives the protection of the checkerboard guard team, can build intimate relationships with all existences of the Golden Lion District. Rokan breathes a sigh of relief. Racial tasks are boring. The interruption finally ended, protected by a flag guard team. That's right, thinking about it, Rowan asked me to send a letter to Ma Kin, the captain of the guard team. Anyway, I have to go. By the way, if I remember, I'll go. It's time to go. That afternoon at the guard headquarters, there was a musing sound in front of the door. Compared to the guards building, this place is quite splendid, actually considering the size of the city. While Rokan was busy evaluating, suddenly there was an interruption, apologizing for making him wait. Because monsters appeared in the surrounding area, I had to go deal with them. So embarrassed, Rokan turned to look at the newcomer. Ma Kin smiled and continued, I am the person in charge of security at the Rot Flag, the captain of the guard team. Nice to meet you. Being surrounded by the other person makes Rokan's heart tremble. Every time I see him, I feel this figure. Is it really that big? He tried to act calmly and replied, I'm Rokan. The other person grabbed his hand and waved happily. His physique was very good. Rokan seemed dumbfounded. It was just this person. No matter how he thought about it, it was very strange. Why is he behaving so friendly like this? In my memory, Ma Kin is one of the Halaps who likes to lecture people the most. At this moment, Ma Kin seemed to understand his thoughts and spoke up, I have heard a lot about you from Terry, our race owes a lot to you. As soon as he heard these words, Rokan felt like he was in his stomach, therefore, it is just in time. If I have a good relationship with the Ghostkin, then everything will go more smoothly. After all, the lovely gentleman in front of me is the strongest person in chess, and at the same time the true ruler of chess, of course, just past level 200, that's all. Ma Kin confided for a while then continued, that's right, Silk, Roan sent me a letter, is he still well? Rokan took out the letter and nodded, he is fine, this is the letter he asked me to give you. Ma Kin nodded, I will read it right away, so please wait a moment. As soon as he opened the letter, Ma Kin exclaimed, are you a new member of the investigation team? Rokan nodded, yes, that's true. Ma Kin burst out laughing, what else is there to hide? I'm also a member of the investigation team. Let's work together for the peace of the mainland in the future. Rokan glanced at him and thought, of course a member of the team, the investigation has to do that. The obvious thing still needs to be said, is this guy really an idiot? But Rokan didn't know that the other party was also silently evaluating him. Compared to his level, he could feel his aura, a person who had received recognition from all other races, even became a member of the investigation team, a very talented man. But the best thing is, right from the moment we first met, to test him, I used my invisibility magic to quietly put pressure on him, but up until now his face has not changed. Normally he would feel pain or at least disharmony. Thinking about it, this guy continued to put pressure on Rokan. He spoke up, anyway, it's nice to meet you, but before he could finish his sentence, Rokan interrupted, that's it. Have you got the test results yet? Ma Kin's face became panicked. He was surprised to see if Rokan had noticed or not, but when he saw that this guy didn't answer, Rokan suddenly stepped forward. Anyway, it seemed like he still hadn't made the best judgment. How about this? Let's play a game. Obviously this is crazy. Because Rokan was only level 106 now, he couldn't defeat the level 200 Demon Kin. But the thing that makes him able to say this heroically is because Ma Kin is a character in the game who, despite being arrogant and has high self-esteem, loves strong and upright people. Above all, the Ha-Lep tribe absolutely believes in him. Therefore, this crazy action will definitely not really happen. When Rokon was sure of his thoughts, Ma Kin trembled and laughed. Sure enough, I had been looking at it wrong all along. With these words, Ma Kin's favorability towards Rokon increased. He continued, I was just trying to see what realm you had reached. I'm sorry, I don't have any ill will towards you. Rokon chuckled smugly, that's it, the hidden reward. Then he expressed regret, just saying that doesn't seem to be enough. Ma Kin laughed, of course there must be adequate compensation. Say what you want, gold, if not then a weapon or armor for the guard, if not then an item that instantly restores the highest level. Of course, as long as it wasn't anything too outrageous. Rokon interrupted before he could finish, no, that was enough. While Ma Kin still didn't understand anything, Rokon continued, please accept me as a member of the flag guard team. Ma Kin was extremely surprised. He wanted to become a guardian. Rokon nodded, of course, because I'm an adventurer, I can't do missions all day, please give me a suitable mission. Ma Kin looked at him for a while as if thinking about something. After a moment he nodded, no problem, he would get what he wanted. Immediately Rokon's plan would succeed. Ma Kin did not forget to remind you, if necessary, I will lend you the specialized equipment and items of the guard team, as much as you want. I will tell the manager about this. Rokon nodded, thank you. While walking around the barracks, Rokon began to think that the players who completed the 3 tasks would soon reach the final flag. To me, in the end, they are all competitors. If I had known that I was going to oppose like some blood hunter, I would have been happy, but I can't defeat them by hitting them one by one. Maybe they will have to play dirty tricks like Bai Rie. Thinking about it, in the end they will all have to give up. What is needed most in times like these? While I was thinking, a guard came forward and bowed. I came as the captain said, you are Rokon, right? This is the security guard team's certificate. Just show this to others and you can prove your identity as a member of the guard team without wearing a uniform. Rokon took the card and nodded, thanking him. In the future, I will help everyone protect the piece of the jackpot. And the moment Rokon took the card, it seemed he had received power, can perform certain powers that can maintain only the character or player in the checkerboard. In case the condition is met, even if Rokon attacks first, the cruelty index will not increase. With this, Rokon can freely and legally use his power on players who come to the jackpot. This is the evil thought that he wants. A moment later in the city, while walking the Rokon and observing the orders, what a member of the Rokon Guardian Association needs to do is very simple. Patrol for 1 hour every day, or kill 20 monsters in the surrounding area. In case a special situation arises that threatens the jackpot, you must definitely assist. Those are the conditions, but, although it's a bit annoying, it's worth it. Can comfortably use the amenities in the city. The friendliness of the characters also starts with trust, and other services also receive additional discounts and incentives. But all of these are just small benefits, the real advantages of being a member of the guard. In case there is a player who loses order and security themselves, members of the guard team can immediately punish that person on the spot without incurring any punishment, whereas if they give a satisfactory punishment, they can receive additional rewards. In short, he is the opposite who can exercise power over other players. There are no special restrictions or sanctions on quitting your job, until you get to the next area. Just work carefully and then quit. Anyway, it's time for other players to get here. Because Odin was in another area, we couldn't meet immediately, but even if it wasn't him, it wouldn't be strange for another level 1 player to appear. Just as he looked at the screen, Rokon's eyes narrowed. He looked annoyed. Is this really it? On the screen was a special news. The first level 100 player in the world appeared, a player from Korea. Rokon quickly logged out to read the notification. On the interview screen there was a voice. The first player in the entire world of the Lord to reach the level, the dominant race, the Demon Hunter Master profession. Very honored to meet you, Tida, the first player in the whole world to reach level 100, and to reach the 3rd city. How do you feel? The other person laughed. I feel very honored. Ruby continued, your profession is a Demon Hunter Master, so your profession will be control. Rokon in front of the screen saw this scene and pouted. What is that, this guy? It's not Odin, it's this bullshit that's level 100 stars. At the time of the interview he had already reached level 99, there was no reason for him to suddenly fall behind. As expected, it's that thing, Odin, this evil name. Leveled to 100 a while ago and seems to be observing who the competition is from. Just like me, As expected, I have to be so careful to be my prey. On the screen where the interview continued to play, Rokon was pensive, and everyone who was worth knowing was suspicious. Because in the game there is no mention of a reward for being the first to achieve an achievement, so, I'm not sure if they know who is the first to reach level 100, it's me, you idiots. At this time Ruby suddenly asked, recently everyone is very interested in going to the third city, I don't know how you feel, the other person replied, I haven't completed the task yet so I'm still in the process of collecting it, collect information, but players around the world, please wait. I, the first generation player, entering the third city will openly share information with everyone. It's so expected, the moment he just announced it, Rokon looked down on him, this stupid name, it's a bit too much. That's right, just in time, it's time to update new videos for Ryu Tut channel after a long time. The channel I created to post videos to educate people from the previous guild. That video has become the main topic of discussion among domestic and foreign players. My channel has less than 10 videos but has 400,000 followers, so my income is also very good. I'm quite worried because I haven't posted a new video in a long time but because the appearance of the first player to reach level 100 is very exciting, now is the time to promote editing skills, right? What if the first player to reach level 100 just appeared but there is a video announcing the third city, what about Dad? It must be very interesting, I'm so sorry for you, Tida, you should know how to do everything in moderation. The video about the third city is the earliest in the world. After saying that, he clicked on the post button. Immediately the comments exploded. Oh ho Khan. How did we get to this place? Is it really the third city? Isn't that hateful? Surely this is a city that has never been announced before. Could it really be the third city? Oh my god, what is that? From the third city will such a giant beast appear? Could it be that you can hunt this? It's not like that, it's just a matter of coming back, right? This number, probably not taken recently and posted. So the first person to reach level 100 is Rokon, so Tida is ranked first from the bottom up, has no hair so no eyes to see either. On the other side of the screen, the owner of the person being insulted was extremely angry, he angrily smashed the computer screen. This dog guy, the video about the third city that he posted went viral at breakneck speed, and so many people criticized that being the first player to reach level 100 was just a lie. Ads and programs were all cancelled, asked if I knew, but no one said anything so I thought I was the first. Use this method to stab yourself in the back, cord, look at you son of a bitch. Rokon dog, but the person being cursed at this moment calmly laughed, look, just posted for half a day and already has nearly 20,000 sales, I'm sure I've earned a lot of money from advertising fees. There were many invitations for interviews and requests to participate in the program, it felt so new and dirty that it went beyond the concept of a game. The outbreak of a large number of players not only in Korea but also around the world, it has a great impact on the whole society. After the regression I don't put everything into it. What a strong reaction. As a creator, you shouldn't show your face, so you have to meet everyone's expectations. That night in a dark castle, there was a knock on the door outside. As soon as a pair of bloodshot eyes crept through the crack in the door, Rokon immediately said, I'm from the flag guard team, I heard the Baron howled and needed help. A moment later, the other person led Rokon in, Mr. Baron, this person is from the guard team, there is a response, come in quickly. When he saw Rokon, the Baron spoke, I didn't know the guards would send someone directly, that's right, you will be the one who will help me. Rokon nodded, yes, I am Rokon from the flag guard team, Captain Ma Kin sent me, I sincerely hope to help you. Rokon silently added in his heart, of course receiving instructions from Ghost Kin was just a lie, I already knew about this mission that's why I came here. But if you mention the name of Ghostkin then the credibility will be higher. The Baron said helplessly, the reason I am in such a far away place from the city is to treat my daughter, because of him we can do anything, but right now his body is still extremely weak, no matter what method we use, it will be very difficult to treat him. Thanks to you, help me find the blood of the witch that often appears in the cursed cave, if I can get its blood, my daughter can recover somewhat. The system board immediately distributes the quest, with a completion reward of 5 gold. Rokon spoke up, of course, I will go find it for you. At the same time he was happy, well, we also have a related task. Not long after at the Cursed Life Cave. As soon as I arrived here, Rokon looked into the void and said, hello everyone, I am the crazy war god Rokon, so. I will release an image of one of the dungeons around the jackpot, now I will start attacking the cave of Cursed Life. Then he continued walking into the cave, after observing for a while, he nodded. The dungeon was not affected by outside time. Meaning that even at night the monsters are not stronger, The purpose of Rokan's voice is to serve the video recording process, but this also makes him uncomfortable when it is all basic problems. Then Rokan continued to say, the special feature of this dungeon is that Barry will appear as a monster. In the Golden Lion County, this is the first time Barry will appear as a monster in a dungeon. But it wasn't just the burial, coincidentally, monsters appeared first. It was the level 103 stone monkey. Here it was just the lowest level monster. It was a monkey a little shorter than a human, full of muscles. Attack, defense, and agility are both high. If you're not careful, you could be in danger. While Rokan was speaking, the monkey attacked. However, he just lifted his hand and knocked out its teeth. At the same time, he also gave the monkey an additional combo skill attack. The monkey can only scream and wait for death. Its body rolled to the ground. Just after dealing with this monkey, another monkey enthusiastically went looking for death. However, its sudden attack did not make Rokan flinch. He gently grabbed its hand and guided the other player, but if it were the other way around, since all the stats were the same, just focusing on what you're good at like speed or attack power would be enough, okay. In the ice cave, there was a monkey's pitiful scream. Rokan grabbed its body and whipped it hard to the ground. The power caused the land under his feet to be crushed. Rokan smiled and said, how? It's easy. There's actually no special reason for them to appear in a dungeon with buried floods. They are the food of the burrowers, although when they travel in groups they become quite a big threat, but with the burrowers they are just food. Just like this, his mouth fluttered with electric light, then roared in a mad scream. As soon as the other monkeys heard this sound, they lost their spirit. Finally, they all fell to the ground. At this moment, Rokan heard a strange noise. It turned out that one had just escaped. He turned to explain to everyone. The one that had just escaped was a giant bat. It attacked by hitting or biting. It was a bit annoying because it had wings and could fly, but even after all, it's in a cave so it's not too difficult. Now we will officially enter the area of the flood in this dungeon. There are about 10 dragons. If they join forces, they will be quite difficult to handle, so lure them out one by one. While he was about to speak, there was a puffing sound in front of Rokan. He turned the screen straight to that direction and continued. Burr is a race that players can choose when registering to play dirt. When it is a monster, we don't know what it will be like. He raised his hand to attack. Rokan quickly turned around and looked at it with murderous eyes. He threw the axe in his hand hard. The hand that had just been raised was cut off. Purple liquids continuously flowed onto the ground. Rokan leisurely said, the characteristic of the buried flood is their strong physical strength and agility. It easily surpasses a human but biggest characteristic is the ability to regenerate. As soon as he finished speaking, even more fluid oozed out of his newly severed arm. After a while, something sticky grew from inside. He screamed, causing saliva to splash. Rokan said calmly, there's nothing to be afraid of though. If you keep attacking, it will eventually fall. That's easy, said and done. After a few punches, the snake's screams continuously rang out, along with more and more liquid flowing out. It seemed that Rokan's continuous attack had pressured the monster. Rokan realized the opportunity was ripe. He continuously threw punches. His body was riddled with holes. Still not finished, Rokan took out the axe and chopped it down. With palpation, the muscle was knocked out. Buried has completely lost the opportunity to regenerate. Rokan turned around and said to everyone, have you seen it? I don't know if a general or hero level burial appears in the future, but these cursed burials have only a slightly high regeneration ability. If it's like this, it's considered that everything buried in the dungeon has been taken care of. So this is the end of this video. After saying that, he raised his hand to press screen record. Only now did he have time to look at the battlefield he created, without revealing the entire content of the mission. Of course it would be edited before posting. Now comes the most fun time, doing laundry. Before long, the reward was collected. At the same time, he also got the blood of the burial. Rokan nodded, okay, first completed one, let's see. Apparently somewhere around here. While I still didn't know how to search, the system that effectively announced the searcher's name had been activated. Now that a special object had been discovered, Rokan smiled, just in time. A moment later that special item was found. These are the bones of cursed beasts. Rokan immediately walked over and picked up the object. This is the reason why the people buried here are cursed. Of course this is not natural. Someone placed a strong curse on a certain animal, then threw it into this cave and it became prey to the monsters in there. I can roughly guess what kind of person it is. Rats carrying disease in the sewers. Spirits cause pollution in the Te Lo Na forest. The monsters this time were also likely caused by that person. the ones who transformed monsters and characters using curses. In fact, they were no different from the player's enemies in the main quest. In the previous life, no player could clarify their identities. I also regularly carried out the main mission, but in the end I got involved with some gangsters on the way. Wait. That may be a very wild hypothesis, but could it be that the reason that Odin attacked me was to sabotage the main mission? As soon as he returned to the guard team, Rokon immediately showed the cursed bone to Ma Qin, who was extremely surprised. "Where did you find this?" Rokon replied, "In the living place of the buried, the cursed cave of life." Ma Qin said nervously, "I was also investigating the monster's transformation, but I didn't expect that word would spread through this intermediary. After the sewers in Te Cie Lo Na forest, this time it's a cave. The intermediary is set up in places that are difficult to find." Rokon quickly asked, "Do you have any information about the people who spread this curse? If not, what is their purpose?" Ma Qin sighed and shook his head. "Unfortunately, I don't have any information yet. I've only just begun to investigate the curse." Rokon, "Leave it to me. From now on I will undertake research on it." Can he find other monsters that are also affected by the curse? Just like that, Rokon took on the task of capturing beasts containing the power of the curse and finding monsters transformed by the curse. After accepting the mission, Rokon continued to complete the patrol, thinking in his heart, "The reason why Odin put me in the final round, I thought was too simple. I'm not a rank 1 expert, I thought it was because he was planning to subdue me, but if not so, shake hands with them through some transaction, is the real purpose to prevent me from performing the main mission. It's all just a wild guess. In the Lord, when going through the main quest, there is no reason for the player to shake hands with the villain, whatever. Whether it's the rogues or them, after destroying it, you can ask directly." Rokon continued to give the buried blood to the Howling Baron. He happily replied, "You have really found the blood of the burial. Indeed, you can only rely on the guards. Next, we must find the warm blood of the sheep. If we hunt a screw ram, we can get it. For my poor daughter's sake, I must find it." After accepting the mission, Rokon now goes. As soon as he walked out the door, he couldn't help but smirk. "What, poor girl, that's right, I'm planning on using that identity to appear, so let's pretend we don't know anything first." That night, Rokon came to the other ram screwdriver. It was breathing heavily and looked at him. After a few pounces, Rokon gently dodged. He clicked his tongue, "So let's start taking care of the sheep." Then he pulled out his axe, and flew straight into the air. The screw ram also discovered that action. But before it could do anything, Rokon made a leap. The opponent's body was cut in half. The other ram screws looked on in fear. Rokon put on the Lion King's sealed helmet and continued, as expected of a herbivore. Because he encountered a top predator, he was so scared that his body froze and he couldn't do anything. After saying that, in the blink of an eye, Rokon flashed in front of the screw ram. In its panic, a beam of light suddenly made the whole forest light up. Rokon looked surprised. "Look there. Fluff your feathers to stop the stars." It turned out that the screw ram had just used his fur to block the attack. It seemed to regain its advantage and switched to attack. Rokon immediately retreated backwards. His footsteps dragged on the ground, as soon as the opponent attacks a second time. This time it combines flash and ramming at the speed of light. In just a blink of an eye, Rokon realized the opponent's actions. As soon as it rushed towards him, he promptly avoided it. Rokon nodded, quite hesitant but also knowing how to use the skill combination. Then the screw ram changed direction to attack again but could not touch Rokon's body. However, its blow caused the nearby rock to shatter. Rokon did not hesitate to praise him. His strength was not bad. "I'm also very strong. Let's see who is stronger." Saying that, he unleashed the ultimate blow. There was a flash of light, followed by the sound of stone dust breaking. Moments later, a ram screw was completely destroyed. Its teammates in the back trembled. As soon as Najini stepped back, Rokon spoke up, "Where are you going? I still have things to do with you. I only need your skin and blood, just give me those and I will forgive you." "How about a good transaction?" "Of course, without those things you can still live." Obviously Rokon's recent strength made this transaction completely successful. The next morning Rokon started to return. He was tired and yawned. He had been up all night hunting for screw ram. "While I was tired, I heard someone talking next to me. No, why don't I sell it?" "Don't be like that, sell it and I'll pay more. Is there something wrong?" Rokon quickly noticed, "Other players have also started entering the third city. I thought it would take a few more days." But in response to these players' voices was the angry voice of the shop owner. "These kids who only have this appearance can't be quiet." The disgruntled people said, "No, why would they treat us like that? Did anyone do anything wrong, or touch the villagers? As soon as they saw Rokon, they determined the situation, because they did not recognize it, recognized by other races, the character cannot be traded. But in that group of people, there was one guy who couldn't help but curse. In the end, we were the only ones being discriminated against. As he spoke, he grabbed the dwarf's shirt, making the other person angry. Immediately his companion stood up to stop him. Calm down, let's go to another store. This is the first time we've been chased away. Why is that happening? Rokon smiled triumphantly. Coincidentally, the dwarf cried out, "Oh my god, murder!" As soon as there was a scream, Rokon said in a serious voice, "Why are you making such a fuss?" The players looked back in fear. "Guard team," Rokon with the guard outfit said in a serious voice, looking like someone from outside, "What are you doing with the residents of the last flag?" The dwarf immediately exclaimed, "The guards help me. They suddenly appeared and threatened to take my things." The player was surprised. "What? We didn't mean it that way." Before they could explain, an electric shock was shot around us. It was so noisy. No matter what your intentions are, I absolutely will not forgive those who use violence. They have already made a scene not long after entering the city. I don't want to hear anything more. Then he used the authority of the flag guard team to expel the subject from the city. The crowd was extremely shocked. One party couldn't help but curse. They had already reached the third city. Before they could finish their sentence, the person had completely disappeared. The dwarf nodded and said, "Thank you, I thought something big had happened." Rokon felt uncomfortable in his heart. Even if he was a character in the game, he still had to maintain basic etiquette. If the situation was unexpected, he could use violence against the merchant. It's not that I can't understand their mood, it's because I don't know why they can't buy items, so it's very annoying. Especially the uncomfortable feeling of being looked down upon by another race. Thinking back about it still makes me angry. It's very difficult to reach level 100 and reach the third city, but to buy just one item, you have to endure a lot of pain. He embraced this feeling and began to think. Not long after, I laughed and thought of a way to make a lot of money. After that, he followed that thought and proceeded to buy and sell the contract. Then go to a building. Rokon looked up at his property and smiled. This place. That big building, like this, there's not only one or two to fix. I bought a 4-story building in a busy street with many people passing by. The plan to invest in real estate and lottery is the same as in Webtoon. Players in Webtoon in the second city have an average level of 50 to 100. In the third city, lottery is mainly people, play level 100 to 200. In the future the price of this place will increase many times. The problem is that in a big city, it is difficult to monopolize the real estate market like in Webtoon. Therefore, it is best to first dominate with a building with a good location. As soon as he stepped inside, he couldn't help but gasp. The structure inside wasn't bad. So from now on, let's turn this place into a supermarket. Players do not receive recognition from other races at the end game, so they are limited in buying and selling, meaning that supply is not enough to meet demand. In this situation, what if I were in this place trading for players? Everyone would flock here. The first floor is floating items and equipment needed for hunting, things like teleportation season or medicine. No matter how expensive they are, many people will buy them. Of course, if they buy in large quantities in the second city, would be cheaper, but such trouble only happened once or twice. How could anyone bear it and not buy it? The second floor is for common equipment and equipment with good high-end features. On the third floor, branded items are sold. Items of the pangolin brand that I crafted will also be sold here. Finally, the fourth floor, the auction room. When he saw the surrounding hall, Rokon nodded with satisfaction, now seeing that this place was reasonable. Please turn around and instruct your staff to manage well while I'm not here. As soon as he walked out the door, he faced another problem, but this place has a limit, that is when the player completes the racial quest. After completing the quest, if it is possible to trade with the character, then they won't buy items at this expensive place anymore. The items in 2 to 4 must be items that are difficult to buy in other places. It's a pity, but there is no way to increase the rate of players using this place. After thinking for a while, he happily nodded. That was the only way. In the guard group, there is a recording department, which is a place created to do things like making entrustments or republishing wanted information. After hearing what Rokon said, the person in charge of taking notes was startled. Do you want me to write something for you? What should we know? Rokon smiled happily and handed out the paper. I want to ask for this. As soon as he saw the paper, the person in charge was shocked. What is this? The content inside is the target of the monster catching mission that Rokon specified. If you continue to hunt, your reputation will increase and you can start receiving missions from people in the city. The corresponding service will be recognized by the people and can become a resident of the city. Just after reading it, he asked with a black face, "Why write this? Who ordered it?" Rokan replied unkindly, "It was the order of the captain of the guard team, Ma Kin." As he said that, his heart was as happy as a flower. Becoming a member of the guard team was the best choice. Not long after, a bunch of notices were posted. Rokan thought with an unkind heart, thinking about it, there was nothing wrong. If you tattooed a monster, your reputation would increase, and the characters would assign tasks to people with high reputation. The first designated monster is Giru, with high defense but low attack ability and slow speed, so it can be easily hunted. Its skin and shell can be used as materials to make high-end equipment. The downside is that it takes quite a bit of time to hunt it, and if its reputation is low, you have to hunt it. If the speed of reputation growth is very slow, the time it takes to receive people's recognition will also slow down. The time players spend your supermarket will be longer. And players who do not know the value of skins and shells will sell it to shops, but because the quest has not been completed, all transactions at the character's shop in the game will be rejected, eventually the only place to buy their stuff. There is only my supermarket. I will buy all the skins and backs at a cheap price, then make equipment and enhance them and put them on the auction floor, just like a money printing factory. But it's already time, I have to go see the Baron. At Baron Howell's castle, he said in surprise, "Really, you really found that goat's blood? You are much more talented than I thought. This is the last favor, now bring the ingredients you have collected to TCA, then bring back the thing made from eggs." Rokan nodded, "I will do it right away," the other person said emotionally, "Thanks to you." Suddenly there was a cry nearby. Rokan turned to ask, "The sound just now, howling, was immediately interrupted, don't worry. It seems that while the servant was rearranging the library, he dropped something, so let's leave soon." "You must help so my daughter can live?" Rokan smiled and coughed. Howl confusedly asked, "What's wrong?" Rokan shook his head, "It's nothing, I just suddenly had a cough." "Then I'll ask your permission. In your heart you despise, what for a girl, talking nonsense, the Baron didn't have any children in the first place. Especially the Baron only meets people at night, the quest already gave such a hidden hint, why didn't I pay attention before? The true identity of the Howling Baron is a vampire, a race that is weak under the sun and sucks the blood of other races to strengthen itself. It's true there were children's voices there, but it wasn't the Baron's daughter. The young prince kidnapped a baby and pretended that she was his daughter, a high-class model with the ability to amplify a vampire's power, 2 flatheads. Among the flats, this is the race with the most noble bloodline. If a vampire drinks the blood of 2 flatheads, he can receive enormous power. But the blood of 2 flats has too strong divine power, so most vampires cannot absorb it. If it is a strong vampire, it is okay, but Baron Howl EO is a normal vampire, so as soon as you drink the blood of the 2 seals, your internal organs will melt. That's why the Baron thought of using magic spells, thinking that if he enhanced his blood-absorbing ability by using magic items, he could drink the blood of 2 flats. A moment later in the foggy forest, Rokan muttered as he walked, "So the witch Chi TCA that the Baron talked about is probably around here somewhere. But you have to see ahead to find it. Why is the forest so big? Because of me, I did this, but if it were anyone else, everyone would have given up." While I was lamenting my fate, I suddenly heard footsteps around me. A group of hyenas stopped in the fog and appeared. Rokan immediately looked over, there were quite a few monsters. "Just complete the mission, no need to waste time dealing with them, just run." The hyenas rushed forward, Rokan then turned and ran away. As he ran, he glanced at the hyenas behind him and laughed. It was slower than he thought, some of the hyenas were already gone. "Okay, gather them all up and open the way." However, he suddenly lost his footing, the whole person just fell into the abyss. Standing on the edge of the cliff, you can also hear Rokan's curse, "Stupid mist." Under the deep hole, smoke and dust rose. Rokan held his nose and stood up. In front of him were the hyenas. Rokan suddenly exclaimed, "Now I know. This is your nest, right? You guys intentionally kept your distance when chasing me to corner me here." The hyenas were able to understand Rokan's words and chuckled. He seemed a bit angry and took out his weapon. "If it's like this, then we have to fight. Just in time, I also wanted to try this. I'm curious, let's see how many monsters I can clear with my skills now. Just have to try it with you guys." He secretly thought in his heart that the biggest weakness of the madman profession was that he had many enemies. If it's one-on-one, this is a stronger job than any other job. There was no way to kill a large number of enemies in one go, therefore, even if the enemy is weak, if they unite, it is still very difficult to win. but to compensate for that weakness. The crazy warrior's skills, if combined appropriately, will create large amounts of damage on a large scale. After saying that, Rokon immediately combined his skills to attack and destroy. Continuously explosions rang out. Not long after, he nodded with satisfaction. Okay, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to destroy 80 hyenas. Even if a mage uses explosive magic on a large scale, he can't be as fast as me. The biggest weakness of the profession has been eliminated by developing skill combinations, so whether it's one-on-one or one-on-many, is definitely not someone who can be easily defeated like before. Suddenly Rokon's happy mood dropped. He shook his head. No, it wasn't enough, but this was only in the case of comparison with normal players. Even if we go back to that time, these skills are still not enough to deal with the entire army of Roar. This time the monsters are quite low level, so it is easy to win, but to deal with Roach, it is necessary to have special characteristics to be able to fight against many and high-level crazy domain techniques. From the beginning, rushing in to destroy, compared to the attack of Rage, has much stronger attack characteristics, moving in a straight line while using skills to damage many enemies, because it cannot change direction, so if the enemy is scattered in many places, it will be difficult to take advantage of the Crazy Abyss technique. If you win against those guys, you will definitely need crazy techniques, especially to deal with Odin. Wait, sooner or later I will create the highest level crazy technique to defeat you, but before that we have to complete the mission. Then Rokon continued on his way. He thought to himself, I accepted this mission because it was related to improving the odds of winning when fighting many times. While walking, suddenly a hand stopped me. The Howling Baron sent you here. I am the Witch Chi TCA, put down the ingredients you brought and step back. Rokon obeyed and followed. He was a bit surprised when the other person appeared here directly. After placing the items, he quickly stepped back. Okay, take it. The opponent chants strange ancient languages. The object in your hand slowly floats up. Then it was like being cursed again. The opponent took out 3 jars. From inside, a black liquid fell out. The ancient words she chanted also changed. The water became ink and printed on paper. Rokon quietly observed. What that witch did in the aura that escaped was very strange. Was this a spell? After a while, the opponent high-fived. Finished, take it away. Rokon took the scroll and was still bewildered. He didn't expect that it was an item that would help enhance the blood-sucking ability of the Howling Baron. If he used this, he would probably be able to withstand the twofold blood-sucking. Just give this to the Baron, but actually what I want is not the quest reward, but this. After that, he immediately began to absorb. The witch scolded loudly, what are you doing, if you use that thing? Not long after, Rokon absorbed the blood book. He smiled, and finally fell into my hands. After the absorption process, his skills continuously increased. The most special and strongest mark when taking on many enemies is absorbing life. Rokon's delighted laughter rang out continuously. After feeling the source of life within him, he nodded repeatedly, yes, this is it. The damage caused when taking out a lot of enemies is also very important, but if you want to deal with those abominations at the same time, you must have the ability to recover. I can suck the blood of this blood mark and can endure it longer. Actually, in the future, the life-steal ratio according to the amount of damage caused by the blood mark will be reduced, but for now, those who achieve the blood seal can still maintain the original blood absorption rate, and I am one of them. Suddenly there was a source of energy flying towards him. Rokon calmly stood and watched. But the person who performed the attack just now was the wizard. The opponent angrily scolded, you dare to steal that thing, you arrogant bastard. His recent attack caused Rokon to suffer quite a lot of damage. Perhaps creating the blood seal had exhausted his strength. He responded indifferently, what, it sounds so itchy. Anyway, I want to test the effectiveness of this thing. I should thank whoever created such a collaborative item. However, he just touched the enemy lightly and he died. At the same time, the wounds on his body healed. Rokon smiled. The effect of hitting him to death was to completely recover. There are also items shaped like monsters. When he saw the head of this guy, he was startled. What is it? Is this guy an ogre? By the way, I also want to test the effect of the blood seal a little more. There is a place I must go to, the next day in the flag draw, at the Crazy Warrior Guild. Rokon said loudly, I bought skill books for divine power, shock attack, strong body, and irresponsible thread. As soon as he finished buying it, he started combining these skills together. Rokon nodded with satisfaction, very good, very good. He began to perform, putting strength into one leg. And spin like a top. Axe swinging action, skill movements have been confirmed. After confirming the new skill, He named it Tornado. A moment later the skill is formed, the body complex rotates at breakneck speed, simultaneously rotating the weapon while moving, thus continuously causing physical damage to those standing around. Rokon happily shouted. This Rokon officially became the first crazy person. He had to try it right away. A moment later at the Cave of Cursed Life. Rokon held his axe and called out aggressively, "Where is it? You will be the first to be sacrificed under my tornado." While looking around for white mice, originally the Lord did not have skills like a tornado. Because this is a skill, Rokon took inspiration from other games and created it, which for Rokon is a great achievement. He happily said, "These are things that even Odin cannot imagine." While having fun, there were footsteps approaching. Looking at this group made Rokon laugh. Very good, very good. The more people, the better. I was hoping for something stronger than those hyenas to appear. Now it's good. The werewolves aggressively rushed forward. Rokon held out his hand, waiting for the attack. A wolf gnawed at his arm, another gnawed on the leg. Rokon's whole body was quickly bitten by them. Right now he shouted, "Very good." When the body only has 20% of its health left and is seriously weakened, Rokon will counterattack. He swung his axe to push the wolves away, then rejoice, "Now it's my turn. Mr. Rokon's new skill is here." Saying that, he turned the tornado's move, and ended with a blow. The places he had just passed turned into a giant sweeping tornado. The wolves were cut into pieces. Just a few short minutes turned this place into a battlefield. Rokon smiled, completely recovered. Even though the blood seal only absorbs 3% of the damage caused, if you take a lot of blood, it will cause an extremely large amount of damage, and then 3% is more than enough. As long as you recover your energy well, you can hunt unlimitedly. This size is enough to deal with that group of Odin. Trying that is enough, but I killed the witch and stole the quest's items, so now I'm probably going to be punished, or kill the vampire, then bring it to the two flats to receive the reward. Should we do that evening at the guards' barracks? Rokon hangs up the witch's head. Then said, "This is the head of a Chi Tca, an elf." Ma Kin angrily said, "Are goblins lurking around here?" The goblin belongs to the Black Dragon Legion, the greatest enemy of the Golden Lion District. Where did you discover it? Rokon replied, "It is a subordinate of Baron True EO. And the Howling Baron is a vampire. The Baron is currently holding a 2-bite child captive." As soon as he heard that his clan was being arrested, he became indignant. "What?" Rokon continued to say, "In order to be able to suck the blood containing the divine power of two flats, he colluded with this goblin to perform evil magic. I discovered and eliminated this goblin first. The urgent situation has been temporarily resolved, but if left alone, the Howling Baron will continue to harm the two-legged people," and the ghost gritted his teeth. "I absolutely will not forgive anyone who touches the two flats in the area I govern." The entire guard team gathered and immediately set off. Rokon quickly intervened, "Captain, wait a moment, please listen to me. Since fighting a vampire at night is suicidal, let's set out at dawn and capture him while he's still sleeping." Ma Kin held his head and nodded, "Because I'm too excited. You're right, we have to wait for now." Rokon chuckled inside, "I'm just saying that, but I'll go to True EO's castle first. There are things more important than his eyes. The thing is, you have to save the two girls who were captured before the guard team, then you can receive the reward." In a room in the Baron's castle, a young woman lay on the bed shaking. Next to me is the drooling voice of the Howler. "It won't be long before your blood-containing divine power will flood my body." But outside the castle, Rokon was standing in front of the door. He smiled. Probably right now Truo was very excited because he thought about being about to suck the blood of his two little girls. I made up an excuse to make Ma Kin wait until tomorrow, because I had my own purpose. I wanted to test my strength by dealing with him while he was at his strongest. And he had to deal with it alone in order to be able to monopolize the rewards of the two children. After a while of climbing the wall, he was able to crawl up. Rokon quickly jumped into the room. After looking around for a while, he couldn't see True EO anywhere. He thought of the two flats room on the upper floor, so he immediately changed direction to go up. The girl's room door slowly opened. Okan looked around and glanced inside. What about this place? He walked to the girl's bed. The other person was sobbing. Rokon smiled. Why was everything solved so easily? He reached out his hand to shake the girl's body. Hey, 2Bs. Hey, but no matter how hard Rokon shook her, the girl was still in a coma. Rokon immediately tensed up and was shaken to this extent without waking up. The twins are very sensitive to sound. They should have woken up as soon as I entered the room, or else they would be punished. Took some medicine. If I don't control my strength well and keep using force to wake it up, I'll probably get injured, but I can't wake it up without using violence. Well, there is a way. Then he went through his bag of items and needed a simple alarm clock. As soon as he adjusted the time, Rokon couldn't help but feel proud. He didn't expect that he would be sitting here creating products to improve mechanical engineering. After a while, the watch was completed. He immediately brought it to the girl's side and used it. As soon as it was time, the bell rang loudly. Rokon quickly covered his ears. His ears wanted to explode. He must be awake at this rate. After a while the girl groaned. Then scream, "Stop it." Rokon took the watch and smiled. "Awake," the girl urged, "do something about that sound." Rokon immediately crushed the watch. The girl also slowly sat up. Rokon came forward and asked, "Are you okay? What is your name?" The girl turned to look at him. "Did you wake me up?" Rokon nodded. "That's right, I am a member of the Rokon Guard team," he said while bowing, "because the other person has a very noble status. Probably he is also a member of the royal family like Captain Ma Kin, so he also needs to attend the ceremony." After a while, the other person also introduced himself. "My name is Ira Hin, thank you for saving me." Rokon looked apologetic and said, "Sorry I used that method." Ira Hin shook his head. "It's okay, if you hadn't done that then I wouldn't have been able to escape that nightmare. Anyway, it's okay to make noise like this." Suddenly her eyes became scared. Even though she was just looking at Rokon's back, she was shaking. He looked at her arm. There was a figure at the door. The Howler looked at him with indignant eyes. "You rat dare." Ira Hin asked tremblingly, "What should I do now?" However, Rokon next to her smiled. "I didn't expect you to hear it. It was originally my plan after finding these two seals. But since you came here yourself first, I can only express my sincerity." Howling and dragging his feet, he declared that he would not leave it alone. "How dare you disobey my orders?" The moment she saw True Eo's transformed form, she was scared. She turned and shouted, "Do you think you can defeat that vampire?" Rokon just looked at her and smiled. "Please, wait here for a moment, it won't take much time." "Look here, Baron, you probably don't want to get injured because of our fight, right behind me. So let's change locations." However, when the friendly Rokon approached, he straightened his legs and kicked hard. I came out and called worriedly, "Rokon." The kick kicked him into the wall. However, before the pain subsided, Rokon used a tornado attack. The Howler was seriously injured. He kept coughing and coughing blood. Rokon happily walked forward. How does it feel when vampires are hunted by humans?" Howling and crawling up, he groaned, "The arrogant bastard. I will drain your blood until you are left with only skin and bones." Rokon also responded, "That's right, you have to go all out." As soon as he finished speaking, internal energy began to surround his body. After a while, Rokon shouted loudly, "Because I also want to taste your full vitality." Your words made it difficult for him to understand what life is. Just as his attention was distracted, Rokon found an opening. He combines the use of flash power attacks to get close. However, as soon as he slashed down, Rokon used his hand to block it, but his hand was not damaged at all. Rokon's axe even emitted fire as if it was colliding with metal. Rokon was gradually pushed back. He was surprised, the vampire's nails were so hard. "It's a bit much, but are you really a vampire?" True Eo didn't have time to pay attention to that question. He was afraid it was just his brother. "That pattern," Rokon nodded, just now seeing it. "Blood seal, thanks to you I got it." True Eo's body trembled. He was extremely angry. From the beginning he was aiming for that thing and always pretended to listen to me. "That's right, he also tried to steal my flats just now. It was all his plan. Humans dare to make fun of me. I absolutely will not forgive you." He used his sharp claws to attack. Rokon's arm was cut by that claw. He immediately raised his guard. As expected, he was no ordinary vampire. Now he's trying to attack me, but when looking at the attacks and speed, the power is not ordinary. After summoning an injury, the system will notify you that your health is at 20%, and your body's skills will increase sharply. Rokon dodged and observed, "I've never heard of True Eo being an ancestral vampire, but if he was an ancestral vampire, the blood seal wouldn't have worked from the beginning. Anyway, the fact that he died here today doesn't change, nor does my blood." But he was so surprised that he immediately used the classic tornado move. Howlo's people were continuously cut out. The moment his blood flowed down was also the moment Rokon received his recovery. He looked at the seals on his hand and muttered, "Blood seal, you like it? Only with a tornado can this amount of health be instantly restored. If a vampire uses it, the blood-sucking ability will be enhanced, and if a human uses it, they will gain the life-absorbing ability." Suddenly the howler burst out laughing. He mockingly said, "What do you believe in so confidently? It must be absorbing life. It seems you don't understand. Absorbing life is the inherent ability of our vampires. Even if humans use blood seals, they cannot use that ability as perfectly as we do. Now I will show you the difference between me and you." After 100 minutes, her body recovered. He even seemed to turn into a huge monster and grow up. Rokon pouted, completely turning into a monster. This is not a vampire but a werewolf. Whatever, very suitable as a test subject. As soon as he finished speaking, the howler attacked. Rokon held the axe tightly in his hand. He cut his body in half. However, his upper body seemed to be in no pain. This guy reached out his hand and wanted to take the opportunity to grab his person. Rokon quickly stopped his intention. He added the axe, cutting his hand in half. His blood was written on your face. However, when he looked at the wound, he saw it again and had not fully recovered. As if he understood the question, he laughed and said, "I haven't said it yet, humans use blood seals. That healing ability cannot keep up with the speed of your death." Rokon began to ponder. Clearly the blood seal had also been weakened in his previous life. He didn't know if it had worked yet, but if the strong suction rate is reduced, there will be another way. Then he shouted, "Just hit you a lot. Howl hysterically, you idiot." Rokon did not pay attention to his words and continued to kill. Blood splattered everywhere, but at first he still appeared calm. But his anger increased day by day. Both of them just keep hurting each other. Suddenly, Rokon only had 10% health left. He still smiled reassuringly. "It's okay, just deal more damage." He held the axe firmly in his hand and continuously used the tornado. This risk of death makes true waste unbearable. He screamed, "A vampire will not lose to a human like you." Rokon didn't pay any attention to him. He muttered, "Die." The moment Rokon's energy is completely exhausted is also the moment when madness takes over. This time the tornado combined with the crazy transformation created several times more power. Rokon replied to the other person, "You see, I am not an ordinary person." He cried out in pain. After a while it was cut into broken pieces. Rain of blood continuously fell to the ground. Accordingly, Rokon's life also recovered. He smiled, only blood left. Rokon satisfactorily carried the axe and looked at the pool of blood on the ground. "Thanks to you, this body is already full of blood." At this very moment, Rokon has completely learned how to use the blood seal. The recovery table is continuously added. Rokon happily scratched his head. His vitality recovery was complete, and his approach to using the blood seal was complete. The feeling was more refreshing than I thought. Now it's time to receive something that you can't buy with any amount of money. As soon as you finish speaking, the system notifies you that you have achieved a hidden achievement. The conditions to complete rescuing the two-legged animals and defeating the vampires yourself, Earl Dragon. Early the next morning, the vampire baron's guard army arrived. Noise rang out. All the soldiers lined up. From now on the war to destroy the vampire baron began. Quickly break down the door and rush in. Hit him. It doesn't matter if the evil vampires are killed, but you must not let even a speck of dust stain your thighs. Rescue them. Rushed up. The slogan had just ended when the whole guard rushed up. The atmosphere was fiery, moving towards the city gate. The leader had just given the sword and was about to slash it when he was suddenly startled. From inside it looked like someone was trying to get out. Immediately afterwards the castle door was broken. The vampire worried, "What? During the day is when vampires are at their weakest, why are they so strong?" But the answer was Rokon's voice, "Is that surprising? Please forgive me, don't be so quick to judge by appearance. Ma Kin is extremely ready. Rokon, you two flatheads too, what's going on?" Ra-hin spoke up, "It's okay now everyone." The Baron howled, was defeated by him himself. Ma Kin was even more surprised, "Rokon, this kid, but Baron True Eo's level is much higher than him." Rokon smiled and said, "I was a bit worried so I came here first, and saw that the two-legged lady was about to get her blood sucked. How could I stand up and look at others with my flat-faced on her?" Another guard whispered into the ghost Kin's ear, "Are those words true, Captain? It's not that I don't trust Rokon, but it's unbelievable that a human can take down the vampire baron alone. Maybe he is trying to deceive us." After a while it was cut into broken pieces. The assistant was still stunned and didn't understand anything. Ma Kin pointed to the other link and said, "The privilege of two flatheads. The oath has already begun." The assistant was stunned. "No way, he made an oath with a human." Ra-hin calmly spoke up, "Yes, this is something that you can't buy with a lot of money, something that can't be priced in money." The bond of the oath becomes increasingly stronger. Rokon was happy. that was it, the oath of the two flats. Ra-hin said solemnly, standing before the person who deserves to be praised, the one who bravely defended the honor of High Lep, right here, right at this moment, I swear on my own name, High Lep Ra-hin will wholeheartedly support the crazy man Rokhan. As soon as the words ended, Rokhan's reward also appeared. He was also the first person to achieve this achievement. His relationship with Ra-hin had reached a level of trust. Rokhan responded with appropriate ceremony, "It is an honor for me, noble sir." In his heart he thought, this achievement is a bit unique, although it does not help increase capacity. But I already possess something special that no money can buy, that is to join the Two Lep Society through Ra-hin. The Two Lep Society is a strict aristocratic Senate society. It is the gathering place, power, no race has succeeded in accessing it. If I can control the Senate, it will be of great help in defeating Odin. To achieve this achievement, I had to immediately stop the movement of the guards, so that I could come to rescue the two flats alone. While kneeling down to bow, Ma-kin whispered to his assistant that he was indeed an unusual person. The other person nodded, yes, maybe he will be the one to rewrite world history. After a while, Rokhan spoke up, asking permission to go first. I stopped in a panic. Wait, please wait a moment, I want to introduce you to the Senate. Why don't we rest a bit and enjoy dinner together? Rokhan pursed his lips and cursed silently in his heart, this is trouble, I don't know what and where Odin is doing now, I have to level up as quickly as possible. Ghostkin's Forgotten Quest, Mutant Monsters, there are no mutant monsters to level up. Finally, he took out the teleportation book and answered. So next time, okay, from then on, please take care of your health. As soon as he finished speaking, Rokhan's body passed away, he followed the light and appeared on a beach. Rokhan slowly landed, he looked at the white beach and nodded, arriving there. Where does it go now? One of the mutant monsters is probably, Blade Arm Dance. What I said were the monsters behind me, they were also aiming for my appearance. Rokhan laughed, it was you guys. If you know, please bring the body to me for me, thank you very much. Just level up immediately. As he spoke, he took out his divine axe, to the end here. At the same time on another island, a loud explosion rang out. Not long after, the teenager held the pearl in his hand and burst out laughing, this is true. You're really good, it's a monster whose true strength is still unknown, how did you find its weakness? Odin reprimanded, how rude, clearly there was a condition that he was not allowed to ask me anything. The opponent immediately cringed and replied, I know, I should just shut up and level up. Suddenly, his eyes glanced towards his teammates. He seemed to sense something, everything was going as expected, but something was a bit different. As if a foreign object was stuck in the gears, this feeling kept repeating over and over. But his teammate is still fiddling with the gem, still not opening it, this is the first title I have, who the hell is it, I will defeat you to win it, first title for viewing. Odin was silent for a while, finally, he looked up into the sky and looked disdainfully, there was no need to be hasty, those who were destined to meet, even if they didn't want to, would have to meet each other. Which is on Rokhan's side right now, the blade-armed demon rushed towards him. The number was extremely large, of course Rokhan was not scared but excited, how about level 1? As he spoke, he picked up the axe and rushed up, let me tear you to pieces, rush forward. Each of his slashes caused a monster to be cut in half, as soon as this companion died, another group came. No matter how many there are, Rokhan is still not confused, even more crazy, this bunch of trash is too easy, the rest will also come up. They seemed to understand his challenge and attacked. Rokhan laughed, that's right, you guys have to rush in first, so it's easier for me to attack. Let's go faster, won't we level up? He swung himself into the air and then used the tornado. A whirlwind swept through and soon wiped it all away. Pieces of the monsters' bodies fell to the ground. Rokhan also followed that and continuously promoted. Rokhan smiled, compared to true EO, it's much more delicious, what's next? As soon as he finished speaking, in the distance a figure was coming. Rokhan nodded, that's right, it's time to appear, the second mutant monster of the field. If you use the blade of the knife, I have already grasped your weak point, which is the core in the middle of your chest. But attacking right from a weak point is very dangerous, if you want to complete the mission, you must wait patiently. Keep waiting, if waiting, it merged with the body of the dancing monster valley, and was reborn into a perfect body. The fused body must be destroyed to complete the mission, not long after, the three-bladed blade merged to become a field. Rokhan said confusedly, in addition to the mission, I also have another thing to do, you are just working on a field in name, right? He turned his foot towards it, At the same time, the state becomes crazy, vomiting here. Rare items only drop when defeating you in the fusion state. After a while, he approached the enemy, although it was quite a nuisance, he knew how to attack it, following which he jumped into the air. While the demon still didn't understand anything, Rokan shouted, "Don't hesitate for even a second, don't give you a chance to counterattack." The demon opened his mouth and growled. As soon as it jumped up, Rokan pounced on it. He wanted to eat it with just one blow. That one blow made the monster fall to the ground. Obviously it's not over yet. Next will be continuous speed battles. Use the axe to slash straight into the middle of the chest. Speed wins, speed wins. After many attacks, the monster's energy core has not been broken. As he slashed, Rokan was worried, troublesome, because of the armor it was difficult to accurately target its core. If so, I will smash your body to pieces. After saying that, he put all his energy into the attack. Rokan smiled, very well, surely if he just stands and takes the beating like this. While having fun because he thought he had won, suddenly the monster's body shook. Rokan was startled. Could it be? Perhaps Rokan's thinking was correct this time. The monster launched its final attack with a storm of blades, its entire body shooting out countless tiny blades, self-exploding after causing 25 consecutive attacks to the enemy. Rokan snorted in annoyance. Where does this nonsense come from? Go in peace, I'll use my attack machine and unstoppable defense. In pain, the monster screamed as if it wanted to die. It shoots tiny blades. Rokan smiled, his recent attack caused its energy core to completely break. At the same time, the tip of the knife that the monster shot was just right in front of his eyes. But since the host was destroyed, it was also broken. Rokan mumbled, "It's over." The monster's body split open. In the end, my whole body felt like a bomb about to explode. Rokan was startled at this moment. I forgot his last action. Self-explosion, a source of light shot straight into the air, sweeping power radiates all around, smoke and dust were billowing up. A long while later, Rokan's body was visible in the dust. He smiled, a sinister thing, any slower and I would be dead. Anyway, luckily I received a rare item. Along with leveling up, Rokan received a piece of the demon's blade. This piece contains the demon's resentment, and can provide special power to the weapon. Has tongue. After the fatal blow, there is a bleeding effect. Rokan holds the item in his hand and waits. He must try it right away. The axe is quickly enhanced, with a new skill of causing bleeding to enemies when slashing them. Rokan smiled, okay, the enhancement is done. Before defeating the last monster, I have to stop by this place for a moment. Where you can get pearls of 5 colors, where pearls are nurtured. I hope this kind of diligent preparation will help. According to my memory, it is very strong. In Rokan's direction, there was a sunken boat in the middle of the sea. The lower body is sunk deep into the soil, inside the boat compartment, which contains a monster waiting on duty. In the shallow water area near the beach, a young man was busy breaking open bottles. But there were constant sighs, really, energy pearls too. This item is also expensive, but now it's time for that pearl to appear. As soon as I opened the lid, Rokan was eagerly waiting. From inside there was a flash of light, finally appeared, the 5-colored pearl. To increase defense, there is nothing better than it. Then let's go get the next thing. Just as he opened the next oyster, a golden light flashed inside. But this time it was a mission to find traces of the Lion King. Rokan was startled for a long time. What, a mission of the Lion King? Come to think of it, items related to the Lion King attract each other. Then he immediately summoned the Lion King's iron helmet. The moment the hat appeared, Rokan smiled. So it's true that this quest can get another Lion King's armor. Around here the only place worth having armor is that sunken ship. Anyway, there are no mutated monsters. I have to go try it. It really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. There are probably 5-colored pearls too. Let's try it. As soon as he saw the money, Rokan's eyes lit up and he quickly dived into the sea. At the same time towards the sunken boat, thanks to the effectiveness of the gills, Rokan can breathe underwater. Rokan also tried talking. He nodded, the item had a clear effect. Fortunately, there are many gills on the beach, thanks to which I can easily breathe in the water, even though it's just a disposable product. Just as I was thinking about this, there was a noise next to me. Rokan looked over curiously, clearly there seemed to be something, then he met me. Found it, the mutant monster's residence, the captain's room. He quickly grabbed his weapon and entered. At the same time, don't forget to lure the monster, stop hiding, come out quickly. Before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by debris from the boat. Something inside seemed to be attacking. This thing hit him hard. Rokon ignored the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Now you're out, Captain Mutim." This mutated captain smiled along. "Ugly human, do you know where this is? Don't you dare. What is your purpose in sneaking in here?" Rokon laughed. "What can a dying person do?" As soon as he finished speaking, he used an irresponsible blow. His axe blade stirred in the water and created a wave, but it was just like scratching an itch when the water completely extinguished its power. Rokon said uncomfortably, "That's why I don't like naval battles, my body is too slow." However, his recent blow injured the captain's hand. He was angry with the pain that a human like you would dare. Just when he was about to attack, Rokon had already disappeared. Just when this guy still didn't understand what was going on, Rokon suddenly appeared from above. He said loudly, "Anyway, killing you is not a big deal." As soon as the Rokon attacked, the captain summoned the crew, then he pulled the crew to stand in front of him. Rokon's blow just like that fell on the crew member. He said angrily, "This guy is using his subordinates as shields." But that was not all. Another subordinate approached Rokon. His body was beaten until he fell to the ground. The captain laughed. His figure was very beautiful. Where was his arrogant and proud attitude from before? Rokon glanced at him angrily. "This guy, if it weren't for his subordinates, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me." The subordinates summoned by the captain were very troublesome because they blocked most of his important attacks. If the evidence is this troublesome, then, under the captain's gaze, the Lord suddenly lit up. He was bewildered by Rokon's crazy state, which he called out excitedly, wearing the Lion King's helmet, "We'll tear everything apart, I will turn you into sashimi." Then he looked towards the crowd. In just a few moments, several people of the captain's rank were all defeated by Rokon. He stood there stunned, so fast, just as Rokon's axe was about to strike. He raised his sword to try to block it, but how could this thing compete with Rokon? The sword quickly broke into pieces, and the opponent's attack was also reduced by 10%. This guy was scared and thought he was making arrangements, but when he turned around, it made him even more confused. Rokon has now completely disappeared. Before waiting for this guy to realize the situation, Rokon suddenly appeared in a corner and called out, "Where are you looking?" Countless axe blows were slashed. The captain's name was broken into hundreds of pieces. Just like that, the captain's sashimi dish was completed. Rokon was promoted to 3 levels, completing the task of destroying mutant monsters. After a while, the effect of the gill was over. As soon as Rokon crawled onto the boat, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost out. "I liked going crazy, but it was difficult to return to normal. Anyway, I got the thing that dropped from the captain, but isn't this something from my collection in my previous life, the ancient coin?" Suddenly there was an explosion on the side of the boat. Rokon ran to observe and was startled. It was a lion statue. Was this a clue to the lion mission? There was something in its mouth. A box. Instead of a lock, there is a circular slot. Rokon tried inserting the ancient coin. Immediately the coin and the lock fit. Rokon was startled. Is this really a key? The moment the box was about to be opened, his lion hat glowed. Light flashed from inside the box. Rokon couldn't hold back his excitement. "Oh my god, what's going on? Are there even these sets?" After opening this secret chest and looking at the brightly glowing thing inside, Rokon felt surprised and confused and said, "What is this circle?" At the same time, the system appeared and informed Rokon, "A round object of unknown rank, rare. Circular object of unknown origin and use. I feel like I'm filled with some kind of breath." Rokon immediately approached it. When he picked it up, looking at the bright light source in front of his eyes, he commented in surprise, seeing this item for the first time, "Ha ha, what, why does it suddenly glow?" Immediately after clearly seeing that this item was a badge shaped like a lion's head, the system immediately appeared and informed Rokon, "The Witch Lion's certification, rank, according to department. A long time ago Mu Bang saved Gao Khan the Lion King, and the Lion King passed on this certificate to them. This object contains the power of the Lion King. Accompanying effect, physical strength plus 100, intelligence plus 100. Seeing that, Rokon was so surprised and happy that he bulged his nose and said, "Crazy, this is the Lion King's armor." But when he remembered the equipment of the previous lion armor, Rokon felt unreliable and confused and thought, "Wait a minute," according to his memory, the pieces of the Lion King's armor seem to be missing. Is there anything that is certified by the Lion King? But this unsealed item is also in the Lion King's armor. Furthermore, it is also effective. Just with this alone, my stamina has increased by 100 points. This is an ability that must be obtained at level 40. This is a real bargain, but when Rokon was about to look for other things around here, the chest just now continued to glow. Seeing that, Rokan looked over in surprise and said, "Ha, why does it keep glowing like this? This thing is not a normal fabric either." When he saw clearly what was in front of him, Rokan said in surprise, "A picture related to the Lion King. This is a drawing of the shape of a breastplate. But on this sunken ship there seems to be no such thing." "Wait, that's right, come to think of it, you guys seem to have a system set up to steal treasures from the Pirate King. Perhaps at that time the armor was also stolen." "Wow, some Pirate King, I really like it. This is the 300th shield. From the beginning it appeared in a very remote place, now it's hard to find armor." Then Rokan lay down dejectedly and said, "This is enough benefit," but when he remembered something, Rokan happily sat up and said with determination, "I already know where you are, I will go find it right away." Some time later in the third city, Rokan used teleportation to return here. This time it was evening. He sighed in frustration and said, "I'm just using this to relieve stress." But when Rokan saw the crowd in front of him scrambling to gather in front of a store, fighting for something without stopping shouting, seeing that Rokan couldn't help but feel curious and said, "Why is it so noisy?" But when he saw clearly where everyone was fighting, Rokan was surprised and happy and said, That's my trading post." At this time, the group of people over there were constantly jostling each other to get into Rokan's shop, angrily shouting at each other, "Let go, I took it first, what do you say, I took it first, I'm the one who owns it." Seeing them constantly fighting over their items like that, Rokan couldn't help but smile lewdly and gave a thumbs up and thought, "This is really great, now making money is just a matter of time. The trading business is over, let's continue with the mission." A moment later, at the Bearded Flag, the Guardian Team building, at this Bearded Flag, Mankin, the captain of the Guardian Team, was happy to see Rokan coming and said to him, "Oh, it's you, long time no see Rokan." Rokan immediately walked up to the Mankin, the captain of the defense team, nodded and said to him, "It's been a long time since I've seen the Mankin, I killed 3 mutant monsters." Hearing that, the captain of the defense team was surprised and asked Rokan, "Are the 3 monsters mutated, have you made such progress?" "Rokan, you've worked hard, you've helped me a lot." Rokan immediately showed a proud smile and nodded vaguely to Mankin, the captain of the defense team, "It's okay." Along with that, the system also appeared and announced that Rokan had completed the task of destroying mutated monsters. And at that moment, Rokan proudly punched his chest with his fist, smiled confidently and said to Mankin, the captain of the defense team, wondering if he had found the cause of this, "If there's anything I can help with, just let me know." Mankin, the captain of the defense team, when he heard that, he immediately thought about something and seriously said to Rokan, "Well, it seems that some force has intervened in this matter. It's still a bit difficult to say specifically. If I find out anything I will let you know. Priority must be given to strengthening strength first. With my current strength, if I encounter them, I absolutely cannot survive." Just a few seconds later Rokan received a notification from the system, "Training time, you are too weak to access the secret. Cultivate the strength to be able to bear that secret. Success condition, reach level 150, completion reward, trust of Mankin, captain of Flag Guard Team Pouring Beard." Seeing that, Rokan dejectedly walked out of the flag tower in the Guardian Team building. He was a little discouraged and said, "Well, it's true that he can't accept the mission because of the vague limit. If the monk pretends, he will definitely go to that dungeon, so you have to prepare a little." Right after that, Rokan immediately used items from the system, so his stats gradually increased. At the same time, the system also appeared and informed Rokan that he had used the anti-magic scroll method on the equipment being used. Magic resistance increased by 9. Seeing Rokan, he happily said, "The anti-magic scroll he bought earlier is now useful, now let's hit the road." Some time later, in the southwest, the flag poured its beard, then Rokan stood in front of a high cliff observing the terrain here. Then Rokan went down into the forest, constantly using his axe to cut many trees into pieces of wood. Carry these pieces of wood on his shoulder, and the system also informed Rokan. Having received 10 pieces of wood, Rokan happily said, "The pieces of wood have been prepared and now let's go." At this moment, a scream rang out nearby, "Hey!" So Rokan felt suspicious before this call. Rokan immediately turned around. He saw from afar that there was a group of people divided into 2 sides arguing with each other. Therefore, Rokan could not help but hide suspiciously at the side to observe the situation and say, "What is it? There is someone. This dungeon is still unknown to others." On the other side, the group of 2 members raised their voices and questioned the boy in front of them, whether he had a conscience or not. This brat came out of nowhere and stole other people's things. The boy then firmly and without hesitation used reason to refute and tell the other 2, "Wait, you guys have already marked this hunting ground, isn't the hunting ground a free area? The other guy was so angry that he was shaking and pointed at the guy with the yellow glasses and said, "Well, that's it, brat, you're hindering our hunting." The boy wearing glasses pouted and calmly said in a disdainful tone to the two guys, "What is it, you guys are trying to hunt? I thought those people were standing there scratching their itches or sunbathing, but they were so weak, that's why, so I'm sorry, can I apologize?" Seeing that this boy dared to mock him like that, the other guy gritted his teeth angrily, then he raised his bow and shot at the boy saying, "What a jerk, you can't talk to him with words, vomit everything you swallowed, you bastard." But before the arrow was shot from that overbearing man, the boy wearing glasses easily jumped back and coolly dodged his attack. Seeing that, the bossy guy couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger and tremble, but tried to act calm and confident as he told the boy, "I'm using him as much as a mouse, so it's a bit difficult, this time I'll definitely win." See, quickly dodging all the arrows of the glasses wearing boy, Rokan stood to the side, silently observing and happily evaluating, thinking, "What's going on? That guy seems to be an anti-hero, right? In his previous life, he very famous. Even so, he is a strange player who can dodge his opponent's attacks by shrinking himself. Therefore, it is called lich-resistant jackfruit." At the same time, after dodging all the arrows from that haggard boy, the guy who resisted the flag also turned around, shot an arrow at him and said, "I caught him." As for the overbearing guy, he was a little surprised and angry at this sudden attack and said, "Just a little longer, you dirty thing. I won't be able to take it anymore, I'll crush it directly." Right after that, when that overbearing player was angry and was about to rush into a direct fight with that jack-of-all-trades boy, suddenly a scream rang out and stopped. Seeing that, the other guy couldn't help but be surprised, confused and stunned. He said, "Huh?" Right after that, he turned around and saw a person wearing iron armor sternly speaking to him. "Now your actions are considered as pie sticks aimed at innocent players." Seeing the person in front of him, the overbearing young man was surprised and panicked and quickly explained to this person wearing body armor, What, why the guard team, it's just a misunderstanding, It turned out that the person wearing serious iron armor was disguised by Rokan. At that time, the system informed him that he had used a disguised identity, name and appearance are changed randomly, the effect lasts for an hour. On the inside, Rokan smiled evilly, on the outside, he disguised himself as cold and serious as he spoke to him, loudly and judgmentally. Immediately after that, the system appeared and announced to the other players, the verdict, the exclusive powers of the bearded flag defender team, analyzed the player's offense with 2 pressure points, confirmed the previous attack attempt against the company, Seeing that, the 2 players were gradually being transported to the prison, they were surprised and said, "No, that's not possible." The little boy also felt confused, his whole body trembling in fear as he said to Rokan, "Oh my god, this is really happening, thanks to you I'm still alive." But Rokan looked serious and angrily pointed at him, "If he said you would be warned, go away." Hearing this order, the jackfruit boy immediately walked away and said to Rokan, "Oh yes." After they were all gone, Rokan took off his disguise, he sighed and said, "Well, something almost happened. If they stand there and argue even louder, the secret entrance that only I know will be revealed." Then Rokan immediately took his sharp weapon in his hand, he stabbed it straight and threw it at the tree in front of him, immediately creating a slight commotion around here, and from the Lord he tunneled into the secret, is also opened. Seeing how to open the door like that, Rokan sighed and said, "Really, you have to hit the old tree for the dungeon entrance to open. Who came up with this idea?" And as soon as Rokan steps into this dungeon, the system immediately appears and informs Rokan that a secret dungeon or magician's dungeon has been discovered. The reward for the first person to enter increases 30% in 3 days of experience and items dropped in the dungeon. Seeing that, Rokan happily said, "Good, let's start." Then when Rokan found a glowing pearl, he used his hand to squeeze it. At the same time, the system also appeared and informed Rokan that it had crushed the 5-colored pearl. Then, from before this 5-colored pearl, a faint smoke appeared. Rokan looked at it and said, "First of all, he must increase his defense ability." Just a few seconds later, the system appeared and informed Rokan that 5-colored tapioca pearl powder had been used. All attribute defense increases by 10% for 3 minutes. Summoning a log, right after that, from the system, Rokan took out the logs that he had just chopped earlier, held them in his hands and said excitedly, "Next, accept this log." Just a second later, Rokan immediately threw all those logs into the middle of the formation, and when this log entered the formation, it created a shocking explosion here. Just a second later, Rokan immediately threw all those logs into the middle of the formation, and when this log entered the formation, it created a shocking explosion here. Rokon then continued to throw these logs into the formation, different barrier formations here, and activating the defensive formations in that barrier, immediately causing explosions accompanied by smoke and dust around here. After completing this, Rokon thought to himself, the last piece of wood. The difference between magician dungeons and normal dungeons was that the overwhelming amount of magic traps were placed from the start of entering the dungeon. If a trap is triggered, the player can usually leave, but for me, that's just an above-average threat. Anyway, in my previous life, because I didn't know the exact location of the trap, I used a very simple method, which was using a log to reduce the difficulty of this dungeon, but now I've used all the pieces of what I have. Next, I have to use this body. After all, I'm already halfway there. Right after that, Rokon jumped up and started running all the way into this dungeon. He used his fastest speed to avoid the traps here, including bows and arrows, or hammers collapsing, rocks rolling towards me, or flames erupting. Rokon immediately used his fastest speed to avoid them. After escaping these simple traps, Rokon said, "Okay, try it and then find out the secret." Instead of the trap, that thing also appeared. Right after that there was a force rushing towards Rokon. He calmly said, "Okay, those things also created a commotion around here." In that smoke, a voice appeared and a figure said to Rokon, "This is the ring." At that time, Rokon was not surprised but was only interested in interrupting him to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, he crawled out. "Jump in, soul." What appeared out of nowhere in the mist was a monster carrying 120 pieces of paper. Hearing Rokon's provocative voice, it immediately opened its mouth, pouring a powerful force towards Rokon. Rokon quickly jumped above to analyze and thought to himself, because the pack sheet has no entity, no matter how high the physical attack is, it will have no effect. Therefore, I specially prepared this for it. Rokon immediately summoned an item from the system, and at the same time the system appeared and spoke to him, using the fiery scroll. Immediately after that, Rokon jumped up. After using the flaming scroll, along with his sharp axe blade containing flames, Rokon strongly rushed towards the other pack. At the same time, when he activated the fiery scroll, the system also appeared and notified Rokon, turning all physical attacks in the 10 moves into customized attribute attacks. Therefore, Rokon confidently jumped up and swung the axe, thinking about that monster's side. If it was this, even the soul could be torn apart. When he saw Rokon holding an axe and rushing towards him, the monster also opened its mouth, preparing to release a source of ice energy to attack Rokon's direction. But with this action of his, Rokon became even more excited and thought, "That's right, struggle, because this is the last time you fight me." Right after that, a big commotion happened here, and the system also appeared and announced that Rokon had destroyed the pack sheet. So Rokon held his axe on his back, he wiped the blood off his face a little uncomfortably and said, "Well, you bothered me. Let's see what you get out of it." Right after that, when he saw a scroll appear here, and the system also informed him that he had received the fire arrow magic scroll, seeing that, Rokon became even more depressed, holding the scroll in his hand and said, "What, just a magic scroll? I heard that this dungeon has many delicious magic items. I was hoping that it could be used. Damn, just coming in can't get good products." That's right, no rush. By the time we reach the catch, there are still about 10 other fish left. Next, in the next battles with the monsters guarding here, Rokon continued to strongly use his axe to kill another magic monster. He even cut off its eyes, and to its surprise and confusion, Rokon rushed forward and used an axe to cut the magical monster in half. But happily said, "Okay, what's going on? Is this series originally so easy to beat? I was looking forward to it because they were created by that magician." At the same time, the system also appeared and informed Rokon that the effectiveness of the magic scroll had ended. But when Rokon is depressed and continues to move forward, then let's move on. He immediately noticed that there was a secret chest next to him. Seeing that, Rokon was surprised and said, "Could it be that thing? The indispensable thing of a dungeon, isn't it a treasure chest? Finally received the reward I deserved. This is a rare press conference box." Rokon pretended to be interested and walked to the treasure, but he already knew that it was not a treasure or any item. Rokon went there, he excitedly told him, "He almost fooled me. Opened it, do you think we will be deceived?" When Rokon arrived in front of that treasure chest, he used his axe to cut that treasure chest in half. It turned out that there was no treasure in that treasure chest, but a monster with sharp teeth and huge eyes staring at Rokon. Seeing that, Rokon was not surprised but calmly said, "It's definitely a mic. In a perverted encounter like this, there is no treasure box left intact. Shut your mouth and release the goods here." Right after that, Rokon, who was crazy and excited, used his axe to make a powerful slash in front of the treasure vault, killing the monster inside. Along with that, the system also appeared and informed Rokon that Mike had been destroyed. After defeating this monster, Rokon was surprised to see the system board and said, "Oh, that's it." The system appeared and informed Rokon about the 2 new items he received after killing the Mike monster: the Cowardly Magician's defensive ring, type, magic. A Cowardly Magician created this defensive ring. If you call defense twice in a day, you can use a shield, charging state, 2 out of 2, waiting time for recharging, no minutes, no seconds, simple energy charging, chaotic magic. A Cowardly Magician created this energy charger. A Cowardly Magician created this energy charger. Holding these 2 things in his hand, Rokon happily said, "Ha, this is it. This is exactly what I want. But these items are just magic to escape. The Cowardly Mage's ring that I received earlier was the same." Rokon looked at the ring in his hand and the system also appeared to inform him. The ring of a Cowardly Magician, type of magic. A Cowardly Magician created this ring. If you use escape once a day, you can move 3 meters back, charging status, 1-on-1, waiting time for recharging, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Looking at the sparkling ring on his hand, Rokon happily said, "On the contrary, I quite like it. Compared to half-hearted offensive items, this defensive item is better. But, I'm so curious, other items it holds. No matter what I keep, it will be mine." Right after that, Rokon jumped up and used an axe to smash the door of the room in front of him. Right after breaking into this room, Rokon was excited and shouted inside, "Hey you coward, are you ready to die?" In here is the Cowardly Magician with Le Pretend 140. When he sees Rokon appear here, he is surprised and scared and asks Rokon, "Hick, how did you get here?" You still have to look at him in front of you and think, he is the boss of this dungeon and the one who created the rings, and then Rokon immediately used the stone here as a stepping stone. He jumped straight to that Cowardly Magician, arrogantly told him, "That's none of your business, go away." With that, Rokon unleashed a furious axe attack, attacking the Cowardly Magician's direction. But he was after all a bot in this dungeon. Although he was still confused and frightened, he immediately released a source of attack magic towards Rokon. Immediately after that, Rokon's steps became unsteady and he ran unsteadily. Seeing that, Rokon angrily thought, "That is, magic that turns friction into nothing, damn it." After that, the Cowardly Magician continued to throw magic towards Rokon, creating shocking explosions. When Rokon escaped those moves, but this Cowardly Magician did not intend to spare Rokon. He was angry and looked at Rokon with glaring eyes. At the same time, in the mist and smoke, Rokon jumped high. He used his axe to attack straight towards the Cowardly Magician and shouted at him. But before Rokon could get close to him, the Cowardly Magician threw a force, quickly straight at Rokon, causing him to run aside and say angrily, "Run again." That Cowardly Magician was happily chasing after Rokon, while throwing resources at him and saying, Don't be so scary, shoot." Hearing that, Rokon was surprised and looked at the defensive bullets that had been set up here. They were simultaneously pointing in Rokon's direction. Seeing that, Rokon was surprised and said, "What, damn, could it be?" Right after that, Rokon should summon a barrier here to block those fireworks, and when the cannons from the Cowardly Magician's barrier were fired, touching Rokon's protective barrier, creating horrifying explosions here. That Cowardly Magician thought that Rokon had died in that barrier, so he happily told him, "If you keep doing that, I have no choice but to exterminate you." Seeing that, the Cowardly Magician was so surprised that his mouth opened wide. And Rokon was arrogant and told him, "Haven't I finished yet? Stop babbling and die." With that, Rokon used his axe to suddenly attack, a powerful straight slash towards the Cowardly Magician. But when Rokon was about to grab the Cowardly Magician's shirt by his shirt, he was surprised when he could only hold the shirt. Rokon couldn't help but be confused and said, "Oh." Right after that, the Cowardly Magician showed his true form, which was a 130-year-old pacifier. It got rid of its disguise and looked excitedly in Rokon's direction. Seeing that he had been tricked all this time, Rokon angrily thought, "Damn, coward, Pak Sheet also plays tricks with Cha Trang, is that cloak just a disguise?" Then Rokon angrily clenched his fist and shouted around here, "Hey, what do you want now? Where are you hiding? Just hiding from the fog, come out quickly." Suddenly, the cold ground was constantly shaking, making Rokon unable to stand. He was surprised and said, "Oh, the ground." From below the ground, a giant hand of earth and stone stabbed straight up. Rokon looked at the giant robot monster in front of him, and at the same time the system appeared to inform him about it, pretending to be Cho Chori's 133 First Gon Lem. Seeing it appear, Rokon was a little angry. Honestly, it's so full of energy. Why can't the thing that needs to appear instead of this nonsense? Rokon then looked around and saw that giant rock monster along with his brothers crowding here. Rokon felt somewhat annoyed and angry and thought, wow, this is annoying. He also summons mini goblins. The magic circle, clearly just now. Rokon noticed an eye-shaped magic circle behind the newly appeared golem. He was surprised, then Rokon seemed to understand something. He smiled cunningly and meaningfully. Is that so? Right after that, Rokon, with crazy excitement, jumped up to attack the giant monster in front of him and told it, this monster that is only good at defense, is planning on confronting me. Right after that, Rokon rushed to attack in its direction. He jumped up and delivered a fatal blow, and also used a crazy and provocative tone to shout at that monster, try to stop me. The monster immediately angrily used both of his hands as if he had squeezed the Rokon inside. However, it was surprised and confused when it discovered that Rokon was not in his hands, he had appeared behind this monster. Seeing that, he immediately turned his head in bewilderment. At that time, Rokon showed a cunning, happy smile and said to that monster, stubborn guy, look somewhere, from the beginning my goal, that is that magic circle just appeared. After saying that, Rokon immediately passed the monster, swung his axe and rushed straight into the magic circle's formation. Along with a powerful slash, it created an explosion that destroyed this wall. Rokon looked at it, he smiled triumphantly and thought, Bing woof, I don't even have to look where that coward is standing to know. Just like there is an old tree covering the entrance to the dungeon, the control room will also have a barrier. Right after that, Rokon received a notification from the system and entered Chori's hidden room. Rokon happily said, very good. But right then Rokon was surprised when he saw that cowardly magician shooting a giant fire arrow towards him and said, receiving the fire arrow. The fiery arrow was launched towards Rokon, creating a terrible explosion here. Therefore, the cowardly magician, with a 140 level in the secret barrier, launched that missile. He thought he could kill Rokon with that move, so he was proud and said, he was successful. What, this is my strongest skill, that's why I say, who are you to dare to come here without permission? But right after that, the cowardly magician was surprised at the scene before his eyes and said, oh my. Yet he trembled in fear when he saw a powerful aura in front of him. Rokon activated his berserk skill. I was so angry that I said to that cowardly magician, this bastard, one mistake and it's all over. Seeing this terrifying power, the cowardly magician quickly ordered his subordinates to speak and quickly stop that guy. The giant monster heard the order and immediately became angry and tried to use its giant arm to smash Rokon's direction. But Rokon looked at that cowardly magician with hostile eyes, then he quickly used his rocket-like speed to rush straight to the cowardly magician's place. Seeing that, he was surprised and confused and thought, so fast, so fast. Right after that, the cowardly magician stabbed Rokon with his axe. He couldn't help but feel confused and painful, then was knocked back. But that cowardly magician arrogantly and confidently told Rokon, no matter what, he could block it, it was right to invest a lot of money in armor. But when he heard that cowardly magician say that, Rokon let out a big smile with a laugh full of contempt. Seeing that, the cowardly magician couldn't help but tremble with anger. He was confused and curious and asked Rokon, what is it, why are you laughing at me? Rokon still smiled and said to that cowardly magician, no, I'm so grateful to you that I just burst out laughing. The more he heard that, the more scared and confused the magician became and asked Rokon, what? Rokon with two crazy eyes and a smile but lost all will and said to that cowardly magician, stupid guy, you probably still don't know how slow that armor makes you, right, living sandbag, I will fight with all my might. Let's see how long your armor can last. Hearing that, the cowardly magician was so frightened that he was sweating profusely and said, what the hell? Following its master's orders, the giant monster angrily attacked Rokon. Seeing that, Rokon looked at it, he clicked his tongue in annoyance and said, TSK. Right after that, Rokon jumped up to avoid the lemming's attack and thought angrily, the first gone lem, the summoned beast created by Chori, even if it is destroyed, it will still regenerate using the surrounding soil and rocks, which is really annoying. As long as the Chori is destroyed, it will not continue to regenerate, so I don't necessarily have to fight it, but... Thinking like that, Rokon immediately solved this problem first. He enjoyed swinging his axe to attack the monster and tell it, but since just now it has made him so angry, let me make you come first. Right after that, Rokon jumped up and swung his axe to attack the giant monster, cutting it in half and creating a horrifying explosion. He smiled happily and said, it was so empty inside. It's your turn, you scum. Wild wind. Right after that, Rokon created a whirlpool around in front of him, sweeping away all the little monsters nearby. Because Rokon had unleashed his ultimate wild move, he happily said, "I'll let you guys go, all round." Looking at the mighty tornado that destroyed all of Rokon's monsters, the cowardly magician couldn't help but feel angry and confused, thinking, how hateful, his Gon was so easily defeated. Is he really human? Monster is correct. Right next second, to the confusion of that cowardly magician, Rokon came from the center of the tornado. He rushed like a storm in front of him and said, "Now it's just the two of us. Try avoiding this move, coward." After saying that, Rokon revealed his crazy face. He slashed the axe towards the cowardly magician, and immediately let him suffer a great pain from this blow and screamed. But Rokon still didn't stop. He was crazy and said, "It's over, die." Right after that, Rokon's powerful axe swung straight down and slashed the cowardly magician, and right after that the system also appeared and informed Rokon that the cowardly magician Chori had been defeated, has increased the pretense. After dealing with all the monsters here, Rokon found a place to sit. He took out the recovery potion from the system. While drinking Rokon, he said tiredly, "Oh, I'm dying. The first time I attacked Chori, I didn't pay attention and used it to become crazy. The after effects make me tired to death. Now that my physical strength has recovered, let's go check on that fallen coward." But when he saw the item that the magician left behind, Rokon was somewhat surprised and angry and said, "Oh hey, this." He looked at the system's information panel, the cowardly magician's escape ring, granting magic. The escape ring is now created by a cowardly magician. You can use the escape function once a day to escape the dungeon. After exiting the dungeon, lightning will automatically fire. Charging status, 1-on-1, charging waiting time, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Looking at the ring on Rokon's hand, he felt a bit depressed and said, "Oh my god, how many items did he have to escape with, but is it a ring?" At this point, I'm more curious, who exactly is this? The opponent caused Chori to avoid to this extent. Rokon then continued to analyze and think about what could happen. Thinking about it carefully, if you search through the memories of your past life, there will definitely be a hint. That's right, I figured it out, to be that place. If you clear the Dungeon of Magicians, will automatically open the secret room. Then Rokon looked for this room, and when he went into the room that contained the secret of that cowardly magician, looking at the messy documents thrown on the table, or the books thrown all over the floor, Rokon did not needless to say, "It's so dirty, this room is a trash room." But when he saw an iron chest in front of the room that was still glowing, Rokon couldn't help but say in surprise, "What is it, this box, what kind of book is that?" But when he looked closely at the name of this book, Rokon happily said, "Oh this." Just a second later, the system appeared and informed Rokon about the book. "Do you want to collect the Shield Skill Book? Limited to those who enter here first, can collect one of the skill books in this room." Seeing this, Rokon happily said, "I found it, the skill book. This is the top reward of this dungeon. It is an item that can collect skills unrelated to professions. Just having this can create new combination skills." Thinking about it, Rokon then frantically rushed into the bookcase to look for the book he wanted. He also threw the books he didn't like lying around on the floor and said, "Where is it? That skill is clearly here." And when he found the book he wanted, Rokon happily held this book in his hand and said, "Found it, transformed the damage." At the same time, the system also appears asking Rokon, "Do you want to collect damage transformation skill books? Limited to the person who comes here first, can collect one of the skill books in this room." Looking at this book, Rokon happily thought, damage conversion is a skill that can convert physical damage into magical damage and vice versa. Currently, players do not have information about attack and defense, magic. This is a skill that is more useful than one might imagine. If you can turn your physical damage into magic damage, that would be awesome. Then, with eyes as bright as stars, Rokon immediately clicked on that skill on the system. At the same time, the system also told Rokon, has collected damage transformation skill. Completed skill book collection, disabled other skill books. Rokon looked at these books gradually disappearing. He said in surprise, automatically screaming. However, right after that, Rokon looked at another book that was still like new right in the middle of those piles of disappeared books. Therefore, Rokon couldn't help but be confused and surprised and said, "Ha, what is that thing that is still glowing?" Picking up that book, Rokon immediately read its title, Cho-Ru Ky's Diary. The system also immediately appeared and notified Rokon, Cho-Ru Key's Diary, level, normal, Diary of a Cowardly Magician for Ru-Ki, can know what the magician is afraid of. Right after that, Rokon opened that book, and after reading it, Rokon said in surprise. They ordered me to create those cursed things. But, doing so is not right. Maybe it will wait for this world to come to its demise. It's not just monsters that are corrupted. In the end, there was no way out. I'll be killed the moment I try to escape. I can't join them, but, when that time comes, because of the conference they will leave this place for a while. That is the day we take action. I successfully escaped. Even though I was chased and lost part of what I built, I was able to protect my life. No, they will come, to arrest me, to kill me. They don't need me anymore, but, I know what they are doing. Must hide it, somewhere deeper and no one will know, but, like this, they probably won't be able to find me. After reading this diary, Rokon immediately closed it. He felt somewhat sympathetic, saying that this name, Ruki, seemed to be in a situation of being chased. That's why I'm hiding in this deep place, and make strange rings. So that's it, the thing is cursed and corrupted. If what I know and what is written here about metamorphosis are the same, then, this is truly new information that did not exist in the previous life. Mutated monsters are degenerate monsters. I know that there are groups of monsters that degenerate and mutate, but, in terms of Ruki and physical strength, this is the first time I know that humans are also among them. Not just me, the Golden Lion District, degenerate monsters have caused problems for the entire Black Dragon Legion district. At first I thought this was caused by another physical force, but, it seems not as simple as I thought. First we have to go back to the investigation team. Who knows, maybe there will be new clues about the main mission. Having said that, Rokon immediately put this diary into the system, and the system also informed him that it had put CHP Ruki's diary in his pocket. Now after finishing his work, Rokon immediately thought about what he needed to do next. He pondered and said, and it seemed that the condition to receive the next mission was level 150, there's still 30 levels left to go. At this level, increasing to 30 levels is not easy, because you have to repeat collecting and hunting tasks hundreds of times to level up. But, I don't. After thinking about it, Rokon then showed an evil smile and said, summoning the commandment, I have prepared everything, translate the story of Chess and Beard. After Rokon summoned a book from his system, he immediately used teleportation to return to the flagged trading city around here. After buying what he wanted, holding the bag in hand, Rokon happily said, casting the magic scrolls he got from the magician's dungeon. For me, it's useless but can be sold for a high price, it's really worth it. That's right, I don't see my store anywhere, last time it was very crowded. At the same time, Rokon looked left and right to find his hotel, and when he looked in and saw a shop where people were still jostling to enter, Rokon excitedly held his hand and said, good job, still crowded, so, there's nothing to worry about. Then Rokon smiled evilly and thought, at this rate, all the money from the bearding flag will flow into my pocket. Forget, now there is something more important than money. Rokon then went to the bearded flag, the Crazy Warrior Guild. He looked at the system notice board, choose the skill combination he wanted to delete. Rokon couldn't help but hesitate in choosing and said, Then when he chose a skill that wasn't really necessary, Rokon immediately pressed it and said, that's it. Just a second later, the system appeared and notified Rokon, removing the skill combination to rush in and destroy. Rokon immediately gave a reason for his choice, thinking that the skill combination was very interesting but a bit unfortunate because it could only rush straight forward. Moreover, other skills also have similar effects. I'm sorry but I have to delete it, besides, I can create better skill combinations. Meanwhile, the weak skills of the Berserk Warrior, although not worth combining and creating combo skills, but, converting the damage that happened to be obtained in the Mage Dungeon, became a good variable to change everything. Thanks to it, I can do it. I will fill in the missing parts of the warrior and will create the skill that will unlock my grand plan. Meanwhile, while thinking, he read the system notice board, assigning actions to combination skills. After thinking and reminding him of his plan, Rokon then did a bit of work on the system. He decided to combine 4 skills, Divine Power, Flash, Capture, and Damage Transformation, to create one skill, Power. The system immediately started running information that told Rokon, creating a skill combination. Just a few seconds after completing it, the system appeared and informed him, completing the skill combination. Looking at this newly created skill, Rokon happily said, okay, that's it. It is exactly what I wanted. At this point the system appears again and asks Rokon, please name the combination skill. Rokon didn't hesitate to think too much, he was interested in naming it and telling the system, the name of the skill would be Violent Attack. As for the reason why Rokon gave this name, he thought and explained, the special skill, converting damage and physical damage into magic damage and violent attacks, its downside is the 5-second freeze time, but one strong blow is right. After that, Rokan got excited and thought, now it's time to take advantage of it. Just wait, Odin, someday I will punch you in the face with this skill. After completing this skill combination, Rokan immediately remembered the important task in front of him and thought, the immediate priority is to level up. Some time later at the warehouse, where weapons were sold, the boss here happily heard the door open and said, "Come in, are you also looking for weapons?" Then Rokan walked in and said to the boss here, "Yes, I will buy all the stone axes from this place." Hearing that, the boss was surprised and asked Rokan, "What, everything?" Then wait a moment, let me check the inventory. Rokan was not in a hurry, he waved his hand and told the person to take it easy and said, "Yes, bring it all here, I'll take it all." At this moment, Rokan immediately noticed the sound next to him. On the other side, two people were also choosing weapons. The boy said to the girl, "Isn't this a bit expensive?" "Hey, this is more expensive than the mall we went to earlier," but the guy still happily told her, but looking at it, he knew it was better. Looking at them like that, Rokan thought to himself, what is it, player? Players can buy and sell here, which means they have completed the mission and are recognized, but have they even come here? There's no need to rush, because there's still one more obstacle, that is the opposition. In short, this is extremely epic and attractive PvP content, just like the main plot. Fighting against opposing players brings a different level of fun than hunting. There are also many players who just enjoy PvP without caring about leveling up or the plot. I used to live like that before. At this time, the shop owner, after gathering all the stone axes, happily brought them to the Rokan customer and said to him, "I have brought the axes." Rokan held the bag of stone axes and happily said to the boss, "Thank you." As for the other boss, after seeing the large bundle of money that Rokan paid to buy these stone axes, he was surprised and happily told him, "Thank you, come again next time." Now that Rokan had bought the necessary items, he happily walked out of the store thinking, "Come on, let's go." And some time later at the Iron Eagle barracks, with crowded tents and crowded players arranged here, Rokan went to explore this place and said, "Oh, it's been a long time, feels so new." The Iron Eagle camp is located at the front line of the conflict area between the Black Dragon and Golden Lion legions. This place has relatively few monsters, but just go a little bit and you can meet NP-11 and players from the opposing side. That is, this is a field created for battles. I originally planned to come here when I was 150, but I had a reason to come here earlier. As soon as he finished thinking, Rokan also arrived. He walked in front of a tent here. Inside the tent, there was a 29-year-old player with a 160-year-old mask who immediately spoke up and asked Rokan, "What, to register as a freelance mercenary? The officer is a person who does paperwork in the military." Rokan and Le Pretend 120 immediately did not hesitate to tell the police officer, "Yes, I want to register as a freelance mercenary." The other person was a little hesitant and said to Rokan, "Anyone can register, but how much level do you have?" And when he saw that the new Rokan's rank was 120, that person immediately showed indifference and contempt and said to the Rokan, "What, the low level should know its own strength. Okay, just do as you wish." Hearing that, Rokan couldn't help but get angry to the point of shaking, but he still had to try to be calm and tell him, "Thank you." Just a second later the system appeared and informed Rokan, who had become a free mercenary, depending on the feat, you will be rewarded with a corresponding rank. After achieving victory, you have been recognized as a free mercenary of the Golden Lion District. Defeat the enemy and perform feats to prove your strength and honor. When defeating an opponent, the enemy team receives a feat. Depending on the feat achieved, you will receive a corresponding number of merit points. Receive ranks depending on achievements. After that, Rokan walked out of here angrily and said, hesitating at the big-headed guy, could only look at him and pretend. "Anyway, just register, let's do it quickly." After resting, Rokan jumped out of this barracks and started moving forward to hunt. He used the flash and charge skills. Rokan quickly ran out of this royal citadel with speed like the wind and went to the hunting location thinking, the destination was the deep ravine. And Rokan used the invisibility skill to enter here. When Rokan reached the deep crack, he put down his cloak and the system also notified Rokan, removing the invisibility cloak. Rokan stood from a distant mountain peak. He looked at the ravine in front of him and the caravan moving around. Rokan happily thought to himself, it was a bit slow, but, thanks to the invisibility cloak, I was able to get here safely. No matter which side you're on, facing a level 150 enemy is quite stressful. This ravine is the supply route of the Black Dragon army. The surrounding area is very strictly guarded. That's also the reason why I came to this place. How could they know that I was hiding here? Thinking so, Rokan immediately took from the system the necessary applications to start the plan. Rokan immediately took out a hammer and hammered in the nail, got the Kojini point. Then he tied a rope, one end tied tightly to the other nail. The other end is tied to his waist, so he can easily move up and down at any time, after you've done everything. Rokon immediately happily said, "Okay, is ready." Right after that, Rokon did not hesitate, he flexibly used that filter, and then jumped down the cliff. Rokon also summoned his hammer and said, "Come on. Now it's your turn." After speaking, Rokon immediately used his hammer to hit the middle of this mountain, creating an explosion around here, and creating a secret tunnel in the middle of this mountain. Rokon happily said, "Oh, what a beautiful shot. Hey, very good location. This place must be marked first." After saying that, Rokon immediately jumped into that dungeon. He also created a barrier here, and at the same time, the system immediately informed Rokon that this location had been saved in Runi. After finishing everything, Rokon immediately went to the cave and said, "It's done, now, let's level up." And at that time the system also appeared to notify Rokon, armed, small axes left in quantity, 98 pieces. And right now on the other side, the Black Dragon army is moving food through this ravine. The first citizen was a 150-year-old cavalryman of the Black Dragon Legion. He was a little surprised to see the scene before his eyes, when a dark tornado was rushing towards this direction. Seeing that, the cavalry of the Black Dragon army was surprised and said, What? Immediately after that, the entire army was destroyed by this tornado wave and became chaotic. Some vehicles were even thrown into the air. Kay then laughed out loud with joy. He appeared from the middle of the battlefield and said to the cavalry of the Black Dragon Legion, "How is it, the taste of violence? How is Mr. Rokon's magic skills?" During the year, Rokon was secretly satisfied with the results in his plan and thought, "Beautiful, so beautiful. If you punch a hole in the middle of the cliff like this, the guards above won't be able to stop you." With his long-range skills, he can hunt many enemies at once. At this time, the cavalry of the Black Dragon army discovered Rokon's location and panicked to each other. Over there was someone in the middle of the cliff. When he saw that they had discovered his location, Rokon was not confused. He immediately summoned another hammer and jumped away. At the same time, the system also appeared and informed Rokon that he had equipped the small axe weapon. There were 97 left. Rokon jumped away and said arrogantly to the group of people, "Now I know, but what can you do to me? Close your mouth and vomit your experience here." Right after that, Rokon immediately used his attack skill, with huge resources and power, plus this long-range attack skill. With one move of Rokon he was able to kill him, clean out that group of Black Dragon Legion soldiers. And at the same time the system also appeared and informed Rokon that it had destroyed the Black Dragon army soldiers, pretended to be. "It's up, it's up, it's up, it's up, it's up." Seeing that, Rokon was very happy and said, "Very good, at this rate I will go straight to 150. Along with that, Rokon just held an axe in his mouth and happily looked at the system notification, paged, "Due to small weapons, there are only 95 left." After taking care of all the people of the Black Dragon army soldiers, Rokon looked at his trophy. He happily leaned on his tired hands and said, "Phew, this is the end of these boring things." And at this time the system also appeared and announced that the number of Rokon and hand axes left was 0, 150. Rokon looked at his larceny with interest and said, "After all, I have been plowing here for several days, okay, bored to death. Anyway, now I can do the main quest. What are the others doing now?" Use Runi Book, Temple and Iron Barracks. Right after that, Rokon was teleported to the Iron Eagle Barracks. Looking at the crowd here and looking at Rokon's achievements, the 29-year-old pedestrian officer, pretending to be surprised, asked Rokon, "Are you really, did that? Did you complete it alone? Congratulations on your promotion to soldier." Immediately after that, the pedestrian official pressed his seal on Rokon's certificate of achievement. At the same time, the system also appears and informs Rokon that according to the victory you have achieved, you have doubled into a soldier. You try to level up by accumulating victories or contributing contributions in the kingdoms. Current contribution points 324. Looking at these contribution points, Rokon happily crossed his arms and said, "Great, it really started with the soldiers." Rokon thought in his heart, nothing could be done with just the soldier rank, but if promoted, you can take on war missions or command NPI 11 soldiers to carry out missions. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward, but the reason I use this ranking system is not just that. What I'm aiming for is contribution points. If you accumulate contribution points, you can exchange them for special items at the dedication shop. It's easy to accumulate contribution points at first, but it's too little to buy that. Must quickly accumulate contribution points. Use the brush to pour the whisk. Without resting, Rokan continued to teleport to the middle of the city and at the square of the flag. Rokan breathed the air around here, the peaceful atmosphere. He sighed and said, "Ah, how long has it been? Nice to meet you." At this moment, he noticed the screams next to him. "Ah damn, these bastards are really screaming here. Because of those bastards, I haven't been able to complete the mission for 3 days." Their teacher said so. Rokan was happy and thought, it has begun, it has begun. The bastards in those guys' words were the players in the Black Dragon Army. Everywhere in the third city, the war between two opposing factions is raging fiercely. This is an interesting fact. Then Rokan remembered the situation where a monster killed a player, and when asked why, he calmly replied, "What was the reason for killing the enemy? Oh my, because I can take away the enemy's equipment and, possibly, gain experience from the enemy monsters as well." Therefore, Rokan happily understood and thought, so it's only natural to do that. The excuse sounds reasonable, but, actually, it's for another reason. That is, toying with and killing someone weaker than yourself brings special pleasure. A gamer's instinct makes me understand better than anyone. Rokan then approached and asked the other two, "Sorry, but where is that?" Seeing Rokan suddenly come to ask, the other two were surprised and said to Rokan, Yes, that is where wild boars live, but now we can't go there. You have to form a team of about 10 people to get there." After knowing the information he wanted to know, Rokan immediately told the girl, "That's it, thank you for the information." In his heart, he secretly pondered and thought, if the wild boar's place of residence was not a hunting area not far from the flag, then they were pushed closer to the front line. So we've reached the border already. This enclosure seems quite thin. Immediately after that, Kay took out a whistle from the system and blew it to summon. At the same time, the system also appeared and informed Rokan that the summoning whistle had been used. Right after that whistle, a black horse appeared in front of Rokan. At the same time, the system also appeared and informed Rokan that it had summoned the black horse. Rokan immediately jumped on this horse. He happily said, "You guys leave, do you think I will do what you want? Wait a minute, I'm here to slaughter you guys." After speaking, Rokan immediately spurred his horse and ran all the way to the place where the wild boar lived. And let the two people behind smell a bit of dust and smoke. These two people couldn't help but be surprised and said to Rokan, "Don't tell me he's planning to go there alone." Yeah, that's probably it. Doing that now is no different from committing suicide. And now at the place of the wild boar, here the people of the 110 factions of the Golden Lion district are having to fight against a large number of enemies. These monsters are constantly approaching and threatening. Seeing that, the blonde girl immediately got angry and told them, "Damn, what is this? I told you to send more items, why is there nothing now?" The monster with a level of 120 on the side of the Black Army immediately arrogantly and contemptuously told the girl, "Why? Because having to tear those kids apart was very interesting." Immediately after that, he used a knife to cut off the girl's arm, causing the girl to scream in pain. Then she fell into the arms of her friends. Her friend was worried and asked again, "Is it okay?" At this moment, the knight of the Black Dragon Army raised his sword and arrogantly tried to slash them, saying, "Your life is over at this point." Just when the other player thought he would lose his life here because of these shameless monsters, at that moment Rokan appeared, and used the violent attack skill. Seeing that, the skeleton of the Black Dragon Army turned around in surprise and said, "What?" Yet just a second later he was killed by Rokan's powerful attack. Seeing that, the other players were also surprised to the point of gaping, and the enemies of the Black Dragon Legion were also angry and confused and shouted, "What is it? Who is it?" Immediately after that, they discovered Rokan's whereabouts, and quickly told each other that it was the enemy. Someone was rushing here, but when they saw Rokan rushing in alone, one horse, they immediately arrogantly speaking, "He is alone," quickly spread out and surround him. However, with those words, Rokan showed a crazy amused smile and told them, "It was nothing special, just playing for a while. Are you prepared to die?" Seeing that Rokan was so arrogant rushing towards our group, the people of the Black Dragon Army simultaneously raised their bows and competed to shoot in Rokan's direction and mockingly said to him, "You don't know fear, what is it? Take it, the arrow of the swamp." But right after that, Rokan easily used his spear to block that attack. He even launched a slash from afar at that demon from his horse. Immediately killed him and laughed mockingly and said to him, "Slow down, you goblin brat." The next second Rokan kicked it all. The man and the horse flew into the sky together. Rokan happily jumped up and said, "Gone." Immediately after, the other horse landed, leaving Rokan alone in midair, swinging his axe and preparing to attack this group of people. Seeing Rokan's appearance, the group of goblins belonging to the Black Dragon Army immediately said in fear, that crazy guy, can he fly? Right after that, Rokon happily used the tip of his axe to attack the goblins and told them, transform the damage. Rokon's powerful axe was thrown straight at the leader of the Black Dragon army, creating a powerful thunderstorm that killed him. After that, Rokon gently landed, he lifted his axe over his shoulder. Rokon happily and arrogantly said, punch the person from the Black Dragon army, well, let's play. Even though those monsters had been seriously injured by Rokon and were somewhat scared, their pride did not allow them to back down, so they still stubbornly shouted at Rokon, human beings, if you dare, come forward, we will crush him. Right after that, all the monsters screamed and rushed forward to attack Rokon's direction. Seeing that, Rokon just felt funny and said to them, what are you messing with? Right after that, Rokon accelerated, killing a member of the Black Dragon army in one shot in front of his confusion and panic, and with another large-scale attack, he was able to wipe out this group of people. Rokon arrogantly said, but tell them, you are the ones who will be crushed. The other group of people were surprised by Rokon's agility and strength and were killed in an instant. Seeing that, the two monsters below had not yet come up to fight, so they kept trembling in fear, as if they no longer had the strength to sit on the ground, and said, crazy, close combat players with high defense ability were defeated, wiped out with just one blow. What, those monsters too? At this time, Rokon ran in front of them with eyes full of murderous intent and a crazy smile and said, finally discovered. Seeing that, the two men couldn't help but feel scared, confused, and continuously broke into cold sweats, but they could not escape their tragic fate. After only one scream, they were killed. And along with that, the system also appears to continuously send notifications to Rokon. Rokon has defeated Du Ra to receive a contribution point. Rokon has defeated He Ping Su to receive a contribution point. Rokon has defeated Yang Dok Pin Sung, received 1 contribution point. Rokon defeated her friend Aunt Rong Ping, received 1 contribution point. Rokon defeated Impan Su, received 1 contribution point. Rokon defeated Ka Ri Bai Tong, received 1 contribution point. Rokon to defeat. Rokon has, even though he had received a lot of notices and he had also killed a lot of monsters here, Rokon was still not satisfied and satisfied. He happily carried the axe on his shoulder and said, this is just the beginning, just move. Then, when looking at the system's new notice board, RL immediately thought and said, oh sure, the victory points obtained are exactly the same as when destroying NPI 11, in Pi Zai, the enemy has 150 and the lowest player has 130, just look to know which side has the advantage. Great, now let's go to the mutant cave. First, let's go to the beard flag. After saying that, Rokon immediately used teleportation to return to the beard flag. Right after that, Rokon went to the temple at the bearded flag. After going inside and completing the mission, Rokon looked at the system notifications and donated 3 gold coins. Received the priest's blessing. For 6 hours all abilities increase by 1%. For 6 hours defense and resistance increase. Seeing that his stats were increasing, Rokon happily said, oh well, that's good. With the priest's blessing, depending on the amount of money donated to the temple, you can receive different types of buds. Although it can only be maintained for a few hours, it is a necessary thing to have before every important hunt. Next is setting up equipment. After that, Rokon immediately opened the equipment section from the system. Looking at the options in front of him, Rokon immediately considered and said, first lightning, online equipment, second defense equipment, finally third lightning, equipment, resistance attribute. Switching equipment will freeze for 3 seconds, but it seems like switching will be quite useful. Now, all we have to do is lure the prey and that's it. Where are you? Let's throw the bait. After that, with just a few operations on the system, Rokon received a notification from the system, receiving intelligence about the hostile faction, the sender of the Rokon. Right after that, Rokon continuously received many comment notifications from the system from different players. There were new comments, there were new comments, there were new comments, there were new comments, there were new comments. Looking at so many comment notifications, Rokon immediately showed a greedy smile and said, the reaction is really intense, it seems like everyone is quite worried about this. And at this time Rokon saw a notification from the new system. There was a new comment. Rokon couldn't help but read in surprise, God of Malice, it's attracted attention again. Firewood has been burning for a long time. What's going on? The Black Dragon army eats. I got the flag to pour my beard. The fighter came out, but oh, are you still playing the game? Last week when we attacked the chess game, all we saw was the chess bowl, and Ge Li, he must have died somewhere, even if he was one of the first 10 people to enter the third city. So what, now that group is about to disappear. Nat Trusa, yes, next is to send out, let our guild do the rest for you. Wait there, Miga Pen Tom, there's no need to mobilize the guild. You'll be blown away every time you see one. Tao Ri Gu, Rokon Solo no. Everyone who plays seasoning is exactly like this, let's make a game. Looking at them daring to challenge him with such disdain and arrogance, Rokon could only laugh and scornfully say, damn the Black Dragon Army, they took the bait. The whole group could only feel proud because they had leveled up. On the contrary, I have to thank them. If they get scared and run away, we have to waste time looking everywhere. Wait a little longer, I will repay you all in full. Then Rokon disdainfully and happily sent a series of messages to the others. Thank you for everyone's intelligence. I will start trimming again, hunting, Messenger Rokon. Immediately after that, K reopened the hunting live streaming page, and the number of viewers increased rapidly, currently 2,714 people. Other players just watched, some admired him and supported him, while others looked down on him and competed with each other to comment. Some players quickly said, oh Rokon is starting, Soda Dream, are you crazy? What should you do if you are surrounded? Sure to kill, even if you are surrounded, you don't care. Susu, what is that? Just opened it and didn't say anything but rushed off, it's ancient, it seems like it's in your intelligence area. And now when Rokon arrived here, looking at the large crowd of monsters in front of him, several other players immediately commented, saying, are you already there? When you get there, you will definitely be stripped of your clothes, it's so funny, everything will melt like a bubble, burn the neck, watch it and know not to crow. At this time, in that match, there was a goblin that ferociously attacked the opposing player in front of it and said, if you obediently vomit someone from here, I will forgive you. Even though he was in a weak position, the other player was constantly trembling in fear, but his high self-esteem and strong will did not allow him to give up or be afraid, so the other player remained steadfast, replied, ridiculous, from the beginning I didn't care whether I lived or died. Seeing this stubbornness and indifference, the goblin only laughed even more and said to the other guy, well said. After that, he immediately knocked the other player away, and jumped up slightly to prepare to attack that guy's direction with his arrogance saying, if that's the case, then die. Seeing that their friend was about to die like that, the other players couldn't help but worry and scream, no, it's dangerous. Right at this moment when the other guy thought he was going to die under the knife of this monster, Rokon came out of nowhere to promptly stop the attack for this guy. Seeing that this guy was busy, everyone was surprised, even the monsters were surprised and angry and said, what? But before they could stop being surprised, Rokon used his axe to counter the attack. He powerfully cut the monster in half, killing him. At the same time, at that second, the system also appeared and informed Rokon that he had defeated 3 tons and received 1 contribution point. At this moment, Rokon showed a crazy happy smile and told them, that's a beautiful mark, quickly praise me. Then Rokon used flash attack. He quickly rushed up like an arrow, wherever he passed he cut it in half, killing the monster there. Seeing that, before the monsters could react, they were surprised and confused by Rokon's speed. Then he came in front of them and shouted arrogantly to tell them, why are you standing there so stupid, hurry up and fight, go again. But before they could counterattack, they were killed by Rokon slash in half. At the same time, the system also informed Rokon that he had defeated Nemo and received a contribution point. After that, Rokon almost went crazy, killing every single monster in the Black Dragon Army here, continuously receiving notifications from the system. He defeated the motorcycle and received a contribution point. Looking at Rokon fighting so strongly, the hybrid viewers couldn't help but exclaim and continuously commented, starting from the player, Amin, one kin survivor, is this true? They were all killed by one blow, the Black Dragon Army, after all, they are already 120, can you believe this? Do too, that crazy trim guy has faked how much he's pretending to be, for the rest, it has to be at least 140, otherwise it's impossible to do it. At this time, even though he saw Rokon's attack power was so strong, there was still one goblin who was not satisfied. He calmly shouted to his comrades, don't panic, we are outnumbered, everyone, they all rushed up. Following its orders, all the monsters rushed forward to attack Rokon at the same time, but Rokon did not panic, on the contrary, he was very excited and showed a crazy smile, and when the system also informed Rokon that the axe was equipped. Rokon reached for his axe, a somewhat crazy and mocking smile as he said to the group of people, it was too easy, the way of thinking was the same as the group before. And then Rokon jumped up high and said to them, if you all come forward together, I will, thank you. Combination skills. Wild Wind. Right after that, with a powerful tornado and ferocious slashes from Rokon, it quickly followed its name, Wild Wind, like the wind, killing countless monsters in just one blow. there, and also created a whirlpool to trap the monsters in there so that Rokan could easily kill them with one slash. Seeing that, the other players who were watching live immediately opened their mouths in shock and couldn't believe it and started commenting. It was like a player playing MANHWA. What a crazy skill is that? Rokan and I are playing at the same time. Game, Jing Woof. Rokan is a warrior maniac. Does anyone have information about the warrior maniac? Is the warrior maniac inherently that strong? At this time, after Rokan defeated all those monsters, he kept receiving notifications from the system. Rokan had defeated Ra Hoi and received a contribution point. Rokan defeated Ko Kan Tung to receive a contribution point. Rokan defeated the Sea Dragon branch and received a contribution point. Rokan defeated Tue Kim Book and received a contribution point. Rokan defeated Sang Chung Li and received a contribution point. After killing this group of people, Rokan majestically jumped down and landed on the ground, proudly saying, "Wild, so boring." Then Rokan immediately pressed the button, recording the screen on the system. He then mockingly said to the players in front of the screen, "You players of the Black Dragon Army are really disappointing. I can only have this much. What can I do? It doesn't matter if 10 or 20 people come, because I will kill them all." With this, immediately after that, Deepkin held out the Royal Knight's long sword and added 10. Seeing Rokan's arrogant attitude and this sword, the group of people watching this hybrid trim couldn't help but exclaim and compete with each other to comment. And on the back of the gas station, Crazy, taking his own head as a reward. Dong Gun Ming what? Wow crazy, look at the attack, the strongest right now, do-do-da, again, that's what killing him is all about. I was so confused, but what was Rokan thinking? He was provoking all the players. Ah do hun, everyone sit still, that's mine. Looking at the players calling, he confidently prepared to charge forward to find his place and attack to destroy him. Rokan smiled happily and said, "If you want this, come here and kill me, go. If you can kill me." Looking at Rokan's arrogant and confident attitude, other players immediately despised Rokan and commented on live trim, "Rokan's, from the multiplayer, wow look how confident he is, TW, that's really pathetic, Ba La Bin, real man, you criticize me, big brother, from now on I'm your partner." Seeing this level, Rokan was happily satisfied and thought, "This must be enough, looks like stealing a weapon is pretty cool. The same thing, just smash them all." And at this time, Rokan took out the whistle again. Seeing this, the system also informed him to use the whistle. The black horse immediately followed orders and rushed towards Rokan. Rokan rode on the black horse, and the system also notified Rokan, summoning the black horse. Looking at Rokan and this black horse, he looked so majestic. At the same time, Rokan also took out the information panel from the system. Looking at it, he silently considered and said, "Let's see, the next location is the Wind Plateau. From here it's a few miles north. Okay, let's run with all our speed." Right after that, both Rokan and the other black horse rushed like a wind towards the location ahead. At this time, after Rokan finished the trimming session, the other players immediately started discussing plans and talking to each other like keyboard warriors. Cold Silk, have you seen the Rokan? That dragon fruit cost nearly $800. Dino Bang, summon emergency guild, Rokan Sif 2 out of 10, Pound O, hey bastards, Rokan belongs to our guild, if you touch it, you'll all die. Dino Bang, well whoever catches it first gets it. Rinfa shouted, "You think you can? Cool, let's go see the fight." Looking at them commenting that they wanted to kill him like that, Rokan was not confused. He carried his axe on his shoulder covered in blood. Rokan's face was also stained with a lot of blood, but he still looked carefree and arrogant. Who can say anything? Is he trying to arrest me? Don't just say it with your mouth, come find me quickly. At this time, looking at the monster stars or their body parts thrown all over the ground or stacked on top of each other, Rokan sat on the top of the tower of this monster corpse. He was depressed and heroically said, "Finished, it's so fast, it's so boring." At this time, the system also announced Rokan Luke 157, Merit Point 520, Wind Plateau, Black Dragon Army, completely destroyed. Hearing this news, the morning guy from the Dragon Army couldn't help but panic and say in disbelief, "Damn, was it all destroyed?" Then he hurriedly ran to report to his boss and said, "Boss, there's something big going on." That big brother was so cold and calm that he didn't answer anything to this subordinate. I knew it, what the hell was he afraid of? However, the subordinate was still worried and said, "Yes, but," the other big brother interrupted and told him that, after all, on the plateau there were only weak people, we have all predicted it in advance. Don't worry, our army is large and strong, so there's no need to worry. Hurry up, we're almost at the plateau. Although the other person was still very worried, he still responded and obeyed the command. Then he got a little worried and looked back at the size of his army, then consoled himself and thought, okay, we can do it. And a short time later, Rokan was now waiting to fight here. Seeing the mighty black dragon army in large numbers moving towards him, he did not get discouraged or give up but just calmly said, oh look at them, they are really determined. 30 to 40, I'm not sure around 50, that's quite a high level, in this battle, just rush in. Immediately after that, the system appeared and notified Rokan, changing the equipment. Lightning 2 defense, after changing his outfit mainly to defense mode, Rokan raised his axe ready in a fighting position, but he still did not see the monsters rushing to attack. Rokan lost patience and shouted at them, what are you doing, come quickly, you bastards. Hearing that attack, the monsters immediately rushed forward to attack Rokan's direction. The commander immediately ordered his subordinates to quickly separate and surround him. But just a second later he was surprised when he saw the scene ahead. In front of him, there was a whirlwind like a knife that was constantly rushing towards these monsters. They looked confused and said, it's an ambush, be careful. But no matter how careful they were, with one of Rokan's moves, they couldn't avoid creating a hurricane that killed those monsters with just one move. Seeing that, the remaining monsters couldn't help but run away in fear, saying, what, why are they aiming in that direction, help, get out of the way. Wait, could that be his trick to get us to focus in the middle? But at this point, even if he realized it, it would be too late. Rokan used the stone on the ground as leverage. He jumped up and used a great leaping technique, swinging his axe and slashing at the group of people, arrogantly, defiantly tell them, that's right. Right after that, with one slash, Rokan simultaneously crushed dozens of other monsters. At the same time, the system also continuously appeared to notify Rokan that Rokan had defeated Na Pan and gained an attack point, Rokan defeated 3 Song and gained an attack point, Rokan defeated Kai Ca Po and gained an attack point, Rokan defeated Ni Ka and gained an attack point, Rokan defeated In Chung and won an attack point, Rokan defeated Kenville and gained an attack point. Seeing that the celery could hit so hard and kill so many of their teammates with one move, those monsters were still ignorant and fearless but became even more hateful, still determined to fight and analyze and come up with a strategy, fighting to talk to each other. He entered the center, now is our chance, kill. Then the monsters rushed forward and rushed towards Rokan, but at this moment Rokan calmed down, he took a deep breath. Immediately afterwards, a deafening scream was released, accompanied by Rokan's skill and battle cry. With this one skill, those monsters not only had their skills reduced, but their activities were also limited. Seeing that, the monsters immediately panicked and said, I can't move, what kind of bloody trick is this? But at this moment Rokan appeared in front of him, he arrogantly waved his axe at him and said, damn it, it's still too early to panic. Combination skills, tornado. A second later, a super tornado appeared in the middle of this plateau, pulling most of the goblins into here. They couldn't help but be confused and be immersed in this tornado of water and electricity from Rokan, which is slowly gnawed to death. While Rokan calmly and arrogantly told them, I will grind all of you. At this moment, a scream rang out ordering Rokan, stop Rokan, this is enough, so there's no need to be surprised and angry when someone dares to say that to him. Rokan looked up and saw a man swinging a sword and rushing towards him. Rokan quickly reacted, he used his axe to block the other guy's attack. The two people approached each other, confronting each other head-on, the two weapons colliding, sending smoke and fire everywhere. Rokan quickly retreated back, after that sword strike, realizing his strength. Rokan was not confused, he just disdainfully told him, quite strong, who is he? The name Taya is a master swordsman. He arrogantly and confidently raised his sword towards Rokan and told him, I am the flag of the Black Dragon Army, Taya, this name will make you tremble from now on, remember it. Hearing his name, Rokan immediately remembered who he was and thought to himself, if it was Tai, wouldn't he be the first to be arrogant when he reached 100? Rokan then gave him a contemptuous smile and said to him, you're the first one to reach 100, you're the bastard who made me lose face. Hearing such insult, the Tai guy over there couldn't help but get angry and asked Rokan, what are you talking about? Arrogant you, as long as you obediently hand over the dragon claw, I will spare your life, but today I will definitely teach you a lesson, let you know what the level of cunning chess is. After saying that, the Tai guy over there rushed to attack in Rokan's direction, but Rokan was quick with the speed of the wind, he ran behind the Tai guy over there, swinging his axe at him. Seeing that, the Tai guy couldn't help but be confused at this speed, and when he turned around, he saw Rokan with eyes full of murderous intent swinging an axe at him and saying, I will show you what real cunning is, After saying that, the Tai guy over there rushed to attack in Rokan's direction, but Rokon was quick with the speed of the wind. He ran behind the Thai guy over there, swinging his axe at him. Seeing that, the Thai guy couldn't help but be confused at this speed, and when he turned around, he saw Rokon with eyes full of murderous intent swinging an axe at him and saying, "I will show you what real cunning is." After saying that, the Thai guy over there was immediately slashed by an axe right in the middle of Rokon's stomach, causing him pain and being knocked back far away. Rokon also quickly kicked him again, causing the Thai guy over there to fall and fly 10 meters back, creating a trail. Seeing that guy over there being easily blown away like that, Rokon immediately sneered and said to him that he was just a fat pig, too slow, but at this moment, the guy over there couldn't be seen in his position, having fallen just now. Rokon was surprised and angry and said, What, bastard, where did he run?" Seeing that, TK quickly looked around to find him and said contemptuously, "Running away was quick." He hadn't decided whether to win or lose, but he ran away. At this time, the pregnant man there was hiding behind a few other soldiers to constantly drink healing potions to restore his health. Seeing that, the two monsters standing next to him couldn't help but feel confused by his actions. Rokon was angry and shouted, "I'm still having fun." Then at this time, the Thai guy over there was still not afraid. After he had recovered his physical strength, he arrogantly stood up to challenge Rokon and told Rokon, but he already remembered, "Okay, let's hit you until your head bleeds, Rokon." However, Rokon showed an incredibly indifferent and disdainful attitude as he looked at that Thai guy over there. Seeing Rokon's attitude like that, the Thai guy over there couldn't help but shout angrily and question him, "What's with that attitude?" Rokon looked at the unkempt appearance that had not yet wiped off the drug stains on the face of the pregnant man over there, and with a bit of contempt, mocked him and said to him, "How could it be that you were scared to death after just being beaten? Just take the medicine." Hearing that Rokon knew what he had just done, that guy over there was embarrassed and angry and said to Rokon, "What, so what, I will use my medicine." Rokon dejectedly turned his head away and only commented, "Well, I didn't say anything." Then Rokon pointed to the notification line above his head and told that guy over there, "I'm crossing, I'm sure you haven't forgotten, there are currently 30,000 people watching your stupid actions." Immediately that Thai guy over there read comments from other players mocking him, "Ha ha, he was discovered, must be swearing, what a disgrace to the Black Dragon Army, does he really call himself the flag of the Black Dragon Army? Boss, you'd better find a hole to hide in, I must be a worm of the Black Dragon Army." Being humiliated like that guy over there couldn't help but get so angry that he gritted his teeth and his whole body trembled as he said, What a stupid act." Then he immediately pulled out two swords from his hand, angrily preparing to attack Rokon and told him, "Rokon, you bastard, you have crossed the limit, I will show you my power, prepare." Right after that Thai guy over there launched a move, a martial arts combination skill. He used both hands and two swords to rush forward and attack in Rokon's direction. But Rokon still had a calm and disdainful attitude, somewhat amused, and said to that Thai guy over there, "This is how it should be. I will fight you with my bare hands." At the same time Rokon also put his axe away and the system also told him, removing the battle axe, but with Rokon's disdainful attitude and arrogant actions, the Thai guy over there only felt contempt and laughed out loud and said to Rokon, "Put down your weapon, pathetic, you will be defeated by this technique." But before he could rush to Rokon's place, Rokon was as agile as the wind and rushed to stand in front of that Thai guy. Seeing that, he was confused and said, "What?" The next second, that Thai guy over there received a powerful punch from Rokon. With just one punch straight to the face of that Thai guy over there, he was blown away by Rokon and killed. Seeing that, the system immediately appeared and informed Rokon. Rokon had defeated the fetus and gained an attack point. Looking at this Thai guy who easily died after just one punch like that, Rokon said in disdain and boredom, "Not interesting at all, are you a trickster?" In my heart I thought, those who will be known later. Surely he is constantly trying. Then Rokon showed a crazy smile again. He turned his head and said, "Remembering him only makes my mood worse, what should I do? But maybe you guys will bring up my mood." Hearing Rokon's brutal and somewhat crazy laugh along with his insane eyes and head turning towards him, the group of monsters couldn't control themselves and trembled in fear. They quickly ran away. However, how could Rokon easily forgive them and ignore such delicious prey? After a few pitiful screams and life-saving screams, the Black Dragon Army was wiped out by Rokon in the blink of an eye. And some time later at the Beard Flag, it had been a while since Rokon's last fight, but he kept receiving notifications from the system for him. Rokon had defeated Ko-kun and gained an attack point. Rokon defeated Lao and gained an attack point. Rokon defeated Hippo and gained an attack point. Rokon defeated Ha-ho and gained an attack point. Rokon 1 took down Virus and gained an attack point. Rokon took down O and won an attack point. Rokon took down Ka Dong and gained an attack point. It's been a while since I saw it, but the system still kept notifying me. Rokon immediately felt bored, sad and tired of the notifications, sighed and said, when will it show up? It seems like the notification is too slow. At this moment, he was surprised to hear someone shouting at him, Rokon Day, I am your fawn. Rokon then turned his head in frustration. He saw a voice that was excited but also somewhat worried and said to himself, be careful, they are coming, there are up to 200 people coming, you better avoid it. Hearing that, Rokon secretly thought with amusement, 200 people. Then he happily said to the young man, thank you, and you. The other person was immediately confused and said to Rokon, I just stepped out of the gray area. And now, when he heard that group of people were approaching, Rokon was not confused at all, on the contrary, he was very excited and thought that the contribution points were coming. Right after that, Rokon immediately informed the system and opened a donation store. The system immediately displayed many items from the store for Rokon to choose from. Then Rokon clicked on a badge that cost 500 pi and thought, there's still time before they arrive, I have to buy a badge of honor. Right after that, the system also appeared and informed Rokon about this badge, the badge of honor, the type of magic, honorary soldier badge. People with this badge can enhance their own honor. Receive additional contribution points and reputation index achieved according to victories. Holding this badge in his hand, Rokon could not help but think happily, the badge of honor, although it costs 500 contribution points, every time he defeats the enemies, we can gain more reputation. There is also a price to invest. Should I collect it? Although there is work to be done, let's stop broadcasting first, we will reopen so please wait. Then Rokon worked on the system and prepared to turn off the trim again. Seeing that, the live viewers immediately said goodbye to Rokon. Goodbye, where are you going? It seems like you're going to the square, please reopen it soon, bay. After finishing trimming, Rokon went to the defense team of the bearded flag, where the Mankin captain was surprised and happy and said to Rokon, oh, is it already that strong? Very good, I can believe that you have tried very hard. At the same time, Rokon happily looked at the system notification. The main mission had been completed. You have received the trust of Mankin, Captain, Flag Defender, and Beard. Rokon happily thought, great, it's finally over. At this time, the Mankin Guard Captain seriously continued to speak vaguely to Rokon, so from now on listen carefully. I tried investigating the variations, but what you discovered is just the beginning, just the head. There are also people who have completely transformed. They are people with special powers and are much stronger than other variants. I have decided to call them ugly monsters. Some have been captured alive and are being investigated. They cannot exist in this world, so if you meet an ugly monster in the future, kill them and bring back their eyes. Their eyes shine bright green. After hearing this information, Rokon also understood quite a bit. He immediately became interested and told the captain of the Barbarian Guard. It would not be difficult to realize that he obeyed the order. Along with that, Rokon was also interested and looked at the notification from the system. You got information about the ugly monster, can distinguish ugly monsters, destroy the ugly monster and bring evidence to the investigation team to get a reward. Looking at the announcements and thinking about the reward, Rokon couldn't help but think with his eyes shining with pride. There is information related to ugly monsters will get rewards. In addition to the mission rewards, we can also earn more money. In addition, we can also gut it a bit. The equipment dropped from ugly monsters is better than usual. Differentiate a little and then kill it. And at this time the system appeared again and announced to Rokon, one person's mission was to destroy an ugly monster to prove his ability. Success condition, kill an ugly monster, completion rewards, more information about ugly monsters. Seeing such an easy mission, Rokon couldn't help but clench his fists in anger as he looked at that Mankin, thinking vaguely, I've reached level 150 and still don't believe it. Then we can catch one and return. Even so, the dropped equipment is all mine. Right after that, Rokon got bored, folded his arms, turned around and said to the guard captain Mankin, I know, we will meet again after I complete the mission. Hearing that, the Mankin guard captain happily waved his hand and said to Rokon, be careful, Rokon. But right at this moment, Rokon remembered something. He immediately turned around in panic and said to the captain of the guard, oh right, I have something to tell you, I almost forgot. Hearing Rokon's serious tone and attitude, the Mankin captain of the guard team was a little confused and asked Rokon, what's going on? Rokon then walked over and whispered to Mankin, the thing is, after listening to Rokon speak for a while, the captain of the defense team couldn't help but get angry. His eyes were filled with surprise and anger and he said, what? Just a few minutes later, at the same time at the castle's beard flag, the monsters of the Black Dragon army had gathered here. confused and angry, and shouted inside, "Why is Rokan hiding? Come out quickly." When no one answered, a monster asked his teammate suspiciously, "Are you sure Rokan is here?" The monster checked the system information and told his teammate, broadcasting, "There's no way you can go wrong here." At this time, the royal door of the castle also opened. Seeing a shadow of a person, the monsters immediately competed with each other in joy, saying, "It's open, who is that? Rokan." But this time it was not Rokan, but the man-kin captain of the defense team who led the way. He led his guardian soldiers out of the door. Seeing that, the monsters gasped in shock so much that they couldn't close their mouths and said, "What is that? Why is there a security team here? I told you I haven't attacked the city yet." At this time, the savage captain of the guard team with a 200-pound mask was angry and shouted at those monsters, "It's too noisy, you guys know where this is and dare to step your dirty feet in here. Go, kill not a single person for me." Following orders, the soldiers immediately rushed out to attack those monsters. As for them, they were so scared that they quickly turned around and ran away, saying, "What's the matter? Why did it turn out like this?" And as for the situation here, the developments on Rokan's side, at this time Rokan's screen has started to open the hybrid trim, immediately confused but somewhat excited and looking forward to talking to the screen. "Ah, there is sound. What to do? Open the screen, press the button, done. I hope you understand that the rebroadcast is later than expected, let it retreat a bit. I want to ask where this is. This is Ace, the third city of the Black Dragon Army. The view from the cliff is beautiful, isn't it? Well then, now let's try to take advantage of the homeowner who isn't here and rob him." After saying that, Rokan immediately jumped into action, jumping into the cave, much to the bewilderment of the guards here. Looking at those guards who were constantly trembling in fear before his appearance, they were exhausted with their whole bodies trying to raise their weapons. Rokan immediately felt bored and pleased and thought, "Oh sure, as expected. The strong guys all came to capture me, so now only the weak guys stay and guard the house." Rokan then opened the system's equipment, took out his familiar axe, and prepared to attack. Rokan said disparagingly to the two monsters of the Black Dragon Army guarding the gong here, "Although I am not the type of person who likes to fight the weak, but now I have an important purpose so I don't know what to do." Then Rokan gently rushed forward and slashed the two monsters in half, telling them not to hold grudges, hurry up, and at the same time, the system also appeared and announced to Rokan, Rokan had defeated Kinlock to gain 2 contribution points, Rokan had defeated Kinlock to gain 2 contribution points. And very soon at the Black Dragon Army, in the grassland hunting ground, Rokan was walking around dejectedly surveying the situation and saying, "Great, there's no one." He happily and excitedly thought in his heart that although the Golden Lion district had mutated monsters, catching these monsters would take a lot of time. I've already discussed it with Mankin, so for a while there is no need to worry about the flag pouring beard. I also turned off the broadcast at the main entrance, so if the Black Dragon Army guys want to find me, it will take a long time. I can rest assured and focus on hunting now. Just when Rokan was surprised to hear footsteps approaching, he immediately saw a gray-fanged wolf with a 140-degree snarl growling angrily looking in his direction. Seeing that, Rokan immediately pulled out his axe. He said with interest, "Pretending to be 140, right? Ordinary monsters are already a different standard. It's truly a hunting ground where mutated monsters reside. End it quickly, no need to waste much time on normal monsters." But at this moment, when the angry gray-fanged wolf was about to attack Rokan, both he and he were surprised to hear a mighty roar around here. The gray-fanged wolf's movements immediately stopped. Again, Rokan was also confused and surprised by this suddenly appearing sound and said, This sound is." At this time, there was a pet dinosaur of Dapur, ignoring Le Pretend 181, it came out from the grass and aggressively looked in Rokan's direction and let out a preemptive roar. Seeing this dinosaur monster in front of him, Rokan's fighting inspiration increased even more. He excitedly got into a battle-ready position and said to that mutated dinosaur, "I really have to thank you." Because he found it himself, the mutated monster ignored him. At this moment, the ignorant monster was continuously screaming a majestic roar towards Rokan. Rokan looked at this mutated dinosaur in front of him. Rokan tightly grasped the axe in his hand and prepared to charge. Rokan looked at it with amusement and felt mockery and said, "Yes, who could have imagined it?" Unexpectedly, Dapur's pet dinosaur, the ace defense captain, was a mutated monster. Well, even if they knew, if they hunted you, they would have to come into conflict with Dapur, so the aces would not dare to hunt, because to the subordinates of the Black Dragon Army, Dapur is an existence similar to a barbarian, kin of the Golden Lion district. Rokan then turned to discover the movement of the gray-fanged wolf. It was scared and ran away. Rokon then laughed mockingly and told him to run away with his life. Rokon then looked at the mutated dinosaur in front of him and said, "Well, who would lose their mind when fighting a monster like this? Isn't that right, you ugly reptile? Hurry up, I'll make dinosaur barbecue." Hearing that Rokon dared to be so arrogant and defiant to taunt him like that, the mutated dinosaur boldly rushed forward to attack and turned around, swinging its tail to attack in Rokon's direction. Seeing it suddenly turn around and attack, Rokon was surprised and thought, "Tail." Then he quickly jumped up to avoid the mutant dinosaur's attack. But when Rokon jumped up to avoid its tail, he was surprised to turn around and see that monstrous dinosaur was right next to him. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow Rokon again. Rokon was surprised and thought, how to turn around immediately, that's fast. But its speed was not as fast as Rokon's speed. He quickly dodged the giant mouth that was closing tightly towards him, but still could not escape completely. One of Rokon's legs was bitten by that mutated dinosaur. He immediately got angry and thought, this one actually bit my leg. So Rokon got angry and confused and told him, "Hey." The mutated dinosaur was using its mouth to chew on one of Rokon's legs and threw him back, causing the powerful Rokon to be smashed into the rocks behind him, creating a terrible explosion there. When the mutated dinosaur was feeling proud because it thought Rokon would die from the attack just now, it was surprised to see Rokon fiercely and courageously filled with a strong aura, walking towards it and saying something to it. "Look, an animal that bites a person is not allowed to live." It turned out that the little robot had activated his berserk skill. With a strong aura filling him, he immediately jumped up and used a full-blown attack, risking his life to rush towards the mutated dinosaur. It also refused to give up, but opened its big mouth, preparing to attack Rokon's direction. Seeing that, Rokon immediately spoke contemptuously and angrily to that mutated dinosaur, clenching his teeth, "Because now I will cut off your legs first." Hearing that, the mutated dinosaur became angry. It quickly turned around and used its giant tail to continue attacking Rokon's direction. Therefore, Rokon lost momentum in his attack by this sudden rotation. He could only use his axe to block it and then attack with its tail. Rokon got angrier and thought, "Damn, it broke the attack with its tail. With that giant body, how can it be so fast?" But at this moment, the mutated dinosaur was surprised to discover something was wrong. Rokon clung to its tail and used his axe to slash towards the dinosaur's tail, telling it, "That's it." That's why the mutant dinosaur lost part of its tail, because Rokon cut it off. It couldn't help but cry out in anger and pain and tried to use its tail to knock Rokon off, and it angrily turned around and tried to use it, mouth to bite Rokon. But it was still behind it, and its speed and strength were no match for Rokon. Rokon quickly knocked the mutated dinosaur onto the ground, getting stuck in the rocks. And at this moment, Rokon immediately took advantage of the opportunity. He immediately unleashed a powerful attack, a battle axe, and a powerful full-force attack rushing towards that mutated dinosaur. Rokon also said with a crazy and excited personality to this dinosaur, "Stand up and try to stop it." Right after that, with Rokon's powerful slash, the mutated dinosaur couldn't help but let out a howl of pain. And it quickly used this scream to stop Rokon, ferociously using the remaining part of its tail to hit Rokon's direction. Therefore, Rokon had to quickly dodge the attack. He saw that the mutated dinosaur had not been killed, but it was even more angry and aggressive, looking in Rokon's direction, preparing to attack him. Seeing that, TK just calmly commented and told him, "Very good, you resisted well. Now this is really the beginning." At this moment, the mutated dinosaur was angrily looking at Rokon. Its whole body began to tremble in preparation for the completion of its transformation. Immediately after, it angrily let out a loud scream, "God!" Along with that, this mutated dinosaur also began to emit powerful auras and gradually transform to become stronger. Looking at this transformation scene, Rokon couldn't help but exclaim in delight and say, "Really, even though I know the level of mutant monster's power. This thing is crazy." At this time, Rokon looked at this unbelievable mutant dinosaur that had become stronger, and with the mutant power, it became bigger, and was screaming to show its might in front of Rokon. At the same time, the system also appeared and informed Rokon about its newly updated status information. Dapor's pet dinosaur, believe it or not, had completed its transformation, starting the second match. Rokon, to be honest, the power of mutant monsters, I understand to a certain extent, but this notification system, the celiac dinosaur, Raz's father's pet, has completely mutated. He said go crazy. Meanwhile the second page has started. Mutant powers, of mutant monsters, each individual has its own characteristics. Let's not worry about giantization. Can monsters become giant? There must be only two, but there is one decisive difference, that is, he avoids, makes me think crazy. wagging his tail, could it have guessed that I can avoid? Then he delivered the decisive blow. He thought Tu was not simply having a big body, all stats including strength and agility increased. He was hit by the attack, fell to the ground and cried out in pain. He almost became a cake due to the button. Just a swing of his tail caused this much damage. Why are there monsters like you? I don't want to admit it, but perhaps you are the first strong man whose strength I have recognized since my regression until now. It uses its tail to sweep vigorously. He transformed and said the monster that awakens the mutant power must be 20 levels stronger than its current level, equipped with the Lion King sealed helmet. Then if you are around level 200 then I can be easily defeated, just in time. I want to try and see how strong my strength is now. He swung his sword and slashed hard, then sighed and smacked his mouth too hard. No matter what he did, he couldn't create space. He saw a crack, light revealed on the monster's body. He noticed and wondered if that was the wound he inflicted on it right before it became giant. When the body became large, the wound was also large. Follow the stars. He felt like he was opening a flag in his stomach. He jumped up and said, "Good, then it's okay. Summon the axe, the brute, you damn faker." After finishing speaking, he rushed towards the monster and punched it hard, causing it to roar miserably. He shouted loudly, "Don't pretend, this is just the beginning." He jumped up to get away from the monster. It whipped its tail at him, but he quickly dodged. It was hit, showing a painful expression. He landed and laughed and said, "Lizard, what does it taste like? The top of your head is very cool." It angrily rushed towards him. He was right. "Come here, end this boring war." Combination skills, fatal one hit, the monster is immediately eliminated. Notification system has leveled up, defeated mutant monster, received evidence of mutant monster, unbelievable achievement, first time a mutant monster was defeated, received the title of human defeat mutants. You are the first person to receive this title, the first person, the one who defeats rare mutants. Mutant power is a power whose origin has not yet been clarified. Praise to you, the one who has overcome and conquered that. You are the first person to win this title. The additional effect reduces the damage suffered by mutant power by 10%. He returned to the original, Thordic, took out a bottle of medicinal herbs, gulped, then wiped his mouth and said that normally you have to reach level 200 to catch mutant monsters. Getting to level 150 is difficult, but the reward is very worthy. I'll continue with the main quest later because I'm tired of fighting mutated monsters. And what is this question mark? Why doesn't it have any content but only shows a number? Do I have to catch two? The alarm system of the captain of a Tao Cha Lot has detected the death of his pet, Tu Loi dinosaur. Be careful, Cha Lot will be here soon. He suddenly blurted out something. What the hell? The system sends a notification that your father's wrath is directed at you. He thought, damn it, there's clearly a crowd coming. But with his body's current condition, one-on-one is already very difficult. If that's the case, then let's run wild. Okay, let's go, for the next goal, where the big picture opens. In the gray-brown forest, he looked around to determine the exact location. Right, damn, it was so long ago that I only vaguely remember. This place is a hunting ground with a maximum level of 110 but, in fact, this place hides a huge secret. If it's as I remember, it's definitely this place. He left his sentence unfinished. At the same time, he equipped his hand axe and slashed hard at the nearby tree trunks. Looking at the light effect from the cracks in the tree trunk, he was satisfied that he was right. A large rock emerged from the ground. Up, he exclaimed that he had finally appeared. What followed was simple. Then he unleashed a violent attack that shattered the huge block of rock in front of him. Looking at the underground tunnel door slowly opening, he had been talking for a long time. The notification system has entered the place where the hunter's legend began. He walked down the spiral steps, thinking that if he wanted to find this place, he would have to complete countless quests and synthesize hints. But it doesn't have to be that miserable, because he already did. Know the conditions to enter in advance, aim accurately and increase attack power from afar, and have the courage to penetrate even rock. He stopped in front of a stone statue and said he had arrived. He thought this place was one of the spaces to receive someone's wishes, like a hero's test, different from the hero's test, different from the test of Gao Kan the Lion King, the creator of the test. To overcome this experience is to be alive, and its creator is the living legend, the hunter from the past. Once upon a time, in the great war known as the Race War, there was a legendary hunter in the vanguard of the Black Dragon army who made his enemies tremble. Unexpectedly, it was neither a hunter nor an archer. Even when the other person withdrew, the first person to arrive here was a human warrior. He smiled. The system announced that he was equipped with a hand axe. He thought, of course it's me, just let me eat all this. A prompt appears to start phase 1 of the hunter challenge, find the light in the darkness. As soon as the challenge was announced, the surrounding light suddenly went out. darkness covered the entire space. He was telling the truth. It wasn't about solving a puzzle, but about finding light in the dark forest, because the dungeon was the world, unfriendly, then move forward. Suddenly there was a murderous aura behind him that attempted to plot against him. He held a sharp sword, turned around, slashed hard. What can I say? For a regressor like me, it was as easy as eating porridge. In Phase 1 Hunter Challenge, enemies appear in the dark. Because they are all weak, they can be easily cut off. He was furious, slashing and screaming to death. But suddenly he stopped moving. His memory reminded him that he absolutely must not cut indiscriminately, because, he smiled cunningly and said, "Wait, it's almost a big deal, I'm getting goosebumps." Suddenly the surrounding lights lit up as they searched for light in the darkness, finding the little worm in the heart of the enemy. This is the reason why I attack with a hand axe with a narrow attack range. Phase 1 challenges the hunter's eyes pass through. Tron pointed to the left, he asked, "Over there," then followed the direction it suggested to him. He removed the hand axe, put his hands on his hips and walked leisurely, saying that maybe that was the way to the next challenge. He groped with his hands on the marble wall, impatiently saying where, then suddenly he discovered the organ. He insisted that he had found it. But beyond his expectations, the place where he stood was the door that opened the way to the second challenge. He suddenly fell below the secret room, because he was not mentally prepared. He shouted loudly and landed on his feet. That's extremely court. He stood up with difficulty on his hands, looking at the notice in front of him saying what it said. So suddenly, Phase 2 of the Hunter Challenge has begun, please destroy it. He found it difficult to understand what he was talking about. Damn it, destroying something, according to his memory. That's right, I remember, Stage 2 is the stone golem of that level 130. As soon as he remembered, it appeared and immediately attacked him. He jumped to keep a distance from it, and at the same time armed with a battle axe, said okay, no, why did he suddenly stand up like that? Be careful, kidney. He secretly thought to himself that Kia Rut's golem stone, it is like all other golems, if its core is not destroyed, it will continuously regenerate, that stone is its core, isn't it so easy? Then he used the mad scream. I can't wait to say it's broken. However, after his slash, the golem was still unharmed. He silently exclaimed that it was so stiff. As expected, the Tron was created by the man known as the King of Tron. It opened its mouth to attack him. He quickly dodged and said, "What are you doing suddenly? Are you planning on counterattacking? Could it be that? Damn, the real core is in its head, but now I only know the location of the core. It must be destroyed, so this challenge is a test of destructive ability, not funny at all." He performed the operation of disarming the battle axe, equipped with a hand axe, said to test my destructive ability, and attacked violently. A powerful blow was struck from his position. He thought I would show you everything as you wanted. Looking at the pile of falling rocks in front of him, he stood up and said honestly, "You are not my opponent." The second stage notification system challenges the hunter. Through testing the hunter's strength, he said what can he do? Sorry, I'm not a hunter. He thought the hunter challenge was different from the name. It didn't have a job limit, but if the job was related to archery, it would be easy to pass the challenge. He raised his hand to summon the battle axe to continue the words in front of him which made no sense at all. Come on, what's the next challenge? The Hunter Challenge, Phase 3, begins. Oh, should we do it here? I must like it because it happens quickly. Oh, should we do it here? I must like it because it happens quickly. Looking at the character appearing in the challenge, he frowned slightly. That brat, if I remember correctly, was the final challenge. Looking at that, he withdrew his bust from a gentle figure. In an instant, he transformed. He raised his axe high in defense and said, "What trick are you trying to do?" At the same time, he swung at it, and then a green light surrounded it, preventing him from stopping him. Approaching, he wondered what the protective membrane was. The notification system has captured the killer's intention. Having passed Kia Rook's single-minded test, that guy will appear in his true form. The final test is to defeat Kia Rook in his youth. He smiled and said he finally appeared. It was so hard to see your face once. Isn't that right? Damn name. There, he waved his hand and signaled me to come here. My comrade, witnessing the presence of the huge beast, he was surprised by something. Frost Wolf Leader, Kontat, level 145. It obeyed the other's order and withdrew. The voice went to bring him back here, Kontat. As soon as he finished, he rushed to bite Rokan's axe. Rokan said this name, "Why are you using this cheap trick?" Then gave the axe blade to the Khan and said, "Here, try it." It quickly bit the axe blade in his hand tightly. He lifted his hand and turned the axe around, causing it to lose its momentum, then slashed hard at the ground. It jumped away in panic and ran away. There he shouted his comrade's name loudly but could not do anything. Ro-Khan smiled and said, "Leave your comrades behind, run away alone. If it's special like that, then we have to endure it together, this guy. Kia Truk is angry and insolent. You will pay dearly for the sin you committed." Ro-Khan smiled, thinking about this. A series of judgmental arrows flew towards him. He turned around to avoid them, teasingly saying where to shoot. Finally, he turned around, raised the axe in his hand, said it was my turn, and at the same time slashed down hard. He thought, damn it, he was afraid that no one would know about that guy's glorious childhood, so he acted quickly. It wouldn't end like this. As long as this guy uses that, he can easily catch him. Don't think about anything else, attack first. Why don't you just say something and then rush in? The attack style is so simple, it seems like you haven't learned anything, huh? Accept it, then release the chains to hold the opponent back. Looking at the scene of Ro-Khan being entangled, he smiled smugly and looked so beautiful. Now the target is still alive. But just a second later, he widened his eyes and said something. Ro-Khan used his hands to tighten the chains wrapped around his body and said, "I die, thank you, just thinking about it made me use it." Finally caught it. He jerked hard, his opponent followed the momentum and rushed towards him, panicking and saying, "Oh, the rope." He said, "It's too late, you idiot." The pitiful scream of "oh no," he said with a serious face, "Go away and die." An axe blade cuts the opponent in half. The system informs you that you have defeated Kia Rut in your childhood, have leveled up, and have passed Kia Rut's challenge. He looked at the wound on his hand slowly healing and smiled at the snobby mouse. From underground, a strange machine rose up. He wondered what it was. A voice signaled him to offer the heart of a monster level 170 or higher. He thought the heart of a monster level 170 or higher was just in time. An axe blade cuts the opponent in half. The system informs you that you have defeated Kia Rut in your childhood, have leveled up, and have passed Kia Rut's challenge. He looked at the wound on his hand slowly healing and smiled at the snobby mouse. From underground, a strange machine rose up. He wondered what it was. A voice signaled him to offer the heart of a monster level 170 or higher. He took out his bag and offered Tu Lur's heart, saying that it took a lot of hard work to catch that little monster, but he only received a few useless items like hearts and mood scales. Mine is a bit bad, but, so this is how I use it. The machine moves, a red light surrounds it. It announces that it has confirmed the heart of Tu Lus, has imparted the secret technique of Kia Rut, and has received the seal of power that penetrates the soul to grow. He asked about growth. The system displays the first detailed information, the power to penetrate the soul. The epic level increases, engraved a mark like writing on the body containing the secret technique of the fatal power that penetrates the soul. When used, it will invokes the effect of soul-piercing power. Critical strike probability increased by 10%, damage from critical hits increased by 50%, can be increased by absorbing corrupting power. He pondered this, the reward from the trial and the gift of Kia withdraw, the effect of the seal. Because it increases critical damage, if the player is an archer, he will receive the appropriate seal. Even though I wrote this clearly in my previous life, this is the first time I've seen this special growth effect. Probability critical strike increases by 10%, damage from critical strike increases by 50%, can grow by absorbing corrupted power. Surprisingly, it absorbs corrupted power, can even increase boss. Great, with this I will be able to get a few levels stronger. Just wait, Odin. At the barracks of the bearded flag guard team, Ma Kin excitedly said that he had completed the destruction of mutant monsters. This was amazing, you far exceeded my expectations, Ro-Khan. He smiled and replied that it was very complimenting. The other party said I had to share the information as promised. Listen carefully, Ro-Khan, some force is secretly creating mutant monsters. Mutant monsters are not only here, and even though the center has been discovered, do you know how dangerous the situation is? Which one? What does he think about the center? If it is the center, it must mean the central continent, where the fourth city is located. Information about the fourth city has gradually been revealed, the enemy continued, and some of them not only committed extreme actions against other races, but also raided cities or committed even more crazy actions. Our investigation team is investigating who did it, the cause and the solution, but still don't have any clue. Ho ho, you can also become one of them. Hi, I hope you can cooperate with them to gather information about mutated monsters. He replied, of course. Ma Kin said it was indeed you. This was meant to encourage you. He looked at the object in the ghost's hand and said that. Then he realized that the thing he was about to give him was a personal mission book. When hunting mutant monsters, he might need it. He smiled, reached out his hand to pick it up, thinking, what is this? It's a great deal. It's an item that can receive quests about mutated monsters even if they can't directly find their whereabouts. That is, it is an item that helps me save time by reducing travel time. He turned around and before leaving, he gratefully said, "Thank you. Soon I will bring good news again." Ma Kin replied, "Good luck, Ro-Khan." He walked quickly, muttering, "Good job, I've got my personal mission book. Slow down, let's get there." At the Bearded Flag, the Human Alliance Guild, Ro-Khan stopped, looked and wondered if this was the place. At the Bearded Flag there also existed a human guild, but he pushed the door open and said it was rude. The next second he was surprised by the mess behind the door. He had to exclaim that it was no different from a haunted house. He thought the guild management was also very chaotic, just like the people said, race that despises humans. The suspicious old man walked out with a cane and asked who it was. "What do you want, adventurer? Why did you come in without permission and cause chaos?" He looked at the badge on his shirt and secretly guessed that this old man, at a glance, was just a healthy old man with nothing special, but that badge was the symbol of the people of the parliament. The details of the internal situation will be revealed later, but the parliament is an organization sent by the central mainland for human prosperity, so if you consider future matters, it's better to be polite. He bowed his head politely and said, "Hello, I am Ro-Khan Crazy Warrior level 151. I came because I wanted to be able to have the honor of helping those who are struggling for the glory of humanity, but without any other purpose." He smiled and said with satisfaction that he was truly a rare young man. That's right, wanting to contribute to human glory, what's the best way?" Suddenly his saliva kept pouring out. He was right, that was fine. Armored Turtle Hunting Notification System. Ha Ruben, a member of Parliament Ken Sinch Tun has entrusted the hunting of armored turtles on the east coast to you. Please hunt the armored turtles that are blocking the migration move ships and bring their bodies back to Ha Ruben. Completion condition brings back 10 armored turtle bodies. Completion reward is 10 silver. He smiled and thought about hindering the movement of ships. Who would look at this and not know that this old man wants to eat some nutritious food? He stroked his beard and said the armored turtles were delicious and obnoxious. They must be dealt with, Ho-Khan. He thought that anyway. Now he had to accumulate contributions to the parliament. He turned his head and excitedly said, "Yes, please believe in me." He said, "Okay, go quickly and come back quickly." He walked out the door, breathing heavily, saying it was tiring to deal with this old man. "Anyway, try to endure a little longer, even though this mission is nothing special right now, but if you just endure and proceed one after another, that's also the reason I came here. One of the main content of this game is to open up the race quest. Just do it slowly. Use the lance to reach the east coast. The light shines on the vast sea, near the east coast, uninhabited island. Ra-Khan continuously attacks. The system reports the corpses of 20 armored turtles." He stopped. Thordic said this should be enough, thinking to himself that it was good that he had carefully researched racial quests in his previous life. Thanks to that he could easily hunt armored turtles. Moreover, he stopped in front of an empty piece of land and said, "Let's try digging. It would be good if we could get it right away, but please show up." He bent down and used his hands to dig with all his might, then stopped to exclaim that it was red, armored turtle eggs, eggs used to create rare magic, had excellent flavor and were sold at a high price. He thought he could also find something special about this place. Armored turtle eggs, good, that was enough preparation. Then set up a homemade stove. Preliminarily processed armored turtle meat. He blew his breath, causing the aroma from the meat to fly far away. He implicitly assumed that what he was about to encounter, the only intelligent creature in this place, was the strongest existence around, because it did not belong to any force. If it upset it, it would be beaten to a pulp. Actually, it's not about being afraid, it's about being careful because you might not get that. Seeing movement from the bushes behind him, he secretly rejoiced. "He's here. I'm afraid I came out and asked you, who came in here without permission? Wait, this special smell, is it, armored turtle meat? This precious meat, that's right, it's certainly armored turtle meat that must be eaten without any seasoning. Even though I don't know who you are, you're a true gourmet." He remained silent. He realized that the character who had just appeared was the super race Ta Ta M Min. He drooled and wanted to say it was so delicious. He thought this was the special existence he was talking about. Originally had to seduce it, but sometimes meat was more effective than talking. Looking at the delicious meat, he lost his guard and asked, aren't you going to say anything to me?" He still maintained an indifferent attitude. He quickly asked, "No, if you came all the way here, you must have something to say to me, right?" "I'm right," he calmly said. "Let's see, I have nothing to say to you." He suddenly felt confused. On the contrary, he was secretly happy. "Yes, just a little more. The next part of the mission will depend on how he does it now." He eagerly started talking. "Don't be like that. Don't you want to ask me for help? I have this island in my hands. If you need it, I will help you. if not I will help you return to the mainland. He chuckled and caught it, then turned around and said sky ticket. She was a bit surprised at the quick change in his attitude and asked again. He held out his hand and said, give me the ticket to the sky, then I will give all the meat to him, brother. It suddenly lost its gentleness and got angry and said you're an evil person, as expected, that was your goal. He calmly said if you don't like it then leave. He played with his emotions to the point that he lost his sanity. He said wait, if you add more firewood, it will burn. He thinks you're easygoing, let's end it slowly. Then he took out a few armored turtle eggs from his body and said that on second thought, there was also this one, right? It looked at the item in his hand and suddenly said that, armored turtle egg. He smiled and said yes, the taste of egg yolk when eaten with fatty armored turtle meat, you must know very well today, he wants to tell me. He said this is not a good idea, nor is it a request, but a transaction. This is enough transaction. Anyway, even if you have a sky ticket, you can't do anything. Then take out a large bag of eggs, it says armored turtle eggs, how? No, if that's the case, no. After a period of brainstorming, he closed his eyes and made a decision. It's not impossible to give it to you, I'll give you a ticket to the sky, here, take it. It plucked a feather and threw it at him. He reached out to take it and said honestly, what the heck is this feather? And it grabbed meat and armored turtle eggs and flew straight into the sky. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a few grumbling words, after all, humans are just mortals, and we should never see them again. And he happily said see you later, noble bird. He smiled happily as he looked at the feathers in his hand and thought great, I finally got it, the ticket to the Sky Island, the feathers of the super race, I don't know about anything else, but the Sky Island is a place not to be missed. The island in the sky is the island that makes those who go up to it fall down. Just a little more, I will definitely go and wipe out that place. After that, he returned to the Human Alliance Guild, flagging his beard. The old man who assigned him the task was extremely excited when he saw the pile of finished products he hunted. His eyes flashed saying you really caught this, even caught and brought it back in such a perfect state, the taste of this is. But suddenly remembering his dignity, he cleared his throat and said no, you have helped the parliament a lot. He thought dejectedly about this old man. He said okay, now I will give you another task. The system prompts the task of collecting butterfly flowers. You have been entrusted by the parliament to research death and rebirth. Come and collect the butterfly flowers on the land of rebirth. The conditions for completing the collection are 5 butterfly flowers. The completion reward is 5 gold experience points. He thought blankly about this mission. It couldn't be wrong. Looking at it, he didn't see anything special, but the racial mission had already begun. Race quests. The races carry out quests with different goals. Both quests are to revive the world tree, the other's quest is to create the strongest weapon. The dwarves' mission is to rebuild the ancient city, and they slowly progress through quests, from low level to high level, to reach their ultimate goal, but humanity's mission is slightly different from with other races. Reviving the Emperor and the Crusaders, humanity's goal is to revive the Emperor and the army at their strongest point, to recreate past glory. He raised his hand to stroke his chin, thinking, there is nothing different from the curse, because to revive the Emperor, one must go against reason. The Emperor's resurrection, as expected, the human side is very interesting. This time you have to try to complete the human race quest first, just do it slowly, then move to the land of rebirth. It's a very remote place, and this place isn't on the map, so it's hard to find. The place I have to go to is a special greenhouse where the monks grow all kinds of herbs, called Simple. Simply put, the greenhouse like that place is quite big. The problem is how to get in there. That's right, that girl can help you. I'm sorry, the guild leader, really. Sometimes she can be helpful, everything goes smoothly, okay. Let's solve everything gently, how greedy, let's enjoy it to the fullest, wait for me a little longer, land of rebirth. He stopped at High Calm Village, stood in front of the village gate and mumbled that it was finally here. High Chalk Village was not on the map, this place was the land of rebirth. The guards immediately stopped him when he intended to enter the village. This is the territory of the 2 presses, please clarify your status. He smiled and thought okay, now is the time to use it effectively. He took out his first power, his friend, Rare, you are the first person to be recognized by the 2 and receive their trust. Pressed, the person they recognize as you will receive their help. The guard changed his attitude and became gentle, saying are you Ro-Khan collecting the seedlings of the world tree? I have always wanted to meet you once, now it's okay, welcome you here. He thought proudly that it was indeed possible. The guard said yes, what do you need help with? If you want, even if there is nothing, we will come to help you, but right now something is going on so we want to ask for your help, little. The system gives him a task to exterminate pests, either exterminate the pests in his greenhouse, or provide nutrients to sick plants. The condition is to successfully deal with the pests. Completion rewards depend on achievements. He thought that, thanks to his title, he immediately received the greenhouse mission. As expected, everything went very smoothly. Thank you very much. From far away, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and thought she had goosebumps again. Said a guard accompanying him, "Let me lead you to the greenhouse," he excitedly replied, "Let's go." He walked quickly to the couple's secret greenhouse, looked around and admired. It was indeed a greenhouse. It always made me wonder. The greenhouse of the two trees is where the spiritual herbs that will be used in magic are nurtured, but this is the research room to regenerate the world tree, the wish of the race. The flora and fauna of this place were unusually large. He looked at the panoramic view and smiled, honestly feeling like he was growing smaller. Seeing a noise in the grass behind him, he said cautiously, "Just now, something just passed by." Suddenly a giant bug came from behind him, used its sharp jaws to gnaw his head, causing his head to bleed. He said, "Damn it, that's why I don't want to confront the bugs. My clothes are all dirty, I'm dead go." He swung his axe and cut it in half. The system announces that the completion condition has been achieved. Return to the entrance and receive a reward. If you eliminate more insects or add nutrients to the plants, you can receive additional rewards. He used his hand to wipe away the bloodstains and asked if he had completed the mission. This thing seemed to be the monster of the insect extermination mission. But it's still early to come back, because this mission has conditions attached, which is the reward depending on the results. Every time you kill 100 bugs you can receive a certain reward. New recruits coming for the first time, this place means you will have to catch 100 of them. But this place has a lot of insects, so come here. There is no source of polygonum. In a small corner of the greenhouse, there are two young men fighting monsters. They say it's too far, can't last long, hurry up. Close your mouth, you're so loud that I can't concentrate. What, is this guy finished talking? If we let him escape, we're screwed. A beautiful girl from behind said, "Guys, don't argue, come on, Darin in the back is cheering for you too." The two men immediately became gentle and softly replied that they weren't arguing. A young man nearby held a bow in his hand and thought, "Okay, I'll let Darin see my super cool appearance," then shouted loudly, "Stupid monster, making our Darin sad, please be enlightened." Piercing arrow. Another young man also rushed towards the monster, thinking that he was pretending that he was the only one cool, and at the same time shouted loudly, "Feel my power, blue shield." The monster used the Insect King's combination attack skill, causing the two young men to freeze and say it was coming. But unlike expectations, it rammed those two guys and rushed straight towards Darin, causing her to panic and scream loudly, "Why are you coming to me? Someone, quickly protect me, someone do something." Ro-Khan promptly jumped in front of her, destroyed the monster, and breathlessly said that this one was 70, not many left. A few seconds later, two young men shouted loudly, asking where Darin was. "If it's okay, answer Darin quickly." However, when they saw that Ro-Khan had defeated the monster quickly, they stammered, You, that one, are Darin." "What does he ask? Who is Darin?" Suddenly she ran to him, jumped in, hugged his arm and said sweetly, "Brother, thank you, thanks to you I am alive." He was upset thinking about what is this thing like a louse? He's so busy, why does she come to my place and cause trouble? All three. The other two begged Miss Darin, "There are still many things for us to hunt, now if we stop cooperating." She turned a blind eye, wondering who it was. "Those two guys sound like they were struck by lightning. Darin, I thought you were different from the others, but..." Ro-Khan understood the situation and thought, "Well, I roughly understand. This person is the queen bee. If she were a girl she would make men rush to her like moths, she would cling to them and not do anything but still have eat. In the temple, because you can change your appearance, this often happens, because few people play priests, they even switch to playing priests to receive special treatment. Damn, what should this group do now? So annoying. If Park could be done then I would have just done that. Wait, Park, that's right, there is that way." Then he grabbed Darin's hand and said, "How could that be possible? Why is a beautiful person like this here? She wasn't hurt anywhere." She hesitantly replied yes. He said, "I'm a crazy warrior, if you don't mind forming a team with me, I promise to fight a battle you've never seen before." She hugged his hand and said, "I was very honored, Ro-Khan, I really look forward to Cord." He smiled and said, "Okay, let's go now." The two young men seemed to be petrified and said, "Why are we even in the game? Why are we so miserable?" Darin glanced at Ro-Khan and thought, "Great, I'll exhaust you. For the time being I've hugged someone's leg really hard, I have to hold on tight to the end." Walking together, Witnessing his skillful fighting skills, she felt very satisfied. She thought, oh my god, he is much stronger than I thought. If I miss this excellent leg, I will regret it, I'll hate it all my life. This time I have to show it first, right? Then she went up to him and complimented him. He's so great, he's so good, you're really strong, Darin can help you, Darin wants to help you. He tried to suppress his nausea at her squeaky expression. Can you help him? He silently cursed, damn it. Every time she said Darin, Darin, she was really loud, like she was going to die. Anyway, since the Ant Queen has been this active, showing her my hunting appearance has been effective, so the preparations are complete, let's slowly throw the bait. He said, actually I have something to ask Ems, Darin. She looked excited. Oh, sir, just say it. He put his hand on her shoulder and said that to hunt the big bird, the boss of this greenhouse, he needed Miss Darin's help. She asked the boss in bewilderment. He said, yes, this is extremely important, only Ems, Darin can do it, please help me. She thought that suddenly talking about the boss, even though she was a bit scared, she couldn't upset him because of this, and then happily accepted. Of course I will help you, he said. Oh, it's certainly Miss Darin, let's act now. After a few seconds of preparation, she, pretending to be a flower, holding a fragrant berry in her left hand, angrily cursed, nonsense, the extremely important thing is to act as bait. She remembered what he said while she attracted the big bird's attention with this fruit. I will attack it from behind. You think it's as easy as talking? No. Above all, why do I have to endure this humiliation? I didn't expect him to be able to surpass me. Just cord, I will make you obey me like a servant. After waiting for a long time, she whined that her leg hurt so much. When was the next one? At this moment in the sky a large level 180 bird rushed towards her. She held the berry and ran forward as fast as she could, thinking, calm down, Darin, wouldn't Rokan sneak attack it first? That bird chased me because of this fruit. If I attract its full attention, as soon as the Rokan appears, I will be saved. The bird continuously chased her, delivering many attacks that made her cry, no, why don't you appear quickly, ho ho. He indifferently observed from a high tree branch not far away and said this scene was amazing. That's right, like those you commanded, like worker bees, run freely. The big birds have not yet begun to attack. The big bird knocked her down, the berries fell down. She panicked as she looked at it getting closer and closer and screamed, no, save me. But it didn't attack her at all, it just picked up the berry and slowly enjoyed it. Why were you trembling? Was the fruit's real purpose? Rokan laughed loudly from afar. It's funny, our queen bee is so cowardly, because she's never hunted before, so she doesn't know what the monster's true killing intent is, because now that I've tricked her so much, she'll probably temporarily die. Don't play queen bee. Suddenly the smile on his lips disappeared. He looked intently at her and said something, that is, hey, what is she standing there doing? Darin gritted his teeth and said he just wanted to make some profit, but he didn't expect to be used as bait by that strange guy. And he doesn't have a face. It's rare for me to work so hard, I'm already angry, and at the same time throw the big stone in my hand towards the big bird. He opened his mouth in surprise and said he was crazy. If it was an attack then, no, she's stupid. If you don't touch the big bird first, it will be very gentle. But once it gets angry, one side must die for it to stop. Indeed, it rushed towards her, attacking her until her body was devastated. He rubbed his forehead and said he thought she would leave because she was so angry, but why did she provoke him? It was like looking for her own death. Being attacked so pitifully by it, her mouth still kept calling Rokan's name. He sighed and said, okay, at this point I have to take action. I'm also a soft-hearted person, right? Just when the big bird was about to use his claws to kill her, he appeared, grabbed its leg and knocked it down, saying, where are you looking? This bird, your opponent is me. After his attack, it cried and tried to run away. He grabbed its leg and said, stay still. Are you going to run? Damn it, you're going to crash into a tree. Ah, that's it, that's not possible. The axe was held in his hand, violently attacking. Then he threw the axe and attacked it right in the air, creating a loud explosion. The explosion woke Darin from her coma. She woke up mumbling this sound. What was it? Glanced at him enthusiastically fighting monsters. The extremely excited state is not over yet. Even if it uses a violent feather move, it won't hurt him. He said, this idiot is really cruel. We are compatible with this. Go and die. One fatal blow. The system announces that the big bird has been destroyed and has leveled up. On the ground, Darin said, in the end Rokan saved him. My heart is sobbing. I also want to be strong. Like Rokan. He didn't remember her presence at all. He approached the big bird's nest and said, wow, now is the time to pick up the spoils. This bird has delicious food. The system notifies that it has received eggs from large birds. If stored in a bag for a certain period of time, the eggs will hatch. He thought that as long as he hatched the egg into a baby bird and tamed it, it would become a very useful flight ticket. Then the first information related to the air would be his, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He jumped down to the ground and said, Rin or something must have stood up now, or is he still lying there? Ha, what's that? It's gone. What is that? A letter, did she leave it behind? He opened the letter to read. She wrote to Ro-Khan, thank you for the past time. Thanks to you I have realized many things. Now I will fight on my own. Rin, he felt confused and said he had been hit several times on the head, right? She's not a complete idiot after all. Thanks to the Queen Bee, the new mission has also been received. Before leaving, we have to fix it up properly. Then he went to the smithy to answer. The blacksmith looked at him and said, this time a pretty good guy appeared. He said, oh, that's okay. If it comes to the point of being told that he's a pretty good guy, the lowest must be magic level. These are the gloves and armor I like the most. The system displays information about the item he holds in his hand. The rare red armor of a crazy warrior. The armor for crazy warriors upsets the enemy's battlefield, increasing the intimidation effect and causing panic to the enemy, and comes with new power depending on the number of enemies hit. Defense 630, durability 700, strength plus 50, agility plus 47, stamina plus 49, effective to intimidate and cause panic to enemies. Enemies increase by 30%, attack and defense increase when continuously destroying enemies. Rare mana alloy gloves. Gloves made of mana alloy have good electrical conductivity. When using divine power will significantly reduces mana consumption. Defense durability 300, strength 500, agility 47, stamina 48. When using divine power reduces mana consumption by 30%. All attacks using divine power increase 15% damage. He thought that even though the basic defense ability was good, the accompanying stats were also extremely perfect. Moreover, every time you continuously destroy enemies, your defense and attack abilities are increased, very useful when confronting many enemies alone. The next mission that old man assigned was similar to this. Good, great, do you want to be my disciple? The next main mission, my plan will go a lot easier. Great, so now let's move on to the next mission, the bone examination. The King Tun Parliament has entrusted you with research on death and rebirth. After the grass used to regenerate flesh, look for a research document on bones. This document can be found in the Lich's laboratory. Completion conditions: receive a research document on bones. Completion rewards 10 gold experience points normally. He continued his journey, stopped in front of the land of UM1. He frowned and said he had finally arrived. This was a desolate village, the cradle of the dead. The main character of this mission is Lich, a magician who fights against death, an eccentric magician who uses mechanical devices, whose characteristic is that no matter how many times he dies, he will come back to life. The reason he has such a bad name is because he hides in the cradle of death, a very complicated place. Even for players reaching level 190 it is very difficult to access, so that means you have to enter the village. If I remember correctly, the number of soldiers one player has to deal with is 50. 50 monsters level 150 to 190, it's not impossible, but regenerating mana is the problem. No matter how good the equipment is, it's still very disadvantageous. If that's the case, then he decided to open the attack. Live broadcast. Global Information Channel announced that Ro-Khan has started live broadcast. Live one-man war, Cradle of Death, Black Dragon Legion faction. The online community quickly came to watch a lot. Comments exploded. What is that? What is that? Where is Ro-Khan live streaming? Where is that? How long has it been since Ro-Khan came back? Why did it suddenly come back? What? Where is the future? Open it. Really? The guy took a bunch of items to bet on. With a sharp sound, he stuck the sword into the cliff and declared that I am a crazy human warrior. Ro-Khan, now I will change the betting conditions. Even if I cannot defeat me, whoever can draw this sword out, will become its owner. Viewers asked each other, is it okay to pull out that sword? Is it okay to not fight? Crazy, what did I just hear? Is it true? Hey, this time it's really possible. Quickly summon the guild. If it's the cradle of the dead, right in front of your eyes, go quickly. I'm close to, that's it. If you're a Black Dragon Legion player, come here quickly. No, just pull out and you'll be fine. Wouldn't he just need to sneak attack everyone? That's a great trick. Ro-Khan briefly looked at the effect he caused and was extremely satisfied and said yes, this is it. The fish has taken the bait, preparations are complete. The crowd of people below crowded together to come in front of him and cheered, even if it was Ro-Khan. When he entered the territory of the Black Dragon army, the one with the upper hand would still be us. he said, flat-brained, violent people. Then rushed to attack the crowd. The system continuously reports kills, attack and defense increase by 10. This effect can reach a maximum of 20 times, he said. Very well, just as imagined. Even though it was only temporarily effective, it was more than I expected. Don't stop. The system continuously reports kills, attack and defense increase by 10. This effect can reach a maximum of 20 times, he said. Very well, just as imagined. Even though it was only temporarily effective, it was more than I expected. Don't stop. The crowd told each other not to give him any time to rest and to attack. He smiled and said it like that. If that's the case, I won't give you any time off, then just kill as much as you want. The notification system continuously drops attack and defense increases by 10. The crowd was screaming and shouting for help. One of them said that you're ignorant people, you think it's okay to attack directly, thanks to you guys it will be mine. Ro Khan naturally approached him, discovered his hiding place, said where the mouse came from, and at the same time killed him. The notification system's efficiency has reached its maximum, attack plus 200, defense plus 200. Ro Khan said with satisfaction that he had finally accomplished his goal. Let's get started. One of the guys who came to attack Ro Khan, luckily survived, raised his head and said that he didn't expect Ro Khan to be this strong. Damn, that attack skill again. What, attacking the village? Maybe he missed it. Has a resounding warning voice when it senses an enemy attacking the camp. To protect the village, summons guards, guards level 150 to 190. The other guy happily said okay, Ro Khan, you idiot, even if you fight one-on-one with the soldiers, you absolutely cannot win, today you will definitely die. But with just one move, Ro Khan completely defeated the soldiers, causing the others to fall backwards. It was impossible. How could they capture the soldiers? This was impossible. Ro Khan said, you idiot, nothing is impossible. Thanks to your voluntary sacrifice, I was able to do it. Viewers, watch carefully, from now on the real battle begins. He thinks from left to right. After that, slash from the side. Even if the guard is brutal, in the end it's still artificial intelligence. As long as you find a way to fight, counterattacking is as easy as eating porridge. If you're a bunch of boring people, I'll kill you guys in one fell swoop. He freely swung his axe and killed repeatedly. The crowd came to attack him, pointing fingers and saying that crazy guy. He dared to rush into the village. Why are the guards still standing there? Do something quickly. The magic circle summons a fierce sentinel. Ro Khan said it's useless. Then slashed hard to deal with them all. Then he walked up to the remnants of the army that came to attack him, saying he had discovered some rats hiding. Even though they ran away, screaming at the guards, a bunch of idiots. He swung his axe and said he had cut down 50 just now, there were still too many left. Kill them all at the same time. He took his own sword and stuck it down on the cliff. He had just fought so much, but still no opponent met my standards. That's what I expected. A bolt of thunder struck. He stopped, smiled and said there was still one person left who could be put on the scale with me. Odin, just wait, one day I will tear you apart. He walked to the field of spider lilies. He said the flower fields in the village of Indut, in the past and now your taste is very noble. He thought this was the only place where there was life in the village, the entrance to Leech's research room, and thanks to wiping out the ant people, we could easily enter here. He took out his armor and gloves and said okay, let's go in. He cut his hand and poured his blood onto the flower bed in front of the rebirth flower garden, realizing the power of life, activating the entrance to the gate. He looked down the path and said yes. It's open, the seer's shelter. He calmly walked and said that even though it was underground, thanks to the glowing object, it was not dark. That's right, one of those glowing objects. No, it's boring. Anyway, I just need to get my stuff back so I have to end it quickly. He stopped in front of a room, guessing that this must be Leech's research room. Someone's melancholy voice rang out. Level 171, the researcher on Und Lich Si Lo Nian said humans dare to step in here. It seems you want to become my test subject. Ro Khan immediately launched an ambush, causing Lich to say something a little surprised. Ro Khan says damn talkative. Shut up and give me the item. The two sides fought. He looked at his opponent's attack and said this is, Lich said retreat, low life, you see how my mechanical shield is, come out, my subordinates, wake up quickly and stop that stupid intruder. Ro Khan propped himself up, his whole body covered in blood and said damn it, I was too careless, I was just going to punch you unconscious and take your food back. In that case, let me see you off for a bit. He jumped up and slashed the flickering lights hanging in the secret room, laughing and talking and missed. Lich panicked and said this damn guy, you scumbag, ran away while fighting, are you still a warrior? He ran as fast as he could, saying who would be stupid enough to fall for your provocation. He thought that the reason why this leech was so excited was because he prayed for the life that contained the leech's true soul hidden among countless glowing objects. Now even if he killed that leech a few times, it will still revive, but as long as the item containing the soul is found and destroyed, it cannot be revived again. He swung the axe and slashed, teasingly saying something, but he missed again. It's okay, because if one hit right away, you'd be in a haunted house. Lich was so angry that he trembled and said, "You worthless people dare to oppose me, I will show you who the real owner of this place is." Did Khan say that, showing off his talent? At the same time, disarm the battle axe, equip the hand axe, and the hand axe continues, "Come here and try it once." The two sides rushed to fight each other again, scolding the rats, "That's enough." Ro Khan launched a violent attack, concentrating all his strength to dodge the attack and destroy the ball containing the light. When he came to a nearby ball, he suddenly stopped and thought, "Is it too hard? This is the only thing that won't break. I found it. Pray Leech's life, okay, just smash it, attack." Lich fought back his attack saying, So that's what you were looking for, don't even think about leaving here alive." Then, he put the life ball in his mouth. Li Si Lo Nian absorbed his own life ball. Through the life ball, Lich regained his original strength, level 180, Si Lo Nian, gold. He said, "Well, I have awakened." However, he didn't expect a voice from behind to quickly attack him. What did he say? When did he have time to react? He was attacked. Ro Khan says, "You idiot. Because I knew that, I let you absorb it. Don't you know why I didn't fight you and just kept looking for that thing? Just smash that thing and kill people. You don't need to waste any effort, and at the same time show off your level 183 strength." His opponent said it was impossible. After absorbing the life bridge, "I was the strongest, feel it." Ro Khan said, "I told you, you're just wasting time." At the same time, he slashed so hard that he broke into 1,000 pieces. The signaling system that destroyed Li Si Lo Ni's security in its heyday has been upgraded. He laughed and said, "You idiot, I just need to let you absorb it and then kill you. It will be much simpler." Okay, now on to the boss. The time for happy farming has come. The system rang, receiving research and investigation documents about rice, completed and investigated rice plants. After hearing that, Ro Khan smiled happily and said, "Oh okay, mission accomplished." The system spoke up, "Li Silo Neon's laboratory," Ro Khan said with a tense face. Just like before, maybe there will be an extra reward somewhere." Ro Khan's eyes lit up with a surprised expression when he saw the book. He said, "That's it, found it, the skill book." The system rang, "Do you want to collect the skill book? Touch K Latun Rai 2. Hearing that, Ro Khan scolded, "Trash." The system said, "Do you want to collect skill books? Weakening curse." Ro Khan said, "Trash." The system continued, "Do you want to collect skill books? Curse doll, R." O Khan got angry and said loudly, "Trash, no, there must be something else." Ro Khan's eyes lit up when he saw the book he was looking for. The system rang, the skill book had been collected. Ro Khan's third hand held the book and laughed loudly, saying, "This third hand is a skill that creates another hand using mana when mentally focused. Just need enough mana and mental power to create several hands." Ro Khan looked at the book and smiled happily and said, "This is very interesting. If it was this skill, the battle might take place on a different level. And what's important is how to use it." Ro Khan thoughtfully said, First we have to preserve it, then we have to think carefully about how to use it." A purple light emitted was the ghost's head cooking. It ferociously proceeds to attack the Khan. Ro Khan used his hand to squeeze its face. Ro Khan said fiercely, "Here you are, waiting for you all this time, that guy, hey Ru, hey Ru, hey Ru." The ghosts laughed loudly and said contemptuously, "You idiot, you should have made a surprise attack." Ro Khan said coldly, Ro Khan looked at the ghosts and laughed loudly, "Bringing all his friends here, but what should I do? You're dead. Anyway, don't be sad, we'll meet again soon." He flew up to destroy them, he confidently told them, preparing to fly away. He used a move that made all of their limbs fly away, their heads falling off and flying in the middle of the sky. He said, "If Lai Bet's corpse is left alone, the bastards will be cursed. These 160 monsters will continuously be created because the mana fruit of death pollutes the surroundings and will turn the place into a cursed land, until all the mana fruit of death is consumed, then just stop. Therefore, if someone knew, they would quickly dispose of the corpse of the last hybrid, but that is only suitable for idiots." Ro Khan worked hard to practice. He said, "This is a good opportunity to level up and cannot be missed." The system rang, "Destroyed the cursed K Latun, destroyed, cursed K Latun, you have leveled, attack, defense and attack each stat increases by 10. Ro-Khan happily laughed loudly, pretended, and his ability stat continued to increase, just like that. The mana that kept coming closer was an opportunity for Ro-Khan to level up and try to destroy them. The system rang, destroying all the cursed K-Latan. The overlapping effect has reached the limit, attack plus 200, defense plus 200, Ro-Khan said with a proud look. Just in time, the effectiveness of the armor also reached the limit. I was wondering whether to turn again or not, but now if with this status, that, it's also possible, the system rings. Meanwhile, the Cradle of the Dead hovered around 140 and the Black Dragon Legion adventurer camp went humpback 3. Adventurer Go-Gu Ba saw the scene around him and shouted in fear, "Oh my god, the village and the player were completely burned down." When he saw the person, he suddenly said, "Is it Ro-Khan? Its name is really a monster." It's a pity to see the sequel so late, but if I participated in that battle, just imagining it would be scary. The horn-mouthed man tiredly asked the adventurer, Hey, over here, are you still recovering?" The explorer stammered in fear, yeah. The adventurer asked in fear, "Well, what happened?" He took the recovery bottle and gave it to the horned man. "Here is the recovery bottle." The guy with the horny mouth took it and said, "Thank you." The horn-mouthed man angrily said, "Don't mention it again. As the name suggests, it's a disaster." That guy stormed into the village, the guards, and the players, killing them all without sparing anyone. Because there was no one left to kill, it turned off and disappeared. The adventurer suddenly exclaimed, "What? No, then why is he causing a ruckus?" The horn-mouthed man shook his head and said, "I don't know, he's known as a madman." The adventurer Go-Gu Ba pondered in his head, "No, that's strange, even though he was mad, he clearly had a purpose." Notification system, checkbox has started to transfer. The adventurer and the horn-mouthed guy suddenly looked at the system. The adventurer exclaimed, What, Ro-Khan again? Wait, the hybrid you invaded, the village of the dead." The guy with the horny mouth fell back and said, "Hey, how crazy, I used my sword to defend." My brothers said with an angry face, "That crazy guy, is he back?" Ro-Khan turned back, his spirit filled with courage, and he said, "You trash. Could it be, do you think it's over?" The system rang out and said, Jin, Ja Ra, what's going on? Where are you going? Am Tong Ho Ti, conquer the village. Does the system have this problem? Wizard Pa Du, everything has been destroyed, is it still okay? Warn and detect enemies attacking the barracks. To protect her, summon guards. Several mana guards flew out. The guys with horny mouths said, Crazy, last time too, is this reasonable? How can they kill all the guards in one blow? This guy is really domineering. Ro-Khan laughed loudly and said, "You idiots are like that group, no matter how many times you say it, you won't believe it, but you're determined to die." The guys with horny mouths looked at Ro-Khan in bewilderment. Ro-Khan smiled savagely and said, "At times like this, you just need to use your own way of persuasion." System rang, equipped, sealed helmet of the Lion King. Ro-Khan finished listening and said, "Among the people watching, there are people who don't believe it." The system rang out, Wizard Pa Du, there are still people who don't believe you, Tong Khan, because it's quite unbelievable. I'm sorry, yes, because it's truly a scam. Ro-Khan confidently said, "But it's all not important, why? Believe it or not, everyone present here will die. To conquer, if you drive the enemy out of a village in enemy territory or destroy them, this is a large-scale battle that is recognized as having occupied the village. But players who continue to stay can set up a respawn exchange, and for each player who stays will receive 50 guards. Basically each occupation is equivalent to the smallest unit of land flag." The horn-mouthed man was still outside fighting with the guards. The horn-mouthed man wondered how he could barge in there alone. Normally, you have to create a land flag before logging in. Ro-Khan in the lion's armor laughed loudly and said, "Flag Lan, why do you have to do that? We have enough for that group alone. Why should we share the reward with others?" Ro-Khan used his sword to attack the horn-mouthed man. Then a group of people surrounded and attacked Ro-Khan. Ro-Khan confidently said, "No matter how normal, when faced with overwhelming force," he smiled savagely and said, "Just a theory." He tried his best to hit the horn-mouthed guys, making them grimace in fear. He used one move to kill them all. The adventurer said in fear, "Everyone had gone crazy and died. Those people just now were all very strong after all." The adventurer cried out helplessly, "It was over." It took a while for the guards to come back to life. More than half of the players were killed. This place was just taken over by a crazy player. Ro-Khan replied, "Exactly." He laughed loudly and said, "Because you guessed correctly, I will give you a very rich reward. Seeing the sword in Ro Khan's hand, the scared adventurer shouted, "Ah, ah." Level 83, all around the scene were pools of blood from several people who had been tragically killed by Ro Khan. The system rang and said, "Occupied, the cradle of the Slayer camp of the Black Dragon Legion. Players belonging to the Black Dragon Legion cannot choose the pot of the dead as a respawn point within 3 hours. You alone occupied a house in the enemy camp and received the title of Tyrant. You are the first person to get this title." Ro Khan smiled happily at it. He occupied it alone and was the first person to get this title, so the effect must not be the same. The system rang, "First, Tyrant, Epic, send praise to the overwhelming power of you, who has captured the base on a large scale, effectively eliminating the core of the surrounding enemy camp while in the enemy's entire ability index, increases the defense and attack ability of enemies in the enemy camp by 15%, increases the defense and attack ability by up to 50% depending on the number of enemies in the enemy camp." Ro Khan confidently spoke. The viewer's reaction was nothing to discuss. The system rang out and said, "Saha Rumi, Ro Khan, Jin Jin Ja Ra, kill them all alone, Tong Khan, the Black Army Long is so pathetic, when he coughs, oh my god, I can't believe it anymore, instead of talking, I just do it." I thought for a while in my head and said, if I post the video on YouTube, I will earn money. This is quite good. Okay, the occupation of the village is over, let's go back to her to rest a bit, the main mission. Wizard Pa Do, Ro Khan front, Ro Khan said with an annoyed face, front. Before he could react, the black dragons attacked him, causing him to be seriously injured and vomiting blood. Looking at them with puzzled eyes, he said, "What is that?" "That is, the Black Dragon legions aren't all dead." Slowly appearing in the darkness was a person holding a large axe and confidently saying, "Oh really, I've been waiting for this day and you're about to take revenge, but I didn't expect that's all you have. Tea Lang fruit, we're here, the sky must be crying." Isn't that so, humanity, pretending to be 200 captains of the guard a ton J Euro. Ro Khan thought angrily, crazy, why did he appear here? Maybe it's because you're so lazy that you came to find me. Damn it, why now, or just run away like last time? There are a lot of people looking. The system rang, a person asked, "Where did Ro Khan go?" Jin Jin looked skeptical. Ra Go asked bewilderedly, "What is that?" Ajentha asked bewilderedly, "Ja had a C key, why did it suddenly disappear?" Ro Khan thought to himself, since this is a war that brings nothing, it would be better to run away. Moreover, even if you are attacked, one attack is only like this. Lefane 199 and Lefane 200 is a huge difference. Obviously, he is stronger than me. As expected, he was the captain of the guard team, a man of the same rank as the demon kin. Without a doubt, the highest position, the highest position, the highest position, the predator. Ro Khan muttered, then sighed and asked, "You are the strongest person here, right?" He asked bewilderedly, "What, are you afraid that you're suddenly talking nonsense?" Ro Khan said contemptuously, "So deafening. Answer me, if you die, I will be the leader of this place, right?" Ja Ro laughed loudly. "An interesting person, a leader." He smiled happily and said, "Yes, you are right. If I die until I cross the continent, you will be the strongest." The captain of the guard team, a ton Ja Ro, ensures that. Ro Khan said coldly, "If that's the case then it's okay, stop being full of bastards. Don't fight meaningless battles, because courage and foolishness are two very different things." So what is it that makes Ro Khan so crazy? The system rang, changing the equipment set to increase online damage. Ja Ro thought to himself, when facing an enemy with such powerful damage, half-hearted defense has no meaning. Notification system, equip the Lion King's armor. Ro Khan thought coldly, now let's finish in one breath. The system announced, Surfmaster, wait, it's Ja Ro, Jin Jin Ja Ra, what's going on? Why is Ro Khan fighting with Ja Ro, Pen Ra 2, Ja Ro level 200, could it be this is a new way to commit suicide? Say what you want, right, even if it's Ro Khan, the other person is still the captain of the guard team. Maybe Ro Khan is so good that he's crazy. Pa Go Va, by the way, let's teach him a lesson. Jaro boldly advanced and challenged the battle. Ro Khan burst out laughing wildly. The two sides fought, making the meeting bustling with comments. Kenville said, "Crazy, is that true?" Daria nah, no, what is this, what is this? Jin Jin Ja Ra, really, playing another game alone huh? Wait it's crazy, Surfing Master, will massacre the village. Pam looked confused, Ha Chi, am I watching correctly? Ka Gu Mi, everyone, what level is Ro Khan? Ja-ro happily said Ro-kan, "That's a beautiful red color, kid." Ro-kan said in a cold voice, "Is that so? Let me make you red too." Ro-kan increased his damage and hit Uro. He told him, "Die." He gave Uro a blow to Uro's chest, causing him to fly away, seriously injuring his chest. Her strength had increased, and she happily thought to herself, "Sure enough, even though it seemed a bit overwhelming, it was still worth a try." Thanks to the title, the effect is to possess the tyrant, eliminating the negative effects caused by surrounding enemies, reduces all enemy ability stats by 15%, attack and defense against enemy factions increases by 15%, maximum attack and defense increases by 50% based on number of troops hostile faction, tyrant, which I have received nowhere before. Jaro's guards came from afar to call, "Captain." "We're here, Captain Jaro." The guard team looked painful and asked Jaro, "Are you okay, Captain? You were in a hurry, so why did you leave us behind and go ahead?" Ro-kan thought to himself, "He's called the captain of the guard, is the whole guard team coming?" So he was excited about revenge, so I ran away first. One Jaro is already too much, now it's the other guys too. A guard confidently said, "You should treat your wound first, then leave it to us." Jaro angrily said, "Hey, don't interfere in this battle." Jaro said seriously, "You must have heard of Ma Kai-in, the captain of the Kot Roa de guard team. It's strange that I sensed from him not long ago that Ma Kai-in is one of the few powerhouses that I recognize." The system rang, "The captain of the Ja-ro guard team recognized you." Ro-kan asked in surprise, "What?" "He will use his original appearance to confront you with all his strength." Jaro frantically used all his strength to fight and confidently said, "The captain of the guard team a ton, Ki Li and Jaro, oh humanity, tell me your name." Gua Ri O Relay pretend 210 J Euro. At this moment, with brave steps accompanied by a huge source of strength, coming out from the midst of this rising layer of dust, dirt and rocks, the Gari Ola pretended 210 to pour to speak arrogantly and proudly, to Ro-kan, "I, the captain of the Ace's guard, write your name." Looking at the powerful source of power from the captain of Ace Recorder Lee and Dapor's guard team, Ro-kan was a bit surprised and confused, but he quickly regained his composure. Ro-kan smiled full of amusement and said to the captain of the guard team, "Ace Gi Lee and Dapor, Ro-kan, crazy person Ro-kan." Hearing that, the guy named Lee and Dapor immediately commented and said, "Ro-kan, that's a really interesting name. I will remember your name, Ro-kan." But Ro-kan was arrogant and said to that guy, "What are you saying?" After that, Ro-kan was confused and couldn't believe his eyes. He looked towards that guy, but in just a second, he disappeared right before Ro-kan's eyes. This made Ro-kan surprised and confused, thinking he had disappeared. Ro-kan then quickly discovered a source of aura, but the storm was coming towards him along with that. The guy named Lee and Dapord but carried a huge house towards Ro-kan's direction. Seeing this, Ro-kan was confused and thought, "Damn it, there's no time to avoid it." After saying that, the guy immediately became strong and threw the whole house in Ro-kan's direction. Ro-kan tried to use his two hands to support the house, but when that guy used more force to press down, Ro-kan was continuously pressed down. The soil and rocks under his feet also fell, sank, blood immediately flowed from the nose. But at this time, that guy had absolutely no intention of stopping immediately. He even increased his strength. From his foot he kicked another huge source of power like a flowing stream of water, hitting him straight down on Ro-kan's body, causing Ro-kan to be pressed even more. He was injured, causing blood to spurt from Ro-kan's mouth. The guy named Gillian Dapord with the power of 210 La pretend, he quickly gained momentum from one rock to another before they could fall with his speed even faster than their falling speed. He had jumped down from above, right in front of Ro-kan and sent a powerful aura towards Ro-kan. Immediately caused a not so light explosion here, but fortunately, Ro-kan jumped up and jumped away from this attack in time. Otherwise, with his injuries, he didn't know how long he could last. At this moment, Ro-kan, with two bloodshot eyes, could not see clearly in front of him. Thinking angrily, his vision was obscured. Ro-kan could only see the blur before his eyes. The other guy was running towards him. Just a second later he appeared in front of Ro-kan. This guy hit Ro-kan hard in the middle of his stomach. Combined with the old wound and the blows he had received until now, Ro-kan's whole body seemed to have no strength left. His physical strength became weaker. The name Gi Lian immediately arrogantly and contemptuously said to Ro-kan, "What a weak person, not even worth it for me to get my hands dirty and kill you." Hearing these familiar words in this tone, seemed to remind Ro-kan of the same appearance of the Odin from before who constantly taunted him. The fire of hatred in Ro-kan's heart immediately arose. His body was filled with murderous aura. Ro-kan was so angry that he clenched his teeth. Then he immediately shouted in anger, "Shut up, those bastards." Accompanying this scream of Rokan is his skill, his scream of rage. Right after that, the guy could not help but be surprised and confused. Right when his feet were shaking, before he could even set foot on the ground, he saw Rokan with the speed of the wind, move towards your side. Guy Lian Dupor was also not an average person. He quickly used his mace to quickly counter Rokan's attack, but Rokan's move couldn't help but make the recording Guy Lian Dupor back quite a bit. Seeing that, Guy Lian Dupor immediately showed interest in his arrogance and said to Rokan, "Excellent, what a crazy match." Then Rokan screamed, and so did Guy Lian Dupor. The two immediately separated. Then frantically rushed into a direct confrontation. That guy named Lian Dupor still looked arrogant and disdainful as he spoke to Rokan, but after saying that, the guy named Lian Dupor strongly swung his mace and attacked in Rokan's direction. Just a little mistake and Rokan would have passed away if he was hit by this attack. So, Rokan immediately sweated in confusion and thought, "This damn guy uses such a powerful weapon." And just a second later, the guy jumped up and rushed towards Rokan with crazy strength. Seeing that, Rokan was surprised and thought, "This is it." It turned out that Guy Lian Dupor had used his demolition skills. He forcefully kicked Rokan down to the ground. Then fiercely swung a fist in Rokan's direction. Just like that, in this painful moment, Rokan remembered every moment of his life, like a glorious time. Then another punch from the robber landed on Rokan's face. Just like that, one punch followed another. Every punch reminded Rokan of every moment of his life, including when Rokan sat in despair on a pile of monster corpses. Or when he was estranged and shunned by everyone. Memories after memories slowly flashed through Rokan's head one after another. He also remembers the rains at that time, when he was killed by Odin. That guy named Lian Dupor was constantly punching Rokan's direction and arrogantly told him, "This is the difference in strength between me and you, Rokan." This only made Rokan remember his previous images when he was chased and beaten by Odin's people. The last moments of his life in his previous life gradually appeared before Rokan. He desperately raised his hand forward, and now in front of Rokan was Guy Lian Dupor. But it seems that it is not that guy Guy Lian Dupor, but it is Odin who is the biggest enemy of Rokan's life. Therefore, the hatred in Rokan's heart also grew bigger and bigger, as if it was awakened. But at this time, the recording guy still didn't know anything. He still arrogantly waved his fist at Rokan and told him that this difference in strength could not be filled. However, the next second, the recording guy Lian Dupor was surprised to find a small axe in Rokan's hand appearing in front of him. Just a second later, Rokan used the explosive skill. His whole body emitted a huge, powerful source of power flowing out, causing even the other Guy Lian Dupor to be hit by this explosive power. Burn. The guy Guy Lian Dupor couldn't help but be confused by this huge power. He quickly backed away. Looking at his burn marks caused by Rokan's violent attack, the guy who recorded Lian Dupor angrily said to Rokan, "He really lost his mind, using the violent attack skill right in front of him. Are you planning to commit self-destruction?" Then at this moment, Rokan strongly picked up the axe and pointed it towards the guy named Lian Dupor, making him stunned. When he saw Rokan losing his mind, he rushed forward to attack his direction with eyes filled with hatred and shouted about that guy Guy Lian Dupor, "That's right, I must kill you." I heard that guy couldn't help but get angry and feel funny and said to Rokan, "You're very good, Rokan, coming here, I will unleash all my strength to confront a worthy opponent like you." Having said that Guy Lian Dupor then unleashed his ultimate move, destroying the fist. Immediately there were many giant hands. The giant within the barrier immediately summoned itself to prepare to attack Rokan's direction, and Rokan also immediately evolved his axe into a giant axe, and unleashed a move, a fatal blow. The two of them rushed towards each other at the same time as if losing their minds, both focusing all their strength on this one attack, their eyes filled with only hatred as they shouted, "Go die, go die." Right after that, the giant axe made a fatal blow in Guy Lian Dupor's fist-killing hands. The two powerful fists confronted each other, creating a thunderous explosion that spread throughout the city. After that, Rokan quickly used more force to attack, surpassing the guy named Lian Dupor. This made the guy named Lian Dupor down and admit it, saying to Rokan, "That's great, Rokan," and in the next second, this guy fell down, exhausted, and died. Rokan also turned off trim after the match ended and the system also displayed a notification that the broadcast had ended. Looking at Rokan's brave and harsh fight, I saw that he had turned off the trim. A player who was watching Rokan's hybrid session was confused and surprised and said, "No, that's crazy, he was able to take down the skin, is this real? How can NPI 11 be defeated?" Hearing the familiar name, his friend next to him suddenly and sternly called him, "De Chili." The Chili player immediately replied in surprise, "Ha ha." His other friend, his face full of murderous intent, asked again, what was the name of that crazy person just now? After killing that guy, Rokan immediately used his teleportation technique to return to the intersection. He tiredly lay down on the road. Immediately summon recovery potions from the system. Immediately after taking the medicine, Rokan remembered the situation just now and thought, that's dangerous. What if the poured skin appears? Then Rokan happily looked at his YouTube channel and thought, fortunately we were able to get our capital back. From advertising money to promotion money, let's see how much. When he clicked on the video he posted, occupying the cradle of death and skin hunting, Rokan was surprised to see the notification from the system. The sequelae of the maniac had disappeared. Rokan immediately stand up, move your arms and legs and say, this boring punishment is over, now it's time for the next mission. Some time later at the intersection, the human union, in front of an old house here. Seeing Rokan coming, an old man happily said to him, oh, it's here, nothing has been resolved yet, as expected, I really have eyes to see. Right after that, when Rokan showed the old man the tablet, the system immediately appeared and informed Rokan, completing the task of finding out the remains, and when he received the secret letter in his hand from Rokan, the old man immediately happy to tell you, thanks to you I have more information about bones and flesh. The next mission is still a bit early, anyway, if it were you, it would be resolved quickly, because there is no time limit, you can find me whenever you want, Rokan then proudly told the old man, ha ha, don't worry. At this time, Rokan also looked at the notice board from the system, about blood and magic power, you were entrusted with understanding death and rebirth at the King's Parliament, continuing the research on herbs and bones that can help regenerate flesh and blood, you often look for clues about blood and magic, conditions completed, collect 44 monster blood samples, completion reward, thanks to the King's Parliament, 10 gold coins, experience stat. Seeing the notification, Rokan happily thought, it's finally here, the last racial quest can be received in the third city. At first glance, it seems simple but it hides a deadly trap. Rokan looked at the notification from the system, conditions completed, collected 44 blood samples of monsters of different species. He then secretly analyzed and thought, the conditions were fulfilled, the blood of the monster here was the blood of a monster level 160 or higher, no duplicate species. In my previous life, I suffered so much because of this incident, but this trap is not something that can be easily solved just by knowing it. Each area only has 20 animals with level 160 or higher, that means even the two zones combined are missing 4 species. Must add the species of the Black Dragon Army, except for special NPI 11 such as Dapor and CA True, then must catch O Rho Z, Tron, Go Bin, Eat Dup. Damn, this is a difficult problem. At this moment, seeing that Rokan was immersed in his thoughts, the old man nodded tiredly and wanted to rest and said to Rokan, I'm sleepy so let's go. Rokan still didn't pay attention to him and continued to be absorbed in analyzing his mission this time. Since it was a mission, it was okay to hunt additional players, the problem is that absolutely no players are above level 160. We can't just wait like this, how about we just attack that village, not sure NPI 11 guards will drop monster blood. At this moment, Rokan thought of a solution, he snapped his fingers and happily told the old man to go to sleep, that's right, that's the only way, that is. Very quickly time passed like a wind. The next morning, at the northeast intersection, the blind forest, Rokan was fighting hard to hunt the monsters here. In his heart, he thought with excitement, the workers' efforts and determination. After killing these monsters, Rokan was tired and breathing like a dog, but when he saw the vial of blood in his hand, and the system informed Rokan, he had taken the blood of the stone mole, Rokan immediately became happy again, as if he had more motivation, finally getting it. Phew, even though I know the drop rate is extremely rare. But at this moment, Rokan's physical strength was exhausted, his whole body was like a dry bone. When looking at the system's notice board, about the blood and blood magic of monsters, 1 of 44, Rokan sighed in frustration, to think, hunting all day and only getting 1 blood sample. This method, although a bit slow, is the only effective way. I don't have time to think, I have to move on quickly. After thinking about it, Rokan continued running to the next location to hunt for the blood of mutated monsters. During that time, the morning was a painful search for the monster's blood. At night, to pull the Black Dragon Army so they can quickly reach level 160, Rokan has been frantically sharing the secret to leveling up on the forums, revealing information about the hunting area near Ace Tuat. At the same time, do other race quests consecutively and quests to increase skill experience index. And now a few days have passed since handling that busy schedule. At this moment Rokan tiredly walked out from the game console. He happily stretched his arms and said, finally, it was done. In his heart, Rokan remembered yesterday's new mission. The hard and tiring work could finally be resolved. Rokan was happy. He clenched his fists and thought, just now the Black Dragon army captured a black rhino, no longer ordinary. That rhino has high defense, so it's very difficult to take it down. Threatening information. Rokan, stand up. The Black Dragon army has reached level 160. On the post, the secret to upgrading Ebony Flag Lan. Seeing that, Rokan happily lay back on the chair and said, oh, finally there are people who have reached level 160. It's really worth the tips we put in. Thanks to them leveling up at the same time, things became easier. Then Rokan seriously thought about a plan of action and said, well now, how can I make them take the bait? It's good to wait for them in the hunting grounds, but if the rumor spreads, the place we're trying to save will be the number one place to stay away from. Since defeating Dapur, all users have avoided me. Then at this time, Rokan saw a video about a vision charm appear on the screen. He was surprised and said, oh, how to make your own vision charm. As if catching something important, Rokan immediately came up with a bold idea and couldn't help but excitedly say, Scarecrow. Yes, if they avoid us, then I will not let them know that they are coming on their own. Scene change. The next day, at the hunting ground of the Black Dragon Legion area, the Blood Moon Forest, there was no one here at night. Rokan also looked around. After confirming that there was no one there, shadow of people here. Rokan happily said, great, as expected there was no one, this remote place is fine. Used, vendor recall scroll. Right after that, Rokan summoned a piece of magical paper from the system, and at the same time, the system immediately appeared in response and spoke to Rokan, a character wearing a luxurious jacket, accompanied by a friendly smile, no less industrial. As an NPI 11 item supplier, he appeared happily said to Rokan, hello adventurer. We provide products. Without waiting for him to say much, Rokan rushed forward, wrestling this item supplier NPI 11 out and looking for the items he needed like clothes. Rokan looked for them while throwing them outside and said, first I will change my appearance so they won't suspect anything. After removing racial sales restrictions, on this side, the NPI 11 supplier of the item was searched by Rokan like that. He couldn't help but feel heartbroken and feel sorry for himself, and after a while of searching for the item, it was finally done. Rokan immediately started posting the item, your precious products, on the sales page here. And the system also informed him, the NPI 11 supplier registered the product for sale. Rokan immediately happily said, just need to fill it with rare and magical equipment. At the same time, the system also shows a notification to Rokan, changing the settings of the supplier NPI 11. A moment later, Rokan, after creating a mystical NPI 11 scarecrow here, he happily looked at it and said, it's done. Looking back, it doesn't look bad. To get great equipment falling from the sky, you have to trade with NPI 11, right? That's the preparation part. The only thing left to do is release the bait. After saying that, Rokan flashed a smug, evil smile. And right now at the station, there are two soldiers on guard here talking to each other. A player with orange hair looked at the system in surprise and said to his teammates, hey look. The other friend asked confusedly, what's wrong? The guy with orange hair immediately said to his friend, do you know the guy who often shares secrets these days? The other boy immediately replied, of course, thanks to him, our whole group has reached level 160. The orange-haired monster said, both surprised and confused, he just posted a new post, looks like there's a secret store outside the hunting area. The other guy was surprised and happily asked, oh really, where is that? The orange-haired guy immediately replied, covered in blood. And at this time, at the Blood Moon, Rokan's puppet NPI 11 is ready. And he also hid in a tree in the distance, waiting for those monsters to come, offering himself to the door. Thinking of that, Rokan couldn't help but let out an evil smile and thought, come here quickly, you stupid praise. Very soon after that, the two monsters were discussing with each other at the Ace station. After reading the information about the article of the person sharing the secret to leveling up, those two goblins immediately went to the Blood Moon region, where Rokan was waiting for them. At this time, when they entered the Blood Moon area, looking at the surrounding scenery with no one, the atmosphere was gloomy. A monster immediately worried and said to his companions, anyway, the atmosphere here is a bit strange, let's gather other members. But that orange-haired monster confidently and arrogantly told him, if there is no difference, then what is there? Let's first confirm it. But at this moment, seeing something, the orange-haired monster was surprised and quickly grabbed his accomplice and ran aside, hiding it and whispering, hey, run away, quickly. That accomplice couldn't help but be confused, but ask again, what is it, why is it? This orange-haired monster carefully said to his group, shush, look ahead. Crazy, that isn't Rokan, I say, what is the monster who killed his skin doing here? We don't have that either, it must have disappeared. What is that? Come closer and try it out. Then, when confirming that Rokon had left here, the other two monsters immediately approached the amulet, looked at NPI 11 and said, "What is it, NPI 11? Is this the special merchant mentioned on the homepage? As soon as I get closer, there will be a transaction announcement." However, the other accomplice was still a little worried and was about to pull out his weapon and said, "Just to be careful against them." But at this moment, the orange-haired monster looked at the items appearing on the system and said in surprise, "Ha, what is this? This crazy bunch of features, that Rokon guy, this is the reason why he is so strong, because he is the only one using this merchant's equipment. Well, but it's too expensive, there is a limit to purchasing only one item, just call everyone in the guild to come and buy them all. It's as easy as eating porridge, quickly call everyone." Seeing that they had fallen into his trap, Rokon stood on the side watching and immediately showed a smug and cunning smile. This time, that orange-haired monster brought his accomplices here. He directed his group to the place where NPI Zai Tua looked at Kai and said, "Over here." "We're here," still keeping a good eye on it. That accomplice was always standing next to the scarecrow NPI 11 and said, "Yes, there is no one." Then they all went into the item shop that this scarecrow NPI 11 shot out. Looking at the rare items, they couldn't help but exclaim and say, "Wow, this is real, this is the first time I see items, so delicious, that's really top. Now we can be as strong as Rokon." But right now, when the orange-haired monster was confidently excited, suddenly there was a snapping sound next to him. Seeing that, the orange-haired monster immediately turned his head back in surprise, then his whole body immediately turned to stone in fear. At this time, his other two accomplices still didn't know anything but happily looked at the system store and said, "Let's collect the gold first, how much do you have? Take it all out here." But he still did not see his other accomplices answer. The two men were surprised and confused and asked again, "How much do you have?" However, I still couldn't hear anyone answer, so the two guys turned around angrily and said, "Damn it, why don't you answer?" However, as soon as they turned around, they were surprised and confused and said, "What is this?" It turned out that several other accomplices of these two men had been killed without realizing it, and their bodies were still lying around here. And then at the same time, Rokon loomed right behind the scarecrow NPI 11 and said to them, "What's the matter?" Hearing this cold and crazy voice, the two monsters immediately trembled. I was so scared that I couldn't control myself and got goosebumps. Rokon summoned his hammer, his familiar weapon, and told those monsters, "If the bait is good, the fish will be big, you idiots." Just a second later, with the screams of the other two monsters, Rokon neatly killed them. After that, Rokon was immediately happy when he saw the notice boards from the system. He had received the goblin's blood, he had received the blood of O Rose, he had received the blood of the Trom, he had received the color of the Dop, he held the 4 tubes of blood above hand. Rokon couldn't help but happily say, "Ha once but get a lot." After all, if you defeat the player, the drop rate is still better, right? You've had a hard time too, I can go now. Right after that, the puppet NPI 11 disappeared, and at the same time the system also appeared and informed Rokon that it had disarmed its partner NPI 11. Registered items are returned to the bag. After completing everything, looking up at the dark sun, Rokon said with relief, "Well, the item has been received, let's go to the old man now." The next morning, at the Beard Flag, the Human Alliance Guild, right in front of the King's Parliament House, he was happy and excited when he saw the item from Rokon and said, "You are really talented. Thanks to you, my position in the Parliament has increased a lot." At the same time, the system also appeared and informed Rokon that it had completed its understanding of blood and magic. After that, that member of Parliament, Kinsinch Venerable, immediately gave Rokon a reward and told him, "Well, take this, a thank you letter from the parliamentarian, Kinsinch Venerable, sent to him." Rokon happily accepted the letter and said to the old man, "Thank you, sir." At that time, Rokon needed to hold the letter in his hand. The system immediately informed him that he had received a letter of thanks from the beautiful King's Parliament. Looking at this letter, Rokon happily thought, is this the final reward? This piece of paper doesn't help raise any stats, but there will be a time when you need to use it, so put it away first. And now when Rokon walked out of the old man's house, he happily waved goodbye and said to Rokon, "If you go to the center, please devote your efforts again for the sake of the King's Parliament, for rediscovering the glory of our humanity." Rokon also happily waved goodbye and said to the old man, "Yes, if I have time." And now, after completing all the missions here, Rokon let out a sigh of relief and thought, all the racial missions in the 3rd city were finished, now we just need to pass the 4th city, the center, and we're done. The problem is that the limber limit goes to the center, just thinking about it makes me feel tired. To get to the center, You must cross the sea. The monsters blocking the way live on the bottom of the sea. They are just as scary as their names suggest. Okay, there's nothing bad about being fully prepared. First of all, there's no rush, let's go back there first. Having finished speaking, it was already evening. Rokon then went to the southern flag tower to pour the beard relic. Standing in front of this relic cave, Rokon happily thought, there have been many players coming here but, now no one bothers to look at this place because there are no special items here. But here, there is a secret that no one knows. At this moment, suddenly a voice needs to be heard under the beard. Is this the destination? Seeing that, Rokon Dean turned around in surprise and saw 2 children, one male, one female. Here, one is a dwarven guard with a 180-degree, and one is a dwarf guide with a 180-degree. The boy recorded a warning voice and told Rokon, I will switch to a state of alert. Midugi also happily told Rokon, after checking around I will report back. Rokon happily said to the 2 of them, okay, then thanks to you too. In his heart, he secretly thought, they are NPI 11 of the dragon army that he recruited. Players are forced to form a team when attacking the ruins. I spent a large amount of money to recruit powerful NPI Zais. Although it was a bit expensive, compared to sharing rewards with other players, the price was still very cheap. At this moment, hearing Rokon's crazy laugh, the 2 NPI 11 kids couldn't help but feel confused and scared. After going deep inside this monument, arriving at the turn where there were 2 doors in front of him, Rokon seriously told the plan, divided the work that needed to be done and told the other 2, okay there are 3 turns. You can hear me clearly here, go to the right, go to the left. If you both go to the end, you will see a small tiled room. If you look closely at the bricks, you will see that there is a brick with a pattern. Please stand on that brick until I call your names. No matter what happens, don't lift your foot off that brick, you know. Gugi and Midugi immediately obeyed and told Rokon, clearly. And a moment later, standing in front of the 3rd door, Rokon looked at it and said, it must have come. Right after that, Rokon stepped in and there was a commotion, making Rokon almost unable to stand. I see I just mentioned it's coming. Rokon said happily and excitedly, oh here it is, looks like I found the right one. At this time, on the other side of the basket and Midugi were also standing at the patterned brick as Rokon had specified. Along with that, this system appears and informs Rokon, having found the secret of the relic, the gatekeeper will stop you. Seeing his luck, Rokon also calmly summoned his weapon and said, it's my turn. A moment later, a giant stone hand appeared from under the soil and slowly crawled up to the ground. Along with that, giant one-eyed stone monsters used to guard this place also appeared. Seeing them so crowded, Rokon just calmly said, it's quite crowded, and at this time the system also appears informing Rokon, please handle the gatekeeper and receive the key. Rokon immediately took a step to the right, he arrogantly showed a fighting stance and said, no need to tell me, because I will kill you all. And now the gatekeepers and the leprechaun 165 simultaneously rushed up to attack in Rokon's direction. But without worry or fear, Rokon immediately jumped up to attack him first. Rokon jumped up and threw an axe at the gatekeepers, immediately cutting off one of their arms. Therefore, the monster of the gates immediately stared in anger and pain at Rokon's direction. Rokon showed a satisfied smile and thought, it was too easy. Even though the task of collecting monster blood was very terrible, it cannot be denied that that time helped me become more mature. The body and even the axe feel lighter, it feels really good. At this time, Rokon, with his current profession, had reached level 190. He easily rushed forward to attack those giant monsters guarding the gate. But with just one rush and consecutive slashes, he was able to kill them all. When these gatekeeper monsters were killed, an explosion immediately occurred here. And at this time, both Gugi and Midugi were also simultaneously heading towards Rokon, crossing the rocks and happily telling Rokon, we have returned as ordered, there's nothing strange inside. But now when the 2 of them saw the arms or eyes of the gatekeepers who were being gently recruited by Rokon, they couldn't help but be surprised and confused. And Rokon happily told them, oh my dwarven friends, it's finally here, don't just stand there and watch, quickly help me open the door. Noticing that Rokon was happily collecting parts of that monster, these kids couldn't help but be confused and a little scared of this barbaric person. At the same time, after placing all 4 keys, which are the 4 eyes of 4 different gatekeeper monsters with 4 different colors, into the lock-eye position, the system immediately appears and informs Rokon, the person's key, gatekeeper confirmed. One hand behind this secret door was immediately opened and the system also notified him, opening the real entrance to the relic. After that, Rokon and Gaogi, Midugi immediately walked down the stairs to enter the secret entrance of this relic. As they entered Rokon, they happily thought, The difficulty of the hidden relic is around 170. Even though it's a dungeon full of complex traps and monsters, these guys are 180 degrees so they can complete it. And after entering this dungeon, looking at the eyes of monsters watching him from the ceiling, or the traps in front of the road, Rokon happily and somewhat excitedly said to the two, "That kid, great, now it's officially starting. Although monsters abound on all sides, and are full of traps, it's time to show your value, let's show off your strength." Hearing that, both Gugi and Midugi immediately took out their weapons, prepared to fight, and with an excited and expectant voice said to Rokon, confirming, switching to exploration mode, confirm, switch to combat ready position. Immediately after that, Midugi stepped out and used his system to explore the number of monster traps here. Monsters and traps are immediately displayed in that color palette in the blue margin that Mimi designed in a space, where no monster or trap can be left behind. Midu immediately reported the mission and said Rokon, confirming all the traps, find a safe path, I will lead the way. Midugi then immediately led the way ahead and was followed by Raogi and Rokon. The two of them followed Midugi's guidance. Midugi pointed to the direction and said to the two of them, this direction. Times go straight. Turn left, turn right, not much longer, it's this direction. After walking around for a while following the instructions here, at this moment when she arrived at the door of the strange room, Midugi happily said to Rokon, oh, I found it, that is the exit. After injecting a source of power to confirm on this door, Midugi immediately came to a conclusion and told Rokon, sure enough, it was a barrier. He is a person with quite a high level of ability who designed it, seems like it will take quite a while to resolve. Rokon immediately asked Midu record again, how long did it take? Midu kicked in front of the secret door and talked to Rokon, about 10 minutes. Hearing that, Rokon also happily turned his head to the approaching monsters and said to Midugi, 10 minutes. The others don't need to worry, just do it. Midu recording immediately started using spells to dispel the barrier here and said Rokon, thank you, then leave it to me. On Rokon's side, he was facing the ancient venomous shellfish with 162 leaks. They kept rushing to attack in Rokon's direction. Rokon also quickly lured them to go in the opposite direction of Midugi and said, stop being so muddy, go away quickly, combination skills, beheading. With just this one attack from Rokon, he was able to kill all those ancient poison shellfish, and at the same time, Midugi had also completed her task. She sighed tiredly and said, happy. With that, the door of the secret vault slowly opened, and the system immediately notified the three of them that they had completed the maze mission. The Deep Ruins area has been opened. After looking at the layout of the secret room with its huge surrounding space, both Midugi and Wugi couldn't help but be amazed and confused at this vastness and said, huh. At this time, in this base, an arrogant figure gradually walked up and said to Rokon, I was originally going to find you, but I didn't expect you to find it yourself. I will show you the fear of fighting my power. The person who boldly dared to say that to Rokon was the monster magician who was addicted to the power of dark magic and La Pretend 175. Looking at that magician, Rokon immediately evaluated him and thought, that guy is the bottom of this dungeon, the mutant monster is second to none. A monster magician with mutated powers. At that time, the strange magician held out his strange staff containing his skull and arrogantly said to Rokon, to have come this far, you must be very strong. But this will be your grave. As soon as the scepter was activated, a huge source of lightning emitted from that scepter into the sky, creating a barrier in the middle of this vast dungeon floor, and from that barrier, lightning was continuously pushed towards Rokon. This dungeon boss, the arrogant magician, shouted and laughed, come out, my loyal servant, kill them all. Following the master's orders, from the iron doors, a series of dungeon monsters were summoned. Teacher Rokon just thought calmly, like a deaf ear with the ability to become a giant, each mutant gift has its own abilities. The ability of an overhuman magician is to control the spirit, that is the ability to dominate and control other monsters as its subordinates. At the same time, monsters with 150 degrees of strength, mutant sharks under the influence, simultaneously rushed out from behind that iron fence. They rushed to attack in Rokon's direction. Rokon also seriously planned his action and told the other two kids to take their positions. Gugi and Midugi also said in unison to Rokon, clearly. At this time, Hanmo's mutant sharks were influenced to attack Rokon and the two boys, Midugi, and the system also appeared to notify them. The first wave of monsters first started. These mutated shark monsters opened their mouths full of sharp teeth and screamed. Rokon immediately gave this monster an axe blow and killed it. He arrogantly told them, no way, but after killing one monster, Rokon quickly discovered that several others were also rushing towards him and opened their wide mouths. Seeing that, Rokon immediately stepped back. He used his strength to swing the axe out and cut a powerful blow. With a double attack, Rokon immediately cut in half and killed the other two monsters. Then Rokon arrogantly said to that weird magician, "You brats don't have any business, crazy guy, is this the whole thing?" Hearing Rokon mock him like that, he didn't know if it was an insult or not, but his pride did not allow him to forgive Rokon. The strange magician immediately angrily said to Rokon, "What, you arrogant bastard?" Seeing that the magician was constantly trembling in fear, when Rokon was able to kill the first wave of monsters so quickly, Rokon smiled smugly and thought, trembling, "I wanted to immediately treat it like other monsters but, unfortunately, I couldn't. Because around it there is a protective membrane of mutant power, you must lose its power before you can directly attack it. Fortunately, until then it can't attack me, but fortunately, then I have to fight until all the monster waves are over." At this moment, Rokon was always ready to fight at any time. He looked at the monster magician behind the Kai protective screen with a strange, cunning smile, and Rokon spoke to the two Enpai kids, 11 there, Vao Jia, that new Mi-do Jia is already tiring. Gu-gi and Mi-do-gi both fought and defeated the monsters, while the other one answered and told Rokon, unharmed, still comfortable. Seeing that, Rokon calmly told the two of them that there were still 4 more waves of monsters, please try a little more. At this time, the next waves of monsters, such as Lefane 161, the mutant raging monster that was controlled, or Lefei 162, the mutant hungry wolf monster that was controlled, were all controlled by Rokon's group. Gu-jia, Mi-do Jia has destroyed all the monsters here, and destroyed the third wave of monsters. Looking at the system notification line, and the red marks on his hand, Rokon was not worried but just thought with pleasure, the more monsters, the more effective the blood mark will be, the more injured you are, the fuller your blood will be. Then at this moment, Rokon arrogantly said to that mutated monster magician, "There are 2 waves left, starting to worry, you ugly monster." Hearing that, the mutant magician's whole body trembled. I don't know if it was because of anger or fear, but he still arrogantly and somewhat angrily said to Rokon, "How dare you? Shut that rotten mouth right now." Then the mutated monster mage continued to point his skull staff into the sky and create new waves into the new barrier to summon stronger monsters, to control them to attack. Rokon sighed. He confidently, excitedly said, "Come out, you masterpieces. Mine, let them feel the despair." Following the command, the mutants controlled with La 171, and the mutant O-Ras controlled with La 172, stepped out at the same time to attack Rokon's direction. Hearing their howls, Rokon, on the other hand, felt even more excited as he spoke to that mutated monster magician, 2 types at the same time, huh, you must be so angry. Then Rokon immediately divided new tasks and said to Gao Jia and Mi-do Jia, "You two are in pressure, and the O-Ro-Z leave it to me, is that clear?" Gu-gi and Mi-do acknowledged the mission and said in unison to Rokon, "It's clear, yes." And that mutated monster magician angrily ordered his monster subordinates to attack Rokon's direction and said, "Die." Along with that, the system also appeared and announced to Rokon that the 4th and 5th wave of monsters had begun. Immediately after that, both Gu-gi and Mi-do-gi rushed up to attack the other 2 birds at the same time according to Rokon's assignment, and Rokon is also next to attack the O-Ro-Z. The battle between the 2 sides seems to be more fierce this time. But on Rokon's side, with his 190 level and strength, he is still very comfortable with this O-Rok, so Rokon happily told it, "What a pity, the body is bigger, but weak." Rokon then jumped up, threw a powerful punch at the other O-Ro-Z, knocking it back. Rokon then quickly unleashed his flag extraction skill towards the other O-Ro-Z. With this one bulb of Rokon directly killed it. The next second, the system also appeared and informed Rokon that it had destroyed the controlled mutant. After defeating this O-Ro-Z, Rokon immediately turned to look at the 2 Ieoak fighting with the Gudgeon and Nu-Du Gizzard. Rokon immediately asked about the fighting situation of those 2 Enpai 11 kids, how is it over there? At this time, both Gu-gi and Mi-do-gi are fighting together to fight back against that pressure. Then both of them raised their swords at the same time and launched combined moves and skills. With the frost skill of Gu-gi, and the fire skill of Mi-do-gi combined, they simultaneously attack the other 2 monsters, causing one side to suffer from the freezing cold, and the other side to be as hot as if it were submerged in lava. The second child, pressed against his waist, immediately screamed in pain and died miserably. And right after that, the system appeared and told Rokon that the 2 control mutants had been destroyed all waves of monsters. The mutant power protection item has disappeared. At the same time, the barrier protecting the mutant magician gradually disappeared. Right after that barrier disappeared, Rokon quickly rushed towards that mutant magician and told him, I was just waiting for this moment, die crazy. But at this moment, the mutated monster magician was scared, but he did not give up easily, but raised his skull staff towards Rokan and launched a move, destroying light, destroy. Mentioning this, Rokan was surprised to realize something he had missed and thought, damn, I forgot. Deadly move right at the end of monster waves. At that time, Rokan had to face a huge source of light power from that mutated monster magician who continuously attacked Rokan and created a concussive explosion around here, causing dust in the air. But when this mutant magician saw Rokan and used his axe to block his destructive light attack, the mutant magician couldn't control himself, he shouted in surprise and confusion. At the same time, Rokan was creating a barrier circle from his axe, causing the destructive light to be scattered elsewhere. Seeing that the destructive light move had no effect on Rokan and was easily countered by him, that mutant magician quickly used another stronger move. He unleashed the tie combination skill, paint the wall facing the direction of the Rokan. Rokan became even angrier and rushed towards that mutated magician, but as he was rushing forward, he was slightly blocked by his Tai Sun Fan Fan combo skill. Rokan said to him, "How could you?" And on this side, after being affected by both the destructive light move just now and this one, he is not as strong as Rokan, so now he is having a hard time resisting the combination skill. There, Gugi's face also had bruises. He shouted in a weak voice to Rokan, "My physical strength and mana are limited, I can't take it anymore." Seeing that, Rokan immediately decided to fight quickly and win quickly. And now seeing that his partner was being attacked by that mutated monster magician, Midugi used his incredible speed to rush right behind that mutated monster magician. With his fire sword, Midugi quickly unleashed a heat attack on the mutant magician. This sudden attack caused him to be unable to stand and let go, dropping his skull scepter. Following that, the light that hit the log's direction also immediately disappeared, and he could breathe a sigh of relief. As for the mutated magician, he couldn't help but angrily turn around to look at her and say, "You hateful brat, go away." After saying that, the mutated magician angrily used his staff to attack Midugi's direction, causing both Midugi and the sword to be sent flying away. But that mutant magician still has no intention of letting you go. He grabbed his staff, angrily shouted at Midugi, "Die, destructive move." However, right before Gugi and Midugi were hit by this destructive move of that mutated monster magician, the moment he launched the move, the images of these two boys gradually disappeared. Seeing that, the mutated magician said in surprise, "Can he withstand my attack?" It turns out that this time it was because Rokan had recalled them, and right after Rokan operated on the system appeared and told Rokan, Gotgi and Midugi to return to the Mercenaries Guild. When the mercenaries return, they will not return to the battlefield. After bringing the two of them back, Rokan did not forget to say thank you to them. "You guys have worked hard. Thanks to you, I will defeat this round, leave the rest to me." At the same time, after receiving notification from the system, Gugi and Midugi were gradually disappearing. They said a few words to Rokan before leaving. They returned to the guild and received orders to return. "Try your best, Rokan." Immediately after that, when Gugi and Midugi immediately returned to their mercenary guild, the system also immediately notified Rokan. Gugi and Midugi returned to the mercenary guild. Seeing that Rokan left the record and Midu record returned to his mercenary guild, that mutated magician immediately laughed and scorned Rokan's actions. Little did he know that with Rokan's strength, it wouldn't be that bad. With the two of them, he can still easily defeat him. That mutated magician, who still didn't know Rokan's true strength, spoke arrogantly and contemptuously to Rokan, "You idiots, now you're the only one left. I will smash you like a cockroach." Right after that, the mutated magician took his staff and turned it into a giant hammer. I was angry and rushed forward to attack Rokan. Rokan gently used his axe to block the attack of that mutated monster magician gently without harm or wasting any effort. Seeing that, the mutant magician was surprised and confused, thinking, "What, this feeling, the wall, how could his aura cause such an oppressive feeling?" At that time, Rokan was majestic and cold and scary when fighting that mutated magician, causing him to suffer some invisible, unwanted pressure, and at this moment, Rokan immediately spoke up and said to that mutant magician, "Hey bald man." Hearing Rokan's cold voice, the mutated magician couldn't help but instinctively feel surprised and scared. Rokan smiled coldly, his tone was somewhat crazy, and said to that mutant magician, "I want what you are holding, that's why I'm causing trouble with you. Do you believe I will cooperate with you?" Seeing Rokan's crazy face and crazy smile, the mutated monster magician couldn't help but be scared, but he still tried to act calm and angry and shouted at Rokan, "Ridiculous, but my body is chosen by the fallen power, you are the one who suffers. I see you are very confident with physical attacks. What about this thing? After saying that, the mutated magician jumped back, then he launched the gem of despair from his staff and hit Rokon. Rokon quickly put his axe away, and the system also informed him, the Liberation Warrior's axe. And as soon as the mutated magician attached to Rokon's side created an explosion. He thought that Rokon had died in that explosion, so he arrogantly said that rejoicing too soon would only turn into a pile of dust. However, just a second later, the mutated magician was surprised and confused when he saw Rokon with two murderous eyes, swinging his fist. Rokon was right behind that mutant magician and arrogantly spoke to him, and more. Seeing that, the mutated magician turned around in fright and said, "What?" Just a moment later, he received a powerful punch from Rokon. With a stab to the face, the mutated magician was immediately knocked back, falling back countless meters. But Rokon still wasn't angry yet. He continuously punched the mutated magician and told him that this blow was for Gu-gi and me do-gi. 2 seconds later, the mutated magician received a full punch from Rokon, causing all his strength to disappear. However, Rokon did not stop. He continued to swing his fist at the mutant magician and told him, "Stop pretending, try this again." Having said that, Rokon immediately grabbed the mutant magician and slammed him to the ground, and repeatedly punched the mutant magician's face, causing his cheeks to become sunken. That mutant magician was so scared by Rokon that he couldn't believe it and thought, "No way, I was actually beaten, damn it, I will anyway." Thinking about it, a powerful aura emitted from that mutated monster magician's body, as if it were breaking out. The mutated monster magician got angry and shouted at Rokon, "Pulling your arrogant guy, according to." Then the mutated magician self-destructed and died. His blood also splashed on Rokon's face, but he wasn't worried at all. Having achieved his goal, Rokon immediately smiled excitedly and thought, "Okay." Right after that, when the mutated monster magician attacked, it created an explosion that shook the entire basement. And from that fog, Rokon came out with black, scorched skin, but he didn't care. Rokon happily put his hands on his hips and said, "Finally done," and at the same time, the system also appeared and informed Rokon that the transformation was cancelled. When the time runs out, the unnatural effect will end. Seeing that, Rokon immediately observed everything around him and said, "When the time runs out, the immortality effect will end. Let's see, you still bomb yourself. Surely that will appear." As soon as he finished speaking, Rokon was happily surprised to see that green pearl. He happily held it in his hand and said, "I found it." At that time the system also appeared and informed Rokon about this gem's information. "You have obtained the gem of pollution power." Looking at this gem in his hand, Rokon couldn't help but think happily, the secret equipment can only be obtained from monster magicians, the gem of polluted power. If you kill that guy directly, the gem will break. You have to let him explode to get the entire pearl. Once you have the item, just climb up, use the Bible to pour the beard flag. Right after that, Rokon used instant teleportation to return to the bearded flag. At the protective fortress, Rokon brought out the pearl of polluted power in front of the captain of the Mankin protection team. He looked at the stone in surprise. The jade of polluted power that Rokon gave, was surprised to say, "This, where did you get this?" Rokon immediately said comfortably to that barbarian captain of the security team, "I should deal with depraved monsters. I think because of this, things have turned bad." The captain of the defense team was so happy that he couldn't wait any longer, so he started to solve the problem, and before leaving, he quickly told Rokon, "What a big discovery, wait for me a moment, if there is a result, I will give you a hot reward." Rokon comfortably waved his hand at the Mankin captain of the security team and told him, "Yes, I will wait." Then Rokon got bored and worked on the system to check and said, "What's the hot reward?" Meanwhile we wait to see what the world situation is like. However, right after that, Rokon was surprised by the scene before his eyes. He was confused and said, "What, is this real?" Above the system appears an information panel with the content, "The Lord, the fourth city located on the other side of the sea, set sail towards the first central continent. Members of Dacion are heading to the continent. At around 3 p.m. yesterday, members of Dacion set sail for the central continent." So Rokon was surprised and angry and shouted, "What, they set off, reaching the central continent before me?" Looking at this line of information, Rokon couldn't help but get angry and say, "These guys are definitely very knowledgeable about the latest titles." Then he looked at the information board, "The first sea journey to the fourth continent." Rokon immediately considered and said, pretending to be about 160 to 170, there was no way he would dare risk the challenge. Their success rate is 2%, the odds are low but not impossible. With this level of advertising, perhaps more teams have already departed or are about to depart. If one of them arrives and succeeds, the title I like the most will be stolen. We can't do anything to the ship at sea or stop them, and even if we surrender now, it will be difficult to go to the central palace. Maybe that's the only place. If we get there we can take the lead, but in reality we can't. Even I in my previous life, after arriving at the center, could not easily occupy it. The success rate in both places is extremely low. Damn, what should we do? Rokon had a headache and was scratching his head. After checking, Mankin, the captain of the defense team, also came out and said to him, Rokon, you've been waiting for a long time. Rokon immediately calmed down. He turned around in surprise and said to Mankin, the captain of the security team, he's back. Mankin, captain of the security team, immediately told Rokon the results. What you brought back is very useful. Indeed, the power of corruption lies here. I have prepared a reward for you. The next second, the reward that the Mankin, captain of the defense team, had prepared for Rokon was immediately sent to him. An unbelievable achievement. You were the first to discover the cause of depravity. No one has discovered it yet. The title of Victor of Depravity has turned into a Hunter of Depravity. You are the first person to achieve this title. Newest, Hunter of Depravity, Rare Edition. Fallen power is a mysterious power whose origin has not yet been discovered. You have not only conquered it but also conquered it. You have succeeded in finding its origin and hunting it. Depravity is very wary of you. You are the first to achieve this title. Possession effect. Fallen power reduced damage by 20%. Ability to sense fallen power increased. 2 out of 3. Seeing this information, Rokon immediately happily said, not bad, increasing the available capacity. Furthermore, an unopened effect. I don't know what it is, it's worth looking forward to. Then at this moment, Rokon was surprised to see the blood stains on his hands becoming clearer and clearer, and accordingly the system immediately appeared and informed Rokon, the latest power, soul destruction, class, epic, the body is engraved with tattoo-like symbols and hides a mysterious power that destroys the soul. You have obtained the heart of the fallen monster, adding special powers. When using the soul-destroying power will be activated, critical hit rate increases by 11%, damage rate increases by 60%, can increase his power by absorbing the power of depravity. Seeing that, Rokon immediately looked at the blood stains tattooed on his body and happily said, is that so? An increase of 1% or 10% is also an increase. Although it has not increased much, it is still beyond the possibility of future development. Then at this time, the captain of the security team still happily spoke up and said to Rokon, thanks to you, the disease monitoring and research seems to have been accelerated. Thank you, this is my final reward. Take it, this equipment is very suitable for you. After saying that, the Mankin, captain of the defense team, immediately gave Rokon a skill book. Receiving this skill book in his hand, Rokon was surprised and asked the captain of the defense team, Mankin, this is, Mankin, captain of the defense team, immediately told Rokon, special skill book, I received it from someone who suits you very well, please take it. The system immediately appeared and informed Rokon about this book. 2 hearts, skills, creates a second heart, containing magical power over the user's body, add magic heart to body, vitality and stamina increase significantly, strength, agility, intelligence increase. After reading this information, Rokon was incredibly happy and thought, what is this? In his heart, Rokon was so happy that he thought, great, in my previous life when I was the top chess player, I have never even seen it before. At this time, the captain of the defense team confidently asked Rokon, what do you like? Rokon happily nodded and said to that Mankin, I really like it. Mankin, the captain of the defense team, also immediately replied and told Rokon, well, it will help your journey to the center. Seeing that Mankin, the captain of the defense team, knew this, Rokon couldn't help but be surprised and confused and asked Mankin, how did he know that? Hearing this question was so normal, the captain of the defense team couldn't control his laughter. He then laughed at Rokon's confusion and told him, that's not the destination that a strong adventurer like you would go to. Rokon, you are very strong, stronger than me, the Cradle of the Dead incident proved that. This skill book, think of it as my respect for you. Although it's a bit short, I'm happy to accompany you, wishing you success in your future journey. Having said that, the captain of the defense team happily raised his hand to shake hands with Rokon. Rokon also did not refuse, he happily returned the handshake and said to Mankin, captain of the defense team, I am very honored. And some time later at the personal training area, standing in front of the 2 training scarecrows in front of him, Rokon took out the skill book and said, sure enough, the personal training area was still comfortable. Summon a second heart. After taking out this skill book, Rokon looked at it with interest and thought, I roughly know what skill this is, but you have to get used to it yourself first. Having said that, Rokon immediately held up this skill book and told the system, collect the second heart. Just a second later, a powerful aura from the book was summoned. Right after that, an arrow with a giant heart-shaped arrowhead was summoned in front of Rokan. Seeing this, Rokan was surprised and said, "This is." The next second the arrow's heart immediately aimed towards Rokan. Seeing that, Rokan was also ready to receive it and thought, "It's here." With just one hand, the second heart arrow was immediately as fast as the wind. It flew towards Rokan, penetrating his body, with a huge source of power. Because Rokan's body could not quickly adapt, it created a tingling sensation throughout his whole body, and the power of that second heart was also gradually absorbed deep into Rokan's body, creating a seal in it. Seeing that, Rokan immediately touched it and said, "The pain just now was very different from what I had experienced." Then Rokan was surprised to feel the difference in his body, the beating of his two hearts, and said, "Wait, I can feel it, another beating heart." And at the same time the system notification also appeared in front of Rokan. Seeing that, Rokan was surprised and said, "Ha." He immediately clicked on it to see. The system notifications also appeared, 2 hearts, passive, the power of the magic heart will increase physical strength, strength increased by 100%, stamina increased by 300%, strength, agility, intelligence increased. Seeing that, Rokan happily said, "Great." Strength index increased greatly, temporarily awaken combat speed using crazy blood flow. If combined with other skills, it will increase effectiveness. Final effect. If it's about this, then we can go there and attack. Then, when he had finished preparing everything, Rokan stood in front of the Murian village. Looking at it from top to bottom, Rokan happily said, "I have prepared a warehouse of equipment, let's go." Having said that, Rokan walked down to this Muri village and thought to himself, there are 2 ways to get to the central area. One is to take the train to the central area, the second way is, move through that place. If you go through that place, you will arrive twice as fast as by train. Due to high difficulty and limited number of people, in the past life, no one less than level 200 could pass. But now we will do it. Besides, it was originally. To find this place, you must collect many clues. Right after that, after looking around here, Rokan was surprised to discover the secret door in front of him and said, "I found it, because I already know it, so there's no need to work so hard, let's go." After saying that, Rokan immediately jumped into that secret tunnel with an interested and excited expression. After entering this dark dungeon with only one light path to the outside, Rokan thought to himself, "I will definitely conquer the place where no one has set foot before." After stepping outside, because he had been hidden in the darkness for a long time, Rokan's eyes were still not able to adapt quickly. With the light source in front of him, he quickly used his hand to block the light and looked at the scene. From a poetic perspective, this place is still as beautiful as before. Undersea tunnel. But at this moment, a voice interrupted Rokan's thoughts and angrily told him, "Who you are." Hearing that, Rokan immediately turned around in surprise and confusion. He immediately saw an angry giant fat man questioning him. Why did he come here? Hearing that, Rokan was not arrogant or angry and rushed to fight the person in front of him. He politely bowed and said to this person, "I am the real Rokan, I want to go under the sea, please forgive me." Hearing that, the manager of the undersea road was surprised and asked Rokan, "Human, it's been a long time since a human has come here." "Okay, about the undersea road, let me think, just follow me first. The village is in this direction." Immediately after that, the undersea road manager, ID, went ahead and led the way for Rokan. At that moment, Rokan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, it's okay." As soon as he entered this undersea village, Rokan happily received many notifications from the system. Discovering the undersea village, huge achievement, you have found a neglected area. You have earned the title of adventurer. Seeing that, Rokan happily looked at the system's notice board. Adventurer, rare, this is a title given to those who have discovered forgotten or uncultivated areas. Your never-ending spirit of challenge is wonderful. The effect of the favorability of neutral NPI 11 you encounter in the exploration area increases. With the legendary title, nothing is impossible, your reputation with the people of the undersea village has increased. Seeing that, Rokan happily thought, thanks to this title, he was able to overcome the people's enthusiasm and pass the first mission. But it's too early to relieve tension, because there are many doors to go through the tunnel. And it had been a while when the guide Yidi there led Rokan inside here. Along the way, the people living here couldn't control their curiosity and walked out together to watch Rokan's every move. Seeing that, Rokan immediately felt uncomfortable and turned his head and thought, It's been a while since I've seen outsiders, so they look at me passionately. I thought I was a famous person. Then at this time, the manager of the undersea road, ID, spoke in a faint voice and said to Rokan, "Why do you want to go to the central area?" Rokon was surprised and said to me, "Ha," in his heart, he happily thought, "It's already time for the second mission." After that, Rokon spoke up and told the manager of the seabed route, "I am a member of the expedition team. We see a big anomaly in the world, so we will go to the central area to investigate and pass on the information we have collected in the past." Hearing that, the ant was surprised and a little suspicious and asked Rokon, a member of the expedition team. Rokon immediately showed the ring on his hand as evidence and told the manager down by the sea, "Hey, this is the expedition team member's proof." In Rokon's mind, he thought vaguely, expedition team is an extremely useful keyword for people at the bottom of the sea. From time immemorial, undersea people have been responsible for managing undersea tunnels, but magic and maritime skills were more developed. The number of people coming to the undersea tunnel becomes less and less, until no one on the ground remembers the people under the sea. Then at this time, Rokon spoke up solemnly and told the road manager at the bottom of the sea, he had worked hard over the past time. Hearing that, I couldn't help but feel confused by Rokon's statement. Then Rokon bowed sincerely and said to the manager of the undersea road, "As a member of the expedition team, I admit that I didn't pay attention to everyone. I would like to issue an official apology. I hope you know this, we will never forget your noble sacrifice. How can you feel the pain you went through during that long time?" Hearing these honest and sincere words of Rokon, the people living at the bottom of the sea couldn't help but feel moved and shed tears of emotion. Seeing that, Rokon smiled triumphantly and thought, "Ha, it worked." On the surface, he looked sad and tried to force out tears as he told the inhabitants at the bottom of the sea, "Compared to your hardships, I am still lacking a lot." In his mind, Rokon pondered and calculated with pride and thought, "Well, the apology speech has touched your hearts, now it's time to give bribes." After saying that, Rokon immediately ordered the system to unlock. Seeing that, the manager of the undersea road, ID, was surprised and asked Rokon, "What?" Then Rokon displayed precious gold, silver, and pharmaceutical items in front of the people here, and then especially happily told them, "It's been a long time since you've had supplies, so it's been very difficult for you, right? All this is yours." The people here were amazed and moved, looking at these items in their hands and saying, "If you heat the gold needle, this could save someone. This is a quick antidote, if only available a little sooner." But when he was the road manager at the bottom of the sea, he was a bit uncomfortable and seriously spoke to the people here, saying less unnecessary words, "It's not too late to check for supplies later." Then he turned to Rokon, "You said you were Rokon, right?" Rokon was a little confused and said to the undersea road manager, "Oh yes." The manager of the undersea tunnel in Hawaii immediately closed his eyes and said to Rokon, "I understand what you and the expedition team meant. I will make good use of the things you bring, but don't forget that character test." Seeing that he had bribed like that but still couldn't pass this test, Rokon got angry and thought, "Damn, still haven't passed." However, on the outside, he still appeared calm and spoke to the navigator at the bottom of the sea, "Of course." The manager of the undersea road, ID, didn't say much, but directly told Rokon. Then the eligibility test began, "Go up to the platform." After that, the two of them went to the podium. Rokon knelt down on one knee to show his loyalty, and the manager of the undersea road, Yodi, read the letter and said, "I am the manager of the underground road, ODC, will announce the results of the eligibility test of the real Rokon nunnery. First, prove your worth, prove that you can get past the center. Through, as a member of the expedition team helped him prove that." Hearing that, he happily said, "Yes." He sighed in his heart and thought, "It's okay." The manager of the undersea road continued to read the test certificate and told Rokon, "Secondly, the certificate of honor, prove that you're not a bad person. Passed. This is an unnecessary test for those who have already accumulated reputation. As a member of the security team, sacrificing for others requires no further consideration." Hearing that, Rokon immediately remembered the times when he went hunting and killed other members, and immediately felt guilty and broke out in a cold sweat, but thought to himself, "This is a bit ticklish." Then the manager of the undersea route continued to speak up about this challenging test and told Rokon, "Thirdly, to demonstrate respect, he has shown his sincere intention to contribute to maintaining and strengthening, and commemorates the souls of those who sacrificed to build a tunnel under the sea, via." Seeing that, Rokon was happy and thought, "Okay." The manager at the bottom of the sea continued to speak faintly to Rokon, "The goods you sent will be of great help. I thank you on behalf of everyone." Rokon generously told the undersea road manager that it was nothing. In his heart, he happily thought, "This is so easy that it makes me feel uneasy." But, the important part of this test is the fourth part. That's right. At this time the undersea road manager 80 seriously said to Rokon, "Finally, part 4. As a guard, This is a test to confirm whether you have the qualifications to protect the undersea tunnel or not. Now go down to the bottom of the sea and hunt for mermaids. After hearing about this mission, Rokon immediately excitedly told the undersea route manager, yes, in his heart, he was excited and thought, here it is. Mermaids, unlike mermaids, specialize in close combat attacks. Its characteristic is its fast speed in the water, compared to slow humans. There is also a way to lure and destroy them on land. If you leave the test area, the test will be restarted. There is no other way but to rush forward, and at this time Rokon also went under the sea, preparing to hunt mermaids. Along with that, the system also appears and informs the Rokon, the gills of the snakehead, allowing you to breathe underwater. At this time, this Rokon took out an item from his system and said, without any underwater moves, it was difficult, but having this equipment is different. Start. Just then Rokon took out a trumpet made of pearl shells, and the system also appeared speaking to Rokon, the mermaid's trumpet, rank, magic, a trumpet to call mermaids. This is a communication tool between mermaids but was taken away by people at the bottom of the sea. Rokon then used this mermaid's trumpet to blow a sound throughout the ocean to wake up the mermaids here. After blowing this whistle, a mermaid was nearby, and this mermaid's eyes also began to fill with murderous intent, and after Rokon threw away the mermaid's trumpet, he needed to get his axe ready in a fighting stance, excitedly speaking, come on. Right after that, an angry fish man rushed forward to attack Rokon's direction. Rokon also very quickly used his axe to block the mermaid's trident and arrogantly told him, here you go, ugly fish. Hearing that, the mermaid with the 195-point low was angry and said to Rokon, not afraid of death, dare to call me. Then the mermaid quickly separated from Rokon. He quickly jumped forward. Seeing that, Rokon was surprised and excited and said, huh. Right after that, Rokon quickly chased after this mermaid and arrogantly told him, are you confident in your speed underwater? If so, then. Right at this moment, the guy fiercely used his trident to attack and rush towards Rokon. Seeing that, Rokon did not flinch. He smiled a happy, somewhat crazy smile and thought, it's time. Then 2 seconds later, Rokon took a deep breath, then he let out a scream that echoed throughout the area, and unleashed a crazy scream. Seeing that, the mermaid's mind was constantly disturbed and painful. The mermaid had to quickly cover his ears with both hands. He said angrily, damn my body. At this time, while the mermaid wasn't paying attention, Rokon immediately took the axe and rushed up excitedly to tell him, die. But despite the pain, the mermaid was still aware that Rokon was about to attack him. He quickly ran away before receiving Rokon's attack. Seeing that, Rokon was surprised and said, could it be avoided? But at this moment, the mermaid arrogantly and contemptuously said to Rokon, that stupid human, you still don't know. In this cold deep sea, no one can defeat me. Then the mermaid said with his agility and they were still underwater, this was the mermaid's territory, so he could easily hide here. He was even more arrogant and confident, swimming past Rokon like lightning. Then from an unexpected side, the man quickly used his trident to pierce Rokon's body with Rokon's delayed recognition. This immediately caused Rokon to feel pain. His body was injured, blood also flowed from his mouth. This seemed like this was not a light injury. In this cold deep sea, no one can defeat me. Then the mermaid said with his agility and they were still underwater, this was the mermaid's territory, so he could easily hide here. He was even more arrogant and confident, swimming past Rokon like lightning. Then from an unexpected side, the man quickly used his trident to pierce Rokon's body with Rokon's delayed recognition. This immediately caused Rokon to feel pain. His body was injured, blood also flowed from his mouth. This seemed like this was not a light injury. After the mermaid fatally stabbed Rokon, he immediately pulled his trident out of Rokon's body. Rokon immediately lost weight and floated in the water. Seeing that, the mermaid immediately disdainfully and arrogantly told him, what a great look, that insolent human. Come on, it's over, even though it pierced straight through the heart, it seems like you're still a little bit broken, huh? Finish it. But this mermaid didn't know that Rokon had 2 hearts. He only pierced one, killing 1 heart. He still had the other heart and it was still beating. At this time, when the mermaid was about to rush forward and strike the final blow to kill Rokon, Rokon quickly regained consciousness. He quickly used his axe to knock away the mermaid's trident. Seeing that Rokon was still conscious and still fiercely blocking his attack, the mermaid was surprised and confused and asked Rokon, what, I thought you were dead. However, the next second, because of his absent-mindedness, the mermaid was surprised to see Rokon's hand squeezing his neck. Rokon quickly used the move to become crazy. He grabbed the eldest man's neck and dragged him around the sea, making him gradually exhausted. Then Rokon punched and pushed the mermaid into a mountain of rocks. I told him arrogantly, I finally caught you, you little rat. But the mermaid still couldn't believe the truth before his eyes when he saw that Rokan was still alive and so strong. He was angry and shouted at Rokan, no way, I clearly pierced his heart. Rokan then confidently and arrogantly said to that mermaid, you must clearly confirm how many hearts I have. At this time, Rokan's right heart was still beating strongly, and the system also informed him, 2 hearts, passive, the heart destroyed once will not die. Then from the system, Rokan immediately summoned an axe of his own. The system also informed about this item, the throwing axe. Right after that, Rokan held the guy's neck tightly. With his other hand he held an axe and slashed at him with a crazy tone and said, go strong, you ugly fish. Seeing that, the mermaid couldn't help but feel scared and shouted Rokan, wait, but before he could finish his words, he received one blow from Rokan and was killed. After dealing with this mermaid, Rokan also spent quite a bit of energy, so after killing him, Rokan quickly took out a healing potion from the system to quickly restore his state, and your body index. After his body was more stable, Rokan let out a tired sigh and thought, in the end, defeating him also caused him to have his heart broken. Although losing the effectiveness of one revival is a shame, if you go to the central continent, it can be cured. If enough donations were made to the temple in the central continent, any injury, such as a broken arm or destroyed internal organs, could be treated. Although it's a bit expensive, while Rokan was taking medicine to restore his body's health and was thinking, suddenly there was a clap from the side. Rokan couldn't help but be surprised. He turned around and said, oh manager. The manager of the undersea tunnel in Hawaii happily applauded and told Rokan that he had proven his strength to protect the tunnel. Now you can use the undersea tunnel to reach the central continent. Just a second later, the system also appeared and informed Rokan that it had reached the intersection using the undersea tunnel. You can later pay a fee to use the undersea tunnel whenever you want. Looking at this notice, Rokan was immediately happy and thought, that's great, the job was resolved smoothly. But at this time, the manager of the undersea tunnel spoke up to Rokan. But there was a problem. Hearing that, Rokan immediately frowned. He let down his shoulders in a frustrated tone and asked the road manager at the bottom of the sea, isn't it done yet? The manager of the undersea tunnel in Hawaii remembered the recent events and was a little worried and told Rokan that the undersea tunnel had not been cleaned properly recently, so it seemed to be jammed with traffic recently, already. It would be nice if you could dig a clean path. Immediately after that, the system immediately informed Rokan about the next mission, cleaning the undersea tunnel. For a long time it was not cleaned, so the connection to the undersea tunnel was blocked. Please clear and secure the path. Success conditions: clear the undersea tunnel, completion reward, visit the undersea tunnel express train. Hearing this reward, Rokan immediately had a bad feeling. He felt a little confused and thought, the express train, there is something terrible. However, Rokan still comfortably agreed. He shook hands with the undersea road manager and told him, first of all, thank you, I will do it. Hearing that, the manager of the undersea road in Hawaii happily shook hands and said to Rokan, wishing him success Rokan. Scene change. At this time Rokan has reached the tunnel under the sea. He carries the axe on his shoulder. Looking at the giant fish monsters in front of him, Rokan is a bit depressed about this mission. But the joy of the excitement of hunting and killing monsters still hasn't disappeared. Rokan looked at them and said, really, cleaning up is cleaning up this thing, right? It seemed like the surrounding monsters had entered and blocked the tunnel. Looks like a seafood market. Looking at these giant monsters in front of him, Rokan silently evaluated them and thought, although these monsters looked menacing underwater, but now they only have breath, and their fighting power is extremely low. That means, they are a block of life experience points for me to exploit. After saying that, Rokan immediately jumped up. He launched a fierce attack, attacking those giant monsters. With one slash, he could cut them in half and kill them. Rokan was crazy, killing every sea monster down here, wondering whose turn it would be next. Mr. Rokan Sasimi Omai Say shop will be open. And just a few seconds later, with a few slashes, these sea monsters were killed by Rokan. He also slashed and arranged them into a very beautiful meal on a plate. After finishing killing them all, Rokan sighed and said, the mixed sashimi dish is done. After completing it, Rokan happily received a notification from the system. Completing the cleaning of the undersea tunnel opens a tour of the undersea tunnel express train. You have leveled up. Hearing that, Rokan said happily, after all that remains is to win the title of entering the central continent first. Piece of cake. But just a second later, Rokan's confident attitude was slapped in the face while traveling on this undersea tunnel express train. Rokan was scared like when he was riding a roller coaster. He was spinning around endlessly screaming in anger and fear. Damn. Rokan even had to try to grip the chair tightly to avoid being thrown out. His face was constantly deformed. Rokan thought angrily, hearing about the special express train made him suspicious. There's no mistake about it, it's the work of that damn Noam race's wealth. Then there's no need to be scared and scream. After a terrible scream, Rokan was blown away, because at the end of this road there was no stop, but was cut off in mid-air. Therefore, Rokan immediately flew straight from above, fell on his head and hit the ground, and was buried deep down there. For that reason, Rokan had to try his best to lift his head off the ground. He breathed a sigh of fresh air after the recent expedition, relieved after returning to the speedboat, and said, he was alive. But when Rokan opened his eyes and saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but say in surprise, "Oh akai nyas sapa du ga, I've finally arrived." And at this time the old system appeared and announced to Rokan, the central continent. Hearing that, Rokan couldn't help but feel happy and excited and looked at the system notification line and said, "Oh. Unbelievable achievements." Then he looked at the notification stream from the system. The reputation of the Allied and neutral NPI 11 in the central continent increased by 1. Seeing that, Rokan was immediately happy and thought, great, what a crazy effect, especially by upgrading this reputation. You can start a very friendly phase with everyone right from the beginning. Rokan was then surprised to discover that there were many notification dings coming from the system. He looked up in confusion and saw many arrival notices appearing in front of him. The first explorer, you were the first to reach the central continent, therefore many bonuses have been added for you. Increases underwater movement speed by 50%, increases underwater monster damage by 30%, you earn the title of Pioneer, find traces of the hurricane, have found traces of the hurricane that has swept the world for a long time, find the remaining traces and continue to maintain the hurricane. First advanced training and job transfer course completed, through the earliest undersea tunnel, completed, nothing is impossible, you are the first person to defeat the legendary monster Corday Vice in the deep sea, this is something very difficult to do, bonus effects have been added, the reputation of the NPI 11 alliances and centers in the central continent increased by 1 level. Seeing such an announcement, Rokan couldn't help but exclaim, there are so many first titles. And then Rokan came up with a system notification saying, wait, here. What is it anyway? Rokan looked at the notice board, looking for traces of the hurricane. He found traces of the hurricane that had swept the world a long time ago. Find the remaining traces and continue to maintain the storm. First advanced training and job transfer course completed, through the earliest undersea tunnel, completed, you've got a friendly reputation added, ? Seeing this, Rokan couldn't help but wonder, what is it all about? Why isn't there any benefit from the advanced training course? When you grow up, you forget what you spend, as expected. Never mind. No matter how much effort you put in, you will be rewarded, so whatever you do is fine. As soon as he climbed to the top of the mountain and looked down at the scenery of this magnificent city before his eyes, Rokan happily thought, the important thing now is the central mainland mission. If the first and second cities are the tutorial area and the third city is the beginner area, then the official system will be started in this fourth city. First, let's change positions. To do so, what is needed is 300 documents from the Emperor. That means, we have to catch 300 giant gizzards in the near future. I thought that at this moment, Rokan was standing in front of a giant lizard with a 199 leech. It was angry and fiercely shouting Rokan. Rokan did not flinch but happily and arrogantly told the monster, let's play till the end. Then Rokan should look at his 190 Rokan information board and think to himself, no matter how many titles or how many titles there are. If it's not 20 times bigger in the central mainland, there's not much you can do. Anyway, we have to change positions, we still have a lot of time. Well then, just enjoy your time leveling up. After saying that, Rokan immediately rushed forward to attack the giant lizard in front of him. At the same time, the system also appeared and informed Rokan, transferred his position for the 4th time, destroyed the recorder's brain and collected the Emperor's purple seal to prove his status. Success condition, collect 300 Imperial seals. With that, Rokan then jumped up strongly and cut off the giant tree stump that the grey monkey held out to defend against Rokan's attack. When he saw Rokan easily cut off that piece of wood and then immediately took Rokan's axe and slashed across this giant recorder, making him scream in pain and anger. However, Rokan did not stop, he excitedly pointed the tip of the axe in the direction of the giant recorder. But tell it, one strike is fatal. Just a second later with his giant axe, Rokan cut the giant gecko's brain in half, killing it. So right after that, the system appeared and informed Rokan about the objects that this grisly brain dropped when it died. The giant gizzard's explosive stick provided magic, rare Emperor seal. Picked up that golden seal, and at the same time felt many eyes from behind closely staring at him. Rokan said with excitement. He already smelled the blood of his fellow man. There were 299 left, then the system also appeared and informed the Rokan, the Emperor's seal, 1 out of 300. When Rokan was still young, he boldly and arrogantly said to the group of giant lizards rushing towards him, "Rush forward, you big guys, start the hunt that will never end." Then with the powerful and angry punches of those giant gizzards towards Rokan, Rokan was able to easily jump up and dodge them. He leisurely attacked and teased them, saying, "They're just strong muscle heads." Then a second later Rokan strongly rushed forward, cut in half, and killed the giant gecko in front of him, along with that griffin's pitiful scream. However, the next second, another angry gecko tried to sneak attack Rokan from behind. Najin suddenly used his mace to attack Rokan. But that didn't make it difficult for him. Rokan was sharp, quickly jumped up. To the surprise of that giant grey brain, Rokan arrogantly told it, "I will finish." With this, Rokan then turned back, slashing at the last lizard. After a while of fighting, after defeating all these brainiacs, Rokan breathed a sigh of relief, raised the 300th seal in his hand and happily said, "Finally." Also completed 300 pieces, and at this time the system also appeared to notify Rokan, the Emperor's seal was 300 out of 300. Le pretend 200 Rokan. Looking at this vague notification, Rokan happily said, "The level has been reached, even though I'm called the king of the jungle, you guys are as easy to deal with as I am. We still have a lot of time, where should we go to level up?" And at this moment, hearing the sound of heavy footsteps approaching, Rokan immediately became alert and said, Is there still a big guy left? Anyway, I still want to keep hunting." But when Rokan saw clearly what was coming, he was surprised. Then Rokan quickly hid behind a tree and thought, "Damn." At this moment, that name appeared again. My mind was written on both ends. At that time, the two-headed snake sent the scent of battle around here, so it came over. It was angry and used its axe to look everywhere for prey, and when it saw a deer, it immediately used its axe to kill that deer. Then this two-headed brain immediately devoured it. The deer devoured the deer just now. Seeing that, Rokan stood to the side observing their actions. He was somewhat cautious and disgusted with them, thinking that even though they were just a big two-headed guy, only in battle could they know their true nature. It is also a fierce warrior like me, but of a higher level. With its basic attributes, it can definitely use crazy fighting skills like me. Fighting it now is very dangerous and a waste of time. Retreat is also a way of fighting. After completing the 4th mission, we will fight it. After saying that, Rokan immediately summoned a book of commandments to teleport instantly. And Rokan immediately moved to the Light Earth Master Guild, in this central city, and in the Light Earth Master Guild Rokan laid out a pile of gold coins in front of him and said to the manager here, "I want to change positions. This is 300 Imperial seals." Hearing and looking at the pile of seals in front of him, the manager here was surprised and asked Rokan, "Have you collected enough? That's a really good person. This is the first time I meet someone as good as you." Looking at the manager's admiring eyes and closer move, Rokan felt a little uncomfortable and said to him, "Thank you." In his heart, he was annoyed and thought, "What the heck, if you praise him then give him a reward." Then at this moment the manager immediately said to Rokan, "Wait a minute." Then when he saw the other manager handing him something, Rokan secretly thought in surprise, "Oh really? After receiving the emerald stone in your hand, and seeing the notification from the system, unbelievable achievement. You are the first person to become a magic stone expert. You have earned the title of Magic Stone Expert. You are the first person to get this title, Magic Stone Expert. First, especially, this is the title given to the first person to become a Magic Stone Expert. Effectively achieved, you have gained new skills." After reading the announcement, Rokan immediately said happily, "Very good." He thought happily in his heart, Magic Stone Expert means the user has reached level 200. It means I have become a highly skilled expert, and has its own secret. At the same time, a powerful source of aura was continuously radiating from Rokan's body. He happily pointed at the system's information panel and said, "That creative skill is the Magic Stone Expert skill. Your actions later will be simpler when combining skills." At first glance, it doesn't seem like anything special, but it combines combination skills. Although it consumes a lot of mana, it will cause a huge critical blow. If we add creative skills, we have 4 combination skills and 4 creative skills. Then when I was the manager here, I kept nodding and saying to Rokan, "You need to learn skills. Let's see, you can learn how to enhance skills. You will be very strong. You probably already understand the basics too much." Hearing others praise him like that, Rokan proudly crossed his arms and thought, "It's all thanks to my hard work of accumulating experience." At this time, the manager here immediately put a stack of skill books on the table and told Rokan, there were 12 skills that enhanced 60 gold coins, new skills, cardiovascular enhancement, steel muscle, morale increase, chaotic dance, mana control, weapon destruction, shield destruction. A total of 7 is 70 gold coins. Rokon immediately showed the bag of money in front of this manager and told him, "This is 130 gold coins." Then Rokon looked at the information board from the system about his list of skills. Dat la pretend 4, extract flag la pretend 4, gua flag rai la pretend 4, butter swa la pretend 4, di dik han chan la pretend 4, lie at blame la pretend 3, worship bearding la pretend 3, lock 11 la pretend 3, guion la pretend 2, ac kill la pretend 2, go I gain la pretend 2, iron body la pretend 4 2. Rokon then felt satisfied and walked out of the store. The manager here also happily waved goodbye and said to Rokon, "Oh okay." After leaving the store, RJ immediately held a skill book in his hand and said, "Well, let's take a closer look." When he saw so many system boards competing to appear to him from the system, Rokon was not shocked and surprised and said, "There are so many." He immediately read each of the system's notifications, chaotically pretending to attack each other, attacking the opponent 10 times in a short time, in 2 seconds, launch a combo attack 10 times, mana control is passive, learning how to use mana, minimizing mana consumption, mana cost for all skills reduced by 30%, destroy one weapon, attack and damage the opponent's weapon. However, your own weapons are also damaged, destroy one shield, attack and damage the opponent's shield. Although intact, his own shield was also damaged. Seeing that the skill still had such damage, Rokon was discouraged and said that only these 4 could be used directly. Well, if combined, it's enough. Immediately after that, the system appeared and asked Rokon again, "Please specify the action in the skill combination of the skill book." Rokon arranged to combine these skills together as he said, Divine Power, Attack, Rampage, Steel Body, Morale Increase, Action Indication, Chaos Dance. The system immediately reports back to Rokon, which can be combined. Please check the expected usage status of the combo skill and press the combo completion button. Right after that, Rokon bravely held the axe and prepared to attack the NPI 11 here so he could check the usage status of his skill, and at the same time the system also appears and informs Rokon, when the combination is complete, the skill book will disappear and automatically absorb the combination skill. When Rokon was vigorously using these skills to kill the NPI 11 here, the status test was also passed. The system immediately appeared and notified Rokon, completing the combination. Please name the first creative skill of the combination. Rokon was immediately happy, with bloodstains still floating on his face, and with a murderous tone that was somewhat crazy and cold. Rokon immediately said to the system, "Skill name, Crazy Killing." After successfully setting up the new skill, Rokon immediately ran into the forest to test it. "But I just found out there's a monster here." As soon as it saw Rokon, it immediately attacked. He shook himself to avoid a stick. Its blow caused large dents to appear on the tree's trunk. Rokon jumped into the air and used an indomitable strategy, one fatal strike. The axe made the monster vomit blood. It fell to the ground and was unconscious for a long time. Rokon also completed the creative skills registration. However, as soon as I pressed the complete button, the system said it was fully registered. Right after that, he received another letter. The system sent him a small gift, which was being able to register an additional creative skill. Rokon pouted and threw the piece of paper, because he complimented me every day, so he gave it to me. Although it's a bit frustrating, since it's a free skill, we'll use it well. Now then, let's finish. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster from earlier also woke up. Rokon bounced his feet to the ground. Finally, he jumped into the air to score the kill. This time the monster was completely destroyed. A loud commotion in the forest causes nearby animals to run away. In the dust and smoke, a giant monster appeared. Rokon seemed very satisfied. It was finally done. "Prepare to deal with that guy, two-headed OG." Then he waved his hand invitingly, "Come here." Ogre patted his chest and then used his 2 heads to scream loudly. The 2 axes in its hand were also thrown. Rokon jumped into the air to avoid it. He began to think, wondering if it was because its main weapons were those 2 axes or not, but attacking from both sides was quite difficult. That's the only way. Suddenly the eyes of. He uses counterattack. The whole body seemed to turn into a wind and attack. By the time Ogre realized it, one of its heads had fallen. Pain spreads throughout the body. It screamed and staggered around. Just as he dodged the attack, Rokon also counterattacked. He was extremely excited. "You look like you're crazy about fighting. But when it comes to Fury, who is better than me?" Both of their axes collided. Because of the difference in strength, Rokon's body was pushed backwards. At this moment, the ogre monster wanted to bring down another axe. Rokon immediately saw the opportunity. He destroyed the weapon. A magic formation was quickly activated. Ogre's other axe was destroyed. Rokon laughed. Even if you use rage, the weapon will be destroyed and you won't be able to do anything. Og still hasn't given up, it uses its remaining weapons to attack. But when did Rokon move away, his voice suddenly rang out behind him. Where are you looking? Don't you see me? Are you really a photoelectric master? Ogre turned around and rushed towards Rokon. He was not afraid to tease him. Why is he so slow? A light electrician like you is so humiliated. Ogre stretched out his giant hand to grab him. Suddenly at this moment Rokon broke the seal. The hand slowly shrinks, until it contained only his murderous gaze. Rokon immediately activated the explosive skill. A shock wave of electricity came, Ogre's body was crushed backwards and then exploded. Rokon slowly landed. He nodded, probably because my skills were too fast, but, along with his voice, Ogre's body, even though it was almost broken, still trembled and wanted to sit up. Rokon put his foot firmly on the ground and continued, I recognize your relentless will to fight. This dirt causes the ground to crack. This time he used the same skill as a photoelectric master, observing, a beam of light from the ground cut the ogre's whole body into small, separate pieces. Rokon rubbed his hair. He probably dealt with that guy. Now let's go back to the continent. Use the skill book to return to the continent. A little later on the central continent, Rokon stood in the middle of the city and felt sad. He had lost too much energy and couldn't use his creative skills often. Anyway. Along with his laughter, the recent battle helped Rokon collect the two-headed ogre's battle axe. This is a sword-level item. The two-headed ogre's battle axe is powerful, but if you don't have high-level strength, you can't pick it up. While I was having fun, I heard people buzzing around me. What, is this real? Rokon quickly turned around to wait and the other person continued. Hurry up and get there, that person is over there. Rokon followed with his eyes. At this moment he was also stunned. That person is the saint. There is noise from the crowd. The saint has come for our prayers. As if thinking of something, Rokon nodded. That's right, she'll have that, right? The saint's gentle voice rang out, healing the sick child with divine light, hoping the gods would hear our request. Please follow us. As soon as he finished speaking, the person being treated groaned. Everyone stood and watched. The light was divine, the wound was healing. As expected of the saint, it's our turn next. Rokon pushed through the crowd and walked forward. She was the saintess in this village of Time-U-Ra in the central continent. I'm Rokon, a member of the flag guard team. I'm investigating some incidents and exploring this central continent. The young woman stood up startled. What are you doing here? This is. Rokon took the bundle of money and said, this is money contributed to the temple. Instead, please treat my heart, please treat me first. A moment later, there were excited voices outside the temple. Very good, it's this feeling. The effect after the treatment was really very good. I didn't expect that with that little money, the saint would directly treat it on the spot. Before the other guilds come to the central continent, we have to make a little preparation. First, register for official citizenship in Time-U-Ra City. Because I have the title of the first person to visit the central continent, it's as easy as turning a hand. Second, quickly sell and confirm business real estate around your residence, but we have not yet decided to buy or sell anything. We need to see the situation first, but we have paid attention to choosing the best building for business, then the money will automatically go into our pocket. Next, as expected, we have to use what we got from the battle with the ogres. At the workshop, after reading Rokon's request, the blacksmith asked in surprise, do you want me to forge equipment as requested? Did you bring the right ingredients? Rokon nodded, yes. After saying that, he threw out the axe. The blacksmith was even more frightened. How could this thing be possible? Isn't this the fighting axe of the two-headed ogre? Rokon proudly boasted, yes, I want you to hide all the defensive equipment and many effects except the helmet with this. The blacksmith laughed. It seems like you have a lot of money. Rokon's heart is even more satisfied. With such a good item, how could he refuse? Of course, the reason I chose this smithy among the 5 smithies here is because their ability to forge equipment is the best. I'm quite sorry that with the current equipment, I won't be able to fully utilize my power. The dwarf equipment made here will have more effects that I need. The blacksmith asked, which option do you want to add? Rokon replied, increase the critical rate. The blacksmith wrote for a while and then read, neck, shoulders, arms, chest, pants, shoes, a total of 6 items. Each day we only make 5 items, come back the next day. After walking out the door, Rokon was extremely upset. In chess, as long as you have money, you can do as much as you want. However, these blacksmiths seem like they have a new limit added. It's okay, during that time we can do something else. The most important final preparations still remain. Then he went to the proof tower. The soldiers guarding the door blocked the way and shouted, Please state your identity, Rokan respectfully said. I Rokan, a true coward, I want to challenge the Tower of Proof. After checking your identity, the soldiers nodded. You are qualified, the participation fee is 5 gold coins, no additional fees. If you don't die here, then you will have proven your strength. Just like that, Rokan entered the first floor challenge. The Proving Tower is the Tower of Honor and the challenge where users prove their strength. The higher you go, the stronger the monsters you will face. You must kill all the monsters before you can advance to the next floor. Although it does not drop items, it is very worthy, because every month the tower will give gifts to the top 100 people. As soon as he entered, a monster greeted Rokan. This thing is a level 1 evil chipmunk. Rokan couldn't help but snorted coldly. Are you guys the first challenge? As soon as he took out his axe, the chipmunks were shaking like leaves. Rokan also did not hold back in executing him. He said coldly, as expected, it's an appearance that makes people feel guilty. Just a few seconds later, the first floor challenge was completed. Rokan did not choose to continue going but tried again. Normally, everyone would climb to the second floor, however, Rokan did not do that. He smiled evilly. There are 999 more times to defeat these monsters. We will get that by repeating this method. This is something only we know. Just like that, the massacre continued to take place. Liked it from 384 times to 618 times. Finally, 1000 times, the system notified him that he had achieved a great achievement. With this continuous killing, Rokan achieved the title of One Hit, Sure Kill, become the best hunter of the week. Rokan smiled. That's it, the power to instantly kill the weak. This title is most suitable for massacres. Reputation, we just need to destroy the Black Dragon army to get it back. Rokan's current rank is rank 1, and is on the first floor. The Proof Tower rank lasts 1 month, the rank is calculated up to 100. But Rokan's rank is 1 because he was the first to do the challenge. A normal level 200 user wouldn't be able to break this episode 1 record in this amount of time. Rokan slowly walked away. What needed to be done was done, the rest was to climb the tower at the speed of light. Just go to the next floor. From that slow speed, Rokan reached the 54th floor. Rokan decided to call off the challenge. He was immediately taken out by the system. As soon as he got to the door, he muttered, because he had used too much rage, so now he had to rest to see what the reward was. After browsing for a while, he shook his head. Nothing special. After all, I also have hidden titles, including Long-Term Battle Hero, Evasion Expert, and Sixth Sense, using my Sixth Sense to sense attacks. This sense has no level, because this skill is already perfect. We now have to wait a whole month to receive the rank 1 reward of the Proof Tower. Should we take the time to prepare a new plan? Moments later in the arena of the Pubic Ear Center, Rokan had just pushed the door open when the people inside quickly noticed. This place gathers weirdos with all kinds of bodies. They looked closely at Rokan and judged, newbie, here comes another weak guy. Rokan didn't care about those words and went straight to the person registering. I want to register to compete in the arena, the other person asked. What level are you? Rokan replied, the soldiers. The other nodded, confirming the soldier's rank, which the two's conversation made the other group of people look down on. The registrar gave Rokan a card and said, you can enter the arena as soon as it's your turn. Do you want to compete now? Rokan laughed, of course he wanted to. The rules in the arena, also known as the cockfighting arena, here are very simple. As long as one of the two connected players is defeated first. Of course there are no penalty cards in the arena, which is better. Rage in each game is restarted. What's better than that? While sitting complacently, Rokan's pants pocket opened. The badge announced that it was his turn to fight. Rokan smiled. It was finally my turn, because this match only had characters in the game, no players, so the connection was very fast. The highest battle character level is 190, so we can relax our body more than when fighting with other players. Not long after, Rokan was brought into the match. I'm excited, let's see who our opponent is. This person is a swordsman who cut 10 kills at level 150, Rokan thought to himself. For a soldier, this character is the highest. At this moment, the swordsman spoke up, this is your first match, don't worry too much. Anyway, you will become my 11th life. As I said, this guy has approached Rokan. His boasting also made Rokan happy. This guy won 10 consecutive matches, so it's worth fighting, that's it. The smile on the swordsman's face had not yet ended when a sword slash passed through his body. This guy's body was broken into 2 halves, and what made Rokan satisfied with his achievement was because each win would add a bonus point. The swordsman's body was split in half and he fell down. Rokan also follows that and receives 10 bonus points from the opponent. His victory made the crowd in the stands stir, defeating the devil with just 1 slash. nerves appeared. However, receiving that number of points made Rokon frustrated. 10 points in a match is a bit small, we have no other choice but to aim for the bonus of consecutive wins. That's all, next. Every time Rokon swipes, he loses his life. The more he fought, the more frantic Rokon became. Suddenly I reached the third network. Rokon's opponent has been promoted this time, his ability has been recognized for his continuous victories. Rokon now understood, it turns out that, increasing one battle will level up the opponent. Not long after, an opponent entered the match. This time it's a guy with an iron fist. Rokon continues to use old moves again, everyone's cheers grew louder and louder, just one step of his makes the enemy helpless, and his opponents are continuously changed, anyone who enters the field will die quickly. Rokon's arena score has reached 30,276, he has won 300 matches in a row. After looking at the system board, Rokon pouted, although the system only records a maximum of 50 consecutive wins, I don't like it very much, but having a title worth using is also good. Let's see, thanks to the exchange of arena points, Rokon's honor points have increased 100 times. I was extremely frustrated, if I hadn't lost my reputation due to those squirrels, my score in the arena would not have been low. With this index, first place in the first season should have no problem, next time. As soon as he left the arena, Rokon went to the city. He looked around at the scenery and murmured, Thai pub's first city is quite big, after all, we will leave here after completing the challenge. After walking for a while, he stopped, right here. The place where he stood was the Knight's Hall. Rokon immediately opened the door and went inside. He said to the person standing there, I want to upgrade to Knight. The other person has been looking at the books for a while. You have met the level up condition, please commit here. Rokon did not hesitate to sign. The system reminded him to find a leader for himself, and the subscriber also spoke up, asking if he had chosen a leader to serve yet. You are the first knight to come here, if you can't find anyone then I will introduce you to a good person. Rokon fell into thought again, because of this I am only a half-hearted knight. To become a true knight, one must find a monarch to offer the sword and sign the knight's oath, which is why the title has not yet appeared. Then he spoke up and said, what a pity, I have found the monarch I want to serve. The other person nodded, okay, good luck to you. When he was done, Rokon turned around and left. He thought to himself, being a subordinate to high-ranking nobles is good, but it's easy to get caught, especially if it's half-hearted like a viscount or an earl, more serious restrictions. Even if the user meets the conditions to obtain a noble title, ambitious characters will be able to walk the knight's path. Anyway, I can't be a free knight forever, let's go see the situation. Oh, but before that we have to do something. In an office with people talking, since you're here, you should do the race quest, because you've reached knight level, it's easy to skip the small quest. Rokon immediately gave the other person a piece of paper. After a while, he spoke up, he said that if we go to the central continent, we must find a doctor to ask for help. The other person replied, but under my command there are already many good knights to do the task. Rokon obviously knew he would say that. He took out a bundle and continued, then. This is my gift to the doctor who spent time with me, this is also my request to you. The old man in front of him didn't seem to care and replied, it's useless, I'm not an easy person to seduce. However, when Rokon opened the package for him to see, the other person's eyes became panicked. Rokon happily introduced, because of the gold coin's ability, I replaced it with gemstones. The old man's body trembled. This thing was worth 2 or 3 times more than the gold coin. It seems I have a task for you to do. After receiving the material, the Kabone physician's awareness of Rokon has increased significantly. He spoke up and distributed the tasks. Have you heard of the legend of the pyramid? Rokon smiled, I know. In his heart he was secretly happy, you know, I have been there for a long time. The doctor continued, I heard that inside that pyramid there are creatures that are cursed but still alive, please investigate that for me. Rokon bowed and nodded, very willing to serve him. After reading the mission requirements, he immediately smiled and decided to rely on progress. Okay, this mission is not just a test and it's done. If they were discovered, there would definitely be a battle. If I bring back the bloodstone, the challenge will be successful, but if I leave now, it will be too much for me. As far as I remember, their level was 240, because I bribed him, the difficulty of the mission increased. From level 2 onwards, the difference between a level is very large. The stat increase when leveling up will be 10, twice the normal level. Monsters also have titles and special effects when attacking. Other players are definitely heading here, but let's do what we can do first. Then he went to the central arena again. This time he changed the combat level to knights. If he wins, he will gain more competition points. The more points he has, the more equipment he can buy. The night-level combat conference will be noticed by nobles. If he wins, he will gain fame. The subscriber turned to ask, "Do you want to join the match now?" Rokan shook his head, "Not yet. You take the token and leave. I want to accumulate a lot of points, but if the nobles pay attention, I'll be tired. Let's go to the main challenge first." Then he tottered off to a headquarters. The soldiers guarding the door aggressively blocked the way. "Who are you? Quickly tell me your name." Rokan replied, "I am Rokan, the flag guard team." Just like that, Rokan continued to pass, but he still did not forget to examine the opponent's body. Looking at these soldiers was so scary. The Ghostkin's muscles were still the most visible. After going inside, he quickly said his purpose: "I want to find information about evil monsters." As soon as the opponent saw him, he was startled. "It turned out to be you. I knew you would come to accept the mission. Do you have a map?" He nodded. "Here it is." The opponent took the map and put it into the system. After a while, he continued, "As long as we catch 3, I will give you good information." Rokan couldn't help but smile. Already given this important challenge, it seems I have received quite a lot of bonus points for finding evidence of these cursed monsters. He nodded to the other person. "Okay, that's the deal." Then he quickly went to complete the mission. Starting with the chores first, Rokan carried out the mission at lightning speed. In a short time, Rokan reached the first and second people, finally the third person. Completion speed is extremely fast. As soon as he finished, he stretched out tiredly. Now he officially uses it. Time use pride, teleportation magic circle. Other players don't know if it's expensive to use this magic, but it's worth it. The manager asked, "Where to go?" Rokan answered, "Take me to Reentering." The opponent looked surprised. But when I saw Rokan's firm nod, I knew it. Deploy teleportation magic, destination Reentering. A moment later in Rementun's territory, Rokan stretched tiredly. "Oh my body, but I'm still upset because this is not the final destination. My real target is not this place, the real destination is a suburb with no connection to teleportation. There was only one way to get there. As soon as I saw the vehicle, I quickly went to the horse trading place." Not long after, Rokan and his war horse continued on their way. A few hours later, he entered Lin Deer territory. Half of the territory is mountains, but the most valuable thing is a black copper mine. Because there are many monsters, no one exploits that mine. This place was Rokan's real target. As soon as he arrived, the farmer immediately asked, "Why do outsiders come here?" Rokan answered, "I came here to become a knight of the territory." The opponent expressed surprise. He quickly ran inside, not forgetting to tell him to wait for him. Rokan stood there looking at him and scolding him, working as a security guard but not being taken care of by middle school. Just a moment later, someone inside rushed out, "You said you wanted to become an engineer." Just looking at the other person makes Rokan want to cry even more. The Lord is even more pathetic. After all, that's the reason I chose him. The first reason I chose this territory is because the nobles are quite weak, so I can easily control them as I like. The second reason is the potential of this territory. The territory that is about to be acquired by the Reentering territory will become a booming trade territory. I will not miss this opportunity. Then he answered, "I want to become a knight of the Deer territory." The Lord nodded. "Let's go inside and talk first." After both of them were seated, the cold temple continued. "Since there are only 2 of us, I tell the truth, our territory does not have enough capacity to give you benefits." Rokan waved his hand. "It's okay, I don't accept benefits." The Lord was startled. "So what are your conditions?" Rokan continued, "Give me the land instead." The Lord was surprised. "What land?" Rokan continued, "I won't take much, time has an expiration date, not forever. During my time as a knight, you only need to give me ownership of a part of that mountain. 1-year contract." At the same time he secretly rejoiced. 1 year with my plan is enough. The Lord began to hesitate. "You mean the Lord's contract?" Rokan explained, "I also need time to find out if you are a trustworthy Lord or not. Let me tell you in advance, there will be no demand for minerals or any authority. If we develop vein mines in that area, I will return it to the Lord and receive another piece of land." The Lord was confused. "If you don't want the right to exploit, then why do you want that land?" Rokan replied, "Please give me the right to hunt all the monsters there." The Lord nodded. "So it turns out, I agree. However, when you go to fight monsters, you must have 3 soldiers with you." Rokan nodded and obeyed. In his heart, he couldn't help but applaud. As expected of a veteran character, "Are you afraid that I have plans for the corpses of those monsters?" The Lord continued, "Besides, I hope you will follow my instructions and actively make efforts to develop the territory." Rokan thought to himself, of course I have to try to please you. He immediately knelt down, thanking the Lord for his support. The opponent took out his sword and announced, I, Dekan Valan appoint Knight Rokan as my knight. The moment the sword was placed on Rokan's body, the process was completed. He chuckled with satisfaction, because of this land. Soon it will become our golden land. Rokan became the first person to achieve the title of knight. After reading through the title, Rokan couldn't help but smile. When carrying out escort or defense missions, that's fine. He asked, can we meet the soldiers? The Lord was startled, now. Rokan replied, if you are busy, I can go alone. The Lord nodded, okay, just in time, I have something to handle. Be careful, Rokan replied respectfully, I will summon soldiers, please rest assured. But this seemed to be even more convenient for Rokan. He let the knight who had just been given freedom. There was no such thing in another territory. That's right, in a place where there is only one knight, me, he doesn't care. Monsters loitering in the territory, at most level 240. It's not considered high, but it's beneficial for us, because there's no level 250 hunting ground. He immediately went to meet the soldiers and told them, from now on we will destroy monsters that come near the city and mines, call all the soldiers except the few who stay to protect the citadel and the city. Immediately, the soldiers immediately followed suit. A moment later in front of the city gate, Rokan loudly asked, are you all there? The crowd immediately replied, yes. Rokan with the demeanor of a knight, he shouted loudly, the answer was short and concise, is that clear? The crowd said in unison, clearly. Rokan turned to the Lord again and said, I would like to go deal with the monsters guarding the mine. He nodded, it's hard for you. When leading the crowd to leave, Rokan himself was the one who knew better than anyone else. After all, everything he was doing now was an act to gain the Lord's trust. He led the way for the soldiers to arrive. Let them surround the monsters. As soon as they entered the forest, there were immediately silhouettes of monsters. He warned everyone to stop. Everyone was buzzing. What is that? A high-level monster. These guys are good level 213 people. Rokan spat a mouthful of saliva. This is the time for him to demonstrate the power of his superiors to the crowd. Rokan's roar caused these high-ranking werewolves to panic. He slowly walked up step by step and threatened, you guys dare to cause trouble, on my land, he said as he jumped into the air. Then fell one down. The voice still did not stop, the value of this land is your lives. Seeing their companions dead, the wolves next to them immediately stopped. Rokan still hasn't stopped and holds the axe to attack again. You guys will pay with your life. He swung the axe vigorously. The whole mountain made a loud explosion. Not long after, the Lord received the notice. He couldn't help but panic, meaning you single-handedly captured all the monsters in the vicinity of the city. Very good, I didn't expect the result to be so good. Rokan immediately realized that the other person still did not trust him. The Lord started asking questions. If he sold things dropped from monsters, the financial situation of the territory would be better. Rokan thought the opponent thought he would take the items dropped from monsters. So he excitedly said, I will donate to the territory. The Lord was surprised, are you telling the truth? In his heart, Rokan thought, of course, I have already prepared the items dropped by monsters for you, and the main thing is that I have already gained my experience. The Lord nodded, if it was distributed to the people, they would be very happy. Rokan chimed in, yes sir. I can't help but think about the future. All of these things will serve as a launching pad for us, gathering more trust to start doing things. Just like that, the Rocky Mountain area will always have the eloquent voice of Rokan. People's safety always comes first, thoroughly preventing things from escaping in that direction. The soldiers quickly obeyed orders. After fighting and killing for a while, Rokan nodded, it was done quite well. He took out a bag of items and advised to take this thing to places where monsters pass by. Be careful not to scatter it too much. The soldier asked curiously, what is this, sir? Rokan explained, this is something used to prevent the invasion of monsters created by preliminary magic by imitating the body odor of the hunter. Rokan thought to himself, if given a name, it would be the hunter's feces, even though it's not real feces. If you use this, the usable land area will expand even more. A few more days will expand the size of a mine shaft. When I mine, the attention of the lords and people will be on it, then I will proceed with the plan on my land, but before that, we must prepare. That night he secretly appeared in a basement. This is a silent cave, and as the first person to enter, experience gained and drop rate on items will increase by 30% for 3 days. Rokan was surprised, a reward for the first person to enter. Even if you don't hunt, you can't ignore this. If you don't take it, someone else will benefit. I will take care of all the dungeons around my ears until this ancient book catches fire. Just like that, Rokon continuously carried out his plan. On the one hand, he entered the dungeons to claim the title of first, the other side continues to clean up the monsters, the number of bets is increasing, soon the ancient book was half finished. The Lord is still immersed in joy. Rokon, all thanks to you, today finally started mining the second mine. Rokon nodded, if so then I will temporarily strengthen the protection of the city and mining area. The Lord smiled, you really understand me. Rokon was pleased, the Lord would be busy with mining because I had won his trust, now I would go find my land. He turned and said, if so, I would like your permission to patrol around. The Lord nodded, okay, it's hard for you. A moment later in the forest, Rokon looked around and nodded, this is the land I received. Let's see what we bought in Pubic Ear, found it, house blueprints. Our shelter, just started, the house quickly appeared. Rokon leisurely walked inside, he was happy, no matter what we do, we won't be watched. Is it here? You have to find the location carefully. Then he raised his foot and kicked it down hard, the floor under my feet was immediately broken. Then there was a flash of light. Rokon smiled, found it, the door opened to the secret dungeon. Final, just smash it open. After a while of smashing, a piece of crystal flew up. Rokon smiled. That piece of crystal suddenly turned into a passage. It is the ancient stone tablet. Rokon nodded, sure enough the entrance has not changed, can be used 2,999 more times later, let's enjoy it a bit. Having said that, you should not go through the passage and enter the dungeon. At the same time, you will receive the title of first person to enter, a reward for pioneers. The reason Rokon hides a secret dungeon is that this area is where enhancement stones are likely to drop. Enhanced stones are divided into ordinary enhancement stones and high-level enhancement stones. The enhancement ratio of ordinary enhancement stones is 6 levels and high-level enhancement stones is 8 levels. Monsters over level 200 all drop enhanced stones. The rate of dropping regular enhanced stones is 5%, and high-level enhanced stones are 5%, but this place is at least 10%, maybe even 20%. But this place is a secret place with a limited number of completions, so the enhancement stone becomes a rare commodity and is traded at a high price. Rokon muttered, users are also gradually interested in the enhancement system. It's time for me to enhance my equipment too, we will wipe them out. Deep inside the cave, a group of mysterious stone spirits are struggling. Rokon hid nearby and observed, the monsters in this dungeon were all water and wind flint spirits. It was difficult to deal with them because they attacked secretly and caused elemental damage. Of course that's everyone else's story. Rokon used his axe to start an ambush, just then a loud explosion rang out. After the explosion, a crystal flew into the air. Rokon quickly jumped up, if he didn't break the magic core, it would regenerate, so he immediately smashed this thing. The fatal blow broke it into pieces. Rokon followed suit and jumped down, he already had the items. The first item is a mystical puzzle piece, thanks to the reward for the person who enters first. So the drop rate of new items is high. If he's unlucky, this thing will also become useless, so he doesn't hesitate to use it. The mysterious puzzle piece turned into an enhanced stone. Rokon was surprised, it was the first time and it had already become an enhanced stone. As expected, we are very lucky in these cases, let's keep looking. The next opponent is the level 215 mystical fire spirit. I didn't hesitate to jump in, this time it was you. After the irresponsible shift, Rokon stood in the middle of the fire, struggling to see who he could beat first. His eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent, one sword and Tri-Ko caused the fire to shatter. As soon as the fire was destroyed, the water spirit also appeared. Rokon happily ran over, that's right, I shouldn't waste the reward on the first person to enter and explore this dungeon, thank you for knowing that. The water spirit turned into a tornado. But before they could do anything, Rokon performed a chaotic dance, and the water was completely disintegrated. Rokon continued with the next target. Not long after, he looked discouraged, wondering if he had already destroyed all the monsters. While feeling sad, a level 234 mysterious rune spirit appeared. Rokon muttered, is this a bad, enhanced pebble spirit huh? Having said that, he showed interest. The giant stone reached out its big hand as if it wanted to embrace him. However, as soon as it got close, Rokon used his strength to jump up. In the blink of an eye, he pierced its belly. The crystal was also revealed. Pebbles still did not give up and continued the battle. It shot out to observe, small pieces of rock flying up, under the control of the host and gradually approaching Rokon. He disdainfully smashed it, it was still just a rock. Do you think you can stop me? he said while holding the axe tightly. This time it's a decisive shot. That slash caused the crystal nucleus to shatter. Rokon was also promoted at the same time. He leisurely walked to the place where the piece fell, because this stone can break, so we cannot arbitrarily smash it. Lucky rewards help drop enhancement stones. Originally, if the Lord discovered this place, he would make a lot of money from selling dungeon entrance tickets. Selling high-end enhancement stones would earn more money than entrance tickets, but the character cannot do that. That's okay. If I discover this, things will be different. No matter how unlucky I am, as long as I defeat the bat, I can at least get 300 high-grade stones. I can control the price of enhancement stones in the central mainland for a period of time. This is the power of enhancement stones. After satisfying his wish, Rokon immediately used the book to teleport back to Tamu-Ra. Not long after at the smithy, Rokon rummaged around for a while and then took out the pile of puzzle pieces he had collected in the cave. He muttered, "If you want to maximize the reward for being the first, you should start by using this enhancement stone, using the mysterious puzzle piece." But after opening it for a while, he started to get frustrated. It was all trash. What the hell? Luck finally smiled. After that, Rokon opened a lot of orb stones. "I am happy with my huge wealth, thanks to you to enhance high-end items for me." The blacksmith looked at the pile of stones and was surprised. Why were there so many enhanced stones? Rokon said proudly, "Forged to level +7. If you forge to this level, the equipment will not be damaged. You can fail as many times as you want, money is not an issue, forge everything to level 7 equipment." After the process of consuming assets, the blacksmith announced that it was all done. Rokon continued, "I ask again. This time it's a high-grade enhancement stone," he thought to himself. From level +8 he must use a high-grade enhancement stone. If the curtain is made of regular enhanced stones, the equipment will be damaged. From level +9, then using high-end enhanced stones still has a failure rate causing the equipment to be broken. However, the smile on Rokon's lips disappeared when he failed so many times that he only succeeded once. He pursed his lips and tried to show that he didn't care. However, when the blacksmith asked if he wanted to continue forging, Rokon could not help but stop him. The blacksmith scolded in confusion, "Stop then stop, why shout so loudly, pick up the weapon, hold the axe in hand." Rokon's heart ached like hell, he almost screamed. That was the instinct of the player before the page, terrible. He then proceeded to use the equipment, his whole body suddenly emitted blue flames. Rokon smiled, "Beautiful, but we will turn off the equipment effects. It's beautiful, but it's easy for enemies to detect that it's a terrible equipment, so be careful." He took out the book again and I smiled and said, "I have finished strengthening, let's start cleaning up the monsters." Use the teleportation book to get to the mining site.